NBC presents Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Chicago was known as the Windy City, and for good reason. The winds blow by the hour and the week and the month. Off Lake Michigan, up from the plains country, and down from the heavy timbered north. If you cock your ear, you can hear 27 languages whistling in from the suburbs. Lift your nose, and the breezes will fill it with the scent of foreign cooking, the perfume of the shop girls, and the aroma of businessmen's cigars. Push your hand into the wind, and you can feel the dampness of the tears. And if you really tilt your head the right way, close your eyes, hold your breath, and listen hard, you can hear the moans of the dying. It was a busy Wednesday night. Barnes on the city desk asked me to lend a hand, and I filled in on rewrite for a couple of hours. I just finished taking a leg man's notes over the headphones when the switchboard buzzed me on a personal.
Randy Stone?
Now, speaking.
My name's Richards. I'm a doctor on a receiving ward at Cook County Hospital. Stone, an accident case just came in asking for you. A fellow by the name of John Smith.
That's a familiar name.
He was hit by a car on a Damick Street about an hour ago. We've done everything we could. Hasn't got long.
That bad?
The chaplain just administered last rites.
John Smith, huh?
Yeah.
Tell him I'll be right over, Doctor. In my day, I've run into maybe 100 John Smiths, all of them with a story to tell, a piece of news to peddle, or a lie or two they just give away. But I wondered what kind of a story this particular John Smith wanted to tell me before he died. Dr. Richards met me at the desk. We shook hands, and he walked me down to the end of the hall.
Poor devil, he's really all cracked up.
Well, what happened to him exactly?
Accident report says he crossed the Damick Street in front of the Singer Hotel. Taxi was passing a truck. It was dark. Man in good health might survive such an injury, but not this man. He's at a dangerous point of debility. Hasn't eaten properly for months. A lot of drinking. Terribly neglected.
I see.
Here we are. He's in there.
Hello. I'm Randy Stone.
Yeah, I know. You don't remember me, Randy?
John Smith, I'm afraid.
Bend down, Randy. Take a good look.
No, it can't be.
John Smith for the obituary columns, Randy.
Frank Lyons.
Yeah, that's right, Randy. What's left of him. You were just out of the cub ranks in my day.
Frank, how did you get
It's
it?
a long story. I'm afraid I haven't got time to tell it.
Oh, what's on your mind?
A guy named Felix Henderson, Randy. Ever hear of him?
No.
Not many people have. But he's a real story. I asked you to come here because I thought maybe you...
I'd write it for you. Sure.
When I got out of Northwestern, I said I was going to be the biggest newspaper man in this town.
You were once.
Yeah, but it didn't last. In 1940, I met Cora, my wife. She was sleek and smart, and just as ambitious as I was. Maybe it doesn't fit in with the general idea, but we got married on one condition. That we both go right to the top and stay there. It worked, too. this one night when I met Felix Henderson, Cora and I were having contact.
Well, give me the news, Frank.
Can you stand me for another 5 years, honey?
Well, that depends.
Well, I just signed up for a 5-year renewal with the paper. My own time, my own stories, and my own column. I'm going to climb all over this town, and both of us will wind up right on top.
Frank and Coraline's against the world.
Yeah.
Oh, darling, tell me we aren't doing it wrong, playing it this way. Winners or nothing. It is right, isn't it?
Well, of course it's right. We've come this far together. What's the matter? Is the pace too much for you, kid?
No, Frank. You would walk out if I failed you in any way, wouldn't you?
You know it, baby. Same way you would walk out on me if I slipped. So? Here's to no slips, honey. You know, I like being with you.
And I like being with you.
Mr. Lyons?
Oh, yes.
My name's Felix Henderson. Could we talk? I've got a story for you.
Well, sure. Sit down. This is my wife.
How do you do?
My car is parked out front. Could we talk out there?
Well, I do. Okay. Sorry, darling. Business.
I'll wait here, Frank.
Okay, Henderson, what is it?
Lyons, I looked you up because they tell me you're a reporter.
I always want a story, Henderson.
Well, this isn't just a gift. I'm not offering you a rumor or something. This is my car.
Okay. Well, I'll give you just 3 minutes to interest me.
It's about old Stan Callahan, the big contractor. They're going to get him on an embezzling charge.
Stan Callahan on an embezzling charge? Well, you're crazy, Felix.
Yeah? I've got the proof right here in this briefcase. 500.
Okay. Let's have it, but it better be straight.
In a nutshell, it's this. Here's his bookkeeping records. It's all down here in fine print, how he did it.
Oh. Can I borrow these?
You cannot. You can sit here in the car and make a longhand copy of anything you want.
These look like IOUs.
They are. Old Stan Callahan's daughter, Patricia, lost a lot of money to a gambling syndicate. Wrote them these IOUs. Callahan refused to come across it first, but the gamblers put the pressure on him. So old Stan stole the money from the company and paid off for his daughter.
Where do you fit in, Felix?
I'm a private detective. A certain gambling interest asked me to keep an eye on Patricia Callahan just in case she tried to leave town or something.
Okay, Felix, this is a story, and you'll get your 500. So I wrote the story. My paper printed it. The banner was sued for libel. But Callahan was never indicted. All that stuff Felix Henderson had shown me was so much junk. I was bounced and blackballed and washed up overnight. I tried to tell everybody that it was a frame, but nobody would believe me.
What about this Felix Henderson?
I never could break it because Felix Henderson vanished. Whoever wanted me broken, whoever it was, hired him to frame me. Never had the satisfaction of seeing me run out of town with my tail between my legs.
Easy, guys.
I've hung around here every day since then, letting this happen to me, waiting to get hold of something that put me up there again. And today I saw it.
What?
Felix Henderson, walking down the Damick Street. I tailed him, and when he crossed to go into the Singer Hotel, I followed. Only, with my luck, here I am. A loser again.
I'll go and see him for you, Frank.
Thank you. Thank you, Stone.
Frank, this wife of yours, would you like me to...
No, forget her, Randy. She kept our agreement and divorced me a long time ago. She's with a new winner now. Henderson, that's who I want you to see. Just Henderson.
The clerk at the Singer Hotel told me Mr. Henderson was out and that he wouldn't be back for 2 hours. So I went back to the Star morgue file and pulled out the clippings on the old Callahan story. Everything was just as Frank Lyons had said. That is all one could see on the surface. Stan Callahan had died 2 years ago and left his daughter Patricia as the only heir. I got her address, a Gold Coast apartment, and I went over to have a talk. She was pretty as a postcard and as innocent looking as your sister.
Frank Lyons? Oh, the reporter.
Yes, that's the one. He's in a hospital right now. I wanted to look into his story a little.
Well, after what he wrote about me and my father, you can't expect him to care, can you?
He's dying.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Look, Miss Callahan, it doesn't make any difference now what happens. It's all over. There are no witnesses here. Tell me, did Lyons ever do anything to your father that would make him want to get even?
Frankly, that's what's mystified us. We never met the man before in our lives.
I journeyed back to the Singer Hotel to see Felix Henderson. He said he was in the bar. I found him. A tall, lanky, gray-haired guy with a hard face.
Yes, I'm Felix Henderson. What's on your mind?
Frank Lyons. He told me about the old Callahan story. He told me that you framed him with those papers that you gave him.
Well, that wasn't very nice of him. I didn't give Frank Lyons any papers. He made all that up.
It's kind of strange you left town at the same time, isn't it?
There are a lot of strange things in life.
Uh-huh. Here's the way I see it, Felix. Pat Callahan is clean. You were hired to frame Frank Lyons, probably to keep him from printing some other story.
That's how you figure it, eh?
I said it.
Tell me, how you fix the money?
Well enough.
All right. I'll level with you as much as I can. I'm broke. I need money. Nothing makes any difference anymore. It's all over. So if you've got a couple of bucks, I'll give you what I know.
And the way you gave it to Lyons?
No. But you can take it or leave it. I'm not making any apologies for what I'm selling.
All right. Where can we talk?
Up in my room.
So we finished our drinks and climbed up the stairs to his room. He looked nervous and a little scared, and frankly, I didn't know what to expect. I walked behind him all the way. He unlocked the door, and we went in.
I never can find that light switch.
Should be on the right over here.
They've got the dumbest reporters in the world in this town.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. Here's a program note. Be sure to hear the new adventure series, Martin Caine, Private Eye, featuring popular stage and screen actor Lloyd Nolan, beginning this Sunday over NBC. And remember your two Friday evening favorites, The Amazing Mr. Malone and The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. Yes, Friday evening means top mystery entertainment with The Amazing Mr. Malone and The Man Called X. And beginning Sunday, hear Martin Caine, Private Eye, all on this, your NBC station.
And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
Death is the most intense drama of all. And no matter what the decorations, gunshot, disease, drowning, or old age, you're never quite prepared to cope with this single spectacle that all men have in common. Maybe that's why I made my promise to Frank Lyons as he lay dying in the Central Receiving Hospital. What did I get out of it? A crack on the noggin by a professional bully boy named Felix Henderson. When I came to, a fuzzy glance around his hotel room told me he'd gone. And with him, he'd taken my story for the next edition, and Frank Lyons' story for the next eternity. I was going through the shaking head cold water routine when his phone began jumping around on the hook. Hello.
Felix?
Yeah, this is Felix. Who's this?
I'm told you were at my office today. Obviously, you're in town hoping to collect more money from me. Felix, 3 years ago, I explained you were to stay away from Chicago.
Well, a guy gets lonesome.
You were paid quite well for your service at that time. There will be no more.
I sold a story to Frank Lyons once. Maybe he'll be in the market again. I think he'd like to know some things.
No doubt. But your return was for nothing.
Yeah?
Frank Lyons was critically injured in an accident today, and at this moment is on the brink of death. Understand me. Get out of Chicago, Felix. Get out before I have you picked up.
The nameless voice on the telephone obviously belonged to a man who had engineered the frame-up of Frank Lyons. There was no way to find out who he was, even though that was my job and my promise to a dying reporter. So I beat it back across town to Central Receiving Hospital, praying all the way that Frank Lyons would still be alive.
He's hanging on, Stone. Been conscious on and off since you left. I don't know how, but he's hanging on.
Can I talk to him, Doctor?
Sure, why not? As far as he's gone, it doesn't matter.
Come on. Thank you.
Go ahead, Stone. I'll stand by.
Thanks, Doc. Hi.
Randy.
Yeah, it's me again. I'm like a cub, Frank. You gotta steer me a little nearer to the story.
Did you talk to Henderson?
Yeah, but I got nothing out of him.
Randy, I'm hanging on here waiting for it. You've got to get it.
I'm doing my best. Don't try to talk right now. Just listen to me.
All right.
Frank, what did you have on the fire then? What story was so big that somebody would want to frame you out of the business? Frank. Frank.
What's that, Stone?
Is he gone?
About an inch away. Has lapsed again. This time it may be for good.
I hung around the hospital for another half hour, hoping he might come to long enough to answer my questions, but he didn't. And then I remembered he'd been married once. It occurred to me that most guys talk to their wives about things, so I decided to look up his ex-wife. She'd married a lawyer named Palmer, and they lived in Glencoe. Took me 3/4 of an hour to get out to her address. A big brown house that was a shade smaller than Soldier's Field. I was asked to wait in the library.
I'm Edison Palmer. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Stone. Mrs. Palmer and I have guests tonight. Please sit down.
Thank you.
Stone. Forgive me, but I don't seem to recall your name.
You don't know me, Mr. Palmer. I'm a newspaperman.
Newspaperman? Oh, really?
I asked the man who answered the door if I could speak with Mrs. Palmer.
Oh, and I must have misunderstood. I thought you came to see me. Are you an old friend of my wife's?
No.
I asked because Mrs. Palmer's former husband was a newspaperman also. Wait here, Mr. Stone. I'll get Cora.
Addison Palmer went through the double doors at the far end of the room, and 3 minutes later, Mrs. Addison Palmer came in. Neat, trim, groomed, self-assured, and she was tailored for the kind of house she lived in and the kind of life she was obviously living.
My husband said you came here to see me. Mr. Stone, is it?
Yes, that's right, Randy Stone, reporter. I'm on a story. I thought perhaps that you might help me.
Well, in what way?
You were once married to a man named Frank Lyons.
Yes, that's true. What exactly do you want, Mr. Stone? You're entertaining tonight.
Well, Frank once had quite a reputation for getting stories that no one else was ever able to get. He stepped on a lot of toes. He incurred a lot of anger around the state. You remember any story he was working on at the time he lost his job that might have caused someone to want to ruin him or shut him up?
Mr. Stone, Frank told me nothing of his stories. I seldom inquired.
Oh. Well, I just thought you might have something that would help.
Why don't you ask him? I hear he's still in Chicago.
Oh, Frank was hit by a car today. Right now, he's dying at Central Receiving.
Oh. That's too bad.
Is that all you have to say?
Look, we were married for 6 years. Some of them were good years and some of them were bad years. We finally parted and that was that. Do I make myself clear?
Clear enough, I guess.
Just what do you expect me to do, Mr. Stone?
Well, just, go down to the hospital, maybe to hold him in your arms or look at him and talk to him or do anything that would make his dying like this a little easier, that's all.
Very well put, Mr. Stone. I'm moved.
Oh, that's great. Mrs. Palmer, I'll see you around.
Wait, I am moved, Mr. Stone. From my point of view, I wouldn't mind crying for all the good days and all the good years Frank and I had together. It's just that the bad ones keep getting in the way. Both of us arranged that. We wanted more excitement, more sophistication.
Cora, dear, our guests are waiting. Cora, you look miserable.
It's nothing, Ed.
Mr. Stone, I don't know what you've been saying, but I request that you leave my home.
I was just leaving, Mr. Palmer. It's sort of cold in here.
Wait a minute. What hospital did you say he was in?
Central Receiving, under the name of John Smith.
I'm going to see him. I hope he's still alive.
Cora, what is this?
Frank was hurt in an accident today.
Oh, so this is the news you brought in, Mr. Stone.
I've got to see him, Ed.
Well, Mr. Stone, I don't believe you and I have anything further to discuss.
I don't think so.
Oh, what paper are you on?
Chicago Star.
I dislike having my evening upset. I'll do my very best to have you fired, Mr. Stone.
Addison Palmer didn't mean anything to me at the moment, and I didn't pay much attention to what he said. All I wanted to do was get out of there as fast as I could. I was whipped. There was nowhere to go and nothing to do. I wasn't going to be able to keep my promise to Frank Lyons after all. I was sitting in my car across the street from the Palmer, smoking a cigarette, when my first real break showed up. A tall man in a dark suit and coat climbed out of a cab, paid the driver, and headed for Palmer's front door. He didn't see me, but I saw enough of him to recognize a familiar face. It was Felix Henderson. I hurried to the phone booth of an all-night drugstore and put in a call to the paper. I got Poby in the file room.
Hello.
This is Stone, Poby.
Oh, yes. Still working on the Frank Lyons thing?
Yeah, I just got something that's got to be checked.
Sure.
Can you tell me who handled the Callahan libel suit?
Hold on. Still got the clips out. Yeah, two attorneys. Fellows named Martin Jessup and Crane Killard.
Oh.
If you want to talk to them, they're part of legal firm of Granger, Jessup, Killard, and Palmer.
Did you say Palmer?
Yeah, sure. Anderson Palmer. Richard's Creases, that one. Lives out in Glencoe in a 20-room bungalow.
I know, Poby. And you ought to see who's on his guest list tonight. I drove back to Palmer's place, and even though all the lights were out and all the other cars were gone, I pulled on the doorbell. No one answered. Then I noticed the door was open a crack, and I just walked in. There was a light on in the bar, and a man swaying behind it with a glass in his hand. Then before I could get to him, he pulled half the bar down as he fell.
No, Felix. No, please.
This isn't Felix Henderson.
Let go of me.
I'm just trying to help you up. Now stop fighting or I'll hit you with a beer mug.
Oh, it's you, Stone.
Yeah, and I should have left you there. Hey, come on, I'll walk you over to the sofa. Now, what was that for?
I just don't like you. Now get out of here. I don't need your help.
If you weren't half dead already, I'd break every bone in your face. Now, don't swing at me again or I'll do it. Now, sit down there. I'll make this short. My paper tells me you were part of the legal firm who advised Callahan to bring up the libel suit that ruined Frank Lyons. That means you hired Felix to work the frame.
I won't admit anything.
You did it to get Frank's wife. Although why you'd want her, I don't know. You knew she'd never leave him while he was on the top, so you kicked him to the bottom.
I never had to kick anybody to the bottom. Let them alone and they'll find their own way.
Well, that's the way it's going to be in the paper tomorrow. You see, I met Felix Henderson earlier tonight myself, and I also met you on the phone when I was in his hotel room.
Oh. Well, you need better proof than that, Mr. Stone. I broke one man for libelous statements. I'm capable of breaking you. Mr. Henderson's testimony, if you should ever locate him again, would be of no value without documentation. There is no such thing. Do you follow me?
Yeah, I follow you. I had Frank's story, but I couldn't print it. Nobody could ever print it. So I went back to the hospital to tell Frank about it if he was still able to listen. Dr. Richards met me.
What about 5 minutes ago, Stone? Sorry.
Oh, I had something to tell him.
If it's any comfort, he died with a smile, Stone.
Yeah?
His ex-wife came in and held his hand. You have anything to do with that?
Oh, I talked with him.
Oh, here she comes now. I'll see you later.
Mr. Stone, it's all over. I did what you asked me.
So I heard.
You see, I was moved, Mr. Stone. Buy me some coffee or something, will you, please?
I bought her some coffee, and that seemed to help. And after that, I told her what I'd found out and how I'd found it out. She listened good and hard, didn't ask any questions, and a look in her eyes didn't tell me anything either. When I finished, she sighed and made one comment.
So Addison Palmer actually went to all the trouble of wrecking Frank's career so he could marry me.
Yeah.
Oh, don't blame poor, ridiculous Ad too much. Blame me. I wanted everything all the time. Always took, never gave. It's no way to live. Why did I do it, Mr. Stone? Can you tell me why?
Well, probably because you loved yourself more than anything else in the world. That's common.
Loved myself? I despised myself. I could see myself in the mirror, watch myself wrecking not only my own life, but everybody else's. Somehow I couldn't seem to stop.
Uh-huh.
The biggest laugh, though, is on Addison Palmer. Wanting me that bad. It's like wanting to get smallpox.
I won't argue with you.
I wish I'd get hit by lightning or something.
But you're not the type that attracts lightning.
No, I guess not. I don't know why I talk like this in front of you.
Maybe I'm just the voice of your conscience.
I don't have one. I can't change myself, Mr. Stone. I am what I am. Well, thanks for the coffee.
Oh, sure. As I said before, I don't know what to say to a woman like you.
Don't say anything. So long, Mr. Stone. See you in the papers.
And there it was, a story I found and I couldn't print. But I made a promise to myself. The next time I ran into a story, a good big one, I'd print it and slug Frank Lyons' byline on it as a sort of going-away gift. Well, I don't know if you can see a moral in it, but I can. tomorrow. Well, life has so many little ways of catching up with you, of balancing the budget. Right when you think you got it licked, and right when you figured you've outsmarted the whole world, out of the blue you come face to face with yourself. Copy, boy.
NBC presents transcribed Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. My day begins when yours ends. When we trade in the sun for the yellow incandescence and the ruby neons. And when a different kind of people come out and prowl the night to make a buck or get their kicks. Yeah, a different kind of people, because the nighttime, the darkness exposes them. Funny that in the dark they have no cover. What you see is a little more naked, a little more honest. One of the reasons I prefer the night. So my day began as usual about 8:30 p.m. I walked up the steps of the Star and into the city room. There were 2 telephone messages on my desk from a Corporal Bennett, and they said, please call Hines Hospital. That's the Army hospital. One stamped at 11:35 a.m. and the other at 7:40 this evening. Please call.
Hello?
Hello, my name is Stone.
Oh, yeah, I've been trying to reach you.
What can I do for you, Corporal?
Well, it's not for me, Mr. Stone. It's for a buddy of mine. He just got out of the hospital today.
Well, that sounds good.
No, he's in trouble. Inside his head. He's out now on a 30-day furlough before they discharge him and,
Well, what can I do for him, Corporal?
Well, talk to him. You see, he's been reading your column, so have I. I think you might be able to help straighten him out.
Oh, this is his hometown?
Yeah, but he's all alone. He hasn't got anybody. Name is Perrin. Bill Perrin. He'll be in Civvies.
Where?
Well, I spoke to him about 15 minutes ago. He called from a bar on State Street, a hideaway club. Look, Mr. Stone, he's a buddy. I'm worried.
All right, I'll check.
He's all mixed up, Mr. Stone. Please go easy with him, huh?
What was he in the hospital for, Corporal?
Head injuries. He's lost his memory.
I walked the state and down past Dearborn until I found the hideaway club. It was half dark inside, lit with glowing colors from the jukebox. Down at the end of the bar, a young fellow leaned on his elbows, a glass of beer in front of him. About 29 or 30, well-built, lean, with a pallid face, indoors too much. His clothes looked brand new. I walked down and sat on the high stool next to him, but he didn't turn to look at me. Bill Perrin?
What?
Stone is my name, Bill. I'm a newspaper man.
How do you know me?
A buddy of yours gave me a call, Corporal Bennett from Hines Hospital.
Oh. Well, you can forget about Bennett and me.
Yeah, he's kind of worried.
Yeah. Well, thanks. Everybody's worried but me. It's everybody's business. Why don't you all leave me alone?
Well, who's been bothering you?
You are right now.
Okay. Just thought I might try to help.
Hey, what did you say your name was?
Stone, Randy Stone.
Oh, yeah, you got a column in the Star.
That's why Corporal Bennett called me. He said you read my stuff. I guess he thought we'd get along.
Well, I don't think so.
You sound bitter. The column's not that bad.
Bitter? Why should I be bitter? What have I got to be bitter about?
Well, it might have been kind of rough in Korea.
Well, for a lot of other fellas, too. No, you got me pegged all wrong. Thanks, anyway.
Well, maybe because you lost your memory.
He told you?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so what?
Well, Chicago's a big place. Maybe you feel a little lost, and maybe I can help a little.
If I need any help, I'll call the Salvation Army.
That's a good idea. Do that.
Oh, no, hey, wait a minute, will you? I'm sorry. There is a way you can help me. Help me find my wife.
You have a wife?
I think so. My records show a wife. She'd never know it. You know this city. Maybe... Well, maybe...
Yeah, maybe.
Look, I wrote a couple of letters after I started to get back on my feet. The address on my service record. There was no answer.
Well, that could be any number of reasons.
Well, I never got the list back. The allotment checks either. Well, I went to the address early this afternoon after I got out of Hines. It's a rooming house, new owner. Didn't know me or any Mrs. Perrin. He said he'd given the letters back to the mailman. Maybe they're still following me. I moved around a lot. Hospitals in Tokyo, Honolulu. Well, look, I don't know if she's alive.
Well, this amnesia of yours, can't you remember anything?
A lot before 6 weeks ago.
Uh-huh.
Her name. It's Alice. Who is she? What is she like? Does she love me? Where is she?
Well, how about the Army?
I didn't want them to. I didn't want them nosing around.
Why not?
Well, I guess I'm a little afraid. Oh, forget it, will you? Just forget it.
Did you try the telephone book?
Yeah, Hey, you want to see what she looks like?
A picture?
Yeah, it was with my things. No letters with my things, just vital statistics and this picture.
Oh, pretty.
Pretty? She's not pretty. I don't like pretty. Isn't a good word. There's something else there. Maybe lovely.
Oh, not maybe. She is lovely. How long you been married, Bill?
I wish I knew.
Uh-huh.
Now, what's the difference? What'll it come to anyway? How do I start my life all over again?
Well, the first thing to do is find your Alice. Come on.
No. I don't want to go with you.
What, are you afraid?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think maybe you need your wife, Bill. I'll see what I can do. I dropped into a phone booth and called Vital Statistics and told the clerk what I wanted. Information on a marriage license made out to William Perrin and a girl by the name of Alice something. The clerk found a William Perrin married in 1945 to a girl named Alice Rowland. So the clerk looked up Alice Rowland in the city directory and found her now living at 1210 Waring Drive. The city on cards in a filing cabinet. 4 million lives cataloged in steel drawers. 1210 Waring Drive, apartment D. I pushed the button and waited.
Yes?
A big guy, 6'3" at least, and 220 pounds on the hoof. He was holding a highball glass in his hand.
What is it, Buster?
I'm looking for Alice Rowland.
Come in. Alice, for you.
Just a minute, Danny.
What's it about?
Bill.
Hmm?
Alice's husband, Bill Perrin.
You better beat it, Buster.
What?
Alice doesn't want to hear about him.
Well, she'll tell me if she wants to.
I'm telling you. Come on out.
After I talk to Alice. Now, look, you've got a highball in your hand, Danny. I've got 2 free hands.
I don't need but one hand. Okay, on your way.
It was ridiculous, but he slammed me up against the wall with just the tips of his fingers. Not even a hand. It felt like a pile driver or a piston rod of a locomotive. He was right at home here, Danny boy.
Danny, what is it?
Buster's just leaving.
No, she wasn't pretty. Pretty is a bad word. She was lovely. Lovely lines on her face, little puzzled, little disturbed as she looked at me. You know how just someone looking at you can hit you, like a pile driver? Well, she hit me, Alice Rowland Perrin, the soldier's wife. He didn't remember. Kind of physical, you're Danny.
What do you want?
It's a tiny story.
What? What do you want?
I'll tell it to you.
Who are you?
Stone is my name, Randy Stone.
I aimed wrong. I should have thrown you out the door.
Please, Danny.
Your husband's in town.
My husband.
I told you, Alice. I shouldn't have let him in.
Why did you drop the Perrin from your name, Alice?
What do you want?
It's what Bill wants. He wants his wife.
Get out.
Hmm?
Get out. Out.
See, Buster?
But Bill...
Bill. I hate everybody by the name of Bill. I hate them all. I don't know any Bill.
Well, he doesn't know any Alice either.
What?
He doesn't remember. He can't, Alice. That's why he sent me.
I don't care if he's dead. Do you understand, Mr. Stone? I don't care if he's dead.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. Tonight you're invited to high adventure over NBC with the amazing Mr. Malone, A hard-hitting, fast-moving criminal lawyer always out for a new client and new adventure. The Man Called X brings to the NBC microphone screen actor Herbert Marshall as a security agent intent on preserving world peace through counter-espionage. Now, here's a program note. Sunday, hear Lloyd Nolan in Martin Caine, Private Eye on NBC. And now, back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
Maybe that was the motif. Danny with a highball glass in his hand, not spilling a drop, and Alice saying, I don't care if he's dead. Well, I did, because I'd seen this kid just back from Korea without a memory.
Okay, you heard of yourself now.
Sure.
Then on your way.
I got my breath back, Danny.
Save it.
Just on general principles, I don't like you, Danny. You better put the glass down.
I don't need to, Buster. Remember, just one hand.
It felt good hitting him right in the middle, hitting him for Bill, and hitting him because I was angry at him, at Alice, at the whole thing. A big guy, a big target. He doubled over, and I brought one up from the floor. And I took care of the drink, too. Probably stained the nice figured rug.
Don't.
Don't what, Alice?
Well, help me with him. The couch.
He's not out. Okay, get up.
Did you do that?
You're soft.
Just a second. I need some of that breath back in my lungs.
Oh, Danny, go on home. Leave me alone.
I'm not just going to walk out and let you get involved in all that again.
Oh, what? You heard the lady, Danny boy. This is her apartment, isn't it? Even though you seem to know your way around.
Please, stop it.
Alice.
Danny, I want to talk to Mr. Stone.
Okay. But don't come running back to me with your troubles again.
What kind of a joker is that? You sure picked the right guy.
Don't try to make a comedy out of it. He's my brother.
Oh.
I asked him to go because I don't want any more fighting. Now you can go, too, Mr. Stone.
Not interested in Bill?
No.
Don't even want to see him?
No.
He's been shot up?
Well, I hope he's all right. I didn't mean what I said about him being dead, but it doesn't matter to me. Don't you understand? I wouldn't like to see anybody dead. That's why I wouldn't like to see Bill dead.
How long have you been married to?
Too long.
Well, that must have been a dandy marriage, make you feel like this after just 6 years.
All right, you know how long. I'm surprised Bill remembered.
Bill didn't. I got it from your marriage license. Bill doesn't remember anything before 6 weeks ago.
Oh.
He doesn't remember you, Alice, but he wants to remember. Maybe because he needs
Look,
you.
Mr. Stone, I don't want to talk about it. It's all done. It's finished.
Well, not for Bill, it isn't. You know, to tell you the truth, he struck me as a nice guy.
Yeah, he is.
Kind of a guy who'd make a nice home.
Mr. Stone, you don't know anything about him. We've been married 6 years, and it's been a miserable 6 years. Dying all the time.
Dying? Why?
What does a woman want? She falls in love and she marries a man who's in love with her. She wants a home, a little responsibility, friends. She wants to be able to help her husband, to build something. She doesn't want a husband who's a good-time Charlie, a nice guy, but a gambler and a drinker.
I see.
She doesn't want a husband who lives from payday to payday and leaves his wife alone 7 nights out of the week. She doesn't want her marriage to fall into a rut like that where she's taken for granted and her husband's softest endearment is to call her gorgeous. Hiya, gorgeous. Goodbye, gorgeous. I got a hot poker game on tonight. Don't stay up for me, gorgeous.
I see.
What do you think, Mr. Stone? If the chance came, don't you think she'd like to get rid of a husband like that?
Maybe.
Tried to save $1 a week. Put it away in the bank. I couldn't. Tried to get him away from that hole-in-the-wall rooming house we lived in. Tried to get him to buy a house, settle down. Tried to get him to stop gambling. Tried to tear him away from his cronies. Oh, yes, I tried.
I never thought I could misjudge a man so badly.
Oh, he's got a way about him.
Well, I didn't see the way about him. I saw a guy who's been through some tough times, and he's a little bewildered and a little scared.
That's a different picture than I have of him. And it's just possible I know him a little better.
Oh, sure, I can't argue that. But, before you chuck him away, why don't you do him a favor?
What kind of a favor? Mr. Stone, I don't want to get involved with him again.
Help him get his memory back.
Oh, that's the easiest thing I can do.
Oh?
He'll remember soon enough. Just take him to the places he used to go, the poker games, the gambling places, the bars.
Will you go along?
Will I? Sure. Sure, it won't take long.
I'd be kind of interested myself. Where's the first stop?
The Century Club, Mr. Stone. One look at the dice games, and it'll all come back to him.
I called the hotel and told Bill to meet us in front of the Century Club. And I figured the expense account could absorb a taxi. Alice didn't say a word, but there was something aloof and frozen in her, as though she'd put her heart in cold storage and wasn't going to thaw it out for anything or anyone. The taxi pulled up in front of the nightclub. I got out and helped Alice out and stood on the sidewalk for a moment before I saw Bill. He was a little way off, lonesome and waiting, looking at Alice with a soft, curious look in his eye.
Here it is, Mr. Stone. We'll have to go through the nightclub. There are stairs behind the orchestra pit.
Hello.
Oh, Bill. This is your wife.
Yeah. Well, thanks.
Well, do you want to go upstairs, Mr. Stone? It'll help him a lot more to see the gambling. He'll remember it a lot more than he'll remember me.
What? What is it?
We're going to try to bring back your memory, Bill.
Oh? Something wrong?
Well, let's find out. He kept looking at her. He couldn't take his eyes off her. Once, when she felt his steady stare, she looked back for a second, and he turned away, embarrassed. Kind of funny, a guy falling for his wife all over again after 6 years. But she wasn't having any. We went through the nightclub to the back. I stopped at the bottom of the stairs.
No, not here, upstairs.
Yeah, I know, but not much point in me rolling along like an extra wheel.
Isn't there? You started this. You leave and I leave. This is no fun for me.
Bill, don't you think...
No. Please, Randy. Please stay with us.
No, Bill didn't think so either. So we went up the stairs and down a long aisle to a door marked with a big flowery C. I knocked, the door opened. A man in a tuxedo looked out at me.
Yes?
Can we get in?
No.
Well, I'm Randy Stone.
No.
You know Bill Perrin.
Oh, sure. Hi, Bill. Haven't seen you for a long time. Come in, if you'll vouch for this guy.
You know me?
Oh, that's good. Come in, folks. Make yourselves at home.
Should be familiar. It hasn't changed. Same tables, same roulette wheels, even the same smoke in the air.
Well, Bill?
No, I never saw this place before. I don't understand.
Want to throw the dice a little?
I had to work too hard for my money, Mr. Stone. Why should I throw it away?
Oh, it sounds good. It sounds awfully good.
Did I gamble? Is that it? Did I throw my money away?
Do you remember Arlington Park? Leaving your job afternoons to go out there and bet on the horses?
I was quite a guy, wasn't I?
This is just one of the places. Remember a place called the Starlight Cafe?
No, What is it?
It was your home, away from home. The last year before you left for the Army.
Well, let's have a look.
Well, why? I don't want to.
It'll help you remember, Bill. It's worth a try. I was going to flag another taxi, but Bill said he'd hired a car, so we walked around the corner where he'd parked it, and Alice gave him directions. Like a guy taking his medicine, Bill didn't say anything now. He didn't even look at Alice, sitting up in the front seat right next to him. If Bill had been lonely and fumbling before, he was lost and without hope now. Now he knew he wasn't wanted. Now he was not only lonely, he was rejected. A lover without love. We got out in front of a tired little place with a 3-foot blue neon sign over the doorway, Starlight Cafe. A roadhouse, one of 1,000 that grew like fungi along the highway. Bill stopped just inside the doorway, looked around, looked at everything, trying to find something to remember and not happy about it. A dirty place, dark, with booze and a girl drinking by herself at one end of the bar. A few couples down the other end. Bartender leaning a meaty arm over the bar, mopping the counter. His face lighting up as he caught sight of Bill.
Well, Bill Perrin, it's been a dog day.
The usual, Harry.
Sure. I heard you lost out the draft board, Bill. Sure. Some of the best people win that kind of a raffle.
He wasn't drafted.
No?
He re-enlisted. Well, there's your drink. Maybe a couple of them will make you remember instead of making you forget like it used to.
Watch yours, Mac. What a guy I was.
It doesn't come back?
No.
Harry, how many times did I have to come here and take him home?
Oh, so he fell asleep here once in a while. So what?
All the time we were married?
Not at first. Not at all at first. Oh, you always gambled. You always liked your friends around you. Even more than you liked me. But the last year, it was as though you didn't care for anything very much. Nothing to live for.
Let's get out of here.
Your drink?
I don't want it.
Here, bartender, take it out of this.
Why, sure, okay. What's wrong?
A scientific experiment in time travel. The past and the present are caught up with each other.
Oh, where are we going now?
To visit a friend of yours, a bosom pal. You shouldn't have any trouble remembering him. Saw a lot more of him than of me. Turn right at the corner.
What's his name?
Johnny Stevens, you'll remember.
Stevens? There was a Stevens in the hospital in Tokyo.
Johnny Stevens. He didn't go to war.
I don't know him.
Maybe the face will help.
You grew up with him. You two played cards together since you were 11 years old.
Cards?
Poker, all kinds. Stud, draw. Right there, that's his house.
All right.
And there's where we used to live. That house, the dirty one we couldn't move away from. Stevens lives 3 houses down. Why move away from your pals?
Bill killed the motor, and we got out. There was a small light on in one of the rooms. Alice rang the bell.
Well,
hello, Johnny.
Oh, hi, Alice. Hey, Billy boy, when you get back? Boy, if you only knew how I missed you.
Missed me?
The old gang ain't what it used to be. I ain't had a real hot game of poker since you left. That's a long time, Billy. Say, look, how about tonight, huh? Phil called a little while ago. We couldn't scare up enough hands. Maybe a friend.
Oh,
here.
this is Mr. Stone, Randy Stone.
Oh, hi, Randy.
Hi.
Look, if you're a friend of Bill's, you sure play a cagey hand of stud.
Bill just got out of the hospital, Johnny.
Hospital?
He lost his memory. We hoped seeing you might be able to help him.
Wait a minute. You mean he don't remember anything? Hey, Bill, you don't remember me?
No.
Well, you don't remember the gang?
No. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I bet you remember a pair of deuces is better than a busted flush, though, huh? Come on, what about it? Let's get a game together. I'll call the guys.
No, thanks.
Oh, sure. Settle yourself down around a table with a stack of chips in front of you, and Teddy and Milty and...
No, thanks.
What's the matter? The old lady nagging again? Don't she ever learn it don't do no good?
Nagging?
No more nagging, Bill. Go on, play with him. You want a friendly game of poker, don't you, with your pals?
Maybe I needed something more than nagging, like some shell splinters in my head to make me understand. Goodbye, Stevens.
Stevens?
Let's get out of here. Come on, let's get out of here.
He doesn't remember you, Johnny. I don't think he wants to remember you either. Back in Bill's car, Bill's shoulders were tense, and on his face was the discovery of the kind of guy he'd been. Yeah, the night was running true to form. You can kid yourself there's hope for a lost cause when the sun is shining, but you gotta face the facts for what they are at night. And now there was just loneliness for Bill and bitterness for Alice.
Take me home, please.
Can't understand it. I don't want to gamble. I don't want to drink. I don't know how I could have been like that.
It's not hard to figure, Bill. Lots of marriages fall into ruts. People take each other for granted and get into selfish ways.
You do a lot of thinking in the Army. You're alone most of the time, alone with your thoughts. And you look at a picture of a woman and you think, she's married to me, and what kind of a life did I give her?
Take me home. Take me home.
Sure, I will. I'm sorry, Alice.
You weren't drafted, Bill. You re-enlisted, so Alice says. Why?
Well,
To get away from me, to chuck it all.
Maybe he didn't like the things he was doing either.
Well, if he didn't, he put on a good act of liking them.
Not that way now, Alice.
For how long?
Well, maybe it's worth finding out.
Until he gets his memory back. Until he remembers everything. Sure, maybe he doesn't want to gamble now. But how about tomorrow? When his memory comes back, all the rest of it will come back, too. Hey, where are we going? We're not going home.
No, we're not.
Stop this car.
I'll stop it when we get where we're going.
What are you trying to pull, Bill?
Well, sit back in your seat, Stone. We're going fast enough now so that a little turn of the wheel...
It's kind of a dumb play, Bill. What's the angle?
I found out some things about myself tonight. I also found out I have a wife. Well, I don't like what I found out. But I don't want to go back to being nobody again either.
So?
So I'm going to say some things, and Alice is going to have to listen.
All right, but you don't have to do it at 60 miles an hour.
I can't explain about how I was before. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense at all.
Bill, there are all kinds of speed...
Week after week, lying in that hospital bed with nothing to do but try and remember. Only all you had your head was this great big blank.
Mr. Stone, he'll wreck the car.
Well, they say you have a wife. They say that picture on your nightstand. That's her. But what's she really like? Where is she now? Maybe she's thinking about you, worrying about you. Maybe she's praying for
you. Please, Bill.
This wife you can't even remember. Just knowing that somewhere she exists. I don't know. I can't explain it, but it makes a difference. It makes a difference having somebody in this crazy, lonely world who cares whether you live or die.
Oh, stop it! Stop it!
What? Oh, all right. I'm sorry.
I don't know if Bill Perrin should have been let out of the hospital sooner or if he belonged there for the rest of his life. He was either awfully determined or awfully dangerous. We were hitting the outskirts of the city. Bill was driving slower now, as though he knew where he was going.
Look, why don't you take me home? It's late. I've got to go to work tomorrow.
Well, I said to myself on that hospital bed, now's your chance. Be smart. You've been saving every penny out of your sergeant's pay. Do something with your life. And for this wife, you can't even remember.
We were driving through an area of one-family houses, middle class and nice. Bill turned a corner and put on his brakes. A neat little house with yellow lights framing the door and a big sign on the lawn, sold. Bill sat there looking out the windshield, not turning to look at us.
When I got out of the hospital this afternoon, I rented this car and drove out here. I wanted to take another look at it.
Another? You let that slip, Bill.
It was a long time ago, this same house. I wanted to buy it so bad.
I know, Alice.
You drove out on a Sunday. You didn't even want to look at it. You remembered this house. You remembered everything.
Alice.
You don't have amnesia. All those places we went to tonight.
You said I'd change back to what I was when I got my memory back.
Bill.
Do you still believe it?
Oh, Bill.
He never had amnesia. He used to trick me so that I could help him get back his wife. He and that buddy of his, Corporal Bennett, used me for a fall guy. Well, I feel pretty good about it, being used as a patsy. Feel pretty good Bill understood between the lines of the things I wrote. Feel pretty good Bill had the courage and the instinct to fight his way back to health. Because he was sick at one time. And the amnesia? Well, he wanted to forget the things he'd done, and I think he did pretty good. I couldn't want to do any better with some of my own problems. Oh, well. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's transcribed story was written by Merwin Gerard and Selig Lester, with music by Robert Armbruster. The part of Bill Perrin was played by Stacey Harris. Joan Banks was Alice. Others featured in tonight's cast were Ted DeCorsia, Ed Max, and Tony Barrett. Frank Lovejoy can currently be seen co-starring with Joan Crawford and Robert Young in Warner Brothers' Goodbye, My Fancy. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC.
Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one began on an elevated train and ended in eternity.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
The night is just about washed up. The sky is getting that tattletale gray around the edges. Another hour or so, 3 million alarm clocks will start yakking against the eardrums of Chicago's dear hearts and gentle people. And a goodly number of said dear hearts and gentle people will stumble to the front door for their copy of the Morning Star. I'm wondering what they'll say when they read the opening sentence of the Night Beat story for today. The line that goes, "This is a love story with the happiest ending I've ever heard." I guess they'll figure spring has got me in its perfume clutches, and more than likely I'll wind up around a bologna sandwich, and that'll be that. Only if they just keep reading, maybe they'll be in for a strange kind of surprise. It started a little after 10 o'clock last night. I just boarded an elevated train and was on my way to the Loop. The train was pretty crowded, but I saw an empty seat up front, and I hurried for it. I started sitting down without looking.
Anton, where have you been?
I beg your pardon?
Oh, I've waited so long, Anton.
A girl sitting next to me. I noticed her for the first time. About 20, maybe. And so beautiful, so delicately beautiful, it was like your eyes had hit the jackpot, and somehow the grinding elevator train suddenly sounded like a gypsy violin.
Oh, Anton, you shouldn't have gone away.
Look, I hate to tell you this, but I think you've got me mixed up.
Oh, it's so good to hear you, to be near you, Anton, so good.
Yeah, it's good to be near you too, kid, but...
Won't ever go away again, will you?
I'd like to stay here forever.
Promise me, Anton. Promise me you'll never go away.
Beautiful as she was, it started giving me the creeps. If I'd been Anton, I'd have enjoyed it immensely, but being as how I was two other guys, I didn't see it. And also there was something about her eyes, a disturbing brightness. I didn't know what to do about it, and before I could decide, I reached my transfer station. I started getting up.
Anton, no, don't go.
Oh, lady, look, it's my station.
Don't leave me again, Anton, please, no.
Oh, now take it easy. Let go of me. What's wrong with you? This is my station.
Anton, I can't let you leave me again. I won't.
Well, you'll just have to, kid, and I'll let go. My sleeves on.
Oh,
no. She folded up like a little rag doll into a dead faint. I bent over her, picked up her arm to massage her wrist. It was like touching a hot stove. She was burning up with fever. Passengers in the car were crowding around. The conductor still hadn't given the signal for the train to leave the station. I picked the girl up in my arms. It was like lifting a 10-year-old kid. She must have weighed a fast 90 pounds. I carried her out of the train onto the platform. Someone called for an ambulance. She was still unconscious when the ambulance came. She looked so small and so lost and so alone. And, well, according to her, I was Anton, so the least Anton could do would be to sit beside her on the long ride to the hospital. She was still out cold when we reached County Hospital. They found her name and address inside her purse. Mrs. Marisha Nowak, 612 Larrabee Street. I waited around to see what was wrong with her. After almost an hour, they said I could go upstairs and talk to the doctor.
Oh, Mr. Stone?
Oh, yes. Doctor, I want to see you about that girl I brought in, Marisha Nowak.
Yes. Relative of yours?
Oh, no. I just met her tonight.
No. I'm afraid we've got to contact some relative right away.
Nothing you can do for her, huh?
Do for her? Poor kid's been sick for years and waits till she's dying before she comes to a hospital.
Well, it takes money to go to a hospital, Doc.
Not here. Why didn't she come here? What's wrong with these people? Are they proud or stupid? 3 years ago, maybe we could have done something for her, but now...
Well, yeah.
I don't know, Mr. Stone. I don't know. It's completely frustrating. You study medicine, what good does it do? Sometimes life doesn't seem to make any sense.
Since when is it supposed to make sense?
I sound like this is my first patient. Not very professional, I'm afraid.
But don't worry about it. It's human.
Now, this girl keeps talking about her husband, Anton. Well, she was talking that way when I met her.
Yes, he's supposed to take her away someplace, to Mexico, she says, where it's warm and she'll get well. What do they expect? Miracles?
Oh, sure, miracles. Maybe Mexico was going to be her miracle.
Do you have any idea how to contact her husband?
But doesn't the girl know where he is?
Doesn't seem to, even when she's not delirious. Got an address from her purse, a place over on Larrabee Street, north of Chicago Avenue.
Yes, I know that neighborhood. Furnished rooms with kitchen privileges. Bring your own mousetraps. Lovely.
No phone listing. I was thinking of calling the police.
Yeah.
Trouble is, there's so little time.
Well, how much time?
I don't know. Could happen 5 minutes from now. 5 hours.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll drop by her address and see what I can find out.
Doctor, she's conscious again. Rational. She wants to talk to you.
All right, nurse. Care to see her, Mr. Stone?
Yeah. The doc turned and walked into the room, and I followed him. That's a nice, promising beginning for a love story with a happy ending, Only when we got inside Marisha Nowak's room, the joke was on me. There was no hearts and flowers. She was even more beautiful than before. Her black hair spread out on the white pillow, her delicate face, and the lovely eyes following us as we came into the room. No fear in those eyes. None at all. Just a sort of questioning.
Doctor, have you found him yet?
Not yet, Marisha. We're still trying. This is Mr. Stone. He's trying to help us locate your husband.
Oh, I hope you find him. Poor Anton. He'll feel so bad if you don't find him in time.
Of course he will. That's why the doctor'd like you to tell me anything you can that might help us find him.
But I told the doctor. He went to find work, my Anton. So he could take me away where I could get well and could be a wife to him.
Does it bother you to talk? Does it tire you?
No. No, I like talking about him. And there's so little time.
Doctor said you were planning on going to Mexico.
To Las Flores. The little town of the flowers in Veracruz. My ring is from Mexico. See? Silver and turquoise.
It's nice.
We were married with 2 rings. Exactly alike. Silver and turquoise.
You think Anton could have gone there, to Mexico?
No. No, he'd never have gone there without me. The little town of the flowers. Like we planned on our honeymoon. Just like it said in the travel folder. With thousands of blossoms on the water. Perfuming the air. But we went to a real hotel here in Chicago on our honeymoon. Anton insisted on it. Even though we couldn't afford it. It was in the winter and it was cold in Chicago like now. Icicles hung from the trees, breaking the branches. But in the room it was warm. And we had each other.
Look out the window, Marisha. You know, I've never seen the lake from up high. Isn't it beautiful?
Oh, Anton. I'm so happy, Anton. But wasn't it extravagant coming here to a hotel? I'd have been just as satisfied going straight to our room.
On Larrabee Street? Nah, Marisha, not on our honeymoon. We'll have time enough for that. How could you possibly imagine anything beautiful from a furnished room on Larrabee Street?
Darling.
But here, this is different. It's more than a hotel room in Chicago overlooking the lake. This is what we've dreamed of. Imagine it's Las Flores.
Yes.
The little town of the flowers. Look out there, Marisha. That isn't snow. It's thick tropical foliage. And those aren't icicles hanging from the trees. They're blossoms. And the wind is warm and soft outside. Oh, you'll get well, Marisha. And we don't need money. We can live for practically nothing. Fresh fruit growing on trees. All we can eat.
Oh, we will go there, Anton. We will. And I'll get well there. I'll be a wife to you, Anton. Just you wait and see. But we didn't go to Mexico. And then Anton went away.
And you haven't heard from him since?
No. But I don't blame him. Why should a man stay with a wife who's sick?
Oh, no. You said yourself he went away to earn money for your trip.
Yes. Yes, that's it. But now if I could only see him once more, just once, to tell him not to feel badly, to be happy for what we had. If I could only tell him not to feel sorry. Because it was the same as if we really had been to Las Flores.
Well, you better rest now. I'll try to find him. It's tough when they know they're going to die. It's not that they're scared, but suddenly there's something they feel they've got to do, and time is running out. That's how it was with Marisha Noack. She had to find her Anton to tell him it was okay about a little town in Mexico that neither one of them had ever seen or ever would see. How do you find a guy like that, and what was I doing looking for him? Oh, well. I took a cab back to the Loop. I picked up my car and drove over to the Larrabee Street address. It was a rooming house, all right, and the poorest-looking one on the block. I rang the bell and I waited. A middle-aged woman came to the door.
What is it?
Are you the manager?
If you're looking for a room, I got no vacancy.
Oh, no, I don't want a room. You have someone living here by the name of Noack?
Yes, but she ain't home. She ain't been here all day.
I know that. She's in the hospital.
The hospital? Oh, the poor thing. I was worried about her. She's never been out late like this.
Is her husband here, Anton Noack?
Oh, I know. He ain't been here for a long time. Working someplace out of the city, I think.
Well, do you have any idea where? I've got to find him. Mrs. Noack is... Well, they don't expect her to live. He's got to be notified.
Oh, no. Oh, that poor little girl. For such a long time she's been sick. Come on in, please. Maybe there's something in here written down. Or maybe Mr. Noack's brother would know.
Brother? Where does he live?
Well, now, I don't know exactly. He's the one that's been sending Mrs. Noack money to live on while her husband's been away.
That was a beginning. We found an envelope from the brother in the girl's room. Paul Noack. He lived on Clark Street in the Lincoln Park neighborhood. I drove over. There was a man coming down the steps as I got out of my car. I stopped him when he got to the sidewalk. I beg your pardon?
Yes?
I saw you coming out of that building. You wouldn't be Paul Noack, would you?
Why do you ask?
Well, I'm from the Chicago Star. I'm trying to locate Anton Noack.
Well, I can't help you. I don't know anything about him. Excuse me, I'm late to work.
Mr. Noack. You are his brother, aren't you?
Oh, yes, but...
Well, what's the matter with you?
I don't know anything about him. He's gone away someplace to work.
Look, fellow, I gotta find her. Marisha's very sick.
Marisha?
She's in the hospital.
Oh, I didn't know.
I gotta find your brother right away.
I told you, I don't know where he is. My brother and I... Well, we don't see each other. I haven't seen him since he left.
But he's written to you. He must have. You've been sending money to his wife.
All right. It's none of your business, but I'll tell you. I had one letter from him. He asked me to do what I could for Marisha until he could send for her.
Where was the letter from? Say where he was working?
Someplace in Montreal. He didn't give any address. Some fur company, like Chicago Montreal Furs.
Well, it doesn't sound like you're telling me the truth, Mr. Noack, but I can't see why you'd want a thing like that on your conscience.
I'm telling you the truth.
Well, okay, but don't take it so hard.
Oh, Marisha. That poor kid. I'll see you the first thing tomorrow.
Well, you better make it tonight.
I can't. I just can't. We're right in the middle of our tax work.
Oh, yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I see your point. Only thing is that tomorrow she'll be dead.
It's not true. Doctors are notorious for saying things like that. I don't believe it for a minute.
Would you believe it if you weren't in the middle of your tax work, Mr. Noack?
Now, you have no right to talk to me like that. No right at all. I'll see you tomorrow, I tell you. I'll see you tomorrow. You get out of my way. Get out of my way and stay out of my life. Stay out of my life or you'll regret it, Mr. Stone.
Now, what was that for?
NBC is presenting Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
A love story with a happy ending. Yes, that's what the man said. Only right at the moment, if there was any happiness in the world, it was staying out of my sight. Almost midnight, and Marisha Noack up at the hospital, hanging on to life by her fingernails until I could find her husband, Anton. Nothing to go on but the name Anton's brother had thrown at me, the Chicago Montreal Fur Company. I looked it up in the phone book. It was there, all right. I started dialing the number. I didn't imagine anybody be around this time of the night, but it was the only lead I had at the moment. There weren't too many moments left. All I could think about was what the doctor had said. Maybe she's got 5 hours. 5 hours. No, nobody's going to answer.
Hello?
Hello. This is a reporter on the Chicago Star.
There's nobody here. All gone home.
Look, I'm trying to locate a man who's working for your company.
There's nobody here. I'm cleaning woman. Call tomorrow.
No, wait, please. Listen, I don't have any time. This is very important. Can you tell me how I can locate the manager of your company?
Manager gone home at 5 o'clock. This is the cleaning woman.
Oh, yes, I understand that, but can you please tell me the manager's number? I've got to telephone him now.
Just a minute.
I waited. Seemed like forever while she went for the number.
Hello?
Yeah, were you able to find it?
George Swanson. Lakeview 42311.
Lakeview 42311. Thank you very much.
Tell him I didn't give out the number, only because it's an emergency.
Yes, all right. I'll tell him. Thank you. Goodbye. LA 42311. Hello, Mr. Swanson.
Yes?
I'm sorry to trouble you, Mr. Swanson, but it's very important. My name is Stone. I'm a reporter on the Star. I'm trying to locate a man who works for your company, an Anton Nowak.
We have no one by that name working for us. What was that name?
Anton Nowak.
Never have had since I've been with the company. Of course, we're an old firm. May have been away back.
Oh, no. This would have been in the last year or so.
No, sorry.
Would you have any way of knowing if he worked at your Montreal branch?
We have no Montreal branch.
Isn't your company the Chicago-Montreal Fur Company?
Yeah, that's right, but we haven't had a branch in Montreal for years. That used to be our headquarters when the company first started, but we're strictly a Chicago firm now.
Oh, I see. Well, thank you very much. I'm sorry to have troubled you.
Oh, not at all. If it's going to be printed in the papers, don't forget to mention our name.
No, I won't. Goodbye, Mr. Swanson. Something was beginning to smell, and it wasn't just the west wind out of the stockyards. I checked the vital statistics on deaths. No Anton Nowak since 44. Checked the police records for amnesia cases. In the Central Bonding Company files, Paul Nowak was listed as a night auditor with the Great Lakes Bank Reserve over on State Street. I drove around to State Street and rang the night bell of the Great Lakes Reserve. The watchman wouldn't let me in, but in a couple of minutes, Nowak came out of the building alone. His face was white as he came toward me.
Why did you come here?
Well, your brother doesn't work for the Chicago-Montreal Fur Company. I thought you'd want to know.
No, I don't want to know. I don't want to know anything about him.
Your own brother?
You have no right to come here. No right. Do you hear? This is my work.
Well, sure, but I didn't think you'd mind. After all, you've got nothing to hide.
Of course I have nothing to hide. They know me here. I'm respected. I have a position of trust. You have no right to come here and make trouble for me. It's taken me years to get where I am.
All right, now, just take it easy. Nobody's interested in making trouble for you. But I am interested in finding Anton Nowak, and whether you like it or not, that's what I intend to do.
Well, then find him. Find him, only stay away from me. Stay away from my work. I can't help you. I told you that. Now stay away from me.
I didn't have time to twist his arm. As a last resort, I headed across town to police headquarters, Bureau of Missing Persons, of my old friend, Sergeant Adams.
No, Randy, no. He's never been listed as a missing person. Somebody would have had to report him, his wife or a brother, for us to have a record on him.
Yes, Adams, I know that, but the guy is missing.
You say you checked the death records.
That's right.
How about hospital records?
Well, there's nothing to go on and not enough time, Adams. I tell you, I got to find the fellow tonight, tomorrow, the latest.
Yeah. Date of disappearance, May 10th, 1948. Did you check the arrest records for that date?
Nothing under Nowak.
How about John Doe's?
John Doe's? No, I never thought of that.
Yeah, well, come on. It won't take much time. You never can tell.
Just might be something.
Usually you find something on these John Doe's after you had them a while. FBI prints, pictures, or else they just break down and tell us who they are. Of course, if they're just John Doe drunks, just a matter of sobering them up. Right in here, Randy. Hi, Mac.
Hello, Adams.
Arrest records, 48, May 10th.
Okay.
You better make it May 11th, too.
You the guy that phoned earlier?
Yes, I phoned.
Nothing under those names you asked about.
Yeah, Mac, we want to have a look at the John Doe's.
Here you are.
Yeah. May 10th. A's, B's, C's, D. Day. Dalton, Denver, Dill, Doe. John Doe, drunk. John Doe, drunk. John Doe, drunk.
Must have been kind of drunk out there.
Here's one, John Doe, armed robbery. Let me see the file on this one, Mac. 192701.
Right. You think there'd be any information in the file?
You never can tell, Randy. Personal property slip sometimes has information you can use.
Here you are. 192701.
John Doe, age 23, hair dark, eyes brown, height 5'10", 3/4, no identifying scars.
Well, that age is right. It could be Noack. What'd he do?
Hold up. Captured by the victim. Must have been new at the game.
Let's look at what else you got, huh?
Yeah, we'll have a look at the personal property list, stuff he had on him when he was booked. Brown suit, white shirt, blue striped tie, no hat, white handkerchief.
What is this under jewelry?
One only, hand ring, Indian.
Silver and turquoise. What else?
Cash, 8 cents.
Identification?
No. That's about all. Oh, here's a note. I guess he was trying to get away. One only, travel folder on Mexico.
I'd found him. Anton Noack was John Doe, arrested for robbery May 10th, 1948, convicted and sentenced to Joliet for 2 to 5 years, still under the name of John Doe. It was beginning to fit together, sure. He didn't want her to know. That's why he hadn't written. That was the reason for the lie about the job in Montreal. He was afraid it would hurt her. And the prison record, that's why his brother wouldn't tell where he was. Afraid that somehow Anton's crime would reflect on his own bank job. I jumped into my car and headed out Ogden Avenue towards Joliet, over 30 miles away. It was the middle of the night. I had no idea what I could do when I got there. All I knew was I had to get there fast. Maybe he'd been released. Maybe I could talk the warden into letting him out with me under guard. Maybe I could put a call through to the hospital. He could at least talk to her on the phone. I didn't know. When I got to Joliet, the place was lit up like Soldiers Field. The guard took me inside to the warden. He was dressed. He seemed to have been expecting me.
Now, you're a little late, Stone.
Doesn't anybody go to bed around here?
Yeah, the rest of the boys have been and gone.
Rest of what boys?
The other papers.
You mean they got here ahead of me?
Oh, why, of course. The break happened a couple of hours ago.
A break? I thought there was something funny about all those lights and everybody being up at this time of the night.
Isn't that why you're here?
No, I came up to see a fellow. What happened?
One of the men suddenly decided he wanted out. Grabbed a gun away from a guard and started blasting away. Had to shoot him to stop him.
Not an organized break?
No, he was alone. Can't understand it. Model prisoner. Coming up for parole in a month. And tonight he just blows up. Poor fellow.
His name wouldn't be John Doe, would it?
One of many. How did you know?
Well, he might be the fellow I was coming up to see. Chicago number 192701.
Yeah. So that's a shame. He's in a hospital cell down the hall.
Can I see him?
He's pretty bad off.
I'd like to see him if you don't mind, Warden.
Come on.
Thank you.
Funny about these John Does. Did you know him?
No, I don't. I think I know his wife.
Usually something pretty decent about them. Trying to protect their families, mostly. Can't hardly blame them either. Oh,
hello, Warden.
Doctor, this is Mr. Stone.
Mm-hmm.
One of the Chicago papers. All right if we go in and talk to him for a minute?
Well, I'm afraid it won't make much difference, Warden.
Go ahead, Stone.
Thank you. Hello, fella.
Hi.
I don't want to bother you, but I came up here tonight looking for a fellow named Anton Noack.
My name's John Doe.
Yeah, this Anton Noack, I never met him, but from what I hear, he's quite a guy.
I wouldn't know.
I had it from a girl named Marisha, his wife, I believe. She loved him quite a lot. By the way, that ring you were wearing, where'd you get that?
I stole it.
Really? Why would anyone steal a cheap little bit of silver and turquoise?
I happen to like it.
Uh-huh. I saw one like that on a girl once. It was a wedding ring. The girl liked it, too. This fellow Noack gave it to her, but then he got into some sort of a jam. He had to go away for a while. Didn't tell her anything about what happened. He was afraid it might have hurt her.
Would have killed her.
No. Would have made her unhappy, maybe. But she would have understood. She loved him an awful lot. She would have been glad he was squaring things up. She loved him an awful lot.
What do you want, mister?
Well, like I said, I was just looking for a fella. Just one question for the paper. I'm sorry I have to ask you, but how did you happen to pick tonight to break out? Why didn't you wait for your release?
I don't know. Something made me. Something kept telling me she needed me.
Doctor, quick.
Marisha. Flowers on the water. How beautiful in the sunlight.
He's gone.
Instinctively, I looked down at my watch. 2:35 in the morning. A nice lonely time to make your curtain call, 2:35 a.m. Fine little night I've been having. I really felt low. I telephoned the story into the paper and went back to the hospital. I wasn't going to be much help to Marisha Nowak, but I promised I'd come back. The doctor was in the hall working over some reports at the night desk. He looked up when I stepped out of the elevator.
Hello, Mr. Stone.
Hello, Doc. I found our Anton all right.
Hmm?
A little too late, though. Dead.
Really? Wouldn't have made any difference.
She,
Yeah? I'm making out the report now.
Oh, great.
Wasn't so bad, Stone. Wasn't bad at all. She was happy. I've never seen anyone so happy.
What did she have to be happy about?
Oh, who knows? But right at the last, this wonderful smile came across her face. I guess it was delirium. She kept saying something like, flowers on the water.
How beautiful in the sunlight?
Yes, that's what she said. How did
that report that you're making out, Doc? Tell me. What was the time of death? Tell me, Doc, please.
Oh, it's 2:35 a.m. Why?
2:35 a.m. Yeah. So here I sit, watching the dawn creeping up on Chicago, tapping out 30 to my story for the night. A love story, no less. A very pessimistic fellow once wrote, when two people really love each other, there can never be a happy ending. Well, it could be. But then again, maybe that pessimistic fellow used one word too many. Maybe when two people really love each other, there can never be an ending. Oh, who knows? You pays your money, and you takes your choice. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, a new dramatic series, stars Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Night Beat is edited by Larry Marcus and directed by Warren Lewis. Music is by Frank Worth. Others in tonight's cast were Joyce McCluskey, Vic Perrin, Jack Edwards, Jerry Harsner, Rena Craig, Larry Dobkin, and Charles Seal. Frank Lovejoy will next be seen in Milton Sperling's production Rock Bottom, released by Warner Brothers. Listen next week at this same time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. The stories that come out of the shadows to find their way into Night Beat. There's more great action-packed entertainment for you throughout the week on NBC. Other mystery adventure programs include such popular shows as Dragnet, High Adventure, and Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. The stories I run into start in a million different ways. This one began with a gun in my face and ended with the number 13.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
It's night again in Chicago, and that's when I start out looking for a story that'll make you say, it takes all kinds to make a world. Yeah, it sure does. One by one I passed them. That girl over there with her hair held tightly in place by a scarf. Each carefully marceled wave a hopeful assurance that she'll end up looking like somebody in a movie magazine. Or that beaten old man picking a crumbled, soiled newspaper out of a rubbish can. Why does he want a paper? He knows tomorrow will be the same for him no matter what happens in France or England or just around the corner. So tonight, I found myself in a quiet section of the residential district. I wondered what was behind the lighted squares of glass and what went on. Who were those people and what were their problems? I kept going and I walked into...
Hey.
I kept going and I walked into...
Hey, I beg your pardon.
Oh, yes?
I hesitate to bother you, sir, but do you have a match?
Have a lighter. Will that do?
Thank you.
There you are.
Oh, just a moment.
Yeah.
I am afraid I didn't get a light after all.
What's the matter, Pop? Afraid to ask me for the touch? Here.
Please, put your hands up.
What?
I'm not joking. I have a gun.
Oh, I see it.
Put your hands up.
Okay. Like this?
I warn you, I'll shoot if you try anything.
Well, rule number one when facing a stick-up man who's obviously pulling his first job, be very careful.
It's not my first.
Oh, a hardened old offender,
Hand me your wallet.
What, with my hands in the air?
Put them down, but remember what I said now.
Sure. Why is a nice-looking old man like you doing this?
Stop talking and hand me your wallet.
All right. Here.
Now turn around, face the wall, and don't try to follow me.
Pop, hand me the gun and tell me all about it.
Don't come toward me.
The gun, Pop. Now hand it over. We'll have a talk. Maybe over a cup of coffee.
Stay away, I said.
I should have had better sense. A novice at a stick-up is like a kid with the Einstein theory. He doesn't know what it's all about, and he shoots out of sheer fright and nervousness. That sharp, searing pain across my temple before I blacked out told me a bullet had creased my skull. That's all I remembered until I woke up in a precinct police station.
Wow. Coming out of it, huh, Stone?
Oh, my head, Kalski. Did you get him?
Nope. Ground car picked you up. Somebody reported a shot.
Oh, and you brought me here.
Want to try sitting up?
Oh, sure. Oh. How close was it?
Quarter of an inch from pay dirt, I'd say.
Kalski, you are now looking at a prize boob.
Oh?
Oh, yes. Yes, I tried to take a gun away from a stick-up man.
You ought to have better sense.
But this was different. I don't think he ever did it before.
Guy has to start sometime.
Yeah, but he, want a description?
That's what I'm waiting for, Randy.
Man about 70.
70?
70.
Oh, with a long white beard.
Kalski, the man, was about 70. A little over 5.5 feet.
Sure. Name of Rip Van Winkle?
For all I know, it might be. But when you find him, he'll have my wallet on him. Oh, and Kalski.
Yeah?
He's nervous enough to take a shot at anybody. Next time, he might be able to hold a gun a little steadier and on target. So, 10 minutes later, I left the precinct station. Kalski put out a call for the little old man who made like Jesse James. I went back to my desk at the Star. Maybe I had a story. I wanted to wait until the police picked up the old man because whatever made him turn bandit was a story. An hour passed, and I was just about getting ready to give up.
Oh, hi, Mr. Stone.
Oh, hello, Larry.
I didn't come in this time of night. You're almost always out.
Larry, you don't know how close I was to that permanently.
Hurt your head?
Yeah.
How?
Well, I was wearing my hat with a feather in the band.
Huh?
Yes, I got mixed up in a badminton game.
I don't get it.
Well, you work on it, kid. I'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, I get it. Feather, badminton.
A for effort, Larry.
Oh, hey, I almost forgot.
What?
Here's a package for you.
For me? What is it?
Oh, no. Open it up and see.
That's working them out, kid. Where did you get this?
Hey, that's a wallet with some dough in it.
It's mine. I said, where'd you get this?
Dan gave it to me.
Where is she?
Left, I guess.
By the elevator?
I guess so. Leastways, she was waiting for it when I...
You sure it wasn't a man?
I'm old enough to tell the difference.
Oh, I stand here chewing the fat.
Hey, what's going on? Hey, Mr. Stone.
Larry, stay by the phone. Take down anything that comes in. The woman who brought back my wallet had 8 floors to go down on that slow night elevator. I had a chance to beat her to the lobby, so I took the stairs 5 at a time. And then I was in the lobby, but the elevator had beaten me down. I ran over to the night man.
Well, hello there, Mr. Stone.
How are you?
You didn't come down in the elevator?
Yeah, how long you been down here?
Oh, just a couple of seconds.
A woman ride down with you?
Yeah, from your floor.
She go outside?
Yeah. Hey, something wrong?
Come on with me, will you?
Why all the fuss?
Would you recognize the woman if you saw again?
Oh, I guess so.
Now, take a look both ways. Tell me if you see her.
Had on a little hat, old lady, too.
Old? How old?
60, 65, thereabouts.
You see her?
Ain't sure, but I think that's her at the bus stop.
Which side of the street?
Other side, next block.
Okay, thanks. See you later. Maybe it was she, maybe it wasn't. I hurried across the street just as a bus pulled up and took on a passenger. A little old lady wearing a little hat. I reached the stop as the bus was pulling away.
Hey, you always stick your head in front of buses like that, Buster?
Yeah, I get results and rides that way. There were other vacant seats in the bus, but the one I wanted was next to a little old lady. A little old lady whose eyes were red, as though she'd been having a real good old-fashioned cry. She didn't even notice me sit down on the seat beside her. For a moment, I just sat and watched her frail, blue-veined hands pulling on a wet handkerchief and sobbing. There's something wrong, lady.
No, I'm all right.
Thanks for returning my wallet. There's $10 missing.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know anything about your wallet.
You know, be easy to check that. We get off, we take a bus back to the Star Building. There's a night man and an office boy who saw it.
This is my stop.
2 blocks from the paper? That's a short ride. Now, look, I don't know what this is all about, but I'm willing to learn. Now, you can either tell me here or we can go somewhere else.
Can't you just forget it, please?
Forget it. I could have been killed.
I know, but he didn't mean it.
Who was he, or who is he?
He's my husband.
Oh. Well, do you want to talk about it?
If I tell you why he did it, will you help him?
Look, let's get off this bus. We'll take a cab to... Well, where?
I want to go home.
All right. I'll take you home. But something tells me I'm sticking my neck out.
Down, Mr. Stone.
No, not right away. Is your husband here?
No.
All right, let's have the truth, Mrs. Benson. Why did your husband hold me up?
It was the only way he could get the money tonight.
Well, why tonight?
We need $200 by tomorrow morning.
Oh? And why return my wallet to me with over $50 in it? Why didn't he keep it all?
He needed just enough to...
Enough for what, Mrs. Benson?
I want to show you something. Then you'll understand. Here. Look at these.
Now, what are these?
Look at them.
Yes, I'm looking. What do they mean? Figures, problems, pages of them, notebooks filled with...
His system for winning at roulette.
Winning it? Oh, no.
For the last 10 years, he's done nothing but work on it.
Well, there's always one of those, the big brain who can sit down and beat the little numbers that go around.
Oh, please.
Does he have any idea how many of these systems have put period to a lot of rosy dreams?
He believes in it.
Yeah, they all do.
Harry's no fool. He's a brilliant man, Mr. Stone. He was a professor of mathematics.
Was?
Yes. But they said he was too old. Retired him.
No other jobs?
Nobody wanted a mathematician or a man almost 70.
Yeah, but this gambling, he should know better. The odds are never with the player, only with the house.
At first it was just a hobby. He liked to work out the odds, and then when things got desperate...
Yes, and now?
We have the same.
And tonight he's going to play his big system, Where?
I don't know. I told you, I don't know.
Did he take the gun?
No, he left it here.
Well, that's one good thing anyway.
What will you do now?
I don't know.
And the police?
They're looking for him already.
Oh, get to him first, Mr. Stone.
Why?
He won't let himself be arrested like a thief. That's the last thing he said. He wouldn't let the police arrest him.
listening to Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
So there I had it, a little old ex-professor of mathematics with another system for beating an unbeatable game. There's something in each of us that makes every individual believe he's different. The I can do better philosophy is human. If it weren't, we wouldn't have the Brooklyn Bridge, the better mousetrap, or the fellow who blinks his eyes in bewilderment and says, I thought I had it all figured out. Okay, I decided to go after Professor Benson. I headed for a spot where I thought I might pick up some information.
What's in your mind, Stone? You said you wanted to see me.
Yeah, just for a minute, Cully.
Okay, what?
How's the game going?
Win a little, I lose a little. You want in?
No, not tonight. Tell the truth, Cully, I'm looking for a bigger layout.
Blue chips here are 500. How big can you get?
Oh, some. But this is a private poker party.
Yeah, I wouldn't want news of it to get around.
Oh, don't worry, Cully. I did you a favor.
Now remember, give me a break in your paper. Okay, what do you want?
I want to know where there's a roulette layout.
Don't know?
You get around.
Some, but I don't talk about it.
Just this once, Cully.
Why?
I'm looking for somebody who might be playing.
Why?
I gotta find him.
Why?
Oh, Cully, you're repeating yourself.
Anything else? Maybe I'd do you a favor. This? No. Besides, I don't think there's a wheel in town.
I think there is.
Okay, you think. Now, so long, Stone.
All right.
Oh, before you go...
Yeah.
If I were you, I'd make this the last stop. You ask funny questions, and you might not get such funny answers.
It was the same in the other three places. And after hitting each one, I checked with the police, but Professor Benson seemed to have got himself swallowed up somewhere in the 1,000 square miles of Chicago. And then I was on my way again, trying to remember all the likely places until...
Hi. Mind if I walk with you?
Now, what if I did?
Oh, I'd walk anyway. I need exercise. My doctor says so. Hey, you got a doctor?
Oh, yeah. What's your problem?
Oh, not much you couldn't clean up, Stone.
Oh, you know me, hmm?
Sure, everybody knows Randy Stone. You're real famous, like. You're getting even more famous tonight.
What's the answer to that?
You've been around a few places.
And that's illegal?
No, but it's silly.
Okay, so I'm silly. So long. Glad to meet you.
Hey, not so fast, Stone. We got to talk.
On what subject?
Money? That suit you?
All right. Get rid of it. What have you got to say?
Look, Stone, everybody wants peace and quiet. The whole world's in a mix-up because one guy don't agree with the other guy, right?
Oh, my. Another big thinker with brass knuckles.
Yeah. Now, like I say, everybody wants peace and quiet. But there's a lot of guys have to make a living in a funny way.
Why don't you get to the point?
Sure. Now, take you, for instance, for example, huh? Your boss says, Stone, go out and see how many gambling joints are buzzing. So you, being a nice, hard worker, you go out.
Nobody sent me out for that.
Okay, so nobody sends. But somebody sends me.
So what about it?
Nothing. Only everybody likes to see everybody else happy. Maybe this could do it for you.
How much is that?
$1,000.
I'm stirring up a lot of muddy water, huh?
Yeah. You've been at 3-4 places. And to the cops.
Not for what you think.
I ain't paid to think, only to carry out orders. This is one. Want the dough?
Listen, I'm only looking...
Yeah. Looking for somebody. Cut it out.
I'm telling the truth.
I'm telling the truth, too. Stone, put your nose in one more place where they don't like stuck-in noses. And somebody will push it right to the back of your head.
Sometime, somewhere, somebody said there's nothing like a quiet fireside, complete with pipe and slippers. But can you make a career out of it? For that matter, can you make a career out of a hold-up, a creased skull, and a nasty little hoodlum? Well, I was trying to. And just to find an ex-professor who had a very common disease, I can't lose-itis. Okay, I'd try 1 or 2 more places, and then I'd quit. I got the same answers. And by this time, the name of Randy Stone was enough to close more doors than a quarantine sign. I was asking for it, and I got it.
Stone, huh? Here I am again.
Oh, yes, I see. Okay, you win. Let's forget the whole thing.
Just like that, huh? Over here, you guys. I brought some friends.
I said you win. Let's forget it.
Yeah, you was told. You didn't pay attention.
Use your head, fella. Beat me up and every newspaper in town will get the story. They'll really split things open.
I got orders.
Oh, forget him. Go back and tell the guy.
I got orders. Besides, you ought to be a good example to any other cookie who thinks he's a one-man vice squad. You guys close it.
Now, listen to me. I'm not out to set up a knockover for anything. I'm hunting for someone.
Don't go through that again.
It's the truth.
Max, start the ball rolling.
You're an idiot.
To think you could have had $1,000 instead of this. Hey, now your nose looks much better.
A professional working over is done with finesse. It's meant to stop just short of murder, but leave a nasty memory. When I came to, I was propped against a building in the alley, and the world at that moment was a bad place. And I was mad, and my anger was for the little professor with his system. Now I really wanted to find him and turn him over to the police. But I couldn't find him the way I'd started out. No one had talked, no one except perhaps one person. One of those strange, pathetic creatures known as a stoolie. I cleaned myself up at the nearest washroom, grabbed a cab, and went to see him at a dirty, shabby rooming house. He was there.
Look, Randy, you got yourself worked over already. What do you want from me, huh?
Just a little information, Gus.
Yeah, I know. Nobody comes to me except for that. Someday I'm going to buy a chicken farm and get out of this business.
Yeah, now listen, you know everything that goes on in this town, within limitations.
Yeah, I know plenty. But not everything.
Well, most of it. I want you to find out something for me.
Yeah?
There's a roulette wheel somewhere.
I don't know nothing.
Oh, come on, Gus, come on.
Randy, sir, help me. Hope to kiss a pig. Nothing.
Don't be afraid, Gus. I'm not starting a cleanup. I just want to find something.
I know from nothing.
For $50?
Huh?
$50.
It ain't good, Randy. I done a lot of favors for the cops. They shoot square with me. They kind of see I don't get hurt, but you...
This isn't a crusade. I want to find someone.
You leveling, Randy?
I'm leveling.
Well, if you ain't, if anything happens, both of us could end up real bad in the red. I do a nice business.
All right, just between you and me, Gus. Now, how about it?
$75?
Okay, 75.
Now?
I haven't got it on me. You know I'm good for it.
Then send it to me, not bring it personally.
All right. I'll send it to you.
Uh-huh. Now, who do you want to find?
So I left it with Gus, and he arranged to call me at a pay station as soon as he learned anything. I waited in front of the phone for an hour, and then an hour and a half. All the while I wondered what was happening with Professor Benson. The thing was building up in my mind. It'd be ironic if his system worked with my money. What would I do? What could I do? Whose money would it be? Then the call came through in the booth. Hello?
Randy?
Oh, yeah, Gus.
Yeah, I got what you want, but you got to promise no knockover.
No, I told you that.
Okay. There's a little guy like you told me about. He's playing the wheel.
Where?
Remember the old Dixie Club?
Yeah.
Okay, there's a layout in the back. Everything from Pharaoh to one-armed bandits. All fancy.
And he's there?
Yeah. And Randy.
What?
You better get there quick.
Why? What's the matter?
This guy's hotter than a $2 pistol, and the boys running the joint are getting cross with him.
All right. I'll see you.
Now, hold it,
What?
will you? You gotta know how to get in.
Yeah, that might be handy. How do I do it?
Well, when you get to the door, just say, the name is McReady, see?
Yeah. McReady. I went back to Mrs. Benson because I figured I might need her. And then the two of us went to the old Dixie Club. From the outside, it looked like a boarded-up house, but Gus knew what he was talking about. A knock on the door, it opened a tiny bit, and I was McReady. Then the door opened all the way. Mrs. Benson and I went in, back to a big room filled with people. But the dice game was deserted, so was the blackjack table, and the faro layout, also the poker tables. But the crowd pressed in against the roulette table, around a little old man whose face was flushed and whose skin glistened with perspiration. In front of him was a huge stack of chips, and as Mrs. Benson and I approached the table...
Number 11, black.
I won.
I won again. It's working. You see, everyone, it's working.
Hello, Benson.
Stone.
Doing all right, huh?
Please, you're not here to take me away.
Well, that's the general idea.
Harry, come with us.
Oh, no. Look, I've got all this, and there's more to come.
Okay, you're ahead. But there is something else. Earlier this evening, you...
Here's your money. Take it.
Harry, I've never seen you like this.
Dora, all this money, yours and mine.
Yeah, all right. Now, come on. Pick it up and let's go.
No, I won't let you take me till I play to the end of my system.
Your system, yeah.
Yes. I've waited for this. Waited till I knew I was right. Now you want to...
Take it easy. What's your trouble, mister?
Are you speaking to me?
Right to you.
Who are you?
I happen to run this place.
Well, it's slightly illegal.
Who are you?
I'll tell you. He's a newspaper man. His name is Stone, and he wants to take me away.
Stone, huh? How'd you get in here?
I know a man named McReady.
I wish I knew how you got to know him.
I was introduced. Now, let's cut out the small talk.
$5,000 isn't small talk. That's what he's into me for.
Any objection if he takes it and leaves?
I won't. You listen to me.
Harry, don't you know what you've done tonight?
Yes, I do. I've won for us.
All right, then take it and leave.
No, I said no. For 40 years, I gave everything I had to other people. What did they give me? A gold watch and a wonderful speech. But Dora and I couldn't eat the speech. Maybe if you spent over half your life in trying to...
Harry.
All right, well, what do we do now?
It's up to him. He's playing a closed table. If he wants to go on, all right.
I do.
That answer you, Stone?
And what'll happen?
What do you mean by that?
Figure it out.
I see. You know what could happen, don't you, Stone?
Sure, I've met a few muscle boys already tonight.
Could get worse.
Okay. All right, Benson, it's your funeral. You've got $5,000 in front of you now. You can take it and leave, or you can play. Suit yourself.
I'm going to play.
No, Harry, no.
I've got 2 more numbers, Dora, 2 more.
Okay, place your bet, Benson.
Yes. 27, red. $1,000. Will you take that much?
I'll cover it. Go ahead.
Harry, for the last time, don't.
No matter what we say, he'll do it. Let him go.
27, red.
All right, spin it.
Sure.
And be careful.
Yeah, I'll be careful.
Please spin the wheel.
Harry.
What's the matter?
Nothing. Go on, spin it.
Sure. Number 27, red.
You see, you thought I was crazy, but look at it. I've won again.
Harry!
Benson, come on, help me get him away from the table.
Take him into my office, will you? Get him away from here.
I've got to play one more.
Yeah, sure. You've got to play one more number. Give me a hand, somebody, please. That's it, thank you.
Don't
come on,
take me away.
Benson.
Please,
Come on.
Please.
All right, on the couch.
You don't understand. There's one more number. My money. Where is it?
It's at the table. Now, take it easy.
No, my money. Somebody will steal it.
It'll be all right.
Dora, go back and get it. Dora, go.
I'll call for a doctor.
No. Let me up.
No, Harry, lie down.
My money. Get it, Dora. Get it.
All right. Stay with him, Mrs. Benson. Don't let him up.
Yes.
Well?
How much does he have coming?
Including the last spin, 41,000.
Can you cover?
I'll cover.
All right, cash these.
Wait a minute. Maybe he wants to play some more.
He's finished playing. Cash these.
Okay. Eddie, get 41,000 from the safe and...
No! Leave it there!
What?
Leave it there!
What are you talking about?
He wants to play it.
Oh, he's crazy. Let me talk to him.
No, he won't listen. He wants to play it. To the end. He made me promise I would.
What? Well, do you want to?
I promised.
All of it?
Yes.
Can you cover that much?
Not at 35 to 1. 20 cents on the dollar, take it or leave it. Take it and I'll spin. Leave it and I'll close the wheel now.
I'll play.
Oh, for the love of heaven, Mrs. Benson, there's $41,000 here. Do you realize you can lose?
He said I couldn't.
I bet he's got...
I promised I'd play it on Number 21.
Oh, let me talk to him. Let me...
No, I made a promise. Play it.
41,000 on number 21 red. Is that what you want?
Yes.
All right.
A fair spin.
A fair spin. And the last one.
Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
All right. 21 red. Number 13 black. How about that, fellas?
Are you satisfied, Mr. Benson?
Yes, I am. I didn't want it to win. I didn't want that money because it killed him.
It killed him?
Yes, he's dead.
What? Oh, Mrs. Benson, what can I say?
Oh, I was so sure. And I lied to him. I lied. But I didn't want it. It killed him.
You lied? No, you kept your promise. You played for him.
Here.
But his system, it's... Well, Mrs. Benson, you played 21.
I know. And his last number was 13.
Well, here I sit, back in the office, wondering, watching the lights go out and the dingy gray of dawn creeping through the streets. And somewhere out there is an old woman, a lonely old woman who could have had almost $50,000, but at the loss of something that no amount of money could buy back for her. The man who quit while he was ahead. Yep. Where there's a winner, there's a loser. That's the way it's been, and that's the way it'll always be. Oh, well. Coffee, boy.
Night Beat, a dramatic series, stars Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
It's time now for another hard-hitting adventure with Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone on Night Beat. But first, a reminder. Tomorrow evening, join Brian Donlevy as he takes you on another dangerous assignment. Sunday, Douglas Fairbanks brings you authentic action stories based on activities of your government security agents. This new series is The Silent Men, and you'll enjoy the pulse-quickening adventures which the silent men bring to the NBC microphone. Then Monday night, Herbert Marshall assumes that mysterious identity of the man called X. And for photos of your favorite NBC stars, buy the current NBC Silver Jubilee issue of Radio TV Mirror magazine. And now it's Night Beat on NBC. NBC presents transcribed Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. Tonight's story began more than a year ago, around 7 a.m. of a cold November. The city room was a wilderness of empty desks. There was a chill in the air. The radiators were knocking, but the heat wasn't coming in. Dawn dribbled down the main aisle like dirty dishwater. My desk lamp shone dismally on a cup of stale coffee and a chocolate donut, one bite missing. I was trying to finish my column and go home, but it was just one of those days. The words wouldn't come. And I just sat there looking at the typewriter keys, hating them one and all from A through shift lock to ditto marks. And the drunk smiled sadly. Oh, nuts.
That must be him, all right, Jenny.
I suppose so. I pictured a better-looking man.
I looked up. The old guy was as twisted and gnarled as an old shillelagh. If you can picture a shillelagh in a seedy mail-order suit. The old gal was dressed in shapeless black crepe. Looked like something left over from a rather unsuccessful funeral. Yeah.
You go right on with your chores. Mr. Crothers and I'll just stand around and gawk.
Yeah, you do that.
Looks a lot easier than seeding an acre of barley, huh, Mr. Crothers?
Yeah, but watch them fingers go. Like a bunch of beavers.
Oh, beavers. Look.
You are Randy Stone, who covers the night beat?
Mm-hmm. And you two, I presume, are the Livingstons.
The Carruthers.
Jenny and S.B. Carruthers of Burroughs Junction, Illinois.
Well, I'm pleased to meet you.
You know, I bet you we've got every last column you ever wrote, Mr. Stone. Pasted in our Chicago scrapbook.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, along with Irv Kupsonet's column.
And the writings of that dear Mr. O'Brien before that sweet soul passed on. All you people who write about Chicago.
Ah.
And now we're really here ourselves.
Oh, it's like a dream come true. 55 years we waited.
Well, it doesn't seem that long, does it? Well, it's been fine seeing you. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Yes, sir. Jen and I met at the Columbian Exposition back in 1895. That's why we have such a warm spot in our heart for Chicago. She worked in a cigar factory up in East Chicago. That's what attracted me. Had nicotine on her fingers. Figured she must be one of them bad girls you're always hearing about and never lucky enough to meet.
Now, Mr. Crothers, you stop that.
Oh, that fair was quite an extravaganza. Of course, you heard about Little Egypt, Mr. Stone.
Oh, sure.
Oh, no, you stop that this minute, Mr. Crothers.
Oh, she had it, Mr. Stone. That little lady had it.
Will you listen to this dried-up old man? If that just doesn't...
Look, I'm sorry, but I've got to finish my work. Is there something you wanted?
No. Well, not exactly, that is.
Not exactly. Uh-huh.
We come off the train at 5:07 this morning and walked around a piece. All seems too strange, though. You know, the only place still standing is the hotel where Jen and I spent our honeymoon. But what a ruin that is today.
And you registered there?
No. That's it. That's what we want to talk to you about.
Where's your luggage?
Didn't bring any with us.
Oh, I see.
I know Jenny's pretty hungry and tired.
Now, you're the ones hungry and tired.
But I just couldn't go into any place and, well...
Oh, yeah, sure, I understand. Only the flattery about the column and the just folks talk, that wasn't necessary. Here. This 5-spot help?
Stand up. Stand up or I'll smash you right where you are.
V.J. Carruthers, you stop that.
You tell him to stand up.
All the blood's rushing to your head and that vein is standing out. Now you turn right around and start walking for those stairs.
What is this?
Mr. Carruthers, you hear me?
I just want him to...
Start walking.
Oh.
I'll be right with you. We didn't come here to beg, Mr. Stone.
You coming, Jen?
Be right with you, Mr. Joe Lewis.
Well, it's not begging if you're hungry.
We came here to see you. Well, because even if you never knew us, we've been reading about you for so long, we felt like you were an old friend. We just came by
Come on, Jen.
Yes, all right.
Now, wait a minute. Oh, now, look. Stop. Will you stop?
You just leave us alone.
Now, Mr. Carruthers.
Look, I'm tired and I'm irritable. I'm having trouble with my story.
Jen and me, we never took a dime we didn't work hard for.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Carruthers' pride. It's the talk of the whole county.
I can see it would be. Only when you mention not eating and having no luggage...
Hey, look in this purse of mine.
Now, stop that.
I want him to look into it. Does this look like we need your $5? $2,000 in traveler's checks is all?
Now, Mr. Carruthers, I don't like that, not one tiny bit.
Well, I want to show him.
That's just plain boasting. I just won't stand for it.
But, Jen...
You just better also tell him that it's the last red cent we have in the whole world, plus all the money from next year's crop advanced by the bank, plus $500 from a second mortgage on the property.
Still don't need his $5.
I told you, I'm sorry.
Well, all right then.
Now, what are you going to do with all that money?
We're going to make a dream come true.
A dream?
We only had about $12 between us when we got married.
Less than $5, you boaster.
Well, whatever... Let me tell him, will you?
Well, just keep the facts straight.
Ever since then, we always dreamed of coming back in style. If it couldn't be with the red carpet and all the trimmings...
You just listen to that man.
Now, it's true, and you know it. How many hours we spent just talking about what we do.
Well...
Only every time we got a few dollars ahead, well, something happened.
Yes, if it wasn't the flood, it was the drought, and if it wasn't a dust storm...
It was another baby on the way.
Mr. Carruthers.
Well, now we decided we're going to make that dream come true no matter what. Only we're a couple of old hayseeds, and we need help. You know, the right clothes, the right hotel, the right restaurants.
And you want my advice?
We did until you got so generous with $5.
We still do, Mr. Stone.
Well, I'll be very happy to help you.
Well, thank you. Jen and me, we just got to have the best time of our whole lives.
His voice had suddenly changed, and somehow the city room seemed to have grown much colder. I turned quickly to look at him. In the dim light, I saw something in those faded eyes that sent a trembling running through me. And then I looked again, and whatever I'd seen in the eyes wasn't there anymore. I decided that I was just tired, imagining things, and I let it go at that. They were a couple of sweet old characters, and I was going to do right by them. I poured enough coffee down my throat to push the cobwebs away, and then we started out on the town. First stop, of course, was an exclusive dress shop for stylish matrons on Michigan Boulevard. That's where all the lovely mannequins come equipped with soft gray wigs, and the indirect lighting and the specially designed mirrors were more than kind.
Well, what do you think of this dress, Mr. Carruthers?
Same as I thought of the others. Makes you look too old.
Oh!
Haven't they got something that shows a little of the foreleg?
Foreleg is what horses have.
Yeah, on a woman. The word is calf.
Well, whatever it is, I want to see it. So you just tell the young lady to bring out something else. Well, break it to me gently. How do I look?
Real nice, Mr. Carruthers.
I feel like a fish. Let me peek in this mirror.
He always does look so fine in blue, Mr. Stone. It just does wonders for his eyes.
Yeah.
Well, it's a mighty fine hotel, and I'm glad that Mr. Carruthers is registering. But...
Yeah, I know how you feel. $38 a day. It makes me a little weak in the knees.
No, it's not that. I want us to have the very best of everything. It's not that at all. It's just... Well...
Yeah?
Well, we're country people, Mr. Stone. I don't know how to say it.
Well, say what?
I've been married to Mr. Carruthers for 53 years. And in all that time, we've never slept apart. And I don't intend that we should start now.
What?
I've heard about these big city hotels with their twin beds.
You got nothing to worry about, honey. Not in the bridal suite. Well, after that, I gave Mr. Carruthers my telephone number should he need me, and then I staggered home for a couple hours of sleep. I was dead tired, but I wouldn't have traded this day for anything in the world. But then, just as I was about to doze off, all the warmth suddenly left me again, and again I heard what should have been just a nice bit of dialogue from a sweet old guy.
Jen and me, we just got to have the best time of our whole lives.
And for a moment, all the sleep was gone. I sat up, and when I tried to light a cigarette, my fingers trembled. And I didn't know why. During the next weeks, I got frequent calls from the Carruthers. They were having the time of their lives. They insisted I have at least one dinner with them, their treat. We ate at the pump room, where the prices can give you indigestion, but never the food. And then I could see that I wasn't the only one who'd fallen under the spell of Mr. and Mrs. Carruthers of Burroughs Junction, Illinois. The waiters, the busboys, the maitre d', the people at the other tables, there was love at first sight. And the evening ended in the great schmaltzy tradition, with Mr. and Mrs. Carruthers dancing by themselves on the small floor. And when the dance was over, everybody was clapping and touching their napkins to their eyes. Then the farmer and his wife came back to the table, hand in hand.
Oh, my head. Where's the man out? It's hot in here.
You better sit down before you fall over, Mr. Carruthers.
Oh, kid, I could dance you into the floor.
Kid! He's getting citified fast, huh, Mr. Stone?
Yes, he sure is, kid.
Yes, sir. Could dance you into the floor every night of the week and twice on the 4th of July.
Well, there's not going to be any more dancing. This is our last night.
Oh?
Money's all gone. Oh, but what a time we've had.
Got a lot more respect for money if it can bring us a month like this, eh, Jim?
Oh, isn't it the truth?
We ought to drink a final toast, then. Just about enough left. All right. You've got the floor, Mr. Carruthers.
Oh, all right. Well, I can't think of anything real clever. Let me see. Oh, I got a toast I learned at a stag when I was a growing boy.
Now, Mr. Carruthers.
I wasn't going to use it, Jim. No. Here's my toast. For every moment of our life together, I thank you, my dear.
I went on about my work, checked in with the office at midnight as usual, and the girl at the switchboard had a message for me. Called Central Police Station and asked for Captain Barton. I put in the call thinking, well, laddie, back to the old routine. Then the captain came on the phone.
Stone, we got a torn jacket down here with your name and telephone number scribbled on a slip of paper in one of the pockets.
Well, all my jackets are accounted for, Captain. I'm wearing it.
No, this one belonged to an old fella around 70. Dark blue, good material.
Well, that sounds like it belongs to Mr. Carruthers.
Now, how do you spell that name? Where can I get a hold of him right away?
Wait a minute, not so fast. What's up?
Plenty is up. Your Mr. Carruthers is on his way to commit murder.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Before we begin Act 2 of tonight's exciting adventure with Randy Stone, we'd like to pause and salute station WKBH in La Crosse, Wisconsin. Today, station WKBH celebrates the completion of 25 years of broadcasting to the residents of Wisconsin, Iowa, and Minnesota. From the entire staff of Night Beat, sincere congratulations to you, WKBH, on your silver anniversary. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
Captain Barton sat on the edge of his desk while I examined the jacket. And across from him was a mournful-looking man with a fresh bandage plastered to his forehead. Barton stood up.
Well?
Yes, it's his. What's it all about? How'd it get torn?
How did he get torn, he asks.
Suppose you tell him, Mr. Hartman.
What's to tell? He's strong for an old man like that.
Well, he did farm work all his life.
I could make a joke and say he sure plowed into me. Big joke.
Mr. Hartman operates a pawn shop on Milwaukee Avenue.
Well, what was he doing in your pawn shop?
He was attracted by a revolver display I had in the window.
Revolver display?
Particularly one Colt 32, priced $35. Worth every penny.
He tried to steal the gun?
I didn't say that. He wanted to buy it, okay, but he didn't have a license. So I told him to go down to the police department and get a license tomorrow. He said he didn't have the time. It had to be now.
It had to be now.
I said I was sorry. With me, it's strictly legitimate. Then the roof fell in. An old man like that.
That sure doesn't sound like the fellow I know.
He took the gun and started running for the door. Well, I grabbed him by the sleeve of his jacket here, and then whammo, he smacks the gun into my puss. Well, I hang on to the coat. It splits right down the middle, and he keeps running.
That isn't the only item on your Mr. Carruthers tonight, Stone.
What do you mean?
This statement here didn't add up until Mr. Hartman came in. You listen to this. A telephone report from the Ajax Drugstore, 1947 Wabash Avenue. Ernest J. Gorman, manager. The statement follows. At about 8:40 p.m. tonight, Gorman waited on an elderly man dressed in a dark blue suit. The man told Gorman he wished to purchase some poison.
Poison?
The man claimed he wanted poison to destroy rats, but Gorman's suspicions were aroused by the man's insistence on knowing the reaction of such poisons on the human body.
The old guy's a real doozy.
The man offered Gorman $100.
That's what he offered me, only I turned him down cold. I've been in business since 1900.
Go on, Captain.
$100 for a few capsules of poison. When Gorman refused, the man exclaimed, "I won't let her suffer. I'll find some way," and disappeared before Gorman could stop him.
Brother.
So he doesn't need the poison. He has my $35 gun.
Hey, where are you going?
The phone. Operator, get me the Ambassador East Hotel. Fast, please. I don't know the number. It's an emergency.
Is that where they're staying?
Yes, you better get over there quick.
I'll get on this intercom. Hurry. Have a car out in front right away. We'll be right...
Oh, hello. I want to speak to Mr. Carruthers, room 1217. Yes, hurry, please. What's that? When? I see. Okay. Thank you. You can cancel that car, Captain.
Huh?
Mr. and Mrs. Carruthers checked out of the hotel 3 hours ago. Left no forwarding address. When I left the police station a little after 2 a.m., I really felt Jim Dandy. I tried to get back to work, but that was a lost cause. Trying to kill his wife, it didn't make sense. It just didn't make sense. I recalled the first time I'd seen them, the old guy shooting off his mouth about the Columbian Exposition of 1895, Little Egypt, and how changed everything was. And then I stopped dead in my tracks. That hotel that they'd stayed in back in 1895. I started running for the nearest phone booth. I woke up half a dozen people all over Chicago, local historians, hotel keepers. Finally, a sleepy-voiced fellow in charge of the Hotel Association of America gave me an answer.
Must be the Gulliver House.
Gulliver House,
Yeah, that's what you must mean. Built for the exposition.
Where is it?
Let me try and clear my head. Woke me up out of a sound sleep.
Will you please hurry? It's urgent.
93rd Street, it was considered very elegant when it was built. But now it's practically a flop house.
No, there wasn't much left of the Gulliver House early grandeur. The marble floors were cracked and stained, and the oversized chandeliers were filled with cobwebs and burned-out bulbs that nobody bothered to replace. And a flock of beat-up leather chairs, an open elevator in the corner like a birdcage waiting for a lost canary. Nobody around but a bearded guy snoozing on a couch. I went to the desk. The night clerk was in an alcove making a pot of coffee on a little gas plate. I banged the bell.
I'll be right with you.
An old couple named Carruthers check in here tonight.
Carruthers?
Uh-huh.
Oh, yes, a couple of hours ago. Room 412. Just let me finish measuring out this coffee now.
Take your time. I got all night.
Hey, where are you going? No, you wait till I call him. Don't you take that elevator.
The elevator was another relic of the Columbian Exposition. And for the sake of the older generation, I only hope Little Egypt had just half the vibrations. It seemed to move in all directions except up. Oh, come on. What was I going to find in room 412? I didn't even want to think about it. By then, I'd reached the 4th floor. And through the iron grillwork, I saw Mr. Carruthers standing in a faded bathrobe and holding a Colt revolver that would have looked much better in the hock shop window.
Well, open the door and come on out.
What have you done to Jenny?
The clerk called up and told me you were on your way.
That open door down the hall, that's your room?
Stay right where you are, Mr. Stone. That must be the manager ringing for the elevator.
What have you done to your wife?
Keep your voice down. Folks sleeping.
Tell me.
My nephew, Martin, that's my sister's boy. If he hadn't got out of medical school last June, well, you know how it is. We wanted to give him a start. Figured it was time for a physical examination anyhow.
Uh-huh.
I guess I ain't been to a doctor since maybe 1927 when I tore a ligament in my back. And Jenny, well, almost as long. Anyhow, poor Martin, after he examined us in July, he called me into his office and said he was sorry that he ever become a doctor. Nice boy. He sure hated to tell me that Jenny had to die.
Die?
One of them incurable things. Too late to do anything about it. No pain yet. Another couple of months for that. And then maybe 2 more months at the most. Oh, I wish he'd stop that.
That's when you decided on the trip to Chicago?
At least we did have that, huh? Forget everything but how happy we were.
Yeah.
But in the back of my mind, I decided that when the trip was over, well, I hadn't been able to do very much for Jenny. Maybe I could fix it so she wouldn't have to suffer.
And so you got the gun, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Where are you going?
Your room?
I'm warning you, don't. Don't. You'll wake her up.
What?
Here's the gun. Take it.
It hasn't been fired.
I couldn't even do that for her. I sat there and I tried, but I couldn't even do that.
I see.
I can't help it. I'm selfish, I guess. I want every minute that I can have with her. I don't care how or why or anything. You better take that elevator down before he has a conniption.
Yeah, I guess I'd better. Mr. Carruthers.
Yes?
Nothing. Give Jen my love. Goodbye. More than a year passed. I didn't forget the Carruthers, but I don't know. Life keeps piling up in front of you, and my memory of them kept being pushed farther and farther into the darkness. But early this evening, all the lights went on again. Fast. The paper sent me up to the Capitol at Springfield to cover a political story. I was driving back to Chicago the same day. Around 5 p.m., I saw that I was getting low on gas and I'd better fill up at the next town. And then I was passing the highway sign of the next town. Elevation, nil. Population, even more so. But I forgot all about that when I saw the name of the place. Burroughs Junction. I stopped at the gas station only long enough to look through the thin phone book. And 10 minutes later, I was parked in front of a rusty RFD mailbox with the name Carruthers stenciled on the side. The frame house was badly in need of paint. The pickup truck stood in the yard balanced on blocks, its rear wheel missing. The steps were broken, an empty rocking chair groaned back and forth in the light wind as I crossed the warped porch. I knocked on the door, and after a while a hall light went on and someone was coming for the front door. What could I say to him? What could I tell him? And then the door was open.
Why, Mr. Stone. Oh, how nice to see you again.
Mrs. Carruthers.
Come in. Come on in.
Oh, sure.
Well, it's not much like the bridal suite at the Ambassador East now, is it, Mr. Stone?
Let me look at you. Oh, you look fine.
Well, I feel all right for an old lady.
Oh, man, do I feel relieved. I thought that...
Huh?
Well, a young doctor, I guess he's entitled to one mistake, especially this kind, huh?
Oh, I see. Mr. Carruthers told you.
Yeah.
Well, my nephew and I, we played a trick on the mister.
Huh?
I guess it's hard for you to understand about taking that trip to Chicago. It just grew out of all proportions. I mean, it became, I guess the word is obsession. Is that the word?
Yeah.
Well, as time went on and all our plans for the trip fell through again and again, well, in Mr. Crothers' mind, not taking the trip became like a sign of his defeat. Just listen to me talking like one of those psychiatrists or whatever they call them.
Well, you're talking fine.
But for him, it was the one thing that made our life together incomplete. Like he'd failed me. Of course, that sure wasn't so. I had the most wonderful life with him that any woman... But men think different than women about what's important and what's not.
Yeah.
And if he'd known the real truth, he'd never have taken that trip. All he'd think about was providing for me. He was that way.
He sure was.
He passed on 6 months ago. 6 months this October.
What?
My nephew and I, that was the trick, Mr. Stone. You see, it was Mr. Carruthers who had the sickness.
A fellow once wrote, when two people really love each other, there can never be a happy ending. Well, maybe, but I don't know. I sort of think if he could have seen the look of love in Mrs. Carruthers' eyes as she talked about Mr., and if he could have heard the pride in her voice, maybe he'd have changed his line just a bit. Maybe to make it read, when two people really love each other, there can never be an ending. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's transcribed story was written by Larry Marcus, with music by Robert Armbruster. The part of Mrs. Carruthers was played by Jeanette Nolan. Ralph Moody was Mr. Carruthers. Others featured were Ben Wright and Lou Krugman. Don Rickles speaking. Frank Lovejoy can currently be seen starring in Warner Brothers' Force of Arms. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. Tomorrow morning, be sure to hear the premiere broadcast of the Somerset Maugham Theater. Somerset Maugham's famous novel, The Moon and a Sixpence, will be presented tomorrow morning. Later, tomorrow evening, join Monty Woolley as the Magnificent Montague. And for photos of your favorite NBC stars, buy the current Silver Jubilee issue of Radio TV Mirror magazine. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. Now, screen actor Frank Lovejoy comes to the NBC microphone as reporter Randy Stone on Night Beat. But first, let me tell you about our other mystery features on NBC. Saturday night, Brian Donlevy brings you international intrigue as he accepts another dangerous assignment. Then on Sunday, Mike Waring as the Falcon becomes involved in a murder. Later, Martin Caine, Private Eye, featuring Lloyd Nolan, investigates a mysterious case concerning jewel smuggling. Yes, stay tuned to the NBC Radio Network. The NBC Radio Network is now entering its second quarter century as a great entertainment medium. And now from Hollywood, it's Night Beat on NBC. NBC presents transcribed Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. And sooner or later, on any given night, you'll find me wandering across a neon-lighted wilderness on South State Street known as Skid Row, where all good dreams come home to die. That night, the moment I reached the street, I knew that something was decidedly different. Up ahead was Rescue Mission, a shabby little store with a crudely crayon sign offering salvation and vegetable soup to one and all. Tonight, Rescue Mission had a lineup of lost souls half a block long. I went over to see what the excitement was all about, but a bearded old gent in gym shoes and an army overcoat held together by safety pins barred my path.
Don't get rambunctious, buddy boy. Stand in line like a good soldier.
Yeah, well, I just want to get through
Stand in line or I warn you, I'll wake up.
You'll what?
And you'll be gone.
Huh?
Kindly remember you're just an insignificant figment of my magnificent dream.
Oh.
That old wives' tale about pinching yourself, and if you feel pain, then you're awake.
Yeah?
There's nothing to it. Observe, figment of my imagination, I pinch myself. Ouch! The pain is fearful, and still I dream that the rescue mission on Skid Row is serving filet mignon.
Yeah, it was true. Some unknown benefactor had contributed $200 to the mission with specific instruction that the stakes must be at least 2 inches thick. It was like that all up and down Skid Row. The same source had seen to it that the A1 flop house had clean sheets and pillowcases for the first time in the memory of living man. And when I dropped into the corner tavern to see how things were going in the cold beer department, the bartender stuck a champagne cocktail under my nose.
Here you are, sport.
Hey, wait.
It's for free. Bon appetit.
Huh?
That's French. It means you should enjoy it.
Oh, swell. Santa Claus comes to Skid Row.
Look, Santa Claus wouldn't give you a 2-cent seltzer. It's that beat-up dame at the end of the bar.
Her?
Yeah, she must have rolled one of them visiting bankers from Iowa.
She was perched on a stool at the far end of the bar, next to the lighted jukebox and the empty phone booth and the stacks of beer cases. A bleached-out Tootsie with a gardenia in her hair. As I walked toward her, the shifting lights of the jukebox turned her face into a multicolored mask. First blue, then amber, then rose, and then blue again. And then I was beside her. And the illusion of a mask was even stronger. The black phony eyelashes fastened to the heavily powdered skin. And a slash of red to signify the mouth. And out of the blue eyeshadow, her eyes moving restlessly. So you're the good fairy, huh?
Huh? Oh, yeah, I guess that's what I am, all right. 1 second, sing out.
Yeah, I'll do that. What's the celebration?
My birthday. That's the celebration.
Well, happy birthday. Many of them.
Many of them. You got quite a sense of humor, hon.
Hmm?
Good fairy. I like that. I waved my wand, and the bums ate steaks and drank champagne and slept on clean sheets, huh? Well, I got news for you. You can wave a jerky wand till you're blue in the face. It also takes dough. $800. I hocked everything but my red flannels, like they say.
I bet.
But I always dreamed of something like this.
A fantasy, huh?
Is that what they call it? I gotta remember that. That's a good word. But now, whenever the 10th of November comes around, all these bums are gonna remember tonight and say, hey, this is Ruthie's birthday. I'll be famous for 2 whole blocks. Me and George Washington.
The 10th of November. This is the 9th.
Here's 2 bits. Will you put it in the jukebox and get something lively for a change?
Why didn't you wait for the 10th?
Because the truth of the matter is, if I waited for the 10th, there wouldn't be no celebration.
Why?
Will you go to that jukebox already and get some... Hey, what's that?
It's the phone booth over there.
Will somebody get the phone?
Well, I won't answer it. I won't.
Hey, what's with you?
I just won't answer it, that's all. You understand? It can ring all night and I won't answer it. I just won't.
Ruthie, come back here. I looked back at the bar and saw that in her terror the dame had forgotten her purse. I opened it to see if I could find any identification, and the card in her wallet said Ruth Martin and an address in St. Louis. I also found a hotel key with the name Royal Hotel, Chicago, Illinois, stamped on the leather holder. I also found a nice, neat .32 revolver, brand new, fully loaded, ready for business. They called this hotel the Royal for the same reasons they call a fat man tiny. I parked myself in the cramped little lobby and waited. A little before 11, Ruth Martin entered the lobby, asked for a key at the desk, and rang for the automatic elevator. I went on over. Hi, Ruth.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah, me. Your purse.
Thanks. I went back to the bar and it was gone. I thought you turned out to be a common thief.
You'll find everything there. I didn't even steal a bullet from the gun.
Well, that's real considerate, and I thank you kindly. Oh, this elevator takes all night.
You're not registered under your right name.
I couldn't be bothered with the press and those awful autograph hounds. You know how it is.
You want to tell me how it is, Ruthie?
Here's my elevator. Thanks for every little thing, hon.
Look, I hate to keep repeating myself, but if you waited for the 10th of November for your birthday, why wouldn't there be any celebration?
What's to celebrate about a funeral? Good night.
I took the stairs behind the elevator. The second-floor hallway was a dark, narrow passage with a raw electric light casting a faint glow over the double rows of sealed doors. Ruth was already opening her door halfway down the hall. As I started toward her, she reached into the room and snapped on the lights.
No! No!
I ran the rest of the way. Her room was a dismal cubicle of curling wallpaper and cracked calcimine. She was at the mirror, frantically rubbing the glass with her hands, trying to erase a message scrawled in lipstick. Vivian will keep her promise.
I gotta get it off and erase it.
All over the room, the same scribbling in red lipstick, like the meaningless doodlings of a child.
How did she find me? How did she find me?
Oh, come on now, Ruth, stop it.
She was in here, and here, and
Stop
here,
it.
and here.
Stop it. It's all right now. It's okay. Now, come on. Now, that's better.
I only moved into this dump this morning. I didn't even unpack yet. I didn't tell anyone I was here. I used a phony name, and she still found me.
Vivian, that's her name?
Yeah.
Well, who is she?
Vivian Clark. We were kids together. Gee, kids are crazy. What they don't know about the world would fill a book. Little girls. You know, they got a lot of fancy notions about how life's going to be.
Yeah.
We were 9, 10 years old. Lived in a down at the heel neighborhood. A lot of rooming houses and little hotels. And there were these dames who was always getting drunk and fighting. What do I have to do? Draw you a picture?
No picture, Ruth.
And then one day some cops brought the wagon for one of these women. She was celebrating her 30th birthday in a big way. Shouting, cursing. They came and dragged her away. And she was ugly. So ugly. And I remember we stuck our fingers in our ears not to hear her screaming. And the way she looked, I said to Vivian, promise me if I ever turn out like that, for my 30th birthday, you'll kill me. Kids. The ideas they have. How corny can you get?
All right, Ruth. All right. Come on now.
Yeah. Gee, I'm sorry.
It's all right. And you think that Vivian...
I don't think. I know. You saw what she wrote on the mirror. Vivian will keep her promise.
Yes, but look at the walls, the scribbling. It's like a kid.
A kid? Yeah. Yeah, you hit the nail right on the head, hon. What do you think's got me half crazy? A kid, all right. Vivian Clark died when she was 11 years old.
That was a small statement that called for coffee, strong and black. So I took Ruth downstairs to a deserted little restaurant next to the hotel. And after a while, Ruth looked up from the coffee.
You think I'm nuts, huh?
Well, I haven't decided. Finish the coffee.
You saw her handwriting.
Yeah, but...
Don't you understand? I've talked to this kid. I've heard her voice.
Now take it easy.
Sure. Just like that. Take it easy. Nothing to it. Look, sweetie pie, I'm so close to flipping my lid from these last 3 weeks.
Oh, that's when it started?
Yeah, 3 weeks. Or was it? Wait a minute. It couldn't be 3 weeks. My head. Talk about a merry-go-round. There isn't an asylum in the county that wouldn't give me free room and board for life. 3 weeks. Yeah, I guess that's what it's been. I was out in the town with Jerry Myers.
Jerry Myers?
A little tin horn character in St. Louis. With the silk white muffler and the talcum powder on his face and pearl gray spats. Always good to his mother. Just the same, you want to hear something personal? Of all the guys I've ever known, I still got a warm spot for little Jerry. He's really got a good heart. You'd like him.
Uh-huh.
So, anyway, we were out on the town having a time. You ask anybody in St. Louis about Ruthie Martin. Live, laugh, and be merry. That's my own private philosophy.
That's a good philosophy.
Yeah. Until you come to that other part. Tomorrow we die.
Now, Ruth, knock off with that.
Oh, gee. I was never like this before.
You were telling me about 3 weeks ago.
Oh, yeah, that night, that first night. Boy, did I get stinking that night. Me and Jerry. Sweet little guy. It must have been 4 a.m. when I got back to my room, and I just flopped across my bed and passed out like I'd been hit with an atom bomb or something. Anyway, I don't know if an hour passed, or a minute, or even a second. But all of a sudden, I knew the phone was ringing. I didn't want to wake up, but it kept ringing, and I knew if I didn't answer, it'd ring all night. Yeah?
Hello, Ruthie. I called to tell you I'm going to keep my promise like I said.
What promise?
You got a birthday in 3 weeks.
So?
You'll be 30 years old.
Hey, that's a lie, a rotten lie. I'm 26 and I can prove it with birth certificates and other papers. Who is this?
You know.
You sound like a kid.
Sure.
What's a kid calling in the middle of the night for? Who is this?
Don't you really recognize my voice? Vivian Clark.
I don't know any... What? Who did you say?
I just wanted to remind you of your birthday.
Hey, what kind of a gag is this? Vivian Clark is dead.
And to tell you I'll be seeing you like I promised. You remember my promise, Ruthie?
When I woke up the next morning, I thought it was all a dream. And by nighttime, I'd forgotten all about it. And then, just like before, right after I'd fallen asleep, the phone again.
This is Vivian.
Look, who's ever pulling this lousy gag, I think it stinks. And if you keep on doing it, I'm going to make plenty of trouble.
Vivian, then I promised.
Stop it, will you? Stop it! From then on, every night a call. After about 10 days of that, I couldn't take it anymore. So one night on the spur of the moment, I decided to clear out. Without saying anything to anybody, I packed a bag and grabbed the night train for Kansas City. I got in around 2 a.m. and just looking at a town where no one knew me or anything about me made me feel better. I found a nice hotel. I took a hot shower and had a little nightcap. And I really felt okay. Ready for the first good night's sleep in a long time. Snapped off the lights and I crawled into bed. And then I saw I was looking right at the phone on the nightstand. It gave me the jitters, you know. I reached for the phone to put it on the floor out of sight. But the minute I touched it... Well, I told myself it was just the manager wanting to know if the room was okay. Who else could it be? No one knew I was here. Just the same, my fingers really shook as I reached for the receiver. Yeah?
This is Vivian.
And that's how it's been ever since, Mr. Stone.
I see.
I bet I moved 15 times in the last 10 days from KC to Duluth to Chicago.
And she still follows you.
And tomorrow, for a birthday present, she catches up with me. She catches up with me, Mr. Stone.
Look, Ruth, I know a fella. He's a nice, friendly guy. He happens to be a doctor.
Oh, I was waiting for that one. A real nice guy, complete with straitjacket and butterfly net, huh?
Oh, no,
Oh,
you're
it's
wrong.
all in my head. Sure thing.
I didn't say that.
But you saw yourself what she did to my room. If I'm nuts, so are you.
Yeah, that could be.
Well, I'm not going to any witch doctor, so let's move on to suggestion number 2.
Well, let's face it. It is possible that someone is behind this. That somehow or other you've been followed from place to
For
place.
Pete's sake, how? With mirrors?
I don't know. I'm just trying to help you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, hon.
Okay. You got a nickel?
Huh?
I'm going to call an old gal named Mrs. Ferguson who works the night shift on the rewrite desk down at the paper.
Why?
Well, you're going to have to borrow her apartment for the night.
I don't get it.
We'll go straight to the apartment from here. You won't go back to the hotel to check out or even pick up your suitcase. Now, I'll do it for you later. We'll even give the cabbie a phony address a few blocks away from the apartment. We'll walk the rest of the way. There won't be a chance for any other person in all the world to know where you are. And if Vivian Clark calls you there, well, baby, we're both going to this doctor.
Hey, this place is kind of cute.
Yeah.
You get so tired of hotel rooms. They're lonely.
Uh-huh.
Say, you think she's got any aspirin in the medicine cabinet? I got a headache to end all headaches. Boy, I'm really knocked out.
Well, why don't you take a hot bath and try to get some sleep? I'll go and get your suitcase.
I just hope the minute you're gone, the phone don't ring.
It won't ring, Ruthie. Double lock the door.
Hey.
Hmm?
Why are you doing all this?
Oh, well, I'm an overage Boy Scout.
No, I'm serious.
Well, I don't know. I guess maybe you've been hit on the head long enough. Maybe that's it.
Look, before you go, would you kiss me? Not hard, not ugly, just soft and sweet. For luck.
For luck, Ruthie. I went on back to the Royal Hotel for Ruthie's suitcase. Ruthie's door was unlocked just as we'd left it. I opened the door, went into the room, was searching for the light switch when I saw the cigarette glowing in the dark. I whirled around trying to reach the door.
Hold everything, you. I got a snub-nosed 38 and an awful temper.
So?
Where's the little lady?
Ruth or Vivian?
I'm a fellow who likes a straight answer, you. Where's Ruth Martin?
I'd much rather talk about Vivian. Are you behind the...
What have you done with Ruth Martin? Listen to me. I'm going to be very distinct and precise, you, like H.V. Callenmore or somebody. Once more, I'm going to ask you. Then I'll remain silent for a reasonable length of time. Then, if you have an answer to my satisfaction, I'll kill you. What have you done with Ruth Martin? Sport, take my word for it. I never been more serious in my life. Where is she? Where is she? Where's Ruth? Will you tell me, please? Please, mister.
Toss the snub-nosed 38 on the floor and we'll talk. I haven't harmed her. She's okay.
Where is she?
The gun.
No.
It's the only way.
All right.
Thanks.
Where is she? You sure she's okay? Why'd she run off like that?
Wait. Let's get some light on the subject. It's better. Oh, I'm sorry I got so much of my blood on your white silk muffler.
Oh, that's okay. I got half dozen more that I... Oh, you're being humorous.
Yeah, that's what I'm being, all right. Talcum powder, pearl gray spats. Good heart. Mm-hmm. Well, I suppose love sometimes softens the picture.
Huh?
Jerry Myers, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Hey, where's Ruthie? Who are you?
A reporter. She turned to me for help.
What's with that screwy Dave? What's the matter with that babe? She tilted or something?
What do you mean?
Well, I've been going loony trying to find her. Then tonight I finally traced her to this dive. I come here, she's gone. I wait, and you show up. I thought, well, you must have done something to the broad.
Oh, no. No, she's okay.
Love.
Hmm?
What you said before, something about love.
Oh, did I?
What kind of routine is that, you? Ruthie don't love nothing but a good time, and the same for me, so don't make a motion picture of it. Hey, where is she, you?
You ever hear her mention a kid named Vivian Clark?
The name's totally unfamiliar.
Uh-huh. When I spotted you in this room, I started thinking maybe that there was a racket going on.
I don't follow you.
The only thing I don't get is this scribbling on the wall.
Oh, yeah. Hey, what about that stuff? Looks like it.
I'll get it. Yeah.
This is Vivian.
What?
Hey, what's the matter, you?
I know where Ruth is. I'm going to see her now. It's her birthday, and I promised I would.
Hello. Hello.
Hey, what is it? Tell me.
Come on, quick.
Hurry, will you?
Yeah. Ruthie! Ruthie!
I'm back here in the bedroom, Mr. Stone.
The bedroom?
Don't let it trouble you. Come on.
What is it? Is something wrong? Jerry!
Hey, Bagelhead, where you been? I spent maybe $200 digging you up.
You scram into the other room. I don't like you to see me like this. Let me put myself together.
Well, you look okay.
I look like something left over from the flood. Now, go on, get out of here. Where's the suitcase, Mr. Stone? I got all my makeup in
Ruth, anybody call here?
Well, if you mean that certain party, no. I got a hunch I really lost her this time.
Nobody ring the bell? Anything like that?
Well, maybe you fell asleep, didn't hear.
I couldn't fall asleep. I couldn't find the aspirins. Oh, I got a headache. Shouldn't happen to two dogs. One couldn't stand it.
Same old Ruthie.
Yeah. Big deal.
Are you sure about no calls?
Hey, what's all the questions and answers about, huh? Come on, tell me.
Nothing.
But the way you... Boy, my head. I almost passed out from the pain. Look, Jerry, would you be a doll and run down to the drugstore for some aspirin?
What do you think, Mr. Stone?
Yeah, go ahead. Be sure and lock the door on your way out.
Why? Hey, what's going on?
I'll be right back, and you try to relax, Ruthie.
A heart of gold he's got.
Yeah. Now, look, Ruthie, I want you to really think. Is there any reason why someone would want to trick you with this Vivian Clark routine?
Why? What reason would they have for... What's that?
The mantel clock.
Oh, it's 12 o'clock. That makes it the 10th of November.
Happy birthday.
She said she'd be here on my birthday.
Well, don't worry about that.
Jerky little kids. Thinking the world's all pure and noble. When you're 10 years old, you're really a square. When does that clock stop?
Pretty soon.
I feel shaky and cold. Feel my hands, they're like death.
Oh, you're all right.
My head is throbbing so, throbbing.
I'll get you a cold towel, make you feel better.
I went to the funeral. Saw him put her in the ground. In her nicest white gingham dress, I saw him bury her.
Now, you try to relax. I'll get the towel. I'll be right back.
Happy birthday, Ruthie.
My hand turned to ice on the doorknob. I felt something cold flop over in my stomach and lie still.
I told you I'd be here.
I started turning around to look back into the room, and it was torture, agony. Because I knew there wouldn't be anybody in the room but Ruthie.
All these years I waited to keep my promise. And now I have.
It was like suddenly being catapulted into the middle of a nightmare. Her eyes were misted over. Her face was bloodless. Her lips moved, but the voice of a child came out.
It's in the purse, Ruthie. In the purse.
And now, like a sleepwalker, Ruth was crossing the room for her purse on the dresser. And now her hand dipped into the purse and came out with a gun. Put the gun down.
Hurry, Ruth. Don't let him stop
Give
you.
me the gun.
You let me alone. You let me alone. I promised
The
you
gun.
that. I promised.
What was that?
Ruthie, you,
What happened? What are you doing with my gun?
It went off by mistake. Look what it did to Mrs. Ferguson's mirror.
It woke me up.
Yeah.
I feel funny. Weak. So tired.
Will you lie down again and...
Don't laugh at me, but I feel like having a good old-fashioned cry. And I don't know why.
Hey, what happened? I heard a shot. Ruthie. Hey, what is it, you? Hey, come on, don't cry. Come on, baby. Hey, don't cry, you.
Oh, let her cry, Jerry. Poor kid, she's got it coming. It would be nice to say that that was the end of the story and that Ruthie and her Prince Charming went back to St. Louis, and lived happily ever after. Unfortunately, Grimm's fairy tales are, well, they're a lot different than Grimm life. But at least now Ruthie's got a chance. That doc that she was so afraid of, the one who wouldn't know a butterfly net from a burlap bag, he's helping her. And Jerry of the silk mufflers and the good heart is helping her, too. And with luck and time, Ruthie will come to understand why the Vivian of her childhood came back to haunt her. No, we can never be as good and pure as we're determined to be at 10. But neither are we so hopeless and lost as we sometimes think we are at 30. I don't know. If life was nothing but a fairy tale, it might be pretty boring. Just think of nothing to look forward to, but to live happily ever and ever and ever after. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's transcribed story was written by Larry Marcus with music by Robert Armbruster. The part of Ruth and Vivian was played by Joan Banks. Others featured were Tudor Owen, Lou Krugman, and Jeff Corey. Don Rickles speaking. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. Saturday morning, enjoy another great half-hour program on the Somerset Maugham Radio Theater. This Saturday morning, the magic curtain of radio drama rises on the radio production of Maugham's famous short story, A String of Beads. The Somerset Maugham Radio Theater will feature actress Geraldine Fitzgerald. Hear the Somerset Maugham Radio Theater this Saturday morning, and keep tuned to NBC, now entering its second quarter century as a great entertainment medium. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. Now screen actor Frank Lovejoy comes to the NBC microphone as reporter Randy Stone on Night Beat. But first, let me tell you about some of our other mystery features heard on this station of the NBC Radio Network. This Sunday, the Falcon brings you mystery, adventure, and intrigue as he investigates the case of the Helping Hand. Later Sunday, make a date to hear Lloyd Nolan as he brings you thrill-packed listening as Martin Caine, Private Eye. And every Monday evening, you're invited to tune to this NBC station for Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy. Now there's adventure with Frank Lovejoy, starring on Night Beat on NBC. NBC presents transcribed Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. Christmas Eve. Jingle bells, silent night, boughs of holly. Yeah, they say there's a warmth about Christmas that spreads out like a fan and touches everyone. The holiday spirit, it's called. But right at the moment, I'm thinking of one character who was nearly left out in the cold last Christmas. None other than yours truly. Me, myself, Randy Stone. It started out like any other Christmas Eve. An exchange of gifts, a few drinks, some off-key caroling, everybody killing time until the going-home nod from the boss. Everybody, that is, but me. No, I wasn't going home, because as far back as I can remember, Christmas has been another work day for Stone. I waited around for the noisy holiday gang to leave so I could settle down to work. And then Sam Bullock, the big boss, sent for me, and I walked across to his office.
Oh, come in, Randy, come in.
How are you, boss?
Sit down, Randy.
Oh, such politeness can mean only one thing. I'm fired.
No, this is even more embarrassing, Randy. I'm going to give you a little something in the way of a present.
Ah, I'll come back when you're sober.
When's the last time you had Christmas off, my boy?
I can't remember why.
Well, you're having this one off. 5 days of it to spend with your family.
Well, what family? Boss, you know better than that. What'll I do with myself?
Well, a man who knows as many people as you do, it'll be the best thing in the world for you.
Hey, yeah. Yeah, it might really be something. Say, I could call Alex Stevens. He's been bothering me for 8 years to spend Christmas with his family.
Sure.
Or maybe Alice over in Classified. You know, I'm beginning to like the idea.
Okay, well, you'd better beat it before this noble impulse of mine evaporates.
Well, you hang on to it. I'm leaving now.
And, Randy.
Yeah?
Merry Christmas to you.
Right back at you, Chief. And thanks for the break. The revelers had gone now, and the office was empty except for one man. Old Ed Collins sat watching the teletype machines. He looked up when he saw me.
Thought you'd gone, Randy.
No.
What are you looking so smug about?
Our boss gave me 5 days off.
Swell. What are you going to do, go home?
Home is a bachelor apartment on 7th Avenue. No, Collins, I'm going to call my old pal Alex Stevens in Decatur and tell him to meet the morning train.
Good idea.
Long distance? I want to call Decatur, the Stevens residence. Alex Stevens in Decatur. I'll wait. Mm-hmm. Phone's ringing all right.
Good, good.
Oh, this little floor, Alec. 8 years he's been after me. Must have an old maid sister-in-law or something.
Careful, Randy. Tried to marry me off once when I was younger.
Should have answered by now. Oh, what's that, operator? Oh, no. No use ringing anymore. He must have gone out of town for the holidays.
Gone out of town, eh?
Yeah. I guess I'll have to settle for female company.
Not home either?
Well, that was a screwy idea. I don't know why I went for it. Phoning people at the last minute like this.
Guy, with the friends you have...
Oh, sure. The friends I have, millions of them till I go looking for one.
Oh, there's a Christmas card for you on my desk. Keep forgetting to give it to you.
I'll get it later.
Hey, my folks only live 40 miles out. Boy, would they be glad to have you spend a few days with them. I could call them.
No, Ed, forget it. What's a guy like me want with a holiday on Christmas? I'm shoving off, Ed.
How about that envelope on my desk?
Later. Looks like I might be back to play a little pinochle with you.
Now, my ma, all I've got to do is phone
No,
her.
I'll make out all right. See you later.
And have yourself a time. Merry Christmas.
Yeah. Merry Christmas. I didn't want to make any more calls in front of Collins, so I headed for the nearest phone booth. Well, I made another 3-4 calls. No dice. Randy Stone, a guy who couldn't walk a downtown block without saying hello to half a dozen people, couldn't find one lousy bum who'd be his friend tonight, Christmas Eve. I went back to the office hoping some big story had broken so that I could put myself to work. Nothing come in, Ed?
Not a thing. Even the thugs are home tonight.
Anybody phone me?
No. Here's that letter I was telling you about.
Oh, thank you.
What's that, money?
It's a 50-cent piece.
What's he want, your autograph?
It just says, God bless you, Mr. Stone, signed Catherine Malloy. I don't know any Catherine Malloy. Hey, this is all the earmarks of an office gag, and a pretty poor one at that.
It's $50.
Yeah, it'll buy a drink.
Say, Randy.
Yeah.
I thought maybe you'd change your mind about going out to my folks' place.
No, thank you, Ed. No, thank you.
My ma, she...
No, I said no. Ed, no, thank you. Outside it was snowing, light and fluffy, like it had been specially ordered for the occasion. And the people went about their business humming and singing little snatches of song. You know, oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Yeah, there was warmth and good feeling everywhere. But my mood was more than a match for it, and I was beginning to feel sorry for myself. Like an unwanted cat, I took my mood out to get it drowned at Bobby's bar.
Randy, how are you, boy? How are you?
Wow. What's with this place? It's like a morgue.
Well, haven't you heard? It's Christmas.
Yeah, I've heard. Will you put a dime in that thing and get something snappy?
Okay. There we are. Hey. You lonely, Randy?
Get me a whiskey sour.
Yeah. That's the way it is with me, too. I don't need nobody. Nobody needs me. It's all right, I guess, only 2 or 3 times a year you wish it was different. You know when it hits me? Christmas, Easter, and May 17th. That's the date my mother died. But Christmas and Easter was a big time in our house. You know, we had 11 kids.
Look, why don't you write a book?
You act like this was something new to you. To me, it's like this every Christmas. You know, the important thing is don't be alone.
How much do I owe you?
50 cents.
Here.
You know, when you try and fight it, you gotta lose. Randy, are you going into a new business?
What do you mean?
Well, I thought maybe you might have gone into manufacturing.
Manufacturing what?
Coins. But, brother, if you are, you got a lot to learn. This is about the phoniest $50 I ever saw.
Phony?
Yeah.
Give it to me. Yeah, That was somebody's idea of a gag. Some half-wit in the office.
Ain't much of a joke, I'll tell you.
Mrs. Malloy, huh? I'll fix those guys.
You gone?
Yeah.
Hey, well, what's your hurry? You ain't gonna leave me here alone, are you? Wait till somebody else comes in.
So long, Bob.
Well, you ought to stick around so we can talk, Randy.
You're wasting it on me.
Okay, Randy, but remember what I said. Don't be by yourself. Whatever you do, don't get to be alone.
I stopped at the corner drugstore and bought a couple of magazines and went to my apartment ready to spend a quiet holiday. 7 o'clock. Great. Nice, long evening ahead of me. Lots of time to hate the world and feel sorry for myself. I poured myself a quick drink, and then somebody rang my doorbell. Yeah, just a minute.
Hi.
A 10, 11-year-old kid stood in the doorway looking up at me. His face was clean, but his clothes were patched and ragged. He wore a red pullover sweater at least 5 sizes too big for his skinny frame.
Hello, Mr. Stone.
Wow, what do you want?
Don't you remember me?
Well, I remember 10,000 of you. What do you want, a handout?
I'm Jerry Malloy. Remember Mrs. Malloy?
Who sent you up here? Whose idea was it? McFarland's, the office-wise guy?
My mother sent me.
Well, you go back and tell your mother not to send phony coins through the mails. And if your mother happens to be McFarland, tell him that...
She said for me to give you this letter. I'm to wait for your answer.
Look, kid, take your letter and beat it. Enough is enough.
She said maybe...
Will you take the letter? Now, come on. What are you waiting for?
I'll leave it with you.
No. Here's 2 bits for you. Now, go tell McFarland the joke is over. Now, beat it before I get mad.
Mother said to wish you a Merry Christmas.
Beat it. I no sooner slammed the door shut when I began feeling like a heel. Then I opened the door half hoping I'd find him standing there. But he was gone. But resting on the mat in front of my door was the quarter I'd given him. I picked it up and I stood there with the coin burning my fingers. I knew I wouldn't feel quite clean again until I'd found that kid and made it right with him. Somehow. I had to get to the kid, but how? The logical starting point seemed to be the newspaper office. I put my coat on. I was about to leave when a sharp knock sounded on my door. I opened the door and a policeman came in.
Mr. Stone?
Oh, yeah, come in.
Thanks. I'm Lieutenant Saunders. Know anything about this?
Well, this envelope's addressed to me. Where did you get it?
Do you recognize it?
A kid came in here about 15 minutes ago and wanted to give it to me.
You sure this is the same letter?
Well, the writing's the same as another letter I got at the office. Why? What happened?
The boy who brought you this letter. What's his name?
I don't know. He said it was Malloy, but I don't think it is.
Give me a description.
Oh, he's, 10, 11 years old. 95 pounds, light brown hair, wearing a faded red sweater, patched trousers. What's this all about?
Hit by a car. Driver picked him up and took him away.
Hit? How bad?
Nobody knows. Woman who saw it from a window thinks the kid was dead.
The car got away?
Yeah. She didn't see the license number. When we got there, we found this letter on the street.
And the kid may be dead?
Yeah, it looks like it. Said his name was Malloy, huh?
Yeah, that's what he said. Can I see that letter? Maybe there's something in it.
Sure. What's it say?
It's kind of hard to read.
Looks like some kid wrote it.
Dear Mr. Stone, we're hoping that you'll come out to have Christmas dinner with us. I've told Jerry not to leave till he brings back your answer saying yes. It's signed Mrs. Catherine Malloy. I don't know a Catherine Malloy.
Well, maybe they mistook you for somebody else.
I thought it was part of an office gag, and I still think so. Let me go back there and check. I'll call you later.
Where do you work, Mr. Stone?
Chicago Star.
Oh, you're that Randy Stone. Well, look, if you get any information, phone it into the precinct.
Hi, Randy. What's the matter with you? Look like you've been run over by a streetcar.
Well, that's how I feel. Collins, you gotta help me.
Well, if I can, sure. What is it?
Now, first of all, tell me. Did anybody in the office plant a phony coin in an envelope and send it to me in a Christmas card?
Well, not that I know of. Who'd pull a crazy stunt like that?
I don't know. I gotta find out about that kid.
What kid?
Well, he came to my apartment with a message, and on his way home he was hit by a car.
Bad?
The driver picked him up and took him away, and the cops think that he was dead.
And you don't know the kid?
No. He said his name was Jerry Malloy. He said it like it should have meant something to me. But it doesn't. I've never seen him before.
Well, maybe it's someone you've forgotten. A guy meets a lot of people in this business.
Yeah, that could be. I want you to do something for me, Ed.
What?
Check with as many of the boys you can reach at home. Find out if they know anything about the kid, and then phone the police and see if they've found him. If you want me, I'll be in the library.
What are you going to do there?
Well, something that makes me shudder, but I'm going to do it anyway.
What's that?
I'm going to dig back through all my stories for the past year and see if I can find a Mrs. Malloy.
Maybe you didn't use her name.
Well, I'll see what I can find. You get busy on that phone. Collins left me alone, and I went to work. It's funny how inane some of the stuff you write seems after it's been buried. Only 3 of the bits offered any idea of who Mrs. Malloy might be. One about a woman who'd refused to leave a cat in a burning house. Another about a middle-aged lady bookie. And the last about a woman and her family who were being evicted from a slum apartment for lack of rent money. The story was about the bystanders and how they dug into their pockets and raised $40 so the woman could get back into her place.
How you doing?
Well, I'm not sure, but I think I've got something.
Well, I called the boys. They don't know anything about the kid or the letter.
You phoned the police?
Yeah.
Well?
They want you down at headquarters.
Me? What for?
To identify the kid. They think they found him.
Dead?
Not much chance to live.
Where is he?
State Hospital.
It's a pleasant chore for Christmas Eve, isn't it?
Dandy.
Well, then I guess they want me to go and see his mother and say, guess what I brought you for Christmas.
Oh, snap out of it, Randy. It wasn't your fault.
Yeah. I phoned headquarters, and they sent a radio car to get me. From there, we went to State Hospital. Lieutenant Saunders was there waiting for me. A nurse led us down a long hallway.
Severe concussions and possible internal injuries, the doc said. Doesn't think he'll live. In here. This is the boy. Go on, Stone. Take a look.
All right.
Well, is that him?
No, that isn't Jerry Malloy. For a minute, I felt a sense of relief, but I knew I was kidding myself. Sooner or later, Jerry's body would be found, And until then and after then, I'd feel the guilt to be mine. You see, by now I knew the kid was on the level. He'd been sent to me with a message offering me a home for Christmas, and in my blind stupidity, I sent him away. Nice guy, this Randy Stone. The cops dropped me off at the paper and told me they'd keep in touch.
Well?
No, it's not him.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to find Mrs. Malloy.
That 50-cent coin, that's what makes it interesting. Why money in a Christmas card and a phony coin at that?
Well, maybe she didn't know it was phony.
All right, then. She didn't know it was phony, but why was she sending you money? You lending the stuff out at 15%?
What? Hey, wait a minute. You got something there. Maybe she did owe me some money. That woman that was tossed out on the street, $40 we raised for her, she took my name and said she'd send me my $5 back.
Well, can you remember where she lived?
It was on the south side. I remember the building. Yeah, I can find her. Collins, I can find that kid's poor mother.
Well, isn't that what you wanted?
I don't know. You know what I really want? I'd like to start this whole evening over again. Think you could arrange it for me? I suppose I could have let the police handle it, but I'd developed a burning need to tell her myself. I hopped into a cab and went scouting for the building she'd lived in. I hoped I wouldn't find it, and yet I knew I wouldn't stop until I did. I found it all right where it had always been, pressed between the ugliness of two warehouses. I hung around outside for 10 minutes before I could find the courage to go and face her. Apartment 6 she'd lived in. I stood in front of it and listened to the muffled sounds of a radio playing dance music inside.
Well, hello.
May I come in? I've got to talk to you.
Oh, I'd like very much to have you come in, but my husband, he's a bouncer in the nightclub. Maybe some other time.
Look, Mrs. Malloy, I've got to talk to you.
What about Christmas Eve? Go away. Hey, what Mrs. did you say I was?
Malloy, Catherine Malloy.
I'm not Mrs. Malloy. I never was and never will be. My name's Mrs. Manty, Carol Manty. You know, the more I look at you, the more I wish I was your Mrs. Malloy. But I'm not. I'm really not. How do you like that?
Well, I like it a lot more than you'll ever know. You know where I can find her? She lived in this apartment 4 or 5 months ago.
Never heard of her. Maybe if you ask the caretaker, he'll know.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll do that. I was glad this woman wasn't Jerry's mother. I'd built a picture of Mrs. Malloy that didn't jive with a slightly tipsy frump staring at me out of hazy eyes. I called on the caretaker. Yes, Mrs. Malloy lived here, but she'd moved a couple of months ago, and he didn't know where to. He told me to try Kozlov's grocery store. The storekeeper there was a living city directory. Mr. Kozlov?
None other. What can I do for you?
I'm looking for a Mrs. Malloy who used to live in the Elkin Apartments. I was wondering if you knew where she'd moved to.
Malloy?
Uh-huh.
Oh, yes, I remember her, but I don't know where she moved to. A good woman. Didn't owe me a penny when she left.
I've got to find her.
She was working steady when she moved. Wages every week makes difference.
You think some of her neighbors would know where she moved to?
Oh, they do a big turnover in some of those places, but with wages coming in regular, I think I know how you can find her.
How?
It's a pattern people follow. When things can't be worse, then they live in places like the Elkin Apartments. But when they're working and a little money is coming in, they move up a notch. That's the way it works.
Where is this notch, this step up?
It's a gamble. But if I was you, I'd try Blake Avenue, somewhere around 20th. That's the way it goes, from Elkin to Blake. Sometimes back to Elkin. Sometimes not.
Sometimes 3 hours can be an eternity. It was 10 o'clock now. 3 hours since the kid had knocked on my door. The streets were full of happy, smiling people, and the snow made everything look like a Christmas display window in one of the big stores. I'd have given 10 years' salary to be like the people rushing into the stores for the last-minute presents for Aunt Agatha. I went into the stores all right, but to ask them if they knew where I could find a dead kid's mother. Took me about 15 calls to locate her. A druggist gave me her address. 1461 Burkell Street, apartment 9. Before going there, I called the office.
Hello?
Oh, Ed, anybody phone?
Nope. I guess I haven't found him yet.
Well, how about the mother, Mrs. Malloy? You think she'd have called the police by now?
Yeah, you'd think so.
Well, maybe she didn't phone because she thought the kid was in good hands.
Well, it wasn't your fault, Randy.
Well, I've located her. And now comes the pleasant part of the job, telling her about it. How will I start? Merry Christmas, Mrs. Malloy, and a Happy New Year. May the New Year bring you all...
Why are you going off the deep end like this, Randy?
Yeah, I know. It wasn't my fault. I was just an innocent bystander. So long. I made another call, police headquarters. They had nothing new on it. The kid would turn up, they said. He'd be pretty dead, but he'd turn up. I told him I was going to see the kid's mother, that I'd located her. Lieutenant Saunders thought that would be a swell idea. I walked down the street to Mrs. Malloy's apartment house, and I stood there a minute. From where I was standing, I could see the sign on top of the Chicago Star building. Mrs. Malloy lived only 3 blocks from my smug little tower. From Star to empty apartment to Malloy and back to the Star. But that's the way it looked geographically as well as symbolically. Another 20 minutes wouldn't matter much, I thought. So I walked the couple of blocks it took me to get back to Bobby's Bar and Grill.
Hi, Randy. You're not making the rounds of the bars, are you?
No. Make it a double bourbon. Water.
Double bourbon?
Yeah, double. Not much trade tonight.
Ah, later they come. Randy, why is it hitting you so hard?
You scratch a little of the veneer off, and what do you find? A sentimental slob.
What's bad about that?
Well, then you find that you can't do things that have got to be done.
Like what? What needs being done tonight?
Like telling a woman that her young son is dead and that I had a lot to do with it.
You're kidding.
I'm not. How do you go about a job like that?
Well, how did it happen?
Does it matter?
No. You think whiskey will help?
Close the place up, Bob, and come with me. You don't have to say anything. Just stand there with me.
No.
It's a one-man job, huh?
As far as I'm concerned.
Well, maybe you're right. I'll see you later.
Yeah, I'll see you later.
I climbed up the creaky old stairs. It was no better than a tenement house. Only one thing distinguished it from a slum, and that was a cool, clean smell. The walls were torn and the woodwork was scarred and marred, but it was clean. I know it's crazy, but I got a lot of courage out of that feeling of cleanliness. I stood in front of apartment 9, listening. And then I knocked on the door.
Who is it?
It's me, Randy Stone.
Mr. Stone, how welcome you are. Come in.
Thank you.
I'll close the door to the children's room. They are only fallen asleep, and if they hear us, they'll be sure you're Sunday.
She walked away to close the door, and I wondered how I'd ever come to forget Mrs. Malloy. Her face was overflowing with a deep spiritual beauty that lighted up the whole room. She came back and sat down near me.
I'm so happy you hadn't forgotten me, Mr. Stone. I was afraid you might have. Then when I was able to make a small payment on that loan, I thought I would ask you to come to see us. God will never let me forget what you did for us that night, Mr. Stone.
Mrs. Malloy, I
don't mean to embarrass you, really, I don't. But I knew if you possibly could, you would share some part of Christmas with us. I knew that the old and shabby furniture would make no difference to you. This humble home...
Well, Christmas began in a humble home.
Yes, that's what I told Jerry.
Mrs. Malloy, about Jerry, I don't know how to say it.
Say what? What is it, Mr. Stone?
Well, about Jerry not being home.
I don't understand.
The bedroom door opened and a boy walked out. I caught my breath and held it. It was Jerry. Jerry!
Hello, Mr. Stone. Jerry Malloy, go back to bed this minute.
Oh, no, please, let him stay. Jerry, I heard that you were hurt.
Oh, that. I was just shook up a little. The man drove me home.
Jerry, you didn't tell me about that.
It was nothing.
Jerry, when you knocked on my
I told
door...
Ma all about it. About the way you made me come into your room and have some fruit and candy. And how glad you were when you read that letter.
That's right. And he told me how you said you would get down to our house tomorrow night if it was the last thing you ever did.
That's what you said, wasn't it, Mr. Stone?
I tell you, Mr. Stone, this boy of mine is uncanny. Do you know what he told me? He said he shouldn't be surprised if you came down to visit us tonight.
Did you say that, son?
Didn't you, son?
Yes.
Tell him your exact words, Jerry. Go on. Mr. Stone is no stranger.
Say it, Jerry.
I said I wouldn't be surprised if he even comes to see us tonight. He needs us that bad for Christmas.
In those 3 little rooms on the edge of the city's slums, I learned that human beings can find happiness. And don't listen to what your banker tells you. It's a thing of the spirit, not of the pocket. In that shabby little apartment with a cracked linoleum and a threadbare sofa, I learned the magic of the words. Merry Christmas. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis, edited by Larry Marcus. Tonight's story was written by Warren Lewis and Lou Rusoff, with music by Robert Armbruster. Featured in tonight's cast were Kate McKenna, Sammy Ogg, Ralph Moody, Jan Arvan, Bill Conrad, and Gail Bonney. Don Rickles speaking. Our star, Frank Lovejoy, and all of us on Night Beat wish you a very Merry Christmas. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Saturday morning, hear Mind Your Manners, and later the Somerset Maugham Radio Theater starring Peggy Ann Garner. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
NBC microphone is Randy Stone on Night Beat. But first, let me take a moment to tell you about 2 of Sunday's great shows on NBC. This Sunday, the big show will feature Joan Davis, Fred Allen, Georgia Gibbs, Johnny Johnston, Gertrude Berg, and your charming hostess, Tallulah Bankhead, with Meredith Wilson directing the orchestra and chorus. Then later Sunday, Theater Guild on the Air presents James Hilton's famous story, Goodbye, Mr. Chips. Stay tuned to NBC, the leader in radio programming. Now it's Night Beat on NBC. NBC presents transcribed Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. Now, imagine this scene to yourself. You're sitting at the typewriter in a city room. There's nobody around. You're just finishing a real good yarn about an old lady and how she pioneered in the Middle West. The typewriter's clacking merrily on its way when a guy walks in. A fellow reporter, slightly tipsy, overcoat, tie, collar unfastened, and he flops down beside you. He throws his hat on your desk, and his hair looks like it had just come back from a Florida hurricane.
Hello.
Ben, you look awful.
Peculiar, I feel awful.
Ben, what's the trouble?
This is Hilda's great moment.
Hey, no kidding.
I just came for her.
Well.
Yeah, I wasn't even home. She called the hospital herself. You know, I wouldn't feel so nervous, only nothing like this ever happened to me before.
Well, why aren't you down at the hospital?
Not for me. All those guys walking the floor, reading magazines upside down, smoking. Besides, I'm a jinx.
A jinx?
Las Vegas. She was playing blackjack. She was winning. I sat down beside her. She started to lose. I left the table. She came away winners. I better stay away. Jinx like me.
Oh, that's batty. Having babies is a natural sequence of things. Women and babies.
From here on, I'm Daddy. Father. Papa. Look at me, Randy. Do I look old enough to be a papa?
How long has she been at the hospital?
Oh, about a half an hour. What are you doing?
I'm trying to get out some copy.
No, forget it.
4 o'clock deadline.
So have I.
I'll take care of your copy. You go on to the hospital.
I'm driving myself crazy. I just came from there. Guys pacing the floor, reading magazines upside down, smoking. Give me another cigarette. This tastes lousy.
Here.
Thanks. Listen, come on downstairs to the bar, huh? Wait a minute. Sit down.
Thought you wanted to get a drink.
No, I got to make a phone call. Can I use your phone? Thanks. My finger's like a thumb. 7, 9, 0, 8. No, I can't dial this thing.
All right, give it to me. What's the number?
Never mind, I'll get the operator. Hello, operator. Get me Anderson 79082, please. 82. Yeah. Thanks. You got a paperclip?
Paperclip?
Paperclip.
Well, sure. Hey, what for?
Kill me. I like the bin paperclip. Hello, Dr. Weiss, please. Weiss. Weiss. Thanks. Stupid woman. She's been here for 10 years and she doesn't know. Yeah? Give me the floor nurse. I don't know what floor. I wasn't even at the hospital when they brought her in. I don't even know the room number. Milton Weiss. Dr. Milton Weiss. What? Not on the staff. Now, look, what's the pitch, lady? You crazy or something? He's not on the staff. What hospital is this, huh? I'm sorry. Wrong hospital. I looked on the hospitals in the phone book. They got little black dots from the names to the number. I guess I must have followed the wrong.
All right. Now, calm down, will you?
I'll calm down when either I get a drink or a baby.
What hospital is she in?
Michael Reese.
Give me the phone.
Yeah.
What was his name?
Who?
Never mind, I remember. Oh, hello. Dr. Weiss, please. Yes, thank you. Wrong hospital. I've heard of nervous fathers, but I never... Oh, hello. Yes. In delivery. Oh, I see. I just wanted a report on Mrs. Ben Troy, please. Oh, I see. Well, thank you. Now, they can't ring the room.
What do you mean?
Well, they can't ring the room. There's no phone calls. That's the order. And Dr. Weiss is in delivery.
Well, what's he doing in delivery with Hilda sick like that?
Maybe he's in with Hilda.
What? Is that what they said? He was in the delivery room with Hilda? Is Hilda having a baby?
That's not what they said. All they said was they couldn't ring the room, and the doctor is in delivery. Then they're going to come and get you with a jacket if you don't calm down.
Let's go down for a drink. What are you sitting around for?
You're the one who wanted to make a phone call.
Don't argue with me.
I'm coming.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hand me a paperclip. It wasn't my idea.
It was somebody's idea.
She wants a family. I can't blame her. I want a family, too. I wish I were having a baby. I wish we could trade places right now.
Have another drink.
That's a good suggestion. Hey, Bill. One more over here, huh? Both of us?
I give you 2 to 1. It's a boy.
That's only even odds. Are you kidding?
Well, let me be a sucker. 2 to 1.
That's no deal.
Why not?
I'm not betting against myself.
You boy crazy?
You know why I want a boy? So I can keep him out of this business.
What does Hilda want?
Hilda wants a girl. Naturally.
They're nice, too.
Give me a nickel.
You just called. Relax, will you?
Relax. So what? So your wife's having a baby. Relax. Take it easy.
Your worrying about it isn't going to do any good.
If she dies.
Don't talk silly.
Randy, so help me. If she dies.
She won't die.
If she dies, so help me, Randy.
An hour from now, you'll sit back and laugh about what you're doing right now.
Yeah, an hour from now. What time is it?
10:35.
Exactly?
10:36.
10:36.
Get yourself loaded.
I can't get loaded. I could drink 50 of these and never get loaded. Nothing could load me up right now. Nothing. Randy? Did you ever meet Hilda?
Well, once she was down here looking for you. We had a little talk.
She's a pretty nice girl, huh?
Oh, very.
You know how we met? We met on a blind date. I called for her, and we went out and we stayed out all night, dancing, eating, drinking. I was drunk. I was so drunk I asked her to marry me.
That drunk?
I don't mean I wouldn't have asked her to marry me if I weren't sober. I mean, the first night I meet her and all that, you know? It's love at first sight. Talk about fast decisions. What do you say?
Drink up.
Are you trying to get me drunk?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to know.
You look better already.
Randy? You realize she could be dead now?
Listen.
She could have died just a minute ago, 30 seconds ago, and me sitting in a bar getting stiff.
Ben.
Give me a nickel.
Here.
Come on.
What for?
I can't operate the pay phones. It's too complicated. Come on. If she's dead...
Will you stop talking like that?
You remember the number?
No.
I'll get information.
Hold it.
What for?
Well, somebody is using the booth.
Oh, that's nerve.
All right, let's finish up the drink.
Yeah, Sauce probably talking to a friend about a woman. And my wife is dying.
Your wife isn't dying. Come on.
How do you know?
Sit down.
All I want to know is how do you know she isn't dying? She could be dead right now, and how would you know she wasn't?
Ben, sit down, will you?
You know something, Randy?
What?
Hilda and I fight sometimes.
Oh, everybody has tips.
Tips? This was a lot more than a tip. We had a real out-and-out drag-out fight. I don't mean with fists, with words. Bitternesses were exchanged. I called her names. How low can a man get after a woman slaves for you for so long and you turn around and you call her every name in the book?
Quit beating your breast.
It would serve me right if she died. It would serve me right.
Ben.
Give me a nickel.
He's not out of the phone booth yet.
Good luck. This is an emergency.
Ben, come back
If
here.
he doesn't know an emergency when he sees it. All right. You talk long enough. Come on, out. Out, I said.
I can't look.
Get out of there. This is an emergency. My wife is dying. I'm trying to call a hospital. Get out the phone. What's the idea of keeping the phone so long? You crazy or something? It could be an emergency. All right. You don't need to get excited. Take it easy. Take it easy.
He's big.
Yeah, with one hand, brother.
You and who else?
Bully. He uses his size to lord it over everybody.
Finish your drink.
You're trying to get me drunk.
Anything.
I'm not going to get drunk.
Well, you must have had 3 before you came to the office.
I mean, I'm not going to get any drunker. Randy?
That's the name.
Make it a boy.
I'll do my best.
You know, I came this close to being on the first string of the football team at school. Some guy beat me out.
Oh, he'll be on the first team, though, huh?
A backfield man. No lineman. No, not a lineman to get his brains beat out.
Maybe it'll be a girl.
To marry some slob who can't make a living?
Or a millionaire.
A rat of a millionaire? A spoiled playboy? Oh, no, not my daughter.
The guy just got out of the phone booth.
No, give me a nickel.
Your pockets are full of my nickels.
Well, come on. I need a good diver.
I'm coming.
Oh, I'm drunk.
Hang on.
You know, it's the dizziest bar I've ever been in.
Well, I'll hold the door.
Small room.
Give me the nickel.
Oh, wait a minute. Almost got it. There. Yeah.
I'll do it.
Where's the dial?
Right here.
Thanks. You're a good guy. How can you see all those blurred numbers?
I'm remarkable.
You better close the door. Come on.
It's tough enough 2 of us in a phone booth without closing the door.
No, wait a minute. Be quiet. I think somebody answered. Hello? What hospital? Hold the wire a minute. What's the name of the hospital?
Michael Reese.
Oh, that's what she said, Michael Reese. You check. Hello? Get me Dr. Weiss, please. Thank you. Polite.
Oh, swell. I'll see you.
No, we'll stick around.
It's getting hard to breathe.
Quiet, will you? Hello? Hello, Doctor? Doctor, this is Ben Troy. I'm calling about my... What? What? Are you kidding? No, say it again. No, I don't believe it. No. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, thanks. Yeah, thanks.
Well?
A drink, quick.
Tell me.
A boy.
Ah, congratulations.
Thanks.
What's the matter? You look sick.
There's one more to go.
What?
One more to go.
You mean?
Twins.
Let's get out of the phone booth. I need a drink.
He needs a drink. Twins. That calls for a double.
My friend Ben was a new father of twins. One twin born, the other on the way. Ben kept ordering one drink after another, and I couldn't find it in my heart to dissuade him. After a while, the bar cleared of all but us and the bartender.
What is life?
It's a good question.
Life is an ebb and a flow.
True.
I feel philosophic.
But don't be philosophic. You're a father. Be proud.
Proud of what? A baby I never met? I'm worried about Hilda.
Oh, everything is going to be.
I shouldn't have done it.
Done what?
I'm a louse.
Well, if you want to sit here and knock yourself out...
Randy, I got to tell you something. If I don't tell somebody, I'm going to go nuts.
Well, tell me.
Never mind.
Okay, forget it.
All right, I'm a rat.
Does she know?
Oh, well, she has an idea. Randy, I don't love her.
What's that? Say that again?
And something else, I'll be frank with you.
What?
It sounds terrible, but Randy, I don't want to be a father. I've been talking myself into it, but I don't want to be a father.
Well, it does a lot for two people to have a couple of kids around the house.
If I wasn't so loaded, I wouldn't be telling you this, you know?
Well, spill it out, then.
Like I say, Hilda and me, we fight. We always fight. Now, that's crazy, because Hilda's a wonderful girl, and when I get away from the house and look at the whole thing objectively, there's nothing to fight about. It's just that we don't get along. No, you don't. You think you do, but you don't. And when I have words with Hilda, I want somebody to talk to. So I go to this other woman. You see?
This other woman? Ben, maybe you better go over to the hospital.
No, it's my conscience is killing me. I shouldn't have got married. I never should have done this to her. Give me a smoke, will you?
I'll buy another pack.
Oh, well, here's a quarter.
Oh, save it.
I got to call her.
You can't. She's still in the delivery room.
Oh, yeah.
Ben.
Yeah?
You're all mixed up.
I am, huh?
Yeah.
Expert, huh? Randy Stone, advice to a loved one, huh?
Oh, sit down, Ben. People are looking.
Well, let them look. Don't get so understanding with me, Buster. See, I'm just the same as you. I got problems, too, so don't get so big and understanding. It's no business of yours.
Okay, Ben. The drink's spilling on your shirt.
Well, it's my shirt, and let it spill. What do you know about me? Nothing. You haven't got the slightest idea what I feel inside here, do you?
No, none at all. I was sitting at my desk trying to write a few words.
Yeah. Well, let me give you a small idea of what I feel deep inside. Now, I want you to get this picture. My wife is always home, waiting for me to get home. Got to be home by 6 o'clock on the schnozola. Well, you know, sometimes I don't like to get home by 6 o'clock. Sometimes I like to have a couple of beers and get home later than 6 o'clock.
Sit down.
I'll stand, if you don't mind. Now, where was I?
You were coming home late.
Well, sometimes that's what a man wants to do, is come home late. Oh, and she's so smart, this Hilda. This great wife of mine. She's real smart cookie, you know. She knows better than to give me a big lecture, so she just looks at me with a big smile and serves dinner to me. But I know what she's thinking. And she knows I know what she's thinking. And she makes her point. But I can't say anything because she won't argue with me.
Uh-huh.
You know what?
What?
I'm a bachelor type.
Well, maybe the boy will make a difference. Thought about a name for him?
No.
Oh, come on, Ben.
Something wrong with me, huh?
Now, you're loaded. Now, think of a good name for the boy.
I'll name him Zilchman. Now, that's a good name, Zilchman Troy. He'll be out playing with the boys, and Hilda will get on the back porch, and she'll scream, Zilchman, supper's ready, Zilchman. And my kids will nickname him Zilchi. And in class, the teacher will call the roll Zilchman Troy, and the kids will laugh. And in the Army, in the 9th World War, the sergeant will call out, Private Zilchman Troy, front and center. A good name?
What about Philip?
That's too common. Nothing common from my kid.
Well, name him after me.
Randy Troy? Lousy. Come on.
Where to?
Hospital, of course.
All right, come on.
Never mind. I don't need nobody. I can make it.
You'll fall flat on your face.
I can make it.
Okay. See you later.
So long.
You're hurt, Ben.
I slipped.
You're all right.
I'm drunk.
Give me a hand.
Yeah. Thanks.
Up you go.
Yeah. Wow. That floor is deep.
And getting deeper. Come on.
Zilchman, Zilchman, give me a great big kiss. I'm half crazy over the love of you. Hospitals. Look at the magazines they got in the father's waiting room. Vogue, 1928.
Yeah?
Hey, Randy, look at that guy. He's nervous. He's biting his nails.
Nasty habit.
Yeah, give me a cigarette.
That's 2 packs, even.
You know, I think I'm beginning to sober up.
That's good.
I feel sicker than before. That's how I know.
Good.
Randy?
Yeah.
Do you hate me?
Hate you?
You know, despise me, think ill of me?
Well, not particularly.
Do you like me?
I like you, Ben.
I like you, too. Shake.
Fine.
Yeah. You're all right.
Thank you.
Listen, you won't tell Hilda anything about what I told you, huh?
That's not my job, Ben.
Yeah, silence. Mom's the word, huh?
Well, I'm not keeping your secrets, Ben, and I'm not blabbing them either.
That's right. It's very proper. Just stay out of it.
Just what I intend to do.
Hilda's lovely, isn't she?
She's very nice.
She's refined, calm, never gets excited.
Mm-hmm.
That's the house phone. I'm going to call the doctor.
Go to it.
Dr. Weiss, please.
Don't you want to light your cigarette?
Oh, yeah. Hello, doctor. How is she? Transfusion. Well, doctor, let me. Well, sure, we got the same type blood. Why not? What? A blood donor. Well, listen, Hello? He hung up on me.
How about that?
He wouldn't let me give her blood. He said that there's too much alcohol in it. I can't even give my own wife a little blood. Why? Because I'm too weak to stay sober.
Well, don't worry about it, Ben.
We got the same blood held on me. H4. Or is it R6? Oh, yeah, that's right. R6. Well, something like that.
Come on for a walk, Ben.
Transfusion. She's dying.
Come on.
Don't figure that at me. Let me alone. I'm miserable.
All right, you win.
I wonder who he is.
Who?
The blood donor.
Some guy.
I don't like the idea.
What?
Some strange guy. His blood in my wife. I don't want some strange guy's blood in my wife.
Ben.
Yeah.
How about some coffee?
Randy?
Yeah.
Randy, I'm going to be different. I'm going to change. You'll see. You'll see a changed guy. No more drinking, no more smoking, no more coming home late. I'm going to make myself over right now. And, about that woman. I'm going to tell Hilda everything. Total confession.
Fine.
Yes, sir. Now give me the phone.
What for?
Don't argue. Give me the phone. I'm sorry. I wasn't a gentleman. Please, Randy, would you mind handing me the phone? Thank you.
Pleasure.
I'm going to... Which end do I... Oh. That's going to be hard to do, but it's willpower. From here on, a brand new man. Brand new. Hello, operator. Get me Lincoln 90576. Thank you. You know, I feel different already. I suddenly realized, Randy, that I love my wife. Oh, the truth is wonderful. For the first time in my life, Hello? Hello, Margot. Oh, all right. No, I'm with a friend of mine. In the hospital. No, I'm all right. Yeah. It's, my wife. Yeah, you heard me, my wife. Well, I lied to you. I am married. Yeah, well, I wouldn't blame you if you never saw me again, but I want you to know that I just couldn't go on lying like that to you, and I want... Well, now, wait a minute. Now, wait a... Listen, would... Hey, She told me to... You heard me?
Very good.
I feel better.
Ben.
Yeah.
What about the others?
What?
The rest of them.
Well, isn't that enough for one night?
You're asking the question.
It's enough for one night. You can't do everything in one night. Uh-huh. Okay, give me the phone.
It's right there.
Operator, give me the YWCA.
You're quite a boy.
Call me a rat.
To err is human.
You're thinking it, say it.
Let he who is without sin hurl the first stone.
I feel better already.
You should.
You realize what I did? What I sacrificed?
I think so.
For the sake of a permanent relationship with a good woman? Right. You come home at night, tired, 6 o'clock. She meets you at the door with a great big kiss, and there's dinner on the table, rib roast and apple dumplings, and the kids are there, the twins, and you take them in your arms, and you give them a big hug, and you sit down to eat and talk about the day's happenings. And it's a wonderful life.
Yep.
Yeah. Better than the Rolling Stone bachelor life.
That's the ticket, Ben.
Nah.
What's the matter?
That's movie marriage.
All right, what's marriage?
I'll tell you what marriage is. You come home at night late, and she meets you at the door, and you say you're late. She pecks you on the cheek. The dinner's cold, the kids are there, and the food's missing in the mouth.
Oh, no,
I'm
Ben.
trapped, Randy. I can't get out of it now. Before the babies, I could have got out of it, but not now. I'm trapped. I got twins. A baby's in her for the rest of my life. I can't face it, Randy. I can't face it.
Ben.
Yeah.
The nurse. She's waving at you.
Huh?
She wants you.
Me?
You.
Me? Well, come on.
I'll wait here.
No, come on.
He followed the nurse to a door. She opened the door and stepped to one side, and he stood there for a moment, looking in. He walked over to the bed. She smiled at him, and 2 wrinkled, red-skinned babies lay beside her, snuggled close to her cheek. And Ben stood there. He stared with wonderment.
Twins. How about that? Twins. Hey, Randy, how about that?
Yeah.
Not bad, huh? Pretty good, huh? Hey, Hilda, that's okay. That's okay, honey. That's very good. Twins.
She gave him her hand, and he bent down to kiss her. I walked out and closed the door, and I went home. End of a story? No, not by a long shot. That was 2 years ago. Ben still comes home late. He still likes beer. You can see him around the office teasing the girls we keep around the city room. There are poker nights and stag parties and conventions in the lodge. But if you pass by his desk, you'll see the family portrait. A man and a woman holding a pair of twins. One boy and one girl. My personal opinion? Well, Ben and Hilda are going to be together a long, long time. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis, edited by Larry Marcus. Tonight's transcribed story was written by David Ellis with music by Robert Armbruster. The part of Ben was played by Bill Conrad. Don Rickles speaking. Frank Lovejoy can currently be seen co-starring with Doris Day and Danny Thomas in Warner Brothers' I'll See You in My Dreams. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Saturday morning means Mind Your Manners, the program designed to bring teenagers tips of dating, manners, and morals, and presided over by Alan Ludden, young America's favorite advisor. Then later enjoy drama on the Somerset Maugham Radio Theater. And starting Saturday, January 5th, Vaughn Monroe joins NBC. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
NBC presents Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. Behind the business suit respectability of the big city lies another world. A world of other standards and other laws. It's the rich world of chance. Rich for all but the suckers on the outside. Your choices are many. Backroom roulette, nickel and dime policy slips sold on many a corner, and upstairs poker clubs for the tuxedo trade. For all its profit, feeding the public urge to get rich on a spin is a tough business. The men who run it live steady and die hard. The most recent boss of Operation Wager, Sligo, Joe Sligo. Wanted in New York for extortion, in Illinois for murder. But all the Chicago authorities knew about him was his business philosophy, pay up or die. I was just straightening up everything preparatory to a night on the town when I remembered I'd left a story lead on my editor's desk. I walked upstairs and along the corridor toward his office when I heard steps behind me. I turned around. It was Charlie Robbins, who worked in accounting. And when he got to me, he grabbed my arm.
Randy, boy, I'm glad I caught you.
What's up?
I got to talk to you. It's important.
Must be.
Let's go downstairs to the coffee shop, huh?
Well, as soon as I pick up some copy.
No, there isn't time, Randy. Come on.
I knew what it was before he told me. It had happened before. Charlie was a family man and a hard worker. A guy with a future, they said. His only trouble was he liked the rattle of dice, and once Charlie started losing, which was most of the time, he'd throw every cent he had to the wolves and then start playing on his credit rating. Charlie's ventures at the tables hadn't leaked through to his boss as yet, only because his friends had kept him out of trouble with cash loans. We crowded into a back booth at the cafe, and I made up my mind I was going to let Charlie sweat this one out alone.
Gee, I'm glad I ran into you, Randy. I don't know what I'd have done if I hadn't run into you.
Well, the answer is no, Charlie.
Listen, Randy, this is the last time, I swear.
Every time I bail you out, you only get in deeper.
The last time, so help me, Randy, the last time.
That's been the story for 2 years, Charlie. What do you let yourself get in so deep for?
I don't know what it is. It's something that gets you. Every time I go in there, I go in there saying, I don't care whether I win or lose. I'm just doing it for the fun of it. That's what I say. Then I start to drop some dough. It's like I'm drowning. I got to get back. Then it's all gone, and I come out of it, and there's the guy with my money. I want to reach across and grab it back. And then I remember I lost it. And I got to go home.
Can't stay away from it, huh, Charlie?
No.
Well, what about next time?
There won't be a next time, Randy, I swear. Look, Randy, I wouldn't ask you for the money, not if it was just another $50 to some guy in the club, but this is serious.
Isn't it always?
Yeah, I guess. But this is really serious. Randy, this guy, he told me if I don't have the money by tonight, see, I'm in deep to him. Not like the other times, deeper.
How much deeper?
I'm to him for $3,000.
$3,000?
Yeah.
Oh, Charlie, you're talking to the wrong guy.
What do I do, Randy? He said if I didn't have the money...
Who said?
Phil, his name is. He's Sligo's right-hand man.
Sligo? Joe Sligo?
Yeah.
You know Sligo?
No, and I don't care if I never meet him. Randy, what am I going to do?
$3,000. You got yourself in a lot of trouble.
You know lots of people, Randy. Look. Let's say I took a loan. Now, I make $75 a week. Say I took out a loan for $3,000 and paid it back over a period of, say, 2 years.
Who are you kidding? You're loaned up to your neck.
Yeah, but I'd pay this one off first.
$3,000. A wife, a couple of kids.
Don't lecture me.
I got half a mind to let them do what they want to you, Charlie. Maybe you have a right to throw your own dough into the lake. That's your business. As far as your family is concerned, that's their business if they put up with this routine. But when you come to me for dough, that's my business. My good sense says I'll be supporting the City Poker Club for the next couple of years.
You're right. I got no business coming to you for money. I got myself into it. I got to pay for it. Forget it, Randy. I'm sorry I brought it up.
Sit down. $3,000.
The reason I was thinking about a personal loan from somebody, I wouldn't have to tell them about my other obligations. A loan company, a bank, I wouldn't have a chance. They want to know about the people you owe and maybe collateral.
Oh, hold on now. Come on, take it easy. Hey, take a cigarette.
Thanks. What did they do, Randy?
I don't know.
They'll kill me, won't they?
You never can tell.
I've been in debt to them for 6 months.
I can't figure how they let you play that long.
I told Phil I was getting some money from San Francisco. This Phil, he knows me. I always managed to pay up before, so he gave me credit. But 6 months.
Yeah, he's a little crazy, too.
Oh, well, I told him a good story.
I'll bet.
If he goes to Sligo tonight and tells him about it...
All the guys to get mixed up with, Sligo. Hey, wait a minute.
What is it, Randy?
Charlie, look, you say he wants the money tonight.
Tonight. Got to be tonight.
You're not going to get $3,000 cash from anybody I know. It's 11:30 now. What time do you have to have the money?
He said be at the club at 4 a.m., the latest. That's when they close up.
The police are looking for Sligo. You know that.
Yeah, I know that.
They've been looking for him for months. They're not even sure he's in Chicago.
Look, I'm not getting involved in any...
You're already involved up to here. Now, the police want Sligo. Without Sligo, you don't owe $3,000.
No. Count me out.
Okay, forget it. I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do.
They'd kill me if they found out I was the one who turned him in.
You know where Sligo is, Charlie?
I didn't say that. I just said that...
How could you turn him in if you didn't know where he was? You know where Sligo is, don't you?
No, I don't know where he is.
You're never going to get a hold of $3,000 tonight.
I got to.
Never. Not a chance in a million. Get that through your head, Charlie. You'll never get a hold of that money tonight.
All right.
You know the ropes. You know the operation. Sligo can't afford to have debtors wandering around. A debtor broadcasts a debt. If people find out Sligo's getting lenient, you know what happens. Credit goes to pieces. Collection is rough stuff, Charlie. It's only one way Sligo can make good a bad debt. And that's with a gun.
You're trying to scare me.
That's exactly what I'm trying to do.
I'll get the money if I have to...
Oh, sit down. Don't be a fool. That's not the answer.
There's $50,000 up there in the safe. I've got the key to the office.
Why didn't you take it before?
I thought of it. You think I didn't think of it?
But you didn't take it.
All day I handled this stuff. We made up the payroll today. All I had to do was
You didn't take it, and that's what counts. And you're not going to take it now. Now, sit down. Now, listen to me, Charlie. You came to me for help. Now, if I'm going to help you, you've got to tell me everything, and on the level. Otherwise, I won't lift a finger.
I told you everything.
Do you know where Joe Sligo is? Now, answer me.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I want to know.
But I'm not...
There's $3,000. Now, is it possible to make arrangements to give it to him personally and instead of handling it through this,
Phil,
yeah.
Phil, no, not possible.
Why not?
Because it's not, that's all. What's this all about?
A trap, a setup.
Are you crazy?
It's safer than walking home past those dark alleys, Charlie.
What would it be? I mean, what kind of a setup?
Well, that we'd have to talk to the police about.
And if something went wrong?
You'd be no worse off than you are. What do you say?
I need a drink. Let's get out of here.
Across the street was a little bar. Blue lights and soft music. We sat down. I bought Charlie something to settle his nerves. He gulped it down, made a face, and then fell to dipping the bottom of his glass in the wet spot on the bar. I asked him if it was all settled, if he'd go through with it. He didn't answer me. I got up, called Lieutenant Peterson, told him where to meet me. In 15 minutes, the three of us, Charlie, the lieutenant, and I, were sitting in a back booth making our plans.
4 o'clock, huh?
That's what he said, didn't you, Charlie?
Did you say 4 o'clock, Charlie? Come on, Charlie, snap out of it. Look at me. Did you say 4 o'clock?
4 o'clock, yeah.
What's the address?
He's got friends. They'll get me. If he doesn't get me, his friends will.
If everything goes right, you'll be okay. If it misses, you're in trouble. Just make sure it doesn't miss. That's the way to play it safe.
Either you get Sligo or Sligo gets you, Charlie. It's as simple as that.
I'm not going through with it.
Well, you said...
I never said I would.
What's the address, Charlie?
I'm not getting myself killed.
He'll do it, Lieutenant. He'll do it. Charlie, now what's the address? We haven't got much time. It's 1:30.
I've got $3,000 marked bills. It's right here in my pocket. It's the only way you'll ever beat him. Now, come on. What's the address?
Blanchard Hotel, 307.
We'll do it this way. You go upstairs, give him the money. Not before 4 o'clock. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I understand. Not before 4 o'clock.
That's right. At 4:05, get out of here.
And if I can't? What if I can't get out of there?
It won't matter. We'll have the place covered from a place across the street, from the door, from the room adjacent.
They'll hold me hostage.
The best way to ensure your safety is to do what you're told.
I can't do it. I can't do it, Lieutenant.
Why can't you?
They'll hold me.
Charlie, look. What's going to happen if you don't have the money?
Oh, don't tell me again. I know it.
It's very easy if you remember what to do. You hand them the cash.
Why do I have to be in there? It's the Blanchard Hotel, 307, 4 o'clock. Why do I have to be in there?
You tell me.
Well, maybe you don't. Do you, Charlie?
I'm supposed to pick up the key at the desk and wait for them upstairs. If I don't pick up the key, if I'm not in the room, they don't come in.
Well, maybe just pick up the key and then...
They'll be watching from down the hall, they said.
Here's the money, Charlie. I'm depending on you. Stay with him, Stone. I've got to get busy. It's going to be all right, Charlie. At 4:30, you'll be home in bed, and you won't owe anybody anything.
I'm scared.
Take care of him, Stone. See you at 4:05.
Well, let's get out of here. What do you say?
Yeah. Maybe they're watching. Every minute, maybe they've got their eye on me. Maybe they saw me with the police.
Maybe.
If they did...
No turning back now, Charlie.
What if I told him everything? What if I get him up there and tell him the whole deal?
Now, there's a great idea. Tell him you brought the cops right to his door. He'll love you for that.
Why me? Why does it have to be me?
Because you're the guy in trouble.
Look, I got a family, a wife and 2 kids.
A little late for that.
I got to call her.
After it's all over.
Yeah. I guess you're right.
Nice evening.
Yeah. Nice evening and a great story. Going to be a great story, isn't it, Randy? Great story.
It's a great story either way, but it's a better story with a happy ending. The people buy more papers that way.
I can't get out of it, can I? Well, maybe I can. I could make a break for it. Meet him, hand him the money, and beat it.
$3,000, except that it's marked. Marked money leaves a trail like neon. He may not like you handing him that kind of money.
What time is it?
It's 1:55, about 2 more hours.
Hello, Charlie. How are you? Remember me?
Phil.
Yeah, Phil. How you been? You're looking great. Hey, let's go down to the place. I'll buy you a drink. What do you say?
Hey, that's a great idea. Come on, Charlie. Let's go get a drink.
Just Charlie.
Well, just Charlie.
Yeah.
Charlie and I have a couple of things to do tonight.
Oh, yeah?
Doll, huh, Charlie?
There's a car across the street. Get going.
Better do as he says, Charlie.
You, too.
Where's the party?
Don't get funny, mister. People have a way of getting killed.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. A child with cerebral palsy has only half a chance. Won't you give him the other half? He needs costly, highly specialized care. He needs to learn to walk and talk. He needs to learn things everyone else takes for granted. But does he get them? He gets less than half because the care just isn't there. Right now, the tragic truth is that 92 out of every 100 persons with cerebral palsy must struggle along without any care at all. Give them a chance to lead useful, active lives. Give them a chance to become self-sufficient. That's all they ask, just a fair chance. You can help them lead active, useful lives by supporting United Cerebral Palsy, care of your local postmaster. Remember, a child with cerebral palsy has only half a chance. Won't you give him the other half? And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
It was 2 o'clock. 2 hours early for the setup. Maybe the lieutenant was having us watched. Maybe, but the chances were slim. The best guess was Charlie and I were on our own until 4:05. The Blanchard Hotel was a crummy dump near the railroad tracks. We went inside and went upstairs to 307. Phil unlocked the door and we went in. There was nothing to do but play for time. We sat down, and through the window I could hear a switch engine doing its chores. I looked at Charlie. He was white, his eyes big with terror. Phil sat near the door smoking. We watched until 3:45. Then the door opened and closed quickly. It was Sligo, 15 minutes early. He was a big man with an ample bubble of paunch under his gabardine and a white, broad-brimmed hat and 4 or 5 extra chins packed between his jaw and his collar. His pinpoint eyes and Pat's smile were all business and cash on the line.
Phil, do me a favor, pull down the blinds. I don't want the nosy neighbors peeking in.
Blinds, right.
Close the window, it's dusty.
Window, right.
What'd you bring this other one for?
I had to, Sligo. He and Charlie. I thought maybe Charlie tipped or something.
You tip anything, Charlie?
Me? Not me, Sligo.
I'm just a friend.
You gave me till 4 o'clock.
Phil, you got the money?
He's got it. He was in the back booth of a bar. I saw the 3 of them. I watched them just like you said, Sligo. He got the money from some guy.
What guy?
Some guy? I don't know.
A personal loan from a friend.
I didn't ask you.
That's all I know about it, Sligo.
What's your name, you?
Stone, Randy Stone, Chicago Star.
Newspaper reporter. That's fine, Phil. A newspaper, man. Let's bring the whole city in on this deal. What'd he say?
I was scared he knew something, Sligo. I thought that...
Every time you think, I end up in trouble.
You gave me till 4 o'clock.
You got the money now. What's the difference?
Collateral.
What collateral?
He promised the guy he borrowed the money from to give him a note on his house.
I'd mortgage the homestead, eh, Charlie? That's tough.
He said he'd have the note by 3:30 tonight.
Well, that's too bad, Charlie.
You gave me till 4 o'clock.
Do me a big favor, shut up. Phil, give me a cigar.
A cigar, you bet. Here.
Tell me, Stone, what kind of reporter are you? You go out and get the news, or you a fella out to change the world?
A little of both.
Seems to me I read something of yours sometime.
That's always nice to hear.
About a man getting sent up for murder. How it was that he got mixed up in it, right? Phil, do me a favor. Sit down. Pacing makes me nervous. Didn't I tell you?
Oh, sorry.
People in this room, they're the only ones know I'm in town. The only ones in the world. Now, when information like this gets out, like through a mouthy slob like Charlie here, I can get into lots of trouble.
Must be a big payoff, Sligo.
Good enough. A thing like this record, I don't let get away so easy.
I get your point.
You like to gamble, Mr. Stone. You think it's naughty, huh?
Well, gambling? I don't know.
Yeah, well, let me tell you something, Mr. Stone. Gambling is a good way to get out your hate. That's why people gamble, not to get rich. You gamble your money, it's like a knife. And you gamble, can I stick that knife in that fellow, or will he stick his knife in me, huh?
Sligo, listen.
Shut up. You're an onion head. I'm talking with a man got some sense. You sit there, you listen, try to learn something, onion head. Stone, what I say, that's right, huh?
There's some truth in it.
Yeah, you bet. I'll tell you something else, Stone. Everybody gambles. Everybody. You step down off a curb, you gamble. You bet your life. That's what you do. Every time you step off a curb, you say, I bet my life a car don't come along and hit me. That's gambling, huh? Ain't it, Stone?
That's gambling.
Okay, Charlie, let's have the money. Here, Phil. Count it later. I don't think Charlie's a double-crosser. He hasn't got the nerve. Phil, put it away.
Yeah, all right.
Phil, not naked. Put it in an envelope. I told you to bring an envelope.
I got it.
What time is it, Phil?
3:40 about.
Not about. What time?
3:38.
Let's get out of here.
Like to take a little bet of mine, Sligo?
You got a bet? Sure. What kind of bet?
I'll bet you Charlie and I never lived to walk out of here.
You're a pretty smart fella, Stone. I like smart fellas. Sorry, gotta be that way. I can't let you blabber now, can I?
That wouldn't be safe.
That's right. Wouldn't be safe.
Just how big a gambler are you?
I've been at it a lot of years.
Gambling? Big boys like you don't gamble.
Not unless it's for big stakes. Big enough to enjoy.
What's the biggest lose you ever took, Sligo?
100,000, one roll of the dice.
Peanuts.
100,000, that's peanuts, huh?
I'll bet you more than that.
More than 100,000?
I'll bet you our lives.
Your lives, huh?
Come on, Sligo, let's get out of here.
Shut up, Phil. Go on, make your proposition, Stone.
One hand of draw poker.
For your life.
For my life and Charlie's. There's a gamble for you, Sligo. Or are you strictly a sure thing better?
A gamble is a gamble, Mr. Stone. If I gamble for your life, what do I get out of it? I got your life right now. I don't gamble for what I already got.
One hand of draw poker, Sligo. If you win the kill. If you lose, we get out of here. 100% safe.
It's a crazy bet. I get nothing out of it.
I'll leave $10,000 for you in a checking box at Grand Central Station. Now, that's my bet. That's what you win. $10,000, Sligo. Our lives are worth more than that.
Only to you. Besides, what do you get 10,000?
I'll get it.
If you don't?
You know where to find me.
Come on, Sligo.
Shut up, Phil.
The stakes too high for you?
It's a lousy bet. I'll take it.
Let's not kid around, Sligo.
I told you to shut up, didn't I? You gotta pardon him, Stone. He's no gambler. You and me, we got gambling in the blood, huh? Charlie, what about you? You like the deal?
What do you say, Charlie?
Look at him. He can't say a word. Scared, eh, Charlie? You scared? Phil, the cards.
Sorry.
Sorry? What do you mean, sorry?
Not your cards, not my cards. A new deck.
Who buys the deck?
I do.
Get the cops, maybe? No soap, Stone. I thought there was some...
Phil can come with me. There's a counter open in the lobby.
Phil, go with him.
I don't like it.
Don't have to like it. Go with him. I'll be waiting for you, Stone.
Come on, Phil. Phil and I went downstairs. I walked slowly, using up the seconds. We bought a deck of cards. I put them in my pocket. And Phil and I went back upstairs. I looked at my watch. 3:55. When we walked into the room, there was the night table dragged out in the center of the room, 2 chairs on each side. Charlie was sitting in the corner, his face white and the sweat pouring down the flesh of his throat. Sligo was all smiles. He was having the time of his life. We sat down. I put the unopened pack of cards on the table right in the middle. Sligo picked it up, turned it slowly around in his hand, and then he put it down again. And he nodded. The game was on. One hand, draw poker. The stakes, our lives.
You open the pack, Stone. I trust you.
Thanks.
Nice and shiny, huh, Phil?
I don't like it.
That's because you're stupid. Cut for deal, Stone.
Cut for deal.
You first.
After you.
Okay. Queen.
Pretty good.
Your turn.
All right. 10, your deal.
No, please, no.
Shut them up, Phil.
Yeah.
No, hold it. Let him watch. If he makes too much noise, give it to him, but good. But I like when he watches.
Deal.
A 5-card draw, that's what you said.
5-card draw, that's right.
Fine. Looks funny, no money on the table.
It's a nice pot.
Phil, put 10,000 in the middle of the table. Looks good there.
Right.
How many, Stone?
3.
3? Got a pair, huh?
Maybe.
You got a pair.
Shut up, punk.
Let him alone, Phil. Let him cry.
3 cards, Sligo.
3 cards. I'll take 1. Okay, Stone. What do you got?
You first, Sligo.
I called you.
You first.
The rules of the game.
Let's see him, Sligo.
Queens over 10s.
That's pretty good.
Come on, Stone. Let's see that hand.
Okay. 3, 10, ace. Ace.
Put up your hands, Sligo.
Cops, you dirty double cross.
Gotta get out of here.
Stay where you are.
Our lives against yours, Sligo. It was a fair bet.
Fair bet, yeah. Let's see that card.
But the last card? Sure.
Ace of diamonds.
3 aces, Sligo. Beats 2 pair anytime. Yeah, Joe Sligo, gambler, got fat on his own odds. The cards were always stacked, and the wheel always favored the house. But when he played a straight hand of draw poker for human life, Joe Sligo just didn't have enough aces. That's because he forgot that luck and rackets don't jibe. When you're betting murder against the chair, you're up against the United States population. And you know what those odds are. 150 million to 1. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's story was written by David Ellis with music by Robert Armbruster. Featured in tonight's cast were Shep Menken, Jeff Corey, Hal March, and Don Diamond. Don Rickles speaking. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. NBC presents transcribed Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
This is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Statistically speaking, someone once said a story is born every 15 seconds. It could be. But you've got to go out in the night and dig for it. Dig behind the love and the hate and the fear. And probe for that story that fills up tomorrow's paper. I had a couple of tired items that I've been keeping for just such an occasion. I wrote them, I rewrote them, and then I threw them in the wastebasket because night beat is a matter of legwork. There's only one way to do it. Mohammed has to go to the mountain. So I put on my coat, got my hat, and started out. I was just walking out of the city room, opened the door to the hall, and I looked right into a pair of inquiring blue eyes.
Pardon me.
Well, sure.
I wonder if you could help me. I'm looking for a newspaper man.
Well, maybe. What's his name?
Oh, I don't want anyone in particular. I just want to talk to a newspaper man.
Well, if you're not too particular, I'm a reporter. My name is Randy Stone.
Oh. Would you be interested in a story, Mr. Stone?
I saw the mountain comes to Mohammed.
What? I don't understand.
Oh, it's just a figure of speech. Come on in. We can sit down and...
Oh, no, I'd rather stay out here in the hall.
Okay, well, let's hear it.
Wait, is it true that newspapers will pay money to get a big story? A really big story?
Well, they've been known to if it's important enough and if it's an exclusive.
How much would they pay?
Now, look, I can't set a price. That's up to the publisher, and besides, it depends. What do you have to sell?
I'm married to a communist spy.
Oh. Well, why tell me? Why don't you go to the FBI?
Well, they won't pay anything. I've got to have money. And you've got to promise me you won't tell them till after you've paid me.
Now, wait a minute. Hold on here. If you've got a story, my boss will be happy to buy an exclusive, but not behind the government's back.
Oh, you can tell the FBI. I didn't mean you couldn't give them the facts, but we've got to be safe first. Don't you see? We've got to be safe.
Now, wait a minute. Now, before everybody gets in an uproar, let's find out if you have got a story. Where is your husband?
I'll take you to him.
In my trade, you can't ever afford to overlook a lead because the most implausible thing turns out to be true and the most plausible, phony. I went down the elevator with the girl, and it stopped on the ground floor, and we walked across the lobby and out onto the sidewalk, and as usual, there was no cab in front. Mind walking around the corner of the cab stand, Mrs. You didn't tell me your name.
It's Jane. Mrs. Jane Greash. No, I don't mind walking.
How long have you known about your husband?
Mr. Stone, there's somebody following us.
No, there's nobody.
Yes, there is. Back there. He just stepped in the shadows of that doorway.
Oh, yes, there is someone. You wait for me at the cab stand. She went on ahead. I stopped and went through my pockets like I'd forgotten something, and then I started back, walking close to the buildings. When I came to the doorway where the man had melted into the shadows, I stopped. Something I can do for you, bud?
Hello, Stone.
What? Louis Martel. Aren't you in the wrong neighborhood?
I want to talk to you.
I'm busy. See me tomorrow.
You'll see me now. Or am I pointed enough?
Louis, when are you going to quit sticking a gun in people's ribs? Don't you know that smart thugs don't do that anymore?
Maybe I'm not smart, but I'm effective. You know what I mean? And I got my eye on you, Stone, so play ball.
Well, what is that supposed to mean?
That column you wrote yesterday, the boys didn't like it. They told me to tell you they didn't like it.
That's the highest praise I've ever had. Now, if you don't mind, I'm in a hurry.
When I'm ready. You said in the paper we was in for a surprise. You said somebody was going to push us out of business. Where'd you get that idea?
Professional secrets. I never divulge the source of my information.
What kind of stuff is that?
I'm like a doctor or a lawyer. How would you like it if I knew something about you and I spilled? Wouldn't be very nice of me, would it?
No. It wouldn't be healthy either.
All right, get out of my way, Louis. Go play hood someplace else.
Okay. But keep something in mind, Stone. Don't hold out on us. You know, even cops get hurt sometimes.
Yeah, I'll keep it in mind. I walked away from the Gunsel. By the time I got around the corner, the adrenaline in my body had subsided to something like normal because I'm no different than anybody else. You stick a gun in my ribs, and I turn cold inside. By the time I got to the cab stand, Mrs. Grease wasn't there. But I wasn't especially surprised. If she had been telling the truth, she'd run out of fear, and if she hadn't, well, you run into it all the time. Somebody promises you a great story, and it blows up in your face. I walked along the street wondering if she'd been on the level or if it was all a lot of hogwash. Either way, I still had a story to dig up before the night was over. I'd walked about 2 blocks and was crossing the street when a cab pulled up.
Mr. Stone.
Mrs. Grace.
Get in.
I thought you'd taken a powder on me.
Who was that man who was following me?
Wasn't following you, he was following me.
Why? Why should he follow you?
Oh, it's nothing. Forget it. Just a cheap thug who's sore over some publicity I gave him.
I think we've shaken him. I don't see him anywhere.
You know, I'm beginning to believe you're serious about this cloak and dagger stuff.
Yes, Mr. Stone. I'm dead serious.
And you'd sell your husband down the river for a few pieces of gold. Must be a great love.
You don't understand. Rudy wants to quit. He wants the American people to know. He must make them realize the danger before it's too late. He wants to help them.
He does?
Oh, he realizes he's done a lot of harm to America, but he couldn't help himself.
Oh, they twisted his arm?
They sent him here from Czechoslovakia. They told him all kinds of lies.
I see, and now he's seen the light.
I'm afraid you don't believe me.
Well, if what you say is true and he's so anxious to square the books, why didn't he come himself?
He's afraid. He's in constant fear.
Of what?
The secret police.
What, in Chicago?
I know what you're thinking. When I lived in Kansas, I wouldn't have believed it either. But Rudy's country, well, things are different. You can't know what it's like, Mr. Stone, to know you're being spied on, to wonder who's going to kill you and when.
It seems to me what you need is protection, not money.
If you're not interested, Mr. Stone, maybe I ought to go to another paper.
No, I didn't say that I wasn't interested, but one thing I don't quite get, and it makes me skeptical. When we splash the story on the front page, what good is the money going to do you?
With money, we can lose ourselves. I know where we can get a little farm, way off the beaten track.
In Kansas?
Please don't ask me. I can't tell you.
Incidentally, where is this cloak and dagger operation going on?
At the circus.
The circus?
Yes. Rudy's the clown. The high-wire clown.
She didn't talk the rest of the way to the circus lot. She just sat and stared moodily out of the window. The circus was in progress when we got there. Had about half an hour to go before it broke. Mrs. Grease took me in through the back way, zigzagging between performance trailers to a dressing room tent. The well-known Clown Alley. She pulled me back into the shadows as 4 or 5 clowns passed on their way to the big top.
Now, you'll be alone. You can go in.
We walked into the tent, past the long rows of dressing tables and mirrors, to the end, where a man wearing the most incredibly melancholy clown makeup sat staring into a mirror.
Rudy, I brought someone to talk to you.
Oh? To talk to me? What about?
You know, Rudy. You know what about.
My name is Stone, Mr. Grease. Randy Stone. I'm with the Chicago Star. Your wife has told me that...
Rudy, I was right. They pay for stories. They sometimes pay quite a lot if they can have a story exclusively.
What an incredible country this is. Imagine paying money for news.
Well, of course, we'll have to have proof.
Rudy, my friend, is it not time for... Oh, did not know you have company.
Well, that's all right, Kovacs.
You are on in a few minutes, Rudy.
Yes, I know. Every day I'm on at the same time. I'm not likely to forget.
That is good. I only come to remind you of your duty. Excuse me.
Who is that man, Rudy?
But that is Kovacs. You know Kovacs?
Rudy, I've never seen him before in my life.
Now, Jane, why do you not go to your tent and rest? Relax like the doctor told you.
Doctor? Rudy, what are you trying to do to me?
About the story, we'll have to have documentation of every fact you give us.
What is this documentation that I give you? No, I don't understand.
Well, we just can't print that you're a spy. We'll have to substantiate it.
Spy? Jane, is that what... Did you tell this man that I was a spy?
Rudy, please. He can help us.
Jane, you go to your quarters.
But, Rudy,
Jane, you do as I tell you.
Rudy.
No, don't worry, Mr. Stone. She'll be all right. She's not been well. She fell from a trapeze, you know. It's very serious fall. Damage to the brain.
Oh?
You poor Jane has it in your mind that I need money to disappear because I'm afraid of the communist secret police. I suppose she told you this.
Yeah.
Did she tell you I was chosen as a master spy because of the freedom with which I travel with the circus? That I'm used as a clearing cause for all espionage in your country? That I'm in contact with the head of the underground in every major city, and that I am indeed the most important spy in America?
Well, no, she wasn't quite that explicit.
Here, according to Jane, my life is not worth what you Americans call a plugged nickel.
That must have been some fall she took.
It was unfortunate. Any minute she expects none other than Mavlik to appear and eliminate me.
Mavlik? The big iron curtain hatchet man?
Fantastic, no? And poor Jane, she worries more about foreign intrigue than the State Department. No, Mr. Stone, I'm afraid I'm just a clown. I'm just a simple clown who knows how to stay on a high wire without falling off and breaking his neck. I'm sorry I've been caused so much trouble. I have to go now. I'm on in a few minutes.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Why do you look at me like that so searchingly?
I was just wondering what you look like under the makeup.
Well, I'm just an ordinary fellow, Mr. Stone, like anybody. No, there's no story in me, Mr. Stone.
He walked out of Clown Alley, and I stood there a while, feeling like a left tackle had been taken out of the play. Big international story, and it ends up to be a mental mirage. I heard a big laugh go up. Somebody was having fun. And since I'd gone to all the trouble to come to the circus, the least I could do was to catch Rudy's act. I slipped into the big top, feeling like a kid who'd sneaked in for free. And from the performer's entrance, I watched Rudy, the clown with a sad face, high on the top of the tent, killing the crowd with his crazy antics on the high wire. He'd take a couple of clumsy, uncertain steps. He'd start to fall with no net beneath him. The crowd shrieked. He grabbed the wire, regained his footing, scratched his ribs with one hand and his head with the other, and they roared with laughter. Then they shrieked again, but this time they didn't laugh, because there wasn't anything to laugh about. Because Rudy wasn't on the high wire anymore. Rudy had plummeted to the ground. I pushed my way through the tan bark to the ring. I was in the inner circle of the circus people who stood looking down at Rudy with the awesome realization that it might have happened to any one of them. He wasn't dead, but his back was broken. They carried him on a stretcher to the medical tent. I waited outside. A worried-looking, red-faced man came out. How is he?
Bad. Doc says it's just a matter of minutes. Say, I don't know you, do I?
I'm Randy Stone, a newspaperman.
Jumping Djibouti, I need you like I need a hole in the head. Soft pedal this, Mac, will you? Go easy. Puts a jinx on a show when there's been an accident.
Who are you?
Me, I'm Cassidy. I own this outfit. And with the season we've had and a thing like this happening, What'd you say your name was?
Stone, Randy Stone.
Oh, then you must be the guy he's asking for.
Who?
Rudy. You'd better go in there.
Wait a minute, Cassidy. Where's his wife? She ought to be in here.
Wife? He hasn't got a wife.
Are you sure?
Look, I know who's with his show and who isn't.
But he told me
Look, if you want to talk to him, you'd better go in there.
Stone? Stone, Mr. Stone.
I'm here. I'm right here.
Are you alone?
Yeah.
Haven't much time. Listen carefully. Don't let anything happen to Jane. They mustn't do anything to Jane.
Who, Rudy? Who would hurt Jane?
Kovacs. Mavlik. It's all true what I said. Jane imagines. It's all true. She thought we could get a farm. It would have been nice. Farm. Lose ourselves. But you don't... You can't... There's no hiding.
Easy. Now, take it easy.
They'll get her, Mr. Stone, and you must protect her.
I'll do what I can.
Kept it secret, our marriage, to protect her, but I was wrong. Wrong to dream. There are no secrets from Mavlik.
Rudy, what happened up there on the high wire? How did you fall?
My shoe. My shoe?
Rudy. He was all through talking.
His eyes, the only real part of his grotesque, chalk-white face, closed as I stood looking down at him. The whole thing seemed like a fantasy. It was weird and unreal. I felt like the ball in the pinball machine that's been bounced off every post without scoring. As I stepped back away from him, I saw the only thing that made sense. His shoe. The sole of it had been cut and stitched back, but off-center. This was no accident. This was murder. Yeah, the clown is dead. Long live the clown.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. As a civilian at home, what is your obligation to a soldier in a foxhole in Korea? Maybe you haven't considered that question. If you haven't, it's understandable. A foxhole in Korea is a pretty remote, after all, from your everyday life. And it wouldn't help if you were constantly worrying. But if you've stopped to consider it, the least we can do here at home in the States is to help keep America financially strong. That's the best way to back up the men in the Army, Navy, and Air Force. One of the best ways to help keep America financially strong is to buy United States defense bonds regularly. If you think you can't afford it, look into the payroll savings plan where you work, and you'll probably change your mind. You can have any amount you specify saved from each paycheck. When there's enough for a defense bond, it's purchased and turned over to you. And remember, today, defense bonds offer you more interest, a quicker return on your money. They're now even better. Invest more in defense bonds. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
A clown falls off a high wire and dies. This is a story. But not the story that pulled me to the circus. I was interested now in his wife. What had happened to the wife of Rudy Grish, the girl who had been so mortally afraid for him? Why hadn't she been there when he died? These were some of the things I tried to find out from Cassidy.
So Rudy had his shoe repaired. That doesn't prove anything. He was a tightwad. He never spent money on anything.
I have a feeling even a tightwad would spend money on his shoes if his life depended on them.
Hey, what are you reaching for, Stone? You think somebody in my show killed him?
Now, that's for the cops to figure out. What do you know about Rudy Grish?
Oh, not much. He was a good performer.
How'd he happen to come with you?
He was in this country on a visa. He was anxious to work, so I hired him. I got him cheap.
When he was on the road, you ever notice anything suspicious about him? Did he meet people on the outside? Did he leave the circus a lot?
Now, look, I've got my hands full pushing this pile of canvas around the country without worrying where my performers go.
His wife claims that he was a communist spy.
That's crazy. That's absolutely nuts. He didn't have a wife.
Well, he said different. How about a tall blonde girl named Jane? Used to be an aerialist.
Jenny?
Yeah.
Well, she's not married. Oh, Rudy was nice to her, but we all were. She took a bad fall last year, hit her head. Hasn't ever been the same since. We keep her around here because we're sorry for her.
Well, where is she now? Where can I find her?
Well, you might try the wardrobe tent. That's where she works.
But she wasn't at the wardrobe tent. I checked all over the lot. I couldn't find her anywhere. The circus grounds were almost deserted. The crowds were gone. The performers had disappeared into that world of tents and trailers that belongs exclusively to them. Everything was battened down except the shooting gallery. As I passed by it, one man was putting out the lights and racking up the guns. The man who had reminded Rudy of his entrance cue, Kovacs.
Do not move. Stand where you are.
I could barely see him in the dim light, but what I saw made me do exactly as he ordered. He had a rifle trained on me.
Come over here. Closer. No, don't put your hands in your pockets. Put them on the counter. That's fine.
What do you want?
I understand you're looking for Mrs. Grish.
Yeah.
I will take you to her.
Well, never mind that. Just tell me where she is.
You seem to misunderstand, Mr. Stone. I said I will take you to her.
He backed away from me. He racked the rifle, but as quickly as he put it away, another gun appeared in his hand. A Luger.
If you make any attempt to run, to get away, to scream, I will kill you. Now, walk straight ahead of me down Midway to that car parked on the corner.
He came out of the booth with his topcoat draped over the hand that held the gun. There was something European about the cut of his suit, but other than that and his accent, he was like any other hood, frightening with a gun in his hand.
No, you drive.
Well, why don't you drive? Or don't you know how to handle an American car?
There is no need to be insolent. Get in. Drive. I will tell you where to go.
I thought I knew Chicago, but so did my friend with the Luger. He gave the directions, and I followed them. North on Lakeshore Drive, left on Randolph, down Michigan, over to State Street, and back to Michigan. We didn't cover much territory. Actually, we kept circling around the same area. Pretty soon he got tired of it, or else he felt safe. We drove back the way we'd come, past Grant Park, Shed Aquarium, Soldiers Field. And there, at the far end of the circus encampment, out of hearing of any other trailers, we stopped at a luxury house trailer parked on the lakefront. He got out of the car, held the door open for me, and we walked to the trailer steps.
Go on. Open the door. Now step inside.
Mr. Stone! Mr. Stone!
It was Mrs. Jane Grish. I recognized her from the clothes she wore. Would have been hard to recognize her from her face. It had been beaten almost beyond recognition. She was huddled in the corner, sobbing. And seated comfortably on the couch, smoking a cigarette, was an overly handsome, blond young man.
Come in. Close the door, Kovacs. Well, Mr. Stone, it was nice of you to come with Kovacs. But then Kovacs has always been inordinately persuasive.
From the looks of Mrs. Grish's face, I'd say that you were pretty persuasive yourself.
I have that reputation.
You wouldn't be Maverick, would you?
Oh, you have heard of me, eh? This I do not like.
Maverick, he knows about the shoe?
Your situation becomes more and more unfortunate, Mr. Stone. But you are just in time for what you Americans call the second show. Mrs. Grish, where is the information that your husband has collected for us?
I don't know. I told you I don't know.
You're lying, Mrs.
But
Grish.
I don't know. I don't know anything.
You do know.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Then let me refresh your memory. Rudy Grish was sent here for a very definite purpose. To correlate information from our scattered agents all over the country and to pass this information on to us. And he did his job well until he married you. That was his mistake.
No. You made the mistake. It wasn't me. I didn't change his mind. It was being able to go from state to state without showing papers, to do what he wanted without asking permission. For the first time in his life, think for himself.
All right. If you won't cooperate, we go back to the first way.
Leave her alone.
Kovacs, hold him.
You stupid, let go of me.
Don't be so impatient, Mr. Stone. Your turn is next. Scream all you want. No one will hear.
Oh, please. I'll tell you anything. If you promise, leave Rudy alone.
Of course we will, my dear. Where is the information?
Don't sell out, Mrs. Grish. It's too late. Rudy's dead.
Dead?
Shut up.
You shouldn't have killed him. Now you'll never find out because I don't know. No one knew but Rudy. Rudy.
He was with Rudy when he died. Maybe he told him.
Excellent, Kovacs. Well, Mr. Stone, aren't you frightened?
Of what? Thugs like you? Don't get me wrong. I'm no hero, but I cut my teeth on your caliber. This is Chicago, remember?
Yes. Yes, I've seen your gangster movies. Effective but blunt. Very blunt indeed. You will see we are going to give you a night you won't forget.
I'm sure I can depend on it.
Oh, yes. Yes, you can depend on it. Like you can depend on our one day liberating your people, too, from your antiquated ideals.
If it weren't so ironic, it'd be funny.
It amuses you?
No, not that. I'm just thinking about a guy I know named Louis Martel, whose biggest worry in life is that some other gang might take over one little neighborhood in Chicago.
When we take over, it will be definite, conclusive.
It will be everything.
Well, this you'll have to prove.
Don't worry, Stone. They'll never make it.
The Marines had landed. It was the right entrance, but the wrong character. Louis Martel standing in the doorway with an automatic in his hand. Why?
So you're the guys that are going to take over, huh?
Move it.
No, you don't, sweetheart. Yeah. That's what happens to guys that try to muscle in. Now, you, Stone, you're quite a cute character. Thought you'd shake me, huh? Trying to lose me at the circus while you made contact with these out-of-town punks.
You got it all wrong, Louis.
Yeah, sure. Now, the point is, what am I going to do about you and the dame?
Louis, behind you. Look out.
Won't work, Stone.
Kovac's going to shoot.
That's as old as... You dirty rat. In the back.
A great international story. I believed it. I bought it. But I couldn't print it because I couldn't prove it. The cops, they pegged it for a gang killing, and you couldn't blame them. That's how it looked, 3 dead hoodlums. I told them the blonde man was Mavlik, and they thought it was plausible and interesting. But his identification read, Herman Kennedy, Pittsburgh. They almost believed me when Mrs. Greesh backed me up, that is, until they checked and found out that she'd had a bad fall and hadn't been the same since. Oh, they were nice about it. They told me to come back if I ever got any proof. Fat chance. But there is one interesting slant to the whole case. Louis Martel, gangster, killer. Yet, although he never got to know it, in life's crazy way, he was the right guy in the right place at the right time. And for a brief moment, became a hero. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's transcribed story was written by John and Gwen Bagney with music by Robert Armbruster. Featured in tonight's cast were George Ellis, Bill Conrad, Ben Wright, Sidney Miller, and Lou Merrill. Don Rickles speaking. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Every Friday evening on most NBC stations, you'll hear a trio of stellar shows for your listening enjoyment. For top satire and lots of laughs, it's Inside Bob and Ray, the 2 boys from Boston who won this year's Peabody Award for top radio achievement in their field. For music, tune for the Mario Lanza Show with his guest Margaret Whiting. And
NBC presents, transcribed, Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. Sometimes the stories of the night have their beginnings on the day side. This one did. It was less than a dozen hastily written words on a piece of paper when I first saw it. My city editor Farley's words, all black and white in the light of day. It took the night to add the color and the shadings to give them perspective and make them come alive. It wasn't quite 5 o'clock in the afternoon, but the lights on Michigan Avenue were on. And I was going to work with Farley's words folded in an inside pocket. Specifically, I was on my way to meet a man named Riley Johnson. More specifically, Mr. Johnson owned a small plastics manufacturing plant on the south side. Most specifically, Mr. Johnson was giving the plant to his employees. I haven't met a real live humanitarian in weeks. This I had to see.
Yes, can I help you?
I'm Randy Stone, Chicago Star. I'd like to see Mr. Johnson.
Well, he's busy at the moment, Mr. Stone.
Can I wait?
Yes, if you like. Have a chair.
Thank you.
News travels fast, doesn't it?
That's what everybody says. How does it feel to be a knower?
Oh, I wouldn't want to be quoted, Mr. Stone. I really have no opinion at all.
A guy hands over a business to you and you have no opinion? That's almost a story in itself.
I think it's up to Mr. Johnson to make statements to the press.
You see, you do have an opinion.
Hey, Edie, can I see Johnson?
I'm afraid it'll be a while. This gentleman's waiting. This is Mr. Stone, Mr. Guthrie.
All right.
How do you do?
Mr. Guthrie's our plant foreman. Mr. Stone's a newspaper reporter, Jim.
Oh, you Randy Stone?
That's right.
I'll see if Mr. Johnson can see you now.
Thank you.
Yeah, I read your column every once in a while, Stone. I like it.
Well, so do I, every once in a while.
What are you going to write about Johnson?
I don't know yet. Got any suggestions?
Plenty, but you couldn't print any of them. You know?
No. Man gives plant to employees like man bites dog. That's news.
Stick around. He may bite a dog, too. I don't trust him. I don't figure his angle yet, but I'll bet he's got one. I'll bet it's a Lulu. Well, good luck, Stone.
Thank you.
Mr. Johnson will see you now, Mr. Stone.
Fine. I'm Randy Stone, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, I know. Sit down. Close the door, too. Not that she'll miss anything.
He didn't look up when I came in. Riley Johnson was drunk from years of drinking. His florid face was all puffed. The pink flesh stretched tightly across it. The gaze he finally directed at me was fluid and colorless.
Now, let's get each other pegged right from the start, Stone. If you expected a wide-eyed visionary, you could save yourself a trip.
Well, it's too late to save the trip. I understand you're giving your plant to your employees.
I already have. Everything's signed over. And get this. I'm no philanthropist, so don't be writing any fine motives into it.
Well, I haven't written anything into it yet.
Just cut out all the humanitarian stuff out of it and get the facts straight. I'm just giving them one big headache back for the many little ones they've given me. Let them try to run it. All the little people working together for their common good. They'll murder each other.
You could have sold the plant and saved all those lives.
I'd have sold it if I could have kept enough money to matter. Let them kill themselves. One of their inalienable rights. Empty. There goes a nice kid. Well, that's it. That's your story. Take it or leave it.
I bet you've got some cozy plans for your retirement.
Yeah. I'm going to get drunk. You going back uptown?
Yeah.
I'll hook a ride. I can't drive a car. I'm a menace. Ask anybody.
I'll take your word for it. He hooked the ride as far as a walk down a flight and saved saloon. Before the night was over, I tried to write the story about Riley Johnson. No humanitarian stuff, just facts. And leaving out the undertones, the things Guthrie said, the things Edie didn't say, it became a simple one-line story. Riley Johnson, Southside Plastics manufacturer, gave his plant to his employees yesterday. I went to bed at dawn still wondering who was giving who the business. Oh, dear. Yeah.
I'm afraid I've awakened you, Mr. Stone.
Yeah, I'm afraid you have. Who is this?
I'm Edie. At the plastics plant, remember?
Oh, yeah, sure.
I hate to bother you Johnson recently?
Well, recently, I've been asleep. Last time I saw him, he was doing a half-gainer into a basement bar and grill, but that was 12 hours or so ago.
You must mean the foxhole.
Might have been a foxhole, I don't know. On South Shore Drive?
Now, that's the one. I've called there. That is, I kept calling until it closed around 3. Tincher, he's the bartender, said he left there the middle of last evening.
Maybe Tincher knows. I don't.
Mr. Johnson's a sick man, Mr. Stone. His drinking, it's an illness with him. I'm very worried about him.
Yeah, well, maybe he's worth worrying about, but I'm...
I'd be apt to think he was, Mr. Stone. He's my husband.
I didn't know.
I don't think Riley knows anymore either.
He didn't come home last night, then?
He hasn't been home in years. But that's not important right now. I have to locate him, that's all. Guthrie says the employees, that is, the people here at the plant, are planning some sort of farewell party or something here today, and, well, he ought to be here.
Yeah, well, the chances aren't good that I'll run into him anywhere, but if I do, I'll give you a call.
Would you? I'd be very grateful. I'll be at the plant all day. And I'm really sorry about waking you, but it is morning.
That's all right. I'll get back to sleep, okay. I dreamt a lot, and it was a big dream about getting back to sleep in the daytime. Edie's call at 7:30 a.m. was some sort of psychic cue for the kid across the hall to get a toothache and yowl his head off. This touched off a chain reaction. By noon, I threw in the towel and took my curled lip and jaundiced eyes out in search of food. Curiosity took me all the way to the foxhole, dark and musty and open for business.
Well, Riley will be back. Yeah, he's never very far away from here. This place says home sweet home to him. How's the egg, huh?
You're a better bartender.
That's good. I wouldn't want this trap to get a reputation for fine food, you know? It classes up the clientele.
Well, you can't have that.
No.
You seem pretty sure Riley will be back.
Oh, sure. He had a hatful of dough last night. I relieved him of most of it. When he knows what he's doing, I'll give it back.
Hey, you know him pretty well. What's he trying to prove?
Boozing? Well, I don't know. He sure don't like it sober. He'll talk okay, but not about himself, you know.
How about Edie, his wife? You talk about her?
Never heard him mention her. Oh, I know her, all right. I know who she is, anyway. Never seen her. But she calls pretty often. You're funny, too, what gets into dames, huh?
Her name anything.
All she ever wants to know is he okay? She even gave me his doc's phone number. I call him when Riley pulls his fold act. You want another egg, huh?
Not till Easter. Riley folds a lot?
All the time. Every time the doc says, this is it, he can't take anymore, but Riley keeps blasting away at the bottle. He don't care, but, oh, she does. She's one of those, there's good in everyone dames, you know? Real kind. For this, he don't come home ever.
You're wrong, Tincher. He's home now.
Well, a boy Oracle.
Hiya, Johnson.
Well, make a move, did you?
Oh, sure, why not?
I got a message for you, Johnson. They're planning something for you at the plant today. Maybe you ought to show up, take a few bows.
You ever read the kind of bills the boy Oracle here writes, Tincher?
Now, take it easy, Riley.
Full of big talk about the little people. The little people with their big hearts. And the big people with little hearts. The old cockeyed world is full of do-gooders, cheek-turners. Let's all get together and smile through our tears. Love will find a way.
What do I owe you, Tincher?
85. Thanks.
Well, it's been fun. Can I use the phone?
Well, help yourself. Over there.
Riley slipped and fallen from the glory road. Let's all help him back on his feet. All the Edies and the boy Oracles and the rest of the party.
Johnson's Plastics Company.
Oh, Edie, it's Randy Stone.
Oh, Mr. Stone. I haven't found Riley yet. I'm just beside myself.
Well, he's at his natural habitat, the foxhole.
Oh, thank God. Is he all right?
Well, I wouldn't plan on him showing up at the plant.
Oh, I see. Well, I guess I didn't really expect him. Thanks, Mr. Stone. Thanks for calling, anyway.
Sure. Bye, Edie.
Goodbye.
This was the second time I'd left Riley at the foxhole. It got easier every time. Outside, the sun shone and life went on. I knew the real story was all the things I didn't know about Riley and Edie. Maybe I'd never know them. Right then, they didn't seem important. I say right then because a couple of hours later, when I checked in at the paper, all the things I didn't know became very important. Riley Johnson's employee-owned plastics plant blew up right in their faces. It was still smoldering and still burning, but under control when I got there. I found the fire captain over by a pile of rubble.
Happened right around 1 o'clock. About half the employees were out to lunch.
The rest of them?
Took them to the Mercy Hospital. We're pretty sure we got them all out.
Was anyone killed?
Oh, not outright. One woman's supposed to be in the worst shape. Wife of the owner, according to a couple of workers.
Edie Johnson?
Johnson, yeah, I think that's the name.
I don't suppose you know yet if it was an accident or not.
The arson boys are checking. We ought to know before too long.
Well, if someone blew it, they did a real thorough job.
Yeah, kind of complete.
Missed the fireworks, Stone.
Guthrie. Hey, you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. Lucky, too. The doc says these are just superficial. I'm walking along, and all of a sudden I'm not walking. Feels like a truck hit me in the back. Then I wake up, the darn thing blew me clean out of the plant. Ever hear of such a lucky thing?
Well, that much is good, Guthrie. I understand that Edie's pretty bad off.
Bad off? Yeah. I guess you could call it bad off. Told you Riley had an angle. Edie's blind.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Loyal Americans have always stood behind our fighting forces through all the years of our country's history. Whatever the need, the folks in the home front have always responded generously. Today, the need is for blood donations for members of our armed forces in Korea. The prompt use of blood plasma on the battlefield and whole blood in military hospitals saves the lives of many casualties. General Matthew B. Ridgway, Commander-in-Chief of the United Nations Command, has said, "Every American who has given blood can and should feel he personally has contributed directly to the saving of the life of an American boy." Today, with the reserve of blood plasma virtually exhausted by GI requirements, an emergency exists. The Department of Defense is calling for an immediate stepping up of blood collections. This is an opportunity for you to have a part in this program, a program vital to our fighting men in Korea. Call your Red Cross chapter or local blood donor center for an appointment to make your donation of blood for the armed forces. All types of blood are needed. And now, back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
Guthrie swallowed hard and looked away. After a while, he began pushing at the bandage on his arm a little too hard because it hurt him.
Isn't that a rotten break? Edie, of all the people in the world.
Yeah, that's rough. That's real rough.
She used her eyes. Really used them to see good when nobody else could see it. You don't know her, Stone. She's the greatest.
Everyone seems to think so.
She'd only set up a beef about it, build a case for herself. I'd almost feel better about it. But she won't. She'll take it. Just like she's taken every raw deal she's had. And all her raw deals begin and end with the same loss.
I talked to the fire captain. They'll know in a while if it was an accident.
I don't think it was. This whole deal smells like Riley. He'd hand you something that was loaded.
Well, he might. But even if they find out the blast was planned, it doesn't mean that it was Riley.
It's the matter? You building a case for Riley?
No, why should I? I don't know him well enough to build him a drink, even.
Nobody knows him, except Edie.
And she loves him.
Yeah, she does. How could she?
Edie's the only one who can answer that.
Oh, I've asked her lots of times. She knows I love her.
Did you expect Riley at the plant this morning?
Yeah, he was supposed to be there. We planned a little thing in his honor.
A little thing like an explosion?
Look, there are simpler ways to get rid of him, Stone. I wouldn't blow up a plant full of people to get to him.
No, I don't think you would. Any more than I think Riley would blow it up to get to Edie.
Unless he was after more than Edie. Huh, Stone?
It wasn't far from the Mercy Hospital to the Foxhole. I figured somebody ought to tell Riley, just in case he didn't know about Edie, and just in case he'd care. Tincher was half-seated on a bar stool, and at first I thought he was all alone, until he nodded across the room. Riley was lying flat, fit to the curve of a booth, and a man was bending over it.
He pulled a real fold this time.
His doc?
Yeah. Yeah, he's been working over him quite a while. I don't know how you keep a guy from taking on such a load. If I didn't let him have it, he'd get it somewhere else. A guy don't know what to do.
When did it happen?
Well, not long after you left. He just ups and keels over. Had a devil of a time locating the doc, too.
I think you better locate an ambulance, Tincher. Might as well get him to a hospital.
Yeah, okay. Oh, Doc, this is Randy Stone. He knows Riley.
I don't think you'll know him much longer, Stone.
This is the last one, huh?
Yeah, looks like it.
You think he'll come around at all?
He might. He's fooled me before.
Yeah, I know. Might have a good reason to fool you this time. Look, I don't know what it'll mean to him, or if you can tell him even, but there was an explosion at his plant, and his wife is the worst off. She's blind.
Where is she?
Mercy Hospital.
That's where I'm taking him. I'm on staff there. Yeah, sure, I'll tell him if I get the chance.
I get nothing but busy signals, Doc. Maybe there's a run on ambulances right now, huh?
Well, it's that. We can't wait for one.
I give you a hand, Doc?
Yeah, in the back seat if your car's got one. I'm in a coupe.
The doc took over when we got to Mercy Hospital. I took one more look at Riley as they wheeled him into the room. His face wasn't puffed and pink anymore. It was gray and very old. Edie and Riley were just a few doors apart now. It was hard to imagine they'd ever been closer. I wondered about them as man and wife, what kind of life they'd shared. Riley, a guy so bent on his own destruction he wanted to destroy everything around him. Guthrie, a third part to a triangle, or was there more to it than that? And Tincher, could he have an angle? How did these people relate to each other, really? Who was the heavy? I didn't know. I called the fire captain I'd talked to earlier. No report from the arson investigators. He said he'd call me at the hospital when he got word. I waited outside Riley's room for the doc.
Oh, Stone, I hoped you were still here. Riley's come around. He wants to talk to you.
Did you tell him about Edie?
Yes, I did. Go on. Go in there for a minute or two.
Will he make it, Doc?
I'll have a chance, and he knows it. I'll be back. I have to check something.
Okay, Doc. Hello, Riley.
Boy, Oracle. I'm in a fine fix. If you're the best I can come up with.
The doc said you wanted to see me.
I never wanted to see you. Right now, I don't have much choice. Maybe I should have made a friend along the way. Believe me, if I had a friend, I wouldn't be asking for you.
Okay, so we're real pals. Now, what do you want, a friendship ring?
Find that lousy Tincher. Tell him he didn't put a thing over on me. He never could, and he never did.
I got it. I suppose you'll understand.
I wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw him. Understand? He should. He's not satisfied that I practically kept him in business with my regrettable taste for whiskey. He's got to steal me blind.
I'll tell him.
Thought I wouldn't remember. I remember plenty. Plenty. I had a fistful of dough last night. Thinks I don't know. He took it. Just tell him I know, that's all.
He's told me about your dough, Riley.
What does that prove? He's one of your little people, I suppose, with a big fat heart. Brother, you don't know anything about people, not anything.
You said you had a couple messages, Riley.
Yeah, I did, didn't I? Well, the other one's for you. Get out.
Yeah, sure. Oh. Hi, Doc.
How is he?
Oh, he's normal, I guess. He doesn't change much in my book.
Stick around, will you? I want to see him, and then I'd like to talk to you.
Yeah, I'll be around. I'll go down to the drugstore and get some coffee. The first cup of coffee did nothing for the tight knot I was using for a stomach. I wanted a phone call from the fire captain to point the blame for the explosion. I couldn't figure Riley. Did he fold because he couldn't handle any more alcohol? Or because he couldn't blow up a place without having a reaction to it? I stayed with the coffee, but it didn't produce any answers.
I tried to see him, but they wouldn't let me in.
Sit down, Tincher. The doc will be down in a little while.
Yeah. I just locked up and came over.
Have some coffee.
No, thanks. I didn't know what else to do. I got these flowers. Then I forgot to give them to the nurse. Silly, I guess, huh? Flowers, huh?
Why beat yourself? The flowers are fine.
You know something? Hospitals sort of make me crawl. I get nervous just walking in the door. I don't know. Everything's so clean, smells clean. Funny, I got nothing against being clean, but it gets me, you know?
Yeah, it seems a little impersonal, but I guess it isn't.
Yeah, well, golly, I almost forgot. Riley's dough. I wanna get it back to him, see? Remember I told you I took it off him last night?
Yeah, yes, I remember.
Well, you give it to him, will you? You're gonna see the doc, huh? Oh, give him the dough and the flowers, too, huh?
Sure, if that's the way you want it.
Yeah. Tell Riley I'll be back when he's feeling better.
I'll tell him.
See you.
Okay. It was beginning to get me, too. I paid for the coffee, scooped up the fat wad of money and a thin bunch of flowers, and went back up to Riley's floor. The nurse at the desk took the flowers and told me that Edie was about the same, whatever that meant. That's when the doc came out of Riley's room and motioned me down to the waiting room.
Got a cigarette, Stone?
Well, sure. Here.
Thanks. Well, he's dead.
Well, Tincher will feel bad, I guess.
I think Riley thought as much of Tincher as he did anyone.
Oh, yes, he thought Tincher was great. That's why he wanted to see me, to tell me the barkeep had stolen his money from him. Here's the roll. Tincher brought it. He just took it to keep Riley from throwing it around.
Yeah, I know. Tincher's all right. I'll give the money to Edie.
Yeah. What kind of a guy was that, Doc? I've seen a lot of guys go out. A lot of bums, too. I never saw one who didn't go a little soft at the end. This guy goes still spouting his hate and yakking about a friend who conned him, he says.
There isn't much doubt about Riley's character. He was a long way from the Good Samaritan. You knew him a day. I've known him for 10 years.
I'd like to know what made Riley run.
The answer isn't very simple, but I'll simplify it. 5 years ago, Riley Johnson was a regulation sort of a guy. No stronger, no weaker than most. You can't measure what the brain men call moral fiber. But it's safe to assume Riley had his share until he got kicked over.
And who did the kicking?
Edie.
Edie?
Yeah, she's all sweetness and light, unless you happen to know her, which I do. I could tell you a lot of things about Edie, none of them very savory. But mostly, she doesn't like a man. She likes men. Parades of them.
Like, maybe Guthrie?
Well, he's one of them for now. It goes on. Riley couldn't take it, so he left.
Made friends with a bottle. And that's it.
Oh, that's great.
Telephone call for Mr. Randy Stone. Come to the second floor desk, please.
Wait here, will you, Doc?
Oh, sure.
Hello, it's Randy Stone.
Oh, yeah. Stone, you wanted the report from the arson boys. Just came in.
Oh, what's the verdict?
Clogged gas line to one of the burners. It's been backing up gas for who knows how long. Long enough to blow up anyway.
You're calling it an accident, then?
That's right. That's all it was, just an accident.
Uh-huh. Well, thanks, Cap. Thanks for calling.
You bet. Bye.
Bye. Now, that was the fire captain, Doc. The explosion at the plant was an accident.
I'm glad it wasn't Riley.
Yeah, I guess I am, too. Lovely little vignette, isn't it? The Johnson story. Riley's dead. Edie's blind.
No, not for long she isn't. They do some big things now, you know. They can transfer the cornea from healthy eyes to bad ones.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I know, but...
Edie will see again. With Riley's eyes.
He did that?
Last thing he did. Told me to tell her to take a good look at herself.
It wasn't quite 5 o'clock in the afternoon, but the lights on Michigan Avenue were on. The traffic was taking on that rush hour look, and most of Chicago was getting ready to call it a day. Another day was giving way to another darker night. This was where I came in just 24 hours before. I still had the slip of paper Farley had given me, and it read, Riley Johnson, Linton Avenue, South Side, giving plant to employees. Might be a story. Yes, Farley. It was a story. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's transcribed story was written by Kathleen Haidt, with music by Robert Armbruster. Featured in tonight's cast were Ed Begley, Gene Bates, Paul Frees, Sidney Miller, and Shep Menken. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Friday, enjoy sparkling comedy and musical variety with Inside Bob and Ray. And for pictures of Bob and Ray, the winners of radio's coveted Peabody Award, be sure to get this week's issue of Life magazine. Tomorrow evening, enjoy Western Song and Adventure on The Roy Rogers Show. You'll hear another story from the Double R Bar Ranch in Paradise Valley. Also tomorrow evening, the Mario Lanza Show stars Mario Lanza and Lisa Kirk in 30 minutes of your favorite songs. Dragnet, Authentic Adventure is next on NBC. NBC presents, transcribed, Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. There's a certain party around town by the name of Panagen. He slugs out an acid column for Pierce's Gazette based on semi-truth, crumbs of political gossip, and backstage hearsay. All of it liberally spiced with sly comments on female anatomy. His major pitch is what he calls his Target of the Week, in which some unfortunate citizen gets a 6-day mud bath. As a result, those broken in Panagen's column are beyond count. Well, last week, the color of his ink hit home, and hard. Believe me, friends, it's something of a shock to pick up the opposition paper, only to read that you're a killer. I was pounding out the final paragraph a few hours from deadline when a copy boy burst into the city room and told me my boss man, Joe Phillips, wanted to see me quick. I walked up a flight of stairs, down a hall of frosted glass doors to one marked Night Editor. Phillips was leaning over his desk, his heavy brows squeezed into a familiar frown. And the minute I came in, he picked up a clipping from the Pierce's Gazette and bade me take a chair.
Sit down, Randy.
Pleasure. What's up?
You won't believe this. Even after you read it, you won't believe it.
Well, let's hear it.
Hold on to your seat. No surprise is the rumor that Randy Stone, Chicago Star newsman, triggered Harry the Slicker Borenson.
What?
There's more, Randy. It is said in the more authoritative circles here that the boys in blue rigged a confession from ex-con Johnny Liggett to protect the Star's fair name. With Liggett due for electrocution tomorrow at 12:01, wouldn't you say, Governor, that something should be done about this? The end.
Let me see that.
In black and white.
Triggered Harry the Slicker Borenson. This must be a gag.
You can buy that gag at any newsstand.
Wow.
Yeah, wow.
I feel like somebody just smacked me in the basket.
You look green, all right.
Well, what's the answer?
Nearest I can figure, Randy, it's that series you did on Borenson about 6 months ago.
4-time loser?
That was the title.
Oh, no, Phillips.
You got any better ideas? That's your only connection with Borenson.
Oh, this thing was picked straight out of the air. Why, I don't know. I never had a run-in with Pierce's Gazette. Of all the 4 million people in the city, why me?
Maybe because you work for the Star, the Gazette's stiffest competition.
But it's such an obvious lie, Phillips. How can they hope to get away with it? Liggett was convicted of Borenson's murder. 1, 2, 3. The jury was out 30 minutes. What about proof?
Why don't you never let facts stand in his way? Whatever he gets into his head would be good for circulation. That's what he writes. That's why George Pierce keeps him on. He wants to get the Star in a big feud, so Chicago will start talking about it and boost the Gazette up to our level. Well, we're not playing.
You mean you're letting this go without a fight, not a word of denial?
We can't get sucked into this thing, Randy.
Now, wait a minute. This isn't just a personal matter between Panagen and me. The Star is in it neck deep.
Look, Randy, I know how you feel, but everything we print, good or bad, means a big plug for Pierce's Gazette.
Well, make me a bargain, Phillips. If I dig up the Panagen story with facts, documented, authentic, if I bring you the whole story, will you print it?
What kind of story?
I don't know. Maybe that Panagen and his big boss, George Pierce, are covering for somebody. I don't know.
Yeah, it could be. I wouldn't put it past them.
Well, what do you say?
Well, if the story's really hot, okay.
Thanks.
Where you going?
I'm not about to laugh this off, Phillips.
Randy, now, look, take it easy. Don't get yourself into trouble.
In trouble? Listen, from now on, Panagen's my target of the year. I'm making him a cause. I'll write that disease out of this town if I have to use handbills. But frankly, I didn't feel much like brandishing the golden sword. I felt weak and sick, and I couldn't think. I went outside into the biting wind, hoping it would beat the nightmare out of my head. But the terror had taken hold, and it wouldn't let go. It was the giant power of the lie, issued in the loud voice of sound authority, amplified by the press. That's the way to take the truth down to size. Let the public cry for blood just so you sell papers. Well, I walked, and all the time a line kept singing its way through me, a line I used to chant to the other 6-year-olds when I was a kid. Sticks and stones can break my bones, but names can never hurt me. That's a kid's line, strictly. All of which brought me to my favorite bar on LaSalle Street. Chet, the barkeep, demonstrated some awfully odd behavior. Hi, Chet.
Evening, Mr. Stone.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing the matter. What?
What are you staring at?
No, I'm not staring. I'm just going to wipe this glass.
Come on, Chet, boy, out with it. What's the angle here? Something wrong with my patronage?
No, of course not, Mr. Stone.
I'm not going to shake the cash drawer.
That's pretty good.
Come on, speak up, friend. What's the beef?
Look, Mr. Stone, I want you to know, I don't believe a word of it.
The Panagen piece?
I told Mike, the other bartender. I told him you didn't even know Borenson. How could you have anything to do with the killing?
Well, you were wrong, Chet. I did know him.
You did?
Yeah. All right. What's the talk?
Well, Mr. Stone, you know how it is. People, they read something, they believe what they read. They figure anything's in the paper's got to be right, Then lots of them. Liggett's confession to Borenson's murder, they figure it was cut and dried.
Fixed, huh?
Yeah, and that cheap publicity gag the Gazette has. You see what they do? They keep Panagen's real identity hidden, see? It's a big secret, see? So that none of the people he talks about get revenge on him. It's freedom of expression. That's what the papers call it.
Freedom of expression, yeah.
What am I telling you for? You know the story. But just a tip, Mr. Stone. This thing is pretty hot. You know how people are. They get all upset. They all want to be knights of the round table or something. Look, I'd be kind of careful if I was you. If I was you, I'd go home. You never know with people, Mr. Stone.
Oh. Well, I might do that, Chet. After I take care of a little business. What's the tab? My business concerned the owner and publisher of Pierce's Gazette. I went to George Pierce's residence. I was told by a rather worried wife that the eminent publisher hadn't been home in 24 hours. She gave me the name of his favorite hangout, which I guess she was too proud to phone, and asked me if I found him, would I please tell him to come home. I said I would. He was there, all right. George Pierce, executive in the blue light of a cheap tavern, pumping his royal bloatedness full of sherry, flushed and sweating in a tight tuxedo. I sat down uninvited between him and the jowly blonde, thus killing the punchline of a very old story.
What are you talking about? That was your change. Who are you?
Randy Stone. You remember me.
Yeah, Chicago Stars, the worst paper in the country. Sit down.
I'm already sat.
Yes, so you are. I'm sorry. This is Miss Leroy, Jasmine Leroy, a songstress.
How are you?
She's a singer. She doesn't talk. Besides, she's a little under the weather, aren't you, honey? Well, Stone, you all straight with the police? You confess yet?
Where can I find this Panagen?
Panagen is my little secret, Stone.
Well, then you tell him that I want a big column in tomorrow's edition calling himself a liar.
Why don't you take the matter to the courts?
Oh, you'd like that. Some more papers that way.
Oh, you're making me sick. On your way, killer.
Oh, I'm gonna love this.
Let go, you crazy fool. What's the matter with you?
My apologies, lady. When he gets up, tell him his wife wants him to come home. I'm no lover of the quick punch, but I'll admit it, I walked out of there feeling singularly better. A solid left for myself and a few thousand other newspapermen who still believe the morning bundle of print was created for facts, honest comment, and the funnies. It was almost morning. I went home. I pulled up a chair, propped my feet up on the windowsill, and stared out at Chicago at dawn. A swirl of soft snow circled the black pavement. A kid in corduroy knickers went by, bucking the wind, a bunch of papers under his arm. Peddling what? The news of the world or the pack of lies? I was so lost in the question, I hardly noticed the shadow move over the carpet. The saccharine fumes of cheap cologne. Then she came into the light. White cheeks spotted with rouge, penciled eyebrows, too young for the makeup. But the gun in her fist was steady. You could tell the feel of it wasn't new to her. Yes, she was an old hand. How long have you been here?
I thought you'd never get back.
I worked nights.
You know me?
NBC presents, transcribed, Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. You know, in the long story of human relations, conflict between brothers is no new item. It goes all the way back to Cain and Abel. Yeah, you can see it all the time if you care to look, but most people don't. It's not always pleasant. Anyway, I want to tell you a story about two brothers. They were jockeys, and when they started knocking up against each other, coming down the stretch in a drive for the wire, all mixed up with a ton of horseflesh and a mess of pounding hooves, well, somebody should have run up the red flag of danger. It all goes back to yesterday morning. I was sitting in front of my typewriter trying to get a story to fit into place. It was close to 5 a.m., and the clock on the wall was sticking its tongue out at me. I just about decided to turn in what I had and let it go when I felt someone move up to my desk.
Hi, Randy.
It was Ben Clark, a jockey fellow I'd known on and off for years and a pretty good friend. Well, Ben, you old son of a gun, how are you?
Pretty good, Randy. Good to see you.
Where'd you pop out of all of a sudden?
Well, a meet's opening this afternoon. I was on my way out to the track for a little morning workout. Saw the light on up here. Wondered if it was you.
Well, I'm glad you came up. Sit down.
Yeah, thanks.
Cup of cold coffee? I keep it around for special friends.
Oh, no thanks, Randy. I haven't got much time. Gonna have to shove in a minute.
How's the wife?
Oh, Stella's swell. We just got in from California a couple of days ago. Been riding out there.
Yeah, I know. I've been keeping tabs on you through sports.
Randy.
What's the matter, Ben? You look kind of beat.
Tired, I guess, that's all. Randy, you seen Keeney?
Your brother? No.
Yeah, he's in Chi, too. I thought you might have bumped into him.
No, last I heard of him, he was riding apprentice down at Gulfstream.
Yeah. Well, he's going to ride here. He got in a couple of days ago, the boys tell me, all fired up, ready to ride against me to prove he's better than I am or something.
You two still at it, huh? Why don't you two kiss and make up? Be better all the way around.
No, I don't know. We don't speak the same language, I guess. Kid's sore. Figures I was trying to hold him down when I wouldn't give him permission to ride before he was 18. I was his guardian. It's a laugh, isn't it?
Yeah.
I couldn't let him ride then, you know that. He was like a maniac on a horse. He'd get out there and he didn't care what happened, what he did, as long as he won. He was going to get himself killed, you know that. Couldn't let him ride for his own good.
Well, he's old enough to call his own shots now, Ben. I wouldn't worry about it.
Well, the way it looks to me, he waited till I signed to ride here, and then he wangled himself some mounts so he could go against me. Just hope he's got a little more sense now, that's all. Just hope he's settled down some since I saw him last.
Oh, sure he has, Ben. He was just a kid then. Riding was a game to him. Winning was fun. Now it's a business to him. He doesn't want to break his neck any more than the next fellow.
Yeah. Oh, look, Randy, give us a ring at the hotel tonight, will you? Stella'd love to see you. Maybe we can take in dinner?
Sure, that'd be swell. Say, wait a minute. You going out to the track now?
Yeah.
Why don't I come along? You mind?
No, not at all. Come on.
Maybe that's what I need, a little fresh air. That's my trouble, too much indoor living. It was just after dawn when we reached the track. Ben went on into the jockey room to suit up, and I ambled over to the rail. There it was, the dawn patrol, watching the horses in their early morning blowouts. Trainers, owners, exercise and stable boys, and handicappers. Each of them with a stopwatch in his hand or in his head. And most of them looking for the pot of gold at the end of a mile and an eighth. A big gray was thundering down the track, and I recognized the jock, Keeney Clark. I knew right then and there why I'd gone out to the track. After Keeney finished his workout, I caught up with him, heading for the jockey room. Hey, Keeney! Keeney!
Huh?
Just a minute.
Oh, Randy Stone, hi.
Hi. I saw you on that gray. You look good.
Thanks. What you doing out? They got you in sports now?
Oh, no. Nothing like that. I want to talk to you.
Me?
Yeah. Come on, let's sit down over there.
Yeah, all right.
How you been, Keeney? Hey, you did pretty well down at Gulfstream.
Yeah, I did okay.
Okay. Leading apprentice, that's better than okay, isn't it?
It's all right.
Here, sit down.
Yeah. Well, what is it, Randy?
Well...
Go on, I'm listening.
You know, you're looking at a guy who's just about ready to put his foot into something he'd do better to keep it out of.
Go ahead, shoot.
I talked to Ben a little earlier.
Oh.
He's kind of worried.
He is, huh?
About you.
Me? What's he worried about me for?
Well, I told him it was silly, but you know Ben, sometimes he's a little old woman.
I hadn't noticed.
Well, he's worried about the way you ride. He's afraid you're going to bust yourself up or something. You know, I think it'd be pretty nice if you went up to see him.
I'll see you around, Randy.
Now, Keeney, wait a minute.
You got things mixed up, Randy. Ben's not worried about me. Not one bit, no.
What do you mean?
He's worried about himself, like he's always been. That's what I mean. He's worried I'll become something and beat him out of some headlines.
Ben?
He's worried about two guys with the same name. He's worried he'll have to share the glory. He's been stepping on me all my life. He wants me down. He wants to be up. I don't like that. And I'll tell you something else.
Oh, now ease off.
He's scared. Yeah, Ben's scared. Deep down in him, he's scared because he's getting old for a jock and soft. And it eats him because he thinks I'm better than he is. And he's right.
Uh-huh. Okay, you run down now?
Just a pause for a station break.
Well, I think you got it wrong, Keeney.
You do, huh? Okay, I got it wrong. You got it right? You got all the facts?
Well, no.
You know everything that's going on between us?
No, I don't.
Okay, you gave yourself an answer. Now, listen, Randy. Ben's business is Ben's, and mine is mine.
Yeah, and neither of them is mine. Yeah, I know. Okay, Keeney, you told me. I'll see you around. Yeah, he told me all right. Some of what he said, at least, was true. I didn't have all the facts, and my business was elsewhere. A lesson I have to keep relearning on occasion. So I tucked my tail between my legs and decided to leave bad enough alone. I checked out of the track, stopped off for a bite to eat, figuring the affair of the feuding brothers was behind me. As often is the case, I was wrong. It was 8 a.m. when I got back to the office to see if I had any mail, and the phone caught me. Hello.
Randy?
Yeah?
Stella Clark.
Oh, hi, Estelle.
Hi. Busy?
No, I saw Ben today.
Uh-huh. He told me. Randy, I got an extra ticket for the races this afternoon. Same box as me. Do you want to come?
Well, I don't know, Stell. That's usually my...
I wish you'd come, Randy. Please come. I want to talk to you. It's important.
Well...
I'll leave the ticket at will call. Bye.
Stell, hey. Oh.
Reach the post in 5 minutes.
I'd gone on home, caught a few hours of sleep, and made the track just before the first race. I shoved my way through the crowd over to the boxes, and I saw her. Blonde, a little heavier than before. She was sitting there nervously fingering her program, then she looked around.
Randy, I was beginning to wonder if you'd come.
I'm sorry, Stell. Made it as soon as I could.
Here, come on, sit down.
Yep. I didn't get a chance to check the program. Who's Ben on?
Number 4, bosun's mate.
I better get down to the window if I want to put my $2 on him.
Keeney's on number 1, blue flyer.
Yeah?
Randy, they had a big argument a little while ago. Keeney and Ben. They went at it hot and heavy.
Oh, what about?
The same old what about. Keeney said Ben's been holding him down and a lot of other things. That kid's got a persecution complex, I tell you.
Stella.
Keeney hates Ben. He's just waiting for a chance to get back at him.
Now, Stella, please, listen to me. I talked to Ben. I talked to Keeney, too, this morning. This is none of my business, Stella. I don't know what it's all about, and besides, there's nothing I can do about it.
I'm only talking to you, Randy, because you're a friend of Ben's. Because I got no one else to talk to.
Yeah, I know.
It was all right as long as they were apart. Riding on different tracks, it didn't matter none. But now, down there on the same track, pounding down the stretch together, something's going to happen, Randy.
Now, wait a minute, Stella. Nothing says anything's going to happen.
No, nothing says it. You won't find it written anywhere. But something is, I know.
The horses have now reached the post.
Randy, I'm afraid.
Easy, Stella.
I'm afraid. I can't help it. I got a feeling.
They're off and running.
Randy.
They came out of the gate in a pack, 10 horses going 6 furlongs. They began to string out on the backstretch, Canapé in front by a neck, Ben's horse, Bosun's Mate, second by a length over Pedro D. And Keeney's horse, Blue Flyer, was well back. They held their way pretty much coming around the far turn with Keeney's horse picking up ground. And then they headed into the stretch.
And in the stretch, Canapé in front by a head, Bosun's Mate second, and next goes the Pedro D. Laconic, and here comes Blue Flyer between horses. Canapé, motions make, neck to neck, and Blue Flyer gaining steadily. Canapé, motions make, Blue Flyer, motions make, Canapé, Blue Flyer.
Kitty Motion! Yes! Randy, that fell!
Well, a lot of things happened after that, and all about the same time. Keeney's horse streaked across the finish line the winner, but the inquiry sign went up just as fast, which meant the stewards were going to look at the motion pictures of the race to see if everything had been on the up and up. Meanwhile, the word foul was rumbling through the stands, and so was a sense of tragedy. Ben Clark hadn't moved at all from where he'd fallen on the turf. The track ambulance made it out to him fast, and a few minutes later he was in the track infirmary, a couple of pale green rooms attached to the jockey room. The doctor was bending over him. Stella sat in the anteroom doing a good job of turning her handkerchief into a wet and salty pulp.
I can't stop crying, Randy. I can't.
Well, then don't,
I
Stella.
want to cry. I want to hold up. I do.
I can't think of one reason why you should. Now, go ahead, cry, Stella.
Ben can't be hurt, Randy. He just can't be hurt bad.
Well, then he won't, Stella. He's pretty solid. He's taken spills before.
Yeah. But how long can you keep taking them?
Mind if I come in?
Keeney.
Yeah. How is he?
We don't know yet.
What'd the doc say? He must have said something.
He hasn't come out yet.
Oh.
Get out of here, Keeney. Get out of here.
Stella.
Beat it, get out of here. Get out of my sight.
Now, wait a minute,
Killer,
Stella.
that's what he is. Maniac. Ben was right when he called you that.
Please, Stella.
What'd you do, come to gloat? Oh, Ben ain't dead yet, I'll tell you that. He's too good a guy to die because of a punk like you.
I guess I better take off.
Keeney, I guess you better.
For your sake, sonny boy. Ben better be all right.
Yeah. Can you come out a minute, Randy?
Oh, yeah, sure. Excuse me a minute, Stella.
Yeah.
Kind of upset, isn't she?
It's hard to blame her.
Yeah.
She doesn't mean half the things she says, though.
Only half? Half of what she said's enough. You think like she does, Randy, that I fouled Ben deliberately?
I don't know.
Wait until the stewards see the pictures, huh? A man's innocent until proven guilty. You're a good guy no matter what. Don't you even have an opinion?
On something I don't know about? I thought you told me once before. That was kind of dumb.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ride you. I guess I'm kind of edgy. Randy, I didn't foul Ben.
Well, then I hope the pictures show it.
There was some bumping in there, that's true. But I don't even know for sure who was bumping who. There were 3 horses in there. I was riding pretty hard. That's true, too.
Yeah, I heard about the way you ride.
Nothing intentional, though, Randy.
No, nothing that seems intentional, at least.
What do you mean?
Well, we do a lot of things unintentionally that we really mean to do all along.
Then you are blaming me.
No. It's just a comment. Like we said, I haven't got all the facts.
Funny kind of comment.
Yeah, maybe it is. Well, I better get inside, Keeney. Stella's alone.
All I know is, Randy, that I ride hard. Rough, I guess. Yeah, I'm a cowboy on a horse, like they say. When I get in there, I drive with all that's in me, and I don't think too much. That's because I want to win and keep on winning. But that's one thing. Fouling's another, and that's something I've never done.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please.
The inquiry signs come down.
The stewards have viewed the motion pictures of the first race, and the results are now official. 1, 6, and 3. Blue Flyer, Canapé, and Pedro D. The stewards have declared no foul.
Well, that's it.
You are right, kid. No foul. You won it fair and square.
Yeah.
So you're in the clear. I'm glad it turned out that way.
Yeah, thanks, Randy. Maybe you better go on inside now and see if Ben made out as well.
I went back on into the infirmary. The doctor was there, and Stella had her head buried on his shoulder. At first, I couldn't tell whether her crying was from sorrow or relief. The doctor soon enlightened me.
I'll need x-rays to be sure, Randy. But it may be a broken neck.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. For millions of Americans, tonight marks the beginning of a 3-day holiday. A large percentage of these people will be out on the highways driving to vacation spots, and it is to these people that this message is directed. Actually, we don't like to be grim at times such as these when a holiday is in the offing. Unfortunately, it is sometimes necessary. The National Safety Council estimates that 310 persons will be killed in traffic accidents during the next 3 days. 310 people will die on our highways. Now, the council hopes that the estimate is high. When you drive this weekend, please be careful. Be alert. Drive only at the safe speed limit, even though it is many miles less than the legal limit. Be courteous and careful. Help reduce the number of traffic deaths on this holiday weekend by practicing the golden rule when you drive. Don't chisel in traffic, or you may be only a statistic on Monday. The life you save may be your own. And now, back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
Well, you couldn't convince Stella that Keeney hadn't fouled Ben. She claimed the pictures just didn't show it. Anyway, Ben was taken to Mercy Hospital where they took some x-rays. Fortunately, it was only a slipped disc and not nearly as severe as an out-and-out break. They put some traction on Ben's neck, and in a couple of hours, he was up again. A little wobbly, but navigable. The doctor told him to lay off riding for a few days, and then they let him go home. Meanwhile, Keeney had himself a big afternoon at the track, booting in 4 winners. That night, I got another call from Stella Clark. She was all upset again and asked me if I could come over, which I did.
Mr. Summerfield was out to see Ben a little while ago.
Summerfield?
He's the man who owns the stable Ben rides for.
Oh.
He wants Ben to ride in the Memorial Stakes tomorrow.
That's a big race.
He wants him on demolition.
That's the favorite, if I remember right. Ben wants to do it, huh?
Uh-huh.
Well, it's up to Ben, isn't it?
Doc said to lay off 10 days at least. The spill just happened today. He's not ready.
Well, Ben knows how he feels. He wouldn't do it.
He doesn't know how he feels at all. He doesn't care about the race itself. It's Keeney.
How do you mean?
Booting in all those winners, that's what's eating Ben.
I don't believe that, Stell.
Well, I'm telling you. I've watched him read about it in the papers, listened to it on the radio.
What, Stell?
Hi, Ben. You're back sooner than I thought.
Yeah. Oh, hi, Randy.
Ben?
Didn't know you were coming up.
I called him and asked him.
You told him about Summerfield wanting me to ride tomorrow?
Uh-huh.
She's worried about me.
Well, that's a good sign. She loves you.
Yeah, I know. I'm not complaining. Just wish she wouldn't worry, though, that's all. I'm riding tomorrow because I feel like it. Because racing's my business. Gave me everything I've got. A bank account, a reputation. And you, Stell.
Oh,
Even gave me you.
Ben.
That's why I'm going tomorrow. And you're wrong, hon, about what you're thinking. Keeney's got nothing to do with it at all.
Ben was convincing. His manner was easy. He was quiet and dispassionate about the whole thing. Then all of a sudden, I got a funny feeling. I began to think that maybe he was too quiet and too dispassionate because the truth of the matter was there was going to be another test between them. Ben and Keeney were going to play out any grievances they had or thought they had the only place they knew how, on the track. And to me, the whole thing began to feel like a stick of dynamite with a short fuse.
The 7th race, the Memorial Stakes, 1 mile and a 16th for 4-year-olds and up. Number 1, Carmel with jockey Jake Hubbard up. Number 2, Demolition, jockey Ben Clark in the saddle. Number 3, Cover Girl, Steve Abbott booting. Number 4, Hurry Up, jockey Keeney Clark. Number 5, Kathleen H., jockey Pete Pinelli.
I'd gone on down to the jockey room before the race for a last-minute word with Ben and Keeney. Ben was calm as ever. We chatted a bit, and then he went out to talk to Mr. Summerfield, the owner of his mount. Keeney wasn't so calm. He stood by himself in the corner of the room, looking out the window, banging his whip up against the palm of his hand. He turned when I came up to him.
Huh? Oh, hi, Randy.
Hi, Keeney.
Well, you got your $2 on.
Well, I figured I'd play it strictly neutral, kid. I got 2 going on each of you. I figured I'd win that way no matter what.
No matter what?
What's the matter?
Nothing. Nothing, just the pre-race jitters. Yeah, there is something. Randy, you got much influence with Ben?
Well, not that I've noticed.
Think you can get him to cancel out?
Cancel out?
It'll be easy for him. He's got a headache or something. Don't feel so good on account of the spill. He don't look so good, you know. He's not up to it.
Well, that's up to Ben, Keeney. He's calling it. Why do you want him to cancel out anyway?
Well, like I said, he's not in very good shape. It's going to be rough out there.
Well, who's going to make it so rough?
There'll be 10 other guys out there besides him.
Including you?
Including me. I'm telling you, Randy, if it's him and me coming down to the wire, I'm not letting up no matter how big that spill was Ben took yesterday. No matter how he's feeling.
Well, I don't think Bennett wants you to.
Okay, just thought I'd say it for the record. I'm going to beat him again, Randy. I am. And that won't sit well with him.
You've still got to do it.
I'm telling you, I will. I'll beat him, you'll see. Like I've wanted to all my life. He's going to get the dirt in his face this time. I'm going to win it.
You know, kid, I've heard a lot of guys talk about winning before. But you got a way of making it sound like it's a sickness.
Yeah? Maybe so, Randy. All I know is I got to win and keep on winning.
Why?
It's simple. Take a look at me. What do you see?
I don't follow.
What do you see? Look at me. 4'9", 98 pounds, a head taller than a Pekingese. Too big for a sideshow and too little for much else. Do you like nice, tall girls with long legs, Randy?
That's a silly question.
Well, I like them, too. But they don't pay much attention to me. They get sore necks looking down.
What are you getting at?
Oh, you know what I'm getting at. I'm a jock. That's all I'm left with. That's all I can be. So if I'm a winning one, I'm a king. I got money, respect. I got a life. If I'm a losing one, I'm nothing. I'm a bust. Face the fact, if I'm a loser, I'm just a little squirt and nobody gives a care. So you see, I gotta win.
No matter how?
I didn't say that.
No, you didn't.
The horses have now reached the post.
Even before the race began, you knew it was going to be a strange one. A run between two jocks. The horses less important than the two men up on their back.
They're off and running.
From the beginning, it was a two-man race. Ben on Demolition, Keeney on Hurry Up. The other horses melted away like it was a conspiracy.
Coming round the clubhouse turn, Hurry Up in front by a length. Demolition second by 3 lengths over Kathleen H. Cover Girl, Fadeaway, and Empire Queen.
They held that way past the half-mile post and onto the back stretch. Keeney in front, Ben a length or so behind.
On to the far turn, Hurry Up in front, 2 lengths over Demolition. Empire Queen third, 4 lengths back. Kathleen H., Grassroot, and Cover Girl. Coming into the stretch, and here's Demolition making his bid on the inside.
Ben on Demolition began to move. Keeney had 2 lengths on him, but coming for home, Ben began to lay onto the whip, and the lead began to melt. A length and a half, a length. Ben was closing ground, a half a length, the next, ahead. And then both of them were pounding toward the wire, neck and neck, riding hard, trying with all their might. And suddenly it happened. The foul was obvious. Keeney's horse lugged in and bumped Ben's mount, and a rider went spilling out onto the turf. It was Keeney Clark, and up in the stands you could almost hear his back break.
5 minutes, Randy. No more.
All right, Doctor.
That's you, Randy?
Yeah, it's me, kid.
I'm a mess, ain't I? Doc says I'll be laid up for months.
Yeah, I know.
Take some of the steam out of me, huh? Doc says maybe no more riding, ever. No, he's wrong there. If I say I ride again, I ride again.
I believe you.
What's with Ben?
I don't know. I haven't seen him.
The stewards, they had a lot to say, I'll bet.
No, not much. They saw the pictures of the race. Your horse lugged in badly, bumped Ben's. That gave him the race, cleared him of the blame. They figured you'd fouled him to keep him from pulling on ahead and winning.
They did, huh? Randy, I'm going to tell you something. I want you to believe me. It's not going to be easy.
Go on.
I didn't foul Ben. My horse lugged in. It bumped Ben's mount. I know that. But I didn't foul him. Honest to Pete, I don't know what really happened out there at all. Ben.
Hi, Keeney. Randy, glad you're here.
What's the matter, Ben? What happened? You look like you've been through a ringer.
Yeah, I have, Randy, I have. Let me sit down. I've been walking. I've been thinking about the kid up here with his back busted.
Here, Ben.
Thanks. Gentlemen, you ever hear of a louse who never knew he was a louse? A real no-good guy who always figured himself for a prince of a fella? I know a guy like that. You want to know who?
Ben.
Me. Yeah, me, old Ben, Keeney's big brother. Old Ben Clark, louse. Keeney's always known it. He knows exactly what I was. But so help me on a stack of Bibles I didn't know until today. And when I got a look at myself, it turned my guts.
Oh, now settle down, Ben.
Please, Randy, don't stop me. Let me get this out, will you?
Sorry.
It was an impulse, Randy. You know what that is? Something you do on the spur of the moment without thinking. Something that comes from deep down inside of you, and it's got more truth to it than anything you do. Well, that's what it was. An impulse. Hey, kid.
Yeah, Ben?
Can you forgive me? Coming down that stretch, I suddenly felt I couldn't let you beat me. The pictures didn't show it, but the foul wasn't really yours. I stuck my whip in your horse's eye.
Well, Ben told the whole story to the stewards, and they gave the race to Keeney. Not that it mattered much anymore. What's going to happen now between the no longer feuding brothers? Well, I don't know for sure. Ben's given up riding. He's going to try his hand at training. I like to think in the not-too-distant future, Ben will saddle himself a fine animal, Keeney will get in the irons and boot him home a big stakes winner. But win or lose, Keeney and Ben bear out something I've always believed. You don't have to win to be a winner. In our book, it's how you run the race that counts. And remember, just because you didn't come in first doesn't necessarily mean you've lost. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's transcribed story was written by Larry Roman, with music by Robert Armbruster. The part of Keeney was played by Sam Edwards. Dick Crenna was Ben. Others featured were Harry Lang and Ann Diamond. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Friday evening, The Roy Rogers Show brings you an exciting half hour of Western music and adventure. The short story presents Three Pair of Heels by Neil Bell. Short story is your invitation to a half hour of great dramatic entertainment. Consult your local newspaper for broadcast time and join us Friday for Roy Rogers and Short Story. Two great shows on NBC. Tonight, Dragnet brings you authentic adventure on NBC.
NBC presents transcribed Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. Nice work, you say, and nice work it is. Except that work is work, and man gets tired ferreting out the secret side of his fellow human beings. So, as the man said, some seek out greatness and others have it thrust upon them. Tonight I preferred the latter method. That's why I was riding around with Jack Manson, the prowl car copper. I figured it this way.
If there's a story in the big city of Chicago, a great story, a story that'll make me immortal for a few days at least, if there's a story like that floating around Chicago, I was a little too tired to go look for it. Let greatness be thrust upon me. A prowl car's a good place to wait. The only drawback was Sergeant Manson, the man at the wheel. Next to driving that prowl, he loved talking. And what he talked about most were his, quote, experiences, unquote.
See, you know what I mean, Randy. What I mean is, you see, I've had the experience. You understand me?
Yeah.
I've been in a prowl car every night, and you're not, see? But, see, you know how to write.
Sure thing. A team, we collaborate. 50-50, split everything we know.
Oh, boy, you're a newspaper guy. You know all the answers, huh?
No, we know all the questions. It's the next best thing to knowing all the answers.
Car 203, car 203. This is Lieutenant Burton. Go to 800 Lakeland Drive. Repeat, car 203. Meet me at 800 Lakeland Drive. A homicide.
Just like that. That flat, used-to-it sort of tone I can never be comfortable with. A homicide. At least one a day belongs in any good newspaper. One a day along with an editorial on taxes and the batting averages. I hope I never get used to it. 800 Lakeland Drive was in one of those swanky office districts, low-lying one-story modern buildings that looked like they were meant to be lived in instead of worked in. Class, as they used to say, class all the way through. An expensive joint. But Allied Investment Limited could afford it. Open season on bookies, Lieutenant?
I don't know what you're talking about, Stone.
Rumor says Allied Investment makes more money investing in racehorses than it does in bonds.
Do you believe everything you hear?
No.
Sign in the building reads Allied Investment Limited.
And I don't believe everything I see, either.
Well, if it is true, it's out of my line. I only get to them when they can't tell me anything about the work they do.
Looks pretty crowded in there.
Yeah, most of them were here when it happened. Most of them have a story, too.
Oh. I suppose all the lights went out.
Nope. Getting a drink of water or looking for a pistol, things like that.
Dead man must have been one of the loneliest fellows in town.
Eddie McNeil? Lonely? He was too big a guy to get lonesome.
Mind if I go in and do a little interviewing?
Who with?
Why, the victim, of course. Who knows more about his murder than the victim? It was the reception room of a very respectable business organization. When I passed through the heavy paneled door, I saw the battery of telephones, 3 to a desk. The whole thing was soundproof. A respectable building with a respectable room and a respectable corpse lying in the middle of it being photographed. But that wasn't the only thing that seemed incongruous. There was a face, a good, healthy, honest face among all those granite blocks. And the voice that came out of it seemed awfully tired.
Oh, well, then I received the phone call.
From who?
I told you I don't know. If I knew, you can be sure I'd tell you.
Did he ask you then?
In a way, yes, he did. He asked me if I was that Professor Kiefer from the university and knew all about communication systems and things like that. I'm quoting him.
Didn't it seem funny that an electrical expert would...
Electronics.
Okay, electronics. Didn't it seem funny?
Well, I needed the money. I've been called for private work before. I can prove that.
That's why his face didn't fit. Professor Kiefer, a young man, maybe around my age. Only I had a double reason for noticing him. I'd done an article on him, on his work, about 3 years ago. There was something fantastic about his project. He'd been working on things called high-speed calculators, mechanical brains, to think machines that could do higher mathematical problems while we're adding up 9 and 4, or estimate in nothing flat exactly where a bomb should drop. I guess the cops figured he didn't fit either, that he hadn't seen the killer. They let Kiefer go, and I followed him outside. Professor Kiefer.
Yes?
Remember me? Randy Stone.
Randy Stone. Oh, you're the newspaper reporter.
You say newspaper reporter as if it were a social disease instead of an occupation.
Were you in there just now?
It's a ritual. Every time somebody gets killed, a newspaper reporter has to be there. It's like those ancient tribes who painted themselves blue and danced around in a circle.
Yes, it seems quite applicable.
How did you get mixed up in this?
Look, I'm not mixed up. Please don't put it that way. I most definitely am not mixed up in anything here. When they called me, I came. It seemed perfectly all right. It seemed perfectly legitimate.
The last time we talked, you didn't have much time for anything besides your research work.
Yes, that was a very flattering article. I never had a chance to thank you.
Well, it was a feather in my cap. Professor, let me put it another way. Why did you come down here?
That research you admired.
And I still do.
It isn't exactly the road to untold wealth.
You never impressed me as the kind of man who is looking for the road.
Are you going to write me up again?
This is a mighty big murder, Professor Kiefer. The man who was killed in there tonight was one of the most influential men in the Midwest.
My family, my wife. It wouldn't be right to print my name with this thing. I'm not part of anything in there. You must understand, Mr. Stone. When I came down here and saw what was here...
What did you see?
Well, they were a strange group. The way they talked, I knew something was wrong.
Like what?
Well, when I saw what it was, I refused. I told them I couldn't do anything for them. Not couldn't, wouldn't. I told them I wouldn't do what they asked.
For instance?
I turned them down. Isn't that enough? They wanted a communication system put in, and I said no.
Okay. Sorry.
Are you going to write this up?
Are you going to teach electronics?
Yeah. I guess you'll have to. I suppose it's expected of you.
I wish there was something nice about you, Professor. I liked what I wrote the last time because I liked the way you thought, and I liked telling people about it. Of course, you know that Allied Finance is headquarters for one of the biggest bookie syndicates in the country.
Oh, no. No, I didn't.
Well, good night.
Mr. Stone?
Yeah?
Do you have a car?
Well, not here.
Would you like a lift home?
Thank you. There was a kind of desperation in his voice. He couldn't let me go without getting his name out of the story. And he talked. He was a little too intense. He was trying a little too hard. I wouldn't find out anything as long as he was wound up like this. I had to unwind him. Thing like this can take your mind off your work for a while.
Yes, well, only if I let it, only if I dwell on it.
It must be great to be able to discipline yourself like that. But science teaches that. Scientific training.
Hardly. It teaches hard work. But self-discipline is just another word for patience.
Only I've seen an awful lot of table tappers and pencil chewers among scientists.
Yeah. Well, you have to believe in what you're doing. That's what the patience comes from.
Must be easy for you. You believe in your work.
Oh, yes, of course.
At least you did the time we talked a few years ago.
Well, I'd rather not discuss it.
You held out high hopes for that electronic thinking cap you were building. It was going to do great things for mankind. Still believe it?
Oh, certainly.
That it was going to make life better and easier? That its benefits to human beings were unlimited? Isn't that what you said? Professor?
Oh, yes. Yeah, that's what I said.
I feel like I'm interviewing myself.
Sorry, I'm not very responsive. Mr. Stone, if you put my name in with a story of the murder, well, I'll probably lose my job at the university.
I wasn't the only reporter there.
Well, you were the only one who recognized me. You were the only reporter who knew my name.
If any other paper comes out with a story and your name is used, my editor will...
You'll have to omit my name. Look, Mr. Stone, why don't we talk some more? I'm sure it's possible that I've forgotten something in the excitement. Something that I've forgotten and I'll remember. Something more.
Well, how about my office?
No. Would you come to my home? I can think better there.
Oh, sure, Professor, sure. I always give a man a chance to think and remember. I was still hunting for the reason. Nothing could have shaken this man 3 years ago. He believed in something then, something good, and still did. Only, well, maybe that was it. Maybe he didn't believe in himself anymore. His wife opened the door as we approached it. She was a pretty woman, bright and attractive looking. Only there was a third look. Fear.
Oh, darling, I'm so glad you're home.
Well, I only went out for a few hours. Only a few hours, dear.
Yes, I know.
Betty, this is Randy Stone.
Stone?
Good evening, Mrs. Kiefer.
The reporter, Randy Stone?
Everyone seems to say it that way tonight.
Well, come in, Mr. Stone. Come in. Betty, would you please put on some coffee?
What? Yes?
I said, would you... Why that frown? What is it, dear?
A phone call.
The university?
No name, just, Mr. Stone, would you excuse us just a moment, please?
What is it? What?
I don't know, dear. The man on the phone.
I slumped into a chair and picked up a magazine, but I didn't look at it. I was watching the Kiefers whispering to each other in a corner of the dining room. The look on their faces spelled growing terror and banner headlines, and it wasn't hard to figure that the long arm of the syndicate, which is sometimes longer than the arm of the law, reached right into this house and slapped a clammy hand over the professor's mouth.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Thousands of Americans have made blood donations to our armed forces. Ask any of them, and they'll tell you that donating blood is simple, easy, almost effortless. Practically every new blood donor says, "Why, there's nothing to it." No, there's nothing to it. Yet that simple act may mean the difference between life and death to a boy fighting in Korea. There are millions and millions of Americans who can give blood so easily, and yet we need hundreds of thousands of pints of blood to prevent needless suffering and loss of life. Every one of us who can should make a blood donation to the armed forces now through our local Red Cross chapters or local blood donor centers. So call the Red Cross or blood bank in your community for an appointment. Do it right away, because the wounded can't wait. General Ridgway says, every American who has given blood can and should feel he personally has contributed directly to the saving of the life of an American boy. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
When an associate professor of electronic engineering helps build a mechanical brain, you kind of expect it of him. But if he's in the office of a bookmaking syndicate when one of its head men gets knocked off, that isn't expected. To get your story, never follow what fits, an old city editor once rasped at me. Only follow what doesn't go together. Follow the contradictions. Well, that's what I followed. Professor Kiefer, a real contradiction. I followed him right into his living room where his wife had taken him aside to say that the syndicate was worried about what the professor saw this evening. Kiefer walked back into the living room with her.
I've been trying to explain to Betty, Mr. Stone. I've been trying to convince her that I'm not involved. Would you tell her?
Well, I got there after it was all over.
Well, you saw the police release me. Would they have released me if I'd been important?
Oh, no, they would have kept him much longer.
You are involved. You went there. You were there when it happened. Somehow you're involved.
I told you, darling. I turned down their offer. I refused it. I told you that.
Then why the phone call, Bill? Why the...
A mistake. Oh, let's not discuss it now. A mistake. I'm sure when they realize the police are convinced I had nothing to tell them, when they see the police are convinced I had nothing to say...
Who are they? The board of directors of Allied Finance Limited?
It's only natural they'd take extra precaution. To men like that, the world's populated with enemies, real and imagined. All the world is an enemy.
A threat?
Well, I do the same thing. An empty gesture, a warning, but meaningless.
Okay, Professor.
Maybe you'd like something stronger than coffee. Perhaps a drink?
Oh, I'll get it.
No, dear, I'll get them. I'll be happy to get them.
I just don't understand, Mr. Stone. It's so grotesque, you know. It's like a thing one reads about, but it just never happens to you.
Well, there's nothing to be afraid of. Unless he's called as a witness.
No. Nothing at all. Are you going to write up his work again?
Only if there's been some change made in the machine.
Or any change in the scientist? Is he as important as the machine?
Well, Mrs. Kiefer, he's given up his research, hasn't he?
Oh, maybe. I don't know. He doesn't talk about it with me. He used to, but not anymore.
Your husband has pulled something important out of his life. That leaves a vacuum. If I remember a rusty high school course, something has to rush in to fill a vacuum.
I've no right to turn against him.
You're asking for help, Mrs. Kiefer. You're not turning against him.
To criticize him like this.
To ask for help.
Yes, I probably am. I am asking for help. He did fill the vacuum.
A man who works nights must have that success drive.
You're a very perceptive man, Mr. Stone. And a kind one.
No, not really. It's just that I have a twisted mind. I respond favorably to complete honesty.
Please don't be flip.
It's the only way I can say I want to help you and your husband.
Sorry the drink took so long. Haven't found a way yet to get the ice out electronically.
The drink was a formality. He wanted me to go so they could talk, and I wanted to leave so I could take advantage of the time that was left. The syndicate doesn't make threats just to keep their muscle men out of mischief. They knew the professor saw something. But how could I convince him that his silence now would only get him a permanent silence? That maybe the storm would blow over, but it would take his head with it. I needed an expert, one who knew both science and scientists. The man was Dean Boswell, head of the Electronic Engineering School at the university.
A strange hour to come interviewing, Mr. Stone.
Well, I wanted to see if you'd discovered a substitute for sleep.
Oh, I'm happy to say it's impossible.
Well, that's not very scientific. How do you know until you've tried?
Now, Mr. Stone, any scientist worthy of his title knows he's an observer of physical laws, not a creator of them. We only explain what is here already and find a way to use it. We didn't invent the world, you know.
Well, not according to some of the statements I've read. Pretty big talk for such little fellows.
Oh, but not our doing, I assure you. That's the result of our erstwhile hysterical laymen who have elevated modern science to the position of latter-day black magic. Actually, there are no scientific secrets, but they've succeeded in almost making us a secret society.
The miracle worker.
You'd do our citizenry a great service if you'd persuade them to rely as much on their own humanity as they do on our ingenuity, the solution to their problems.
Dr. Boswell, I should have interviewed you sooner.
Yes, but you didn't come here for an interview, Stone. You're after something. All right, let's have it, young man.
You should have been a city editor or a cop.
I may still get around to doing both. What is it you wanted to know?
A professor on your staff, a William Kiefer.
Ah, Professor Kiefer, yes. What about him?
You tell me.
A sensitive man. A good person.
Is that all?
Isn't that enough? What more does a man have to be in this world to be something important and valuable?
As a scientist?
Oh, brilliant. A brilliant man, Kiefer.
Have you noticed any change in his attitude toward his work? I mean, in the last few years?
Now, Mr. Stone, I have no intention of discussing my teaching staff with you. Good night, sir.
Oh, please, just listen to me for half a minute.
Half a minute and then good night.
I had to bust in this way. I can't tell you why, not now, but will you take my word for one thing? He's in as much trouble tonight as he'll ever be in his life.
What's at stake, Mr. Stone?
His life.
What do you want me to do?
I'd like your expert advice.
On what?
Some telephones at the Allied Finance Limited. On the way, I learned a lot about Kiefer. Mostly that I was right in my judgment of him 3 years ago, and that his life was well worth trying to save. At Allied Finance, it took a little fast talking with the lieutenant who didn't like my bringing guests.
Why don't you sell tickets, Stone?
You give me a little advance notice on these things, I'll try.
Sure. We'll send out announcements.
Then it's okay to go in?
Well...
Thanks.
Well, he didn't say yes.
Cops never say yes. They just kind of don't say no. Here, it's over here, Dr. Boswell.
Yeah. Which one do you want me to start on?
I don't even know what you'll be looking for. Without another word, Dr. Boswell went to work. He moved around with as much animation as a man waiting for a bus, but he didn't miss anything. He followed the circuit wires and switches, the controls, the feedbacks. The lieutenant didn't miss much either. He stood quietly in one corner of the big room watching, just watching and puffing slowly on a cigar. Boswell came back to me and dropped his bombshell.
I found it.
You found what?
It's a garbler.
Try that again?
The device installed, it's a garbler. It jumbles up the voice on this end and transmits it to the receiver on the other end, which returns the voice to its natural tone.
Pretty good for sending racing information across the state line.
Perfect.
Phone company put it in?
Never. This was a private installation.
A radio repairman could have done it?
Well, no, this isn't the most complicated of electronic devices, but it takes an expert, Mr. Stone. An expert.
One last question. Where's the control box?
That room. To your right, through the door.
The one where they found McNeil's body. Well, I guess that cuts it, Dr.
Now,
Boswell.
please, I would rather not hear your conclusions. There isn't anything more I can do.
You're right. It's mine. All mine. We walked past the lieutenant without batting an eye. A nod of good night, and a look on the copper's face said he knew we had the information he wanted. Only if we gave it to him, there'd be one more murder for him to handle tonight, and there was no point in overburdening the police. So we just kept walking. I dropped Dr. Boswell off at the university and drove back to the Keepers. Now, how would I open? How could I let the professor know that I knew without scaring him more or making him defiant? Because he had to be convinced. He had to talk and he had to give witness against the killers. My problem was solved between the time I parked at the curb and rang the doorbell. A car pulled up across the street and two very tough-looking gentlemen got out. When they saw me ringing the bell to Kiefer's door, they sat back in their car and waited.
Oh, Mr. Stone.
I thought after our last talk you'd be glad to see me. Aren't you going to ask me in?
No.
I think I'd better come in anyway, Mrs. Kiefer.
What is it? What?
They're parked across the street, Kiefer. They came just after I pulled up.
Oh, Bill.
Now, don't worry, darling. Now, don't. It's all right.
It's all wrong, Professor. There isn't much time. Now, call the police, now. Get the phone and call them.
I have no reason to believe I'm in danger.
Now, look, you're too bright. I found out about the garbler. I know. And so does Boswell.
Boswell?
I took him with me. Now, call the police.
Oh, please go away, Mr. Stone, please.
I didn't get you and your husband in trouble, Mrs. Kiefer. I only found out about it.
I've done nothing wrong. Nothing. I've harmed no one.
Except yourself and your wife.
Moralizing doesn't fit you very well, Mr. Stone.
That's granted, only I'm not moralizing. When I walk out of that door, they walk in. And you won't walk again. How did a guy with your brain get into this? How? Why?
Because I have this brain. Isn't that obvious?
But what you were doing was so great.
Really? What do you know about it? An interview with me? An article? What did you find out? That the mechanical brain can compute and evaluate, that it pulls mathematical answers out of the air? But did I tell you that 100 of these machines throw 1 million people out of work?
They'll find something else.
There isn't anything else for the semi-skilled. Only the people with training can survive. Did I tell you about the things we dream of a mechanical brain doing? Running a steel mill, for example. Only the skilled can survive, and they're not being trained.
Well, then they'll be trained. That's progress. What's wrong with it? You're beating yourself over the head for doing something fine.
Drop a rock in a glass of water. What happens? The water spills over the sides. It's called the theory of displacement.
Those men out...
The devil with the men. You wanted to know why, then listen to the why. You ask a question, listen to the answer. The water spills over the sides. But drop a machine, a think machine, a fantastic machine into a large group of people, and it displaces some of them. What happens when they spill over the sides? Water just runs off, but human beings break.
What should we do? Smash everything?
I don't care anymore. Can't you understand that? No one else thinks ahead. No one else thinks beyond today. Why should I? Get mine while I can. That's why I work for Allied.
Professor Boswell isn't giving up.
Boswell is a visionary.
He's staying there. He's fighting for what you believe in.
Boswell is lost. It's a lost cause.
At least he's still trying to find the answer, no matter how misused his inventions are. But at least he's trying to find the answer.
Boswell can't see what he's doing, the killing, the...
Boswell doesn't condone murder. Not the murder of millions or of one. Even the murder of a man like McNeil. But you do. Because you know who murdered McNeil.
Bill.
Now, you can't turn the clock back and you can't stop it from going ahead. But you can be decent and fight for what's decent. Only decency begins at home. You have to start with yourself.
All right. All right. Police Department. This is Professor William Kiefer of the university.
I'm scared. Science hands us a batch of miracles, and what do we do with them? We're like kids playing with a box of matches. Sure, matches will help build a fire to warm you and to cook food and to make steel. They can also burn down a house and everybody in it. Only when you were a kid, there was a mother or father standing right there to say, no, you'll get burned. But we're supposed to be grown up now. There's nobody around to say that we'll get burned, and science just handed us a box of matches. We're looking around for a mother and father to tell us to stop throwing fire all over the place, to use it right. Well, nobody's going to tell us. We're going to have to tell us. And I'm scared. I hope we grow up before we burn ourselves to death. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's transcribed story was written by Arthur Ross, with music by Robert Armbruster. The part of Kiefer was played by Jeff Corey. Others featured were Larry Dobkin, Frank Gerstle, and Vivi Janis. Don Rickles speaking. Next week only, Night Beat will not be heard because of NBC's coverage of the National Open Golf Tournament. But 2 weeks from tonight, Night Beat will be back in its regular time period. So listen then as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Later this evening, your hit parade brings you a sparkling half hour of music starring Guy Lombardo and the orchestra. This evening, Guy Lombardo will feature lovely Eileen Wilson as his guest vocalist. And your hit parade will be broadcast directly from Walter Reed Army Medical Center, Washington, D.C. Then on Friday evening, the Roy Rogers Show offers you 30 minutes of Western music and adventure. Consult your local newspapers for broadcast time. And join us for both great shows heard each week on NBC. Tonight, Dragnet brings you authentic adventure on NBC.
Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. My world is neatly divided into 2 parts, day and night. Part 1 you can have, with its fume-laden sunshine and noisy peddlers selling everything from eternal youth elixirs to slightly used atom bombs. Part 2 I'll stick with. The neon signs that have just been turned off, the cop trying the door of Sam's We Pay Cash for Everything second-hand store. Yes, I'm happy to commit the merry sunshine hours to sleep. Therefore, my phone ringing at 11 o'clock in the morning can constitute a dissonant, irritating, and annoying sound. No, wrong number. What do you want?
This is Billy at the paper. That you, Randy?
Yeah, it's me, Randy.
Lucky I found you home.
Sure.
Special delivery letter just came for you.
So, who's it from?
It doesn't say on the envelope.
Well, open it if you haven't already.
Well, it's signed Dolly Graham.
I'm booked solid for the next 2 weeks.
It's that Dolly Graham, Randy. I'll read it to you.
Look, Billy.
Dear Mr. Stone, you're always looking for a story. I've got one for you. I can prove that I was not responsible for Mrs. Thompson's death, that I have been framed.
What Thompson did?
There's more. Please come and see me today, signed Dolly Graham.
That's great. Now maybe you'll tell me who Dolly Graham is.
Try reading the Star once in a while, Randy. Dolly Graham is the girl whose car crashed into Paul Thompson's and killed his wife. She was convicted last week on a manslaughter charge.
Which Thompson? The guy running for the state senate?
That's him. That's why I called you, Randy. The boss thought there might be a story in this.
Oh, fine. Well, tell him to break up a canasta game and send one of the day boys over to see her.
As long as she sent you the letter personally.
Oh, I ought to take this phone and rip it off the wall. 11 o'clock in the morning.
Look, Randy, Paul Thompson's news these days. If the paper could hit the street with something hot.
Where is she?
Women's Detention, California Avenue. Might be a good idea if you came down here first and read up a little on the trial.
Did I say I was going?
You're fighting it, Randy, but you're losing.
Okay. I'll be right down, but I'll hate myself for it. I adjusted my perspective to daytime living, and a couple of hours later I was down at the paper's library reading up on the trial of the People versus Dolly Graham. The Graham girl hadn't had a chance. According to witnesses, she'd driven her car out of her own driveway at a dangerously high rate of speed and had run straight into Thompson's car. To cinch the case against her, the DA pointed out that the girl had 2 previous reckless driving citations. And at the time of the accident, her driver's permit had been suspended. Public sympathy had all been with the Thompson family. From the facts, any guy in his right senses would have forgotten the whole thing. But then nobody's ever been able to prove that I am. So I went over to Woman's Detention for a visit with Dolly Graham. The matron I discovered was an old friend of mine.
Randy Stone, glad to see you. Draw up a chair.
I got a pass to see Dolly Graham, Nellie. I'll visit with you later.
Graham, what do you want to see her about?
Well, confidentially, doll, I've got a little steel saw for her.
All right, come on. I hope you're not going for that malarkey about her being innocent.
Well, I got an open mind, Nellie. You know that.
Those wild, irresponsible kids put him behind the wheel of a car, and it's murder. Plain murder.
Well, that's just what the DA said.
Do you know her license had been suspended?
I read that.
What do you want to mess around with her for? There's an open and shut case.
I don't like open and shut cases.
Cheesecake.
That trial read like a bad play written for the star performer only. In this case, Mr. Paul Thompson.
You're crazy, but I love you anyways, Randy. Maybe if you shave regularly. Hey, you got a visitor, dearie.
Who is he?
19 years old. She might as well be 90. 10 minutes, Randy.
Okay.
If you need help, just holler. And I wouldn't be too surprised. Well?
I'm Randy Stone.
What does that call for? 3 cheers?
Well, I'm the Randy Stone, Chicago Star, the one you sent for.
I sent for you? Oh, you must be nuts. Got a cigarette?
Yeah, here. Keep them.
Thanks. What are you staring at?
You're just a kid. A frightened kid trying to hide it behind a cloud of cigarette smoke.
All right, so I'm scared. What do you want?
I got this letter from you this morning, special delivery. This was your idea.
I didn't write any letter. Let's see it.
Here.
It's my name, but I didn't write this letter.
Well, read it.
I am.
Make any sense to you?
Just this about George Saunders. He was in the car with me when it happened.
Not according to the testimony.
I beat it before the police got there. I told them about it at the trial, but they didn't believe me.
Why'd he run out on you?
Broken parole, I think, in Kansas or Wyoming, someplace like that. They tried to make a deal with me.
Who did?
They told me if I pleaded guilty, to be treated just like any other traffic accident. But I told them, no, it wasn't my fault. So they made it manslaughter. A politician's wife was killed.
Well, your record made it a cinch to convict you.
Thompson's car crashed into mine, I tell you.
Car has always been sort of a mechanical toy to you, hasn't it?
Oh, not another lecture coming up.
I'm sorry, Dolly. That's the good citizen in me. Keeps coming out every once in a while. Go on.
My lawyer told me not to try and buck Paul Thompson. He said Thompson couldn't afford any unfavorable publicity on account of his running for the Senate. So, here I am.
I'd like to know who sent this letter.
You're wasting your time, Mr. Stone.
Well, you keep talking. Well, tell me anything that you can remember.
I was waiting for this car to pass. My car was standing still in the driveway. I swear it. Then his car started weaving like he was drunk or something. Next thing I know is the crash.
Well, the Thompson car rolled over on its side. You remember that?
First thing I saw was her, his wife, lying on the street, dead. I heard someone trying to get out of the other car, so I ran over to see if I could help.
And by this time, your boyfriend had disappeared, I take it.
Mr. Thompson was helping his daughter out. He said something to her, and she started running down the street.
What did he say to her?
Heard it, but I don't remember exactly.
Well, he testified in court that he told her to go and bring a doctor. Is that what he said?
No. There's nothing about a doctor. He told her...
What?
I'm trying to think. Something about home.
The words. Try to think of the exact words.
Go on home, I think he said. Go on home, Anne. I'll look after things myself. That's all he said to her.
This friend of yours, George Saunders.
And Mr. Thompson kind of staggered over to where his wife was, and he fainted. Then the people started coming around. They started shouting at me and blaming me. And Mr. Bell told everybody he'd seen me do it.
That's the next-door neighbor?
He lied. He told them it was my fault. I don't know why, but he lied.
I'll have a talk with him, Dolly.
Oh, it's no use. What did the DA call me? An irresponsible, wild-eyed lady of the night? You should have seen the way the jury's eyes lit up when he said that. I knew it was all over then.
You haven't told me about Saunders. Where can I find him?
He played clarinet at the jazz bar on Higgins Avenue. Know where it is?
Yeah.
They wanted me to plead guilty to just the accident. Well, I guess I should have. Yeah, there's something screwy about Thompson helping the girl out of the car, but I can't think what it is.
Time's up, Randy.
Okay.
Do you believe me, Mr. Stone?
Yeah, I believe you, but what does that mean? Nothing. I'm a notorious screwball about such things. I believed her. Maybe it was intuition. Maybe it was just a frightened, pleading look in the girl's eyes. I went back to the office and read the trial records again. If ever a conviction had been prefabricated, Dolly Graham had gotten it. The evidence had been flimsy, the witnesses unreliable. And several times the jury had been reminded of Mr. Thompson's fine record as a citizen in the community. I worked myself into a belligerent frame of mind and went looking for Mr. George Saunders at the jazz bar on Higgins Avenue. A waitress told me he hadn't worked there since the day after Dolly Graham's accident. By 2 a.m., I was convinced that George Saunders wasn't in Chicago. So I went back to the office and wrote a nice vitriolic column about trials and courtroom procedures. Nothing specific, you understand. Just a poisonous bit about how many people are railroaded into jail sentences because of a willingness to find a person guilty before the trial. Then I went home, set the alarm for 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I went to bed. The mechanical monster did its work, and by 2 o'clock I was climbing the few steps to Mr. Bell's porch, Dolly's neighbor, the one who'd sworn he'd seen the accident take place. Mr. Bell? That's me.
What do you want?
It's about that Thompson accident case.
I ought to start charging for all the talking I've been doing about that.
My name is Stone. I'm with the Chicago Star.
I read it all the time.
Well, we're thinking of doing a feature story, pictures of you and your wife, the works.
As soon as she moved into the rooming house next door, I knew what kind she was.
You saw the actual crash take place, Mr. Bell?
I was sitting right here. She came shooting out of her driveway. She was doing 40, I bet. Reckless. Murderous reckless.
Your chair was right there where it is now?
Same spot. I told the missus the day that girl ran over my dog. She'll kill a person someday. And she did. She killed that poor Mrs. Thompson.
Well, maybe you just heard the crash, Mr. Bell. Could that be?
I seen it, I said. She ran over and killed my dog. And did it deliberate. And you think she was sorry? Not her.
Mind letting me sit in that chair for a minute?
Go ahead.
Thank you.
What do you want to do that for?
I'm just trying to figure out how you could have seen the driveway from here. All I can see is a brick wall and 2 big trees.
And you wouldn't make me out to be a liar, would you? I seen it all.
You must have yourself a trick set of eyes, then.
I told them in court I seen it, and they believed me.
Well, maybe you saw it because you wanted to see it. You weren't exactly fond of that girl, you know.
It's nothing to do with it. If I hadn't seen it, I'd have said so.
You'd have had to be hanging a foot over the railing before you could have seen the accident.
Well, maybe that's what I was doing then. You can't make no liar out of me. You go talk to Miss Marks. She lives in the same house as that Graham girl. She's seen it, too.
Uh-huh. I'm going to. Oh, is it all right if I send somebody around here later to take some pictures?
Why, sure thing. And, say, if you're writing something in the paper, don't forget to say that the missus is a fine dressmaker. Oh, she's one of the best in this section.
Well, we'll headline that fact.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. This is a call to service for 50,000 young women. That figure, 50,000, is the number of student nurses needed this year, and the need is acute. Women trained in the nursing profession are wanted because of increased requirements in serving the armed forces. And there is also a greater demand for nursing services for the civilian population. Hospital admissions throughout the country have increased from 10 million in 1940 to nearly 17 million yearly. It is estimated that 1 out of every 10 girls graduating from America's high schools this year must enter nursing schools if the 50,000 student nurse quota is to be met. Student nurses pursue interesting, vital subjects in well-equipped classrooms and laboratories. After completing their training, they can choose between work with the armed forces, work in hospital service, private duty, research, teaching, public health, or some other interesting field. Now, to qualify as a student nurse, a young woman must be a high school graduate or college student of good health and character. To answer this call, go to your nearest hospital or collegiate school of nursing or talk with your school advisor. And now, back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
This thing was beginning to scare me. Mr. Bell couldn't possibly have seen that accident, yet the Supreme Court couldn't have shaken his testimony. The girl had killed his dog, and since that day he carried around enough malice in his heart to be able to send her to prison on a phony charge. I went next door to the rooming house where Dolly had lived. Miss Marks, another one of the witnesses against the Graham girl, lived in one of the upstairs rooms.
Yes?
I'm a newspaper reporter. I'd like an interview with you.
Oh, come on in. I'll turn the radio off. You sit down.
Thank you.
Care for some wine? Cherry?
No, thank you.
Cherry's good for you. The other stuff's poison.
So I've heard.
Makes you feel better if you're ill. And it helps time go quicker. You were talking to Mr. Bell next door about Dolly Graham. I heard you through the window. Do you know Dolly? She had more boyfriends.
No.
She's a good-looking girl. Her hair's just like mine was. Mine was natural, though. Did you think it to see me now? I was very pretty, too.
Sure, and you're not out of it yet. About the crash.
Oh, I'm tired talking about that accident.
You heard her leaving her room?
Laughing. He was kidding her.
Well, in court you said that she came out alone.
I said I wasn't sure she was with somebody else.
Oh. But you heard a man's voice.
Maybe. Oh, there were no long, empty evenings for her. Not like some people have. She used to rib me about it, said she'd fix me up with the date, stuff like that. It hurt.
You were looking out of the window when it happened?
Yes.
There was nobody in Dolly's car with her?
No. She said he ran out on her. I didn't see him. That's a laugh, isn't it?
That's hilarious.
When it came right down to a pinch, she was alone, too. Even the young, pretty ones are alone. I had a time of it when the reporters and police started coming around. But even that didn't last long.
Did you see... Oh, never mind.
Oh, I'm not much good to you, am I, mister?
Well, thanks anyway. I checked into the office about 3 o'clock. Billy, the managing editor's girl, Friday, collared me.
Randy, come into the office for a minute.
What's the matter, Billy? You look very unhappy about something.
Not me, the managing editor. It's, this morning's column of yours. It's directed against Paul Thompson, isn't it?
Well, generally speaking, yes. Specifically, no.
Well, you know the Star is supporting him in his bid for the Senate.
Yeah. If I insinuated the trial left a pretty foul odor behind, it's because I think so.
A judge tries her, a jury convicts her, but Stone the Avenger thinks she's been railroaded.
Like a rocket-powered express.
Thompson's attorney's phone. The M.E. wants no more of it.
Oh, I see.
As a matter of fact, Thompson wants to talk to you.
Since when has the Star influenced by politicians?
Proof's one thing, Randy. Conjecture's another. Give the boss proof and he'll print it.
The girl is taking a phony rap, I'm sure of it.
All right. All right, get yourself fired.
I sent one of the photographers down to take some pictures from the neighbor's house. Those pictures are going to prove the guy was lying. He said he saw the accident. He couldn't have.
You're going to need something a lot more conclusive than that before you can make a story out of it, Randy.
I know it. I'm working on 2 more angles. First, to find out who wrote this letter. Then to find Dolly's boyfriend, the missing musician.
You believe there was a guy with it?
Yeah.
Let me look at that letter.
A friend of mine, Alf Harriman's on the board of the local musicians union. He's trying to trace this Saunders for me. If he phones while I'm out, will you take a message?
Mm-hmm. This is a girl's handwriting, Randy.
You sure?
Pretty sure. Was mailed from Wilmette late last night. It's about 30 miles from here. High-class residential section.
I live here, remember?
The boss told Mr. Thompson you'd call him as soon as we heard from you.
It's late, Billy.
He said no matter what time it was, he wants to see you.
Well, I'll go see him now. Don't forget, if Harriman phones, take the message.
Harriman?
The guy from the musicians union about Saunders.
Oh.
Now, how about Paul Thompson?
He lives in the Nelson Apartments on Lakewood Terrace.
Good. I'll call you as soon as he's had me bounced out on the street. Half an hour later, a nurse ushered me into Thompson's study. She'd warned me that Mr. Thompson was a pretty sick man and that I shouldn't say anything to excite or disturb him. She closed the door behind me. He looked old and tired, and he waved me to a chair near him.
I'm sorry I can't rise to receive you. I haven't been very well.
I'm sorry to hear that. You left a message. You wanted to see me.
Obviously, we had to meet very shortly, so I took the initiative.
Yeah, I'm told that you were disturbed about my column in this morning's Star.
Both its tone and contents were clearly directed against my family.
I was attacking a series of principles, not any individual.
Running as I am for the Senate next month, your insinuations must have an adverse effect on my campaign. I have learned that you are conducting a private investigation into the tragic death of my wife.
Well, to deny that would be stupid.
In the face of such overwhelming evidence as was presented in the court, do you mean to say that further inquiries could serve any useful purpose?
Well, that remains to be seen. I'm interested in facts only, Mr. Thompson. I think you can help end my investigation here and now.
How?
Well, let me talk to your daughter. Is she home?
She's in no condition to see anyone. Poor child is on the point of a serious breakdown. She's never recovered from that horrible night.
A few words with her, that's all I want.
It's impossible.
NBC presents, transcribed, Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. If you've ever come to doubt the power of the people to change something they don't like, if you've ever said to yourself, things aren't going so well, but there's nothing I can do about it, then let me tell you the story of a farming man from Hudson, Illinois, who blew into town one evening, mobilized a force of Chicago's citizenry, and fought the king of corruption as no one else has ever done, under the banner of love. I was people browsing in the Illinois Central Depot at the tip of Roosevelt Road one evening. I checked the Traveler's Aid Bureau for a possible story lead, but nothing had presented itself. I was about to say goodbye when a loose-jointed, long-faced traveler ambled in, closed the door softly, and gently placed his cardboard suitcase on the floor and looked over the counter at Miss Holstead. She asked him if she could help him. He looked at her a moment, scratched his stubble chin pensively, smacked his lips, and began.
Well, I was kind of wondering.
Yes?
Where's the hotel?
There's a number of them, sir. May I give you a list of them?
How much is it?
No charge. Here you are.
Say, that's mighty kind. Lots of them. I ain't got too much cash on me.
Well, we can't recommend any one hotel in particular.
Miss Holstead, maybe I...
This is Mr. Stone. He's with the Chicago Star. Perhaps he can help you. Just call if you want me, sir.
Oh, it ain't too important, Mr. Stone. I can stay any place. I stay a lot of places I wouldn't bed down a hog.
Would you prefer someplace in the Loop?
What's the Loop?
Downtown, the Civic Center.
My name's Benjamin Joseph Tusher. I'm from Hudson, Illinois. I'm not very versified in how this here place is laid out. I come here only for a couple of days. My wife didn't come with me.
Business?
Yeah, kinda, might say.
Hey, mind if I ask what sort of business? I'm a newspaper reporter. I sometimes ask personal questions. I hope you don't resent
Reformer.
I beg your pardon?
Reformer.
Oh.
I heard about the crime you people got up here. I'm a reformer by trade. I thought I'd try to clean things up.
Crime?
Crime, yeah. Counterfeit, larceny. I'm a specialist in all of them.
Single-handed?
My uncle was Ned Kensing.
Uh-huh.
You heard of him?
Well, the name's familiar.
Cleaned up the West. Sheriff of 10 counties. Taught me everything I know. Loop?
Yeah.
That ought to be all right. Let's get a room in the Loop.
Benjamin Joseph Tusher, reformer by trade from Hudson, Illinois, took a room in a small, inexpensive hotel on Van Buren Street. He tested the bed, he opened the window, and the dirt blew in. He didn't say anything for a few minutes. I didn't know it at the time, but he was listening for the elevator to go by again.
What do they call it?
Elevated.
Goes on all night like that?
I'm afraid so, but for the price you want to pay.
Same train? Every time that thing goes by, sounds like the same train. Couldn't be the same train.
No.
Not a dirt in the air.
Well, in this section...
I better close the window, else I'll have to take another bath. Well, I guess I better go right to work.
Oh, it's 2 a.m, Ben. Why don't you get some sleep? And then tomorrow morning...
Crime goes on most at night.
That's true, but...
Corruption breeds in darkness. I gotta go right to work. Where's the main tavern and dance hall?
Well, there's the pump room of the Ambassador East.
Let's go.
You can't go in without a tie.
Got one right here. String type. My wife made me take it.
Ben, look. Chicago needs cleaning up, all right, but it's more than a one-man job.
My uncle was Ned Kensing.
Nevertheless.
He had a formula that never failed.
What is that?
Love.
Love?
Love. Love corruption right out of this town. Just the way Uncle Ned did.
Ben, where are you going?
I'm out to find me the nest of crime, and when I do, I'm going to love it to death.
I finally convinced Ben to go to sleep and begin his campaign the next day. I finished my appointed rounds, wrote my story, went home and slept. Next afternoon, I went over to Ben's hotel. Ben was getting dressed, and on the bed was a pile of pamphlets.
Afternoon.
Afternoon. What's the pamphlets?
Take one. They're free.
Love Against Corruption.
That's the name of the party.
Join with us in our crusade to cleanse this metropolis of crime and vagrancy.
That's our platform. Copied word for word from Uncle Ned's pamphlet, 1897.
No dues, no button, no name, no pin. Just say I'm with you, we take you in.
I'm going out to Union Square. Somebody told me that would be a good place to start.
Where'd you get these pamphlets printed?
Recruited up a printer in the organization, among others. It's been a lively morning. Come in.
Here are some more pamphlets, Mr. Tusher. Right off the press.
Thanks, Miss Jewell. This is Randy Stone, Chicago Star.
How do you do?
Welcome to the party, Mr. Stone.
Oh, thank you.
I also called John Lahr, just as you said to do. He's a difficult man to reach.
John Lahr?
You've heard of him, of course.
Ben, what's the matter with you? You trying to commit suicide? Fun is fun, but John Lahr...
Don't you worry, Mr. Stone. Mr. Stone's a worrier, Miss Jewel.
Oh,
Lahr is the #1 boy, Ben.
I know it.
He runs organized crime in Chicago.
I know it.
Oh, Ben, don't be crazy. You'll get yourself killed. Lahr doesn't fuss around.
Mr. Stone, I learned a lot of things today. One of them is the law ain't been able to tag Mr. Lahr with a thing. That's how clever he's been. The other is that everybody's scared to death of John Lahr, and nobody's gone after him. Our political party means to attack him with love. Right, Miss Jewel?
Attack with love. That's right, Mr. Tusher.
Sing, Miss Jewel.
Well, I'm not a very good singer.
Go on. I want Mr. Stone to hear it. Mr. Stone, this is our campaign song.
Love corruption out of town with Tusher, Tusher. Love corruption out of town the Benny Tusher way.
I wrote it myself.
Gone to work all night, gone to work all day. We'll love corruption out of town the Benny Tusher way.
That's very nice.
Well, have we got an appointment to see John Lahr, Miss Jewel?
I just couldn't, Mr. Tusher.
I see. Well, I guess we got to go without an appointment.
Oh, now, Ben, come on. Now, listen to me. Sing your song, give out your pamphlets, but please, don't kid around with John Lahr, please.
I'm the natural leader of a great and growing political party, Mr. Stone. Our battle is with Mr. Lahr. He's the boss of the other side. You with us or against us?
With us or against us, Mr. Stone?
Ben.
You for corruption?
Well, no, but...
Then you're with us.
Love corruption out of town with Tusher, Tusher. Love corruption out of town the Benny Tusher way.
Ben Tusher was a changed man. He'd been suddenly transformed from a humble farmer to the leader of his own political party, and his big guns of love were aimed at the emperor of Chicago crime. The three of us started for John Lahr's Gold Coast penthouse. I did my best to talk Ben out of his visit, but my voice was lost under the words of his fight song. We made it to the right floor without mishap, but at the entrance to the Lahr apartment, we were met by 6.5 feet of muscle in gray double-breasted.
What can I do for you? I'm Benjamin Joseph Tusher, Hudson, Illinois.
Uh-huh.
This is Miss Ernestine Jewell.
Uh-huh.
And Mr. Randy Stone.
Uh-huh.
We'd like to see Mr. Lahr, please.
Uh-uh.
On business.
On your way.
We represent the Love Against Corruption Party. I'm campaign chairman.
Go elsewhere.
Come on, Ben. You heard the man.
Please, Mr. Stone. Here, my friend, a pamphlet.
Keep it. Now scram. No solicitors. Can't you read the signs?
Ben, I think he means it. Discretion is the better part of valor.
I think we ought to sing our way in.
Oh, no.
Wonderful idea.
Love corruption out of town the Tusher, Tusher. Love corruption out of town the Benny Tusher way. Gone to work all night, gone to work all day. Love corruption out of town the Benny Tusher way.
What is this? Ed, what's the idea? Nuts, boss. Absolutely crazy. A bunch of idiots.
Here's
Well,
Mr. Lahr.
give them $1 and send them away. Here's $1. Now get out of here or I'll call the police.
Ben, come on, Ben.
Mr. Stone, please. Let go. Mr. Lahr?
Yes?
I'm Ben Tusher. This Miss Ernestine Jewell. This Mr. Randy Stone.
Fine.
This is your first warning, Mr. Lahr.
What did you say?
I am the leader of a great and growing party fighting against corruption. That means you, Mr. Lahr. I'll put it this way. Either leave town voluntarily or we'll drive you out of town with love.
Love.
Now, boss.
I must have escaped from somewhere.
Now?
Now, gently, Eddie. They may mean votes.
Right.
Ben, let's go. Come on.
Out.
Oh, keep your hands off me, you big...
Out.
A great and growing party, Mr. Lahr.
Ben, come on.
Out.
Let go.
Hands off, big stuff. He's not that young anymore.
Okay. See? No hands. Now, before I beat all your heads in, blow.
Had Mr. Lahr not been a gentleman gangster, we might have been treated a mite rougher. As it was, Ben Tusher's collar was only slightly mangled, and Miss Jewell wasn't touched at all. Ben was undaunted. From Mr. Lahr's apartment, we followed our leader to Union Square. Ben climbed aboard a bench, put his pamphlets beside him, and started to assail the park habitués with samples of old-fashioned oratory. He began with the best of gimmicks, the giveaway.
It's free, everything is free, it's free.
Free, free.
Come on and get it,
it's free.
Miss Jewel, get out of the way. You'll get crushed in the rush.
Isn't he wonderful?
I didn't know he had it in him.
Get them before they're all gone. Limited supply. They're free.
They don't even know what he's giving away.
They don't care. It's free.
Get them now. Here they are. Fine. Now, in exchange for the gift, just a second of your time. Turn the page to the inside. Describes our political party. We're against corruption. So are you. Naturally, we see eye to eye.
Guess what?
Corruption. We're going to drive it out of town.
You and who else?
Me and you.
What with? Pamphlets?
Pamphlets and love.
Love it out of town?
Love corruption out of town. That's right.
Yeah.
We're going to get banners, and we're going to sing songs, and we're going to march on old John Lahr, who's been running things here too long as it is.
Hey, boy!
Yes, sir.
I'm with you, buddy.
How many others?
Go on, Mr. Stone. Give him support.
I'm strictly an observer, Miss Jewel.
I thought you worked for us.
Well, I am.
I will then. I'm with you, mister. I'm with you.
That's fine. What we need is to sing our song and get everybody in the against corruption mood. Page 13, everybody.
Yes, page 13. Love corruption out of town. Tusher, tusher. Love corruption out of town. Any tusher way. Gonna work all night. Gonna work all day. We'll love corruption out of town. Any tusher way.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. The old song says, "Keep the home fires burning." And unfortunately, the home fires do keep burning. 340,000 homes are destroyed by fire in this country every year, with a loss of 11,000 lives and hundreds of millions of dollars. And yet, a simple, regular check through your home for possible causes of fire will eliminate the possibility of a costly and tragic blaze. Now, there are 5 simple rules for protecting your home against fire. 1, don't smoke in bed or discard lighted cigarettes carelessly. 2, clean out old rags, papers, and other inflammable debris. 3, repair or replace defective electric wiring or equipment promptly. 4, use non-inflammable cleaning fluids. And 5, keep matches in a safe place and out of the reach of small children. These simple rules are almost 100% protection against fire. Follow them in your home. Keep the home fires out. Don't gamble with fire. The odds are against you. And now, back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
It's difficult to explain the rapid growth of Ben Tusher's Love Against Corruption campaign. Every time Ben Tusher spoke, he evoked more laughter than friends. And yet, by the end of a month, Ben boasted a political party of 2,300, plus countless donors of a dime or more to the party coffers. Major political organizations made bids at coalition, but Ben would have none of them. Perhaps the party's growth was due to the state of corruption. Perhaps it was the people's constant desire for crusade. But my guess is a large part was due to the dynamic personality of Ben himself. He began to branch out. Love Against Corruption headquarters blossomed in all parts of the city. Ben left the Van Buren Street Hotel and moved to nicer quarters deeper in the Loop. Since Love Against Corruption was news, the Star printed story and pictures. Ben was delighted.
Just look here, Mr. Stone. Letters from all over the city just because of that newspaper article you wrote. Mr. Stone, I sure appreciate your help.
Well, I've got to be honest, Ben. I didn't write it to help. Your party is big news.
Well, be that as it was, it sure got the right results. Hey, the parade's today. Look at here at these banners.
The Love Against Corruption Party. Love corruption out, vote the party in.
Yeah. Ain't that sign a pretty shade of blue, though?
Yeah, it sure is. But I just don't get it, Ben.
What's that?
Well, the love angle. We love John Lahr.
Can't say we hate him. That's slander.
No, but still.
Can't say he's a criminal. No proof.
I guess so.
Got to publicize his name so people know him for what he is.
So you say you love him?
Everybody knows we don't mean it. That's where the love angle comes in.
That's logical.
Parade's going to be a dilly.
Oh, Laura isn't going to like this. Why don't you just mention that you're against corruption? No need to be specific. After all, without proof.
Great and growing party, Mr. Stone. Grab a sign.
No, thanks. I'll watch.
Oh, I understand, Mr. Stone. The paper.
Yeah, that's right. Now, about Laura...
Don't you worry, Mr. Stone.
Oh, Ben, don't antagonize him. There are other ways. The law will get him eventually. Income tax, maybe. Why stick your neck out?
Mr. Stone, you don't sound much like a fighter.
Well, the odds are 1,000 to 1, Ben.
Not if you know how to use love.
Oh, Ben.
Don't, Mr. Stone. Don't sell that technique down the river.
Well, how are you going to do it?
Poor Mr. Lar. I sure do pity him. He's never seen love work before. Hey, it's 2 o'clock. We got to march. Where's my white hat?
The parade was broken up by the police before they got a block. And the reason was simple. No permit. Ben admitted he'd overlooked one small detail, but that disappointment didn't bother him long. His party workers with their blue ribbons and white hats took their banners and spread themselves over the city until there was hardly a block that didn't have a love against corruption or marching down the walk. That night, Ben, Miss Jewel, and I had dinner in Ben's room. Miss Jewel had added a verse to the old gray mare.
My pitch pipe, I put it somewhere. Now where... Oh, here we are right around my neck. Isn't that silly? Old John Lar, he ain't what he used to be, ain't what he used to be, ain't what he used to be. Old John Lar, he ain't what he used to be in good old Chicago.
Yeah, that's wonderful, Miss Jewel. Just great. Got the common touch. What do you think, Mr. Stone?
Expressive.
Probably the waiter. Always rush in to take away the tray. I ain't finished yet. Come on in. Listen, we ain't finished yet. Mr. Lar.
I hope we're not disturbing your meal, Mr. Tusher.
Not at all. Come on in.
Come on in, boys.
Afraid we don't have too many chairs in here. Some of you'll have to sit on the bed.
You can sit on the bed, boys.
Kind of late for you to be out, isn't it, Laura?
I keep funny hours, Mr. Stone. Mr. Tusher, I came here to talk a little sense. At parade today, those people with banners blacking my name up around town. You know the penalty for inciting to riot? You know what slander means?
It wasn't a riot and it wasn't slander. All we said was we love you.
That's very funny.
Come on, Laura. What's your pitch?
You ought to know better than to get mixed up in this kind of phony routine, Stone. I don't think the Chicago Star would like it.
I'm a traveling correspondent with the outfit.
I'm glad you came, Mr. Lar. It's time for the second warning.
It is, huh?
Yes, sir. Out of town in 10 days.
10 days? Well, that's very generous of you.
Because unless you are, you're going to be loved out of town.
Loved out of town?
That's right, sir. Loved out of town.
You're asking for plenty, Tusher.
Plenty of what?
They're liable to find a couple of bodies around that weren't around before.
When Laura made a threat, implied or otherwise, it usually could be taken seriously. I begged Ben to take it easy, but Laura's visit only made him angrier. The next night, Ben gathered his forces before him in a rented auditorium and gave them the pitch.
Quiet, please. Last night, John Lar threatened me with my life. Now, I would like to remind you of a law. That law states that every citizen can make an arrest. This is going to be our answer to his threats. We're going to watch Mr. Lar night and day. We're going to become students of every law, city, state, or federal, that applies to Chicago. We're going to arrest Mr. Lar every time he breaks one of them. And with our phone calls and telegrams and love letters, we're going to tie up his lines of communications just like they do to the enemies in wartime. For your specific duties, see your precinct captains. They'll tell you your hours and what your work is going to be. Now, just remember that... Ladies and gentlemen,
The shot had come from somewhere in the crowd. Ben slumped forward over the podium. I rushed over and put him on the floor. The place became bedlam. Police rushed in and herded the audience out into the street. When the ambulance came, the doctor said the bullet was lodged in Ben's right shoulder. That was a lucky break for Ben. In a couple of days, I went to see him at the hospital. He was pale, but the old spirit was still there.
Just missed the lung, the doctor said.
Ben, you're going to get yourself killed.
You can't kill 10,000 people. The campaign's been going great ever since that meeting. We've already arrested Lar 3 times.
You what?
Sure. Once for throwing away a gum wrapper. Once for speeding. He was going 26 in a 25-mile zone. The police have been wonderful. They're just waiting for us to really get something on him. But the thing that's killing Lar is love.
Love,
We do everything with love. When we send letters, it's with love. We send telegrams, it's with love. We call on the phone, it's with love. When we arrest him and take him down the station, we keep telling him how much we love him. What time is it?
Yeah, it's about 3:30.
See, you're in luck.
Yeah?
He leaves his office at 4. Gives you a half hour to get down there and watch the way the campaign's working.
That's a good idea. I want to see John Lahr anyhow. I'll see you later, Ben.
Okay, Mr. Stone. Maybe you'll be in time for a citizen's arrest.
John Lahr's office, respectfully titled the Lahr Securities and Investment Corporation, was located on the 38th floor of one of LaSalle Street's taller buildings. Love against corruptioners were everywhere. Riding the elevators, standing outside with banners, across the street opposite Lahr's office windows in a rented suite of rooms with loudspeakers blaring out their love. I went inside the office. Ed, the top strong arm, met me as I came in.
Hold it, Stone.
Oh, hi, Eddie. How are things?
Go back to your friends.
That's no way to talk, Eddie. I came in for an interview. I'm purely a neutral observer. I'd like to get both sides.
Sorry, the boss is all tied up.
Okay, can't say I didn't try.
Eddie, where are those aspirin I told you to... Stone, is that you?
Yeah, it's me.
Well, come on in here. I want to talk to you.
Sure. Excuse me, Eddie.
Neutral observer, my eye. Come on in, Stone. I'm glad you got here. And sit down.
Thanks.
I've been trying to reach you for days. Listen, you seem to have some influence with this maniac. I'm desperate.
Because of a few love letters? I'd be ashamed, Lahr.
Yeah, the doctor says much more of this, and I might not last out the year. It's my heart. That noise is driving me crazy.
Well, maybe a change of climate.
Yeah, they say. It's only a beginning.
There's a law against threatening phone calls.
Oh, if they'd only threaten me, but they don't. They just call me to tell me how much they love me. It's driving me crazy.
To say nothing of the telegram.
Easter telegrams, Christmas telegrams, happy birthday, pleasant 25th wedding anniversary. All my boys are so busy sorting the telegrams in the mail, they haven't done a lick of work for days.
And the arrests?
I step off the curb. They arrest me for jaywalking. Stone, you've got to get rid of him.
Well, I'm afraid there's not much even he can do at this point, Lahr. It's gotten out of hand.
Yes, you're probably right.
I sympathize with you.
I've beaten back the biggest gangs in the country. Gun battles, 15 men to 1. The police never touched me. But this, I don't know how to fight it, Stone. Nothing like this has ever happened to me before. Doctor says maybe a vacation.
Hey, now there's an idea.
Boss, it happened. What? What's the matter?
Kraufine spilled the beans.
What?
Yeah, the whole works.
Are you sure?
Absolutely.
How did it happen?
Well, he couldn't help it, boss. It was the 3rd degree. They gave him the 3rd degree.
Who, the cops?
No, the women.
The women?
Yeah, he was coming home from the office, just walking along, and then it happened. It was horrible. They got him up against a wall, and then they started at him, closing in on him. Big women, small women, long women, short women. They were singing, shouting, fat women, ugly women. They loved it out of him, everything. They loved every bit of information out of him. I don't blame him, boss. He couldn't help it. It could have happened to any one of us.
Oh, no.
Boss, we got to clear out. Now. Lock, stock.
And barrel?
Right. Come on, boss.
Well, don't just sit there, Stone.
Tell you what I'll do, Lahr.
What?
I'll help you pack. The last time I saw Mr. John Lahr, he was sneaking aboard an eastbound plane. He had a one-way ticket. It's difficult to describe the way Mr. Lahr looked that evening. After a month of letters of love, telegrams of love, serenades of love, Chicago's underworld king was a shadow of his former self. He was pale, his face was drawn, and there were deep black circles about his eyes. His whole body was racked with a small trembling. I returned to the hospital bed and reported the news to Ben Tusher.
You let him get away?
They'll pick him up, Ben.
Where'd he go? I gotta find out. I gotta go there and...
That's what you think.
Sweetie!
Don't you sweetie me, you old fool.
Now, Sweetie, I didn't mean...
Running away from home like that, leaving me without a word, getting tied up with these city dudes.
City dudes? This ain't no city dude. This Randy Stone. He's with
Stone, eh? You just listen here, Stone. Ben's a good man. Don't you try getting him tied up with the rest of you gangsters up here.
Now, Mrs. Tusher.
Look at them eyes. I can tell just looking at you what kind of a man you are. Slick. Wouldn't trust you worth a penny.
Oh, please, sweetie.
Now, you get yourself out of that bed and put some clothes on. You're coming home. No more falderall. Can't let you out of my sight a second. I knew you'd meet up with these kind of people up here in the big city, getting lots of trouble. What you been doing? Reforming again?
So Ben Tusher's left town, hauled home by the ear. As for big tough John Lahr, when he and his boys landed in Albany, a branch of Love Against Corruption sang him right into the arms of the local police. So here's to the reformer. Maybe he doesn't wear a white hat and sport a blue banner. Maybe he's just the guy down the block who's found something he doesn't like and he wants to do something about it. Let's put it this way. The strength of a democracy might well be measured by the number of people working to keep it alive. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's transcribed story was written by David Ellis, with music by Robert Armbruster. The part of Ben Tusher was played by Ed Begley. Others featured were Betty Moran, Jeanette Nolan, Paul Freese, and Bill Conrad. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness.
Next week on most NBC stations, you will hear Night Beat at a new time, but on this same day, Thursday. So make a note to join Randy Stone and Night Beat next Thursday at the new time. Consult your local newspaper for broadcast time and be sure to join us on this same day, but at the new time, next week for Night Beat. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. In this election year, this station is making it possible for you to follow the campaign of the next president on NBC. Tuesday, July 1st. Be sure to hear another of NBC's pre-convention special broadcasts. This program is called Convention City, and it will offer you a complete description of the arrangements being made in Chicago, the host city of both the Republican and Democratic political conventions this year. You'll want to hear this special broadcast and learn more about the city of Chicago, the site of these important conventions. Be sure to hear Convention City next Tuesday. Another special program brought to you so you may follow the campaign of the next president on NBC. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Now, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents transcribed Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Sometimes the best stories a reporter gets are the ones he can't print. The off-the-record conversations with people in high places. I knew Robbie wouldn't be talking for publication when I got his wire saying he was checking in at a small residential hotel on the north side for a few days. Robbie was a guy I'd gone to school with. He was also Maynard Robertson, Far East specialist for one of the big foundations. I knew he'd talk plenty and that I couldn't print a word of it. The lobby of the hotel was small and gray with a desk clerk to match. He smiled when I approached him, but there was something in his manner that strongly suggested Horatius at the bridge.
Yes, sir. And what may we do for you?
A friend of mine's supposed to be registered here. Maynard Robertson.
Mm-hmm. I see.
Can you give me his room number? I'd like to go up and see him.
Mm-hmm. I imagine you would. Just supposing Mr. Robertson is registered here. You're a friend of his, you say?
Yes, I'm a friend of his. Is he here or isn't he?
I don't imagine you'd have any way of proving you're a friend of his.
Well, look, call his room and tell him that Randy Stone is here.
Now, we won't be hasty, will we? Randy Stone. Now, where have I heard that name before?
I'm a reporter for the Star.
Aha, I thought so. A reporter. Well, Mr. Stone, we have no Maynard Robertson registered here, and good day to you, sir.
Oh, now, wait. Just hold on a minute. Robbie's really a friend of mine. He asked me to come and see him.
Oh, Robbie, is it now?
He sent me this telegram.
Mm-hmm. It's signed Robbie. Of course, it scarcely says Maynard Robertson.
It scarcely would. Now, look. You've done a good job. You've screened me. I've got no concealed weapons, not even a typewriter.
Mr. Stone, as you may or may not know, Maynard Robertson is just as sought after as he can be, particularly by gentlemen of the press, now that he's just returned from Korea and everything. I can assure you he has nothing to say for publication.
Well, just call his room and tell him my name.
Can you look me straight in the eye and swear you're a close friend of Mr. Robertson's?
I can look you straight in the eye and swear.
All right, we'll see. Mr. Robertson, please. Hello. I'm ever so sorry to bother you. This is the desk. There's a gentleman here, a Mr. Randy Stone. All right, sir. One moment. He wishes to speak to you, Mr. Stone.
Thank you. Hi, Robbie.
Randy, you old son of a gun, get the heck up here.
Right away, Robbie.
I hope you understand, Mr. Stone. I was simply following Mr. Robertson's own orders to me.
That's okay.
Room 412. The elevator's to your right. It's self-service. Just punch the 4 button.
I've been wanting to punch something. I'll settle for the 4 button.
Hey, can I hook a ride?
Oh, sure. You can even drive if you want to.
All right. Face the front of the elevator. Name your floor, please.
4. Just punch the 4 button.
Ever get stuck in one of these?
No. It sounds like fun.
I did once. Believe me, it depends entirely on who gets stuck with you.
Yeah, that was my point.
I'm going to 4, too.
It's a small world. She didn't fit the modest surroundings of Robbie's hideaway hotel any more than he did. She was tall and tan, the kind of tan you get at spots like Waikiki. Her blonde hair was crisp and natural. So was the mink tossed over one arm. And the brown eyes she directed at me were either soft and warm, or she was nearsighted. Unfortunately, the elevator powered its way straight to the 4th floor without mechanical failure.
I'm looking for 412. I suppose it's down this way.
Well, that's where I'm going.
Oh, do you know Uncle Maynard?
I know the guy in 412.
Is he expecting you?
He was.
Oh, well, look, would you do me a big favor? He isn't expecting me. He hasn't any idea I'm anywhere near Chicago. I'm really just between trains. I called Mother, and she said Uncle Maynard was stopping here, and...
And you'd like to surprise him, and you'd like me to wait while you do?
Yes. Do you mind?
No. Go ahead, I'll wait.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thanks. I won't be long. If I know Uncle Maynard, he'll fall right in his face when he sees me.
If I know Uncle Maynard, he hasn't got a niece. Go ahead, I'll wait. That was for sure. This doll was nobody's niece. Also for sure was that Robbie could have busted my neck if I'd horned in on that deal. I found an uncomfortable chair back by the elevator, sat at attention, and smoked 3 cigarettes while Miss Tan and Terrific was making Robbie say uncle. I began to wish I'd brought a good book, or maybe a good set of books. Just when I decided to come back a day or 2 later, she came beaming down the hall.
I'll bet you thought I'd never come back.
I had time to think a lot of things.
I'm really a lot more grateful than I can say. And Uncle Maynard said the most wonderful things about you, Mr. Stone. He seems very fond of you.
Yeah, I got a lot of charm when you get to know me.
Yes, I'm sure you have. Well, goodbye, Mr. Stone. I guess I'll have to run the elevator without my co-pilot this trip.
Just punch the 1 button. I should have such a niece.
Now, look, kid, I've said all... Oh, Randy. Man, it's good to see you. Come in, fella.
Some surprise, huh? Seeing your niece.
Some shock. And she's not my niece.
Really? Oh, you could have fooled me.
You know her, don't you?
No, and I probably won't. She saw you first. Let's forget about the doll. Tell me to sit down, buy me a drink, and... What's the matter with you?
You don't know her?
No, I don't know her. We never shared anything except the same elevator.
You'll kill me.
I doubt it.
Maybe I'd better tell you to sit down. Sit down.
Thanks, I will. Now, how about that drink?
Now, here. Take the bottle. Either drink it or hit me with it.
I'll let you know what I decide later on.
Randy, she's not my niece. She's also not what you think.
Okay. An old family friend.
She's Kit Gaynor.
What? A dame reporter?
The same. She's fearless, lethal, covers the world, and most recently covered me.
No reporter looks like that.
7,000 miles I travel from Korea to Chicago with my lips sealed. I talk to no one. I hide out in offbeat hotels. I do everything but wear a disguise so I can get to New York and give my secret report to the Foundation directors. Brother, when Kit's story hits the press...
You talk to this dame for publication? I will kill you.
Randy, did you see her? Really look at her? Sure I talked. I'd have slipped out the window onto the street, too, if she'd asked me to.
Uncle Maynard. Oh, fine.
Well, I guess it's too late to give you an exclusive for the Star, isn't it?
I left after a while. I planted myself at the Press Club bar and thought dark thoughts about Kit Gaynor. Sure, I'd heard of her. She was one of those first women. First to fly in a bomber, first in a jet, first to slip unnoticed onto a troop ship at the canal locks and go to the South Pacific. And most of all, she was the first dame reporter to make a real chump out of me. I had a drink to each of her blue ribbons.
How did you find Uncle Maynard?
Oh, on the ropes. How did you get in here? We got a rule about women.
I'm a newspaper man. I hold press club cards all over the world, even in Chicago.
I wish you were a newspaper man. I'd flatten you.
I don't blame you. But when I got the scoop Robbie was in town, I knew it was my last chance to catch him before he hit New York. I really ought to buy that hotel clerk a drink. If he hadn't given you that G2 routine, you couldn't have led me to Robbie.
Where were you hiding? In the clerk's carnation?
You're really teed off, aren't you?
There's every chance I'll live.
Well, that's all I was trying to do, Stone. After all, the girls got to eat and drink. Speaking of drink, I've earned one. That was a good story I filed on Robbie.
Yeah, remind me to read it.
You know something, Stone? You're sort of cute.
It's the soft light in here. It does things for me. She began having the drink she said she'd earned. Swallowed them down like there was so much fruit juice. And in between swallows, she'd talk. Gave me the stories behind the stories I'd read under her byline for the past 8 years or so. Kit Gaynor was a lady trailblazer who got her kicks getting signatures on short snorters, talking GI, and hopping jets for anywhere. I matched drinks with her for a while.
The camera was no bigger than a cigarette case, so I was the only one who came up with the pictures and the story. Tito was furious at first, but... Stone, are you listening?
Oh, yeah. Oh, sure. Tito was furious, and then before that, Churchill confided to you that he had nothing to offer but blood, sweat, and tears.
Toil and tears. I had it a week before he gave it to Commons. Stone, are you sure you feel okay?
I'm fine. I think maybe... I just put my head down for a minute or so.
I thought you'd like my rum, vodka, and slow gin blockbuster. One night in Seoul, Colonel Bransford had a few belts of it and began to act just like you are. Pretty soon he passed out. Whammo. Just like that.
When I came to, I was cozily settled in my own apartment. I had on my pajamas and a robe Aunt Tilly had sent several Christmases ago, which I'd never worn. There was a steaming cup of coffee at my side, and someone was making homey sounds in the kitchen.
So, baby, slug the coffee down. You look like the underside of a fish.
You'll turn my head with talk like that. And if it turns, it'll roll off and break.
Oh, drink the coffee. Pretty good, huh?
Yeah, that's not bad.
There's a steak coming up.
Look, kid, I don't want to press, but there are a few things that aren't exactly crystal clear in my mind. Like, what am I doing in my pajamas, and how did I get in them?
The taxi driver was a perfect doll.
Oh, he was?
Your landlady was a little touchy, though.
How did she get into the act?
Well, we could have made a quieter entrance than we did. And I don't think she fell for my story, either.
What story?
That I was your niece, and you had a touch of ptomaine.
Oh, well, you ought to write. You mentioned something about a steak.
Right away, Stone. You know, you really should feel pretty good. You've slept for hours.
What have you been doing?
Oh, I managed to keep busy. For one, it isn't easy to come by a steak at this hour. I had to go practically to Cicero.
Uh-huh. Oh, that looks good. I don't think I'll be able to stand it if you can cook, too.
Remind me to tell you how talented I am sometime.
Oh, hey, this is good.
Of course it's good. Oh, that reminds me. While I was out, or perhaps I should say while you were out,
Big joke.
I bought a copy of the Star and read your column. It was good. Really good.
I'd curtsy, but I'm sitting down. Column? Holy Toledo.
Did I say something wrong?
You said something right. I've been acting like I had the night off.
I'll just clear up these dishes.
Chicago Star night desk.
Randy Farley. What are you doing there this time of night?
I love my work.
Oh, swell. Look, Farley, I've been hung up.
So your niece told me.
Oh, she did. Well,
We could have used you, boy. That is, we could have used a reporter.
Yeah. Well, I'll be down shortly.
Don't rush on our account. The worst of it's over.
The worst of what?
Oh, little items like $1 million fire at the stockyards, a gang killing in Cicero, and count 'em, 12,437 eyewitness reports of a flying saucer.
All that happened tonight?
What did she do, plow you under?
Why?
Stone.
Kid, come back here.
Your niece take a powder, chump?
Yeah. I'll be right down.
We return in just a moment to Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Tonight, the big holiday starts. Busy bus stations, crowded trains, cars lined bumper to bumper as the city empties into the country. It's the 4th of July, and a big weekend ahead. And out to the weekend fun, to picnics and parties, will go Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. Yes, friendly, satisfying Pabst Blue Ribbon, to make good food taste better. There's one item to put right on top of your grocery list for your 4th of July picnic. And to complete that list, listen to this.
Here's a list of foods to choose for picnics, parties, barbecues.
Campbell's Pork and Beans, Farmer's Treat,
Borden's Cheese,
Ritz Crackers, Swift's Frankfurters, and, of course, Pabst Blue Ribbon.
You'll find that foods taste better by far if you serve them with foaming PBR.
What'll you have?
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
What'll you have?
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
What'll you have? Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
Smoother flavor, finer beer that millions favor. Taste that smoother flavor.
Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
Yes, be prepared for this big 4th of July weekend. Get ready for your parties, picnics, and good times with plenty of Pabst Blue Ribbon, the smoother, more refreshing beer. Order a money-saving case of 24, or pick up several convenient carry-home cartons of bottles or cans. How about it? What'll you have? Act 2 of Night Beat will continue after a 10-second pause for station identification.
WNBC, AM and FM, New York.
And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
I didn't understand Kit Gaynor's departure any more than I'd understood her arrival. By the time I got to the office, I was all set to write the whole episode off as experience. Experience I didn't need. A couple of hours after Farley and I had exchanged pleasantries on the phone, I spread out the final morning editions on my desk. The stockyards fire, the gang killing, the flying saucers bit got quite a play in all the Chicago dailies. The Star's coverage looked okay. But I'd picked a great night to sit on the sidelines.
Well, my, but isn't our night blooming Jasmine?
Hi, Farley.
Old too little, too late himself.
Looks like you did okay without me. You got good coverage on all the stories.
Most of the boys are pretty loyal. You didn't happen to buzz by any of those saucers last night, did you? Or weren't you flying that low?
Oh, knock it off, Farley. I don't miss many times.
You want to know my real beef with you, boy? It's on page 1 of the News-Telegraph. Right there. Read it.
Far East Specialist tabs next red move. Maynard Robinson reveals Foundation report on new communist threat.
I thought this Robertson was such a buddy of yours.
Well, he is.
So he gives his exclusive stuff to this Kit Gaynor. What kind of a buddy is that?
What are you trying to get me to say? That she's a better reporter than I am?
She's a devil of a good reporter, I'll say that for her. She got the only eyewitness story on the Cicero gang killing.
Eyewitness?
Also page 1, the News-Telegraph.
She was supposed to be buying a steak.
Huh?
Skip it. It's a local joke.
Well, I'm calling it a day. But for my dough, this Kit Gaynor's a real newspaper man, even if she is a woman.
No. Nuts. Hello.
Is this Mr. Randy Stone?
Yeah?
New York calling. One moment, please. Ready with Chicago, New York. Your party is on the line.
Stone?
Yeah.
It's Kit. Are you teed off at me again?
I can just barely remember you.
Oh, I miss you, too. How's your domain?
It comes and goes. Look, I'm glad you're in New York. Makes me feel more secure. Only didn't you get there a little quick?
Darndest thing, Stone. When I got back to my hotel, I ran into an old friend in the lobby. It's sort of a long story, but he just happened to be a jet pilot, and it seemed like a good idea at the time.
Oh, that's good. You stay there. You'll like it.
I may run over to Europe. The Air Force says they'll fly me.
You just keep putting miles between us. I'll be the best friend you've got.
I'll come back someday and hold you to that.
Kid, please, do me no favors. I've got a job, just barely. Now, you go out and reconquer the world. Only leave Chicago to me, huh?
You're a funny guy, Stone. And I miss you. I really do.
Goodbye, Kit. I'll be reading you.
Don't forget me, Stone.
I had a fat chance of forgetting her. Night and day, at home, at the office, at the press club, every move I made, she covered. One particular overseas operator and I became old friends.
London, England, calling Mr. Randy Stone.
Yeah?
Elizabeth and Philip are a couple of dolls, and they're so in love. Oh, Stone, I miss you.
Paris, France, calling Mr. Randy Stone.
Paris?
Nobody else in Paris dreams of Chicago. I'm staying on the left bank. Picasso's really divine. Do you ever think about me, Stone?
Rome, Italy, calling Mr. Randy Stone.
Oh, this gal gets around.
I warn you, Stone, if you're fiddling while I'm away, I'll really burn.
Berlin calling. Geneva, Switzerland calling. Vienna calling Mr. Randy Stone.
I think I'm in love with you, Stone.
In between times, I kept track of her with headlines like this. Ridgway's in shape for shape, a Kit Gaynor exclusive. Tito talks exclusively to Kit Gaynor. Pope plugs for peace, a Kit Gaynor exclusive. No, I didn't forget her. And after a while, I didn't even try. At first, I was amused, then amazed. And finally, I began to think it was a good idea for her to show up in Chicago again. And she began to think so, too.
I'm coming home,
Stone! Stone!
Hi, Kit.
Oh,
I didn't really think you'd be here. Honest to Pete, I didn't.
I didn't think I'd be either.
And roses. Oh, Stone, baby, you brought me roses.
Yeah. I didn't think I'd do that either.
Did you miss me?
I don't know. Look, don't plan on anything. I just happened by an old flower lady. She needed dough. And besides...
Stone, I'm trembling like a schoolgirl.
Well, I don't have to work tonight. I told Farley that my niece was in town. And, don't look at me like that. I'll probably ask you.
Go on, Stone. Please ask me.
Well, that look of yours, is it really that soft and warm? Or are you nearsighted?
And, of course, the first thing Tito did was to give my cigarette case a going over to be sure it wasn't another camera.
Yeah, that get-up of yours, that dress, that from Paris?
The only one I could afford. I dropped most of my take making transatlantic calls.
Yeah, you did, didn't you?
I got a money-back guarantee on the dress. The designer said, if it does not drive your lover mad, I will, refund your money. Well, I can't tell, Stone. Do I get my money back?
I'll let you know.
Maybe I could work a trade deal with him. This creation for some house dresses and a going-away suit. Or should we just dance or something?
Let's just sit here and talk about your trip.
The trip was wonderful, and it's over. I'm glad it's over.
Oh, you'll be off again soon. I'll put dough on it.
I doubt it. It's sort of like the itch, Stone. When I get it, I've got to get up and move. But I think I'm cured this time. I bucketed all over the world because there wasn't anything or anyone to keep me at home.
Maybe we better dance or something.
I'm going to be around, Stone. And you're going to know it.
But she was around, and I knew it. After a week or so, I didn't figure her too well. Or maybe it was me I didn't figure too well. Kit was giving me the home cooking treatment, and every time I started feeling cozy about the pipe and slippers routine, a small, still voice within me told me to take to the hills. I kept my own counsel about it, though. Outwardly, no one knew anything was up.
Hey, lover boy. What's with the new suit?
Oh, well, I've had it a while. I just haven't worn it to the office yet.
Well, la-di-da. A nice, sincere, dark blue suit.
Well, I got an appointment. A guy is coming through town. He's loaded, a very well-tailored gent, and I figured I ought to look sort of shined up myself.
Uh-huh. What's in that box?
Oh, nothing.
You're going to take the box to the guy, huh?
Yeah, that's it. Hey, oh, come on, take it easy.
Ah, the fella. He likes red roses, does he?
Give me the flowers.
Well-tailored gent. You've been wearing white shirts every day for a week. You got 2 haircuts this week. Every day shoe shines. Also every day roses.
I'm doing my work, aren't I?
Oh, sure. And if it gets any cozier, I'm switching you to the home section.
I carried the roses out in the open so everyone could see to Kit's hotel. She was my well-tailored friend. We were supposed to have lunch together. I started to stride past the desk clerk, but he shoved a note at me through the roses. It was Kit's handwriting.
Couldn't reach you by phone. Leaving Flight 23, 1 p.m. Hurry, darling.
Oh, excuse me, please. Let me through, please. I'm sorry. Excuse me, please. Oh, Robbie, I'll see you later. I'm trying to catch up with someone.
You're too late for Flight 23.
Too late?
Yeah, out there, just clearing the runway.
Oh. Yeah, I see.
That's funny.
Is it?
I mean the roses. She said you'd be carrying roses, but I didn't believe her.
What are you doing here anyway? Last I heard, you went to New York to face the foundation director.
Yeah, I faced them. They liked Kit's story so well, they almost gave me a citation.
Oh, swell. Where's she off to this time?
Korea.
Korea? Robbie, you...
I didn't have a thing to do with it. The Army arranged it. I just ran into Kit here at the airport. She said the whole thing came up in a hurry.
Yeah, things do with her.
She's a wonderful girl, isn't she?
Yeah, I guess that's what she is. Well, I better head back to town. Can I give you a lift?
No, thanks. I'm waiting for a flight out.
To Korea?
I'll end up there after a while. But don't worry. I can't give you any trouble, I'm sorry to say.
Oh?
Kit left a message for you. I believe her exact words were... I love you, Stone, but I got the itch again. She said you'd understand.
Yeah, I understand. Well, thanks, Robbie. Oh, here. You win the roses. I made straight for the press club and loaded up for a long summer and a cold winter. And this time, although I didn't wake up at home in my robe and pajamas, I sure had me a touch of ptomaine. Of course, I'm getting better all the time. What the heck, I wasn't cut out for sitting and rocking. I never even think about Kit much, except once in a while when the telephone rings and an overseas operator announces one of the world's capitals. And then I know I got a jet by the rudder all over again. But that's strictly off the record. You can't print a word of it. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's transcribed story was written by Kathleen Height with music by Frank Worth. The part of Kit was played by Joan Banks. Others featured were Jay Novello, Marvin Miller, and Joe Gilbert. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Tomorrow, join us for comedy with Bob and Ray on NBC.
Now, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents, transcribed, Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. How would you like to be driving down a city street in this year of the atom bomb and the flying saucer and suddenly find yourself transported over 2 decades back in time, smack in the middle of a gangland war? Well, tonight, that's what happened to me. In one moment, it seemed as if I had left this year of grace, 1952, and was back in the torrid 20s. My life threatened by the ghosts of gunmen long since dead. It was one of those quiet, dull nights with the fog rolling in and nothing of interest for it to hide. I just stopped for a red light, and that's when it happened. A man jerked open the door and piled in beside me.
Get going. Oh, please, they're after me.
Who's after you?
Shiv's healed. He's got a gun. Get going, I tell you.
Friends of yours?
Huh? What?
Or these people that are after you. Who are they?
Abby and Shiv trying to kill me. Yeah, but they won't get it. Never.
Get what? What do they want?
This is what they wanted.
He opened a fist and showed me. The dashboard light shone on a figure of dark blue wax lying in the palm of his hand. A crude image less than 3 inches long. As crude as though molded by a child.
Began to dawn on me that this Sid Row character was as crazy as a pink hearse. I pulled up at the curb. So they wanted that, eh? What is it?
Their lives. Their lives in the palm of my hand. They know that as long as I have it, they'll never get away with it. Oh, no, sir. It'd kill them. It's very useful.
Yeah, sure, Pop. Like a glass eye at a keyhole. They must be a pretty crummy pair to be picking on an old guy like you. We'll find a cop.
No. No cops. I don't need favors from no cops.
But if...
I ain't talking to them. No cops, you understand?
Okay.
Cops. They ain't gonna make no deals with Jake Strand. No, sir.
Deals? What kind of deals?
20 years I did for it, and it's mine. Mine.
Jake, he'd called himself. The name, the face now rang a clearer bell in my memory. 20 years, of course. Jake Strand. A news item only a few weeks ago with the picture, Jake Strand, kingpin hoodlum of the thirsty 30s, now free. The story had said something about him being released following a nervous breakdown after serving 20 years for murder. Well, the part about the breakdown was obvious. Jake Strand, kingpin hoodlum, was now playing with little wax dolls.
They get near my door, it'll kill him. See, it'll kill him.
It? Oh, you mean that hunk of, what's that made of anyway? Sealing wax?
You don't believe me, do you? Well, you think I ain't got no dough, huh? Just 'cause I need a shave, maybe on my pants ain't. But you think I'm a bum, huh? Well, I got it. See, $100,000. You hear me? Listen.
Sure, Pop. When money talks, everybody listens.
You think I'm nuts, don't you?
Well, of course not. Perish the thought.
Yeah, that's what you think. You and them sky pilots who run the mission. Gave me a job sweeping up, and they think they're doing me a favor. Me, Jake Strand. I could buy him and sell him.
Oh, you live at the mission?
Yeah. Where are we going?
Oh, I'm taking you back there. It's late.
No, please don't take me back. They'll get me.
Who will get you?
Shiv and that big gorilla.
What gorilla?
Gabby.
Now, Jake, when you jumped into the car, I looked back. There was no one following you.
There was. I tell you, there was.
Okay. Have it your own way. I'll say that you get inside the mission house safely.
No. They sleep there. Don't you understand? They sleep there. They'll get me.
Now, Jake, here's the mission.
Don't leave me, mister, please.
Oh, Jake, now I've got work.
Look, buy me a drink, will you?
But
There's Lippy's place across the street. Come on, set me up, will you? I'm busted.
Oh, yeah? Well, what about all that dough, that $100,000 that you were talking about?
What $100,000?
Oh, fine. Come on. Lippy's is one of those low-rent joints with sawdust on the floor, a piano player banging out ragtime, and unwashed clientele. Jake pressed the front of his dirty shirt against the bar while I strolled over to a phone booth near the door. I called the Star, got the librarian, had him check on the files of the case that had sent Jake Strand to Joliet.
Yeah, here it is. I got the story right here before me, Randy. He was convicted of the murder of Tank Daniels and Ed Morelli. Sentenced 20 to life.
A double murder, and he got off with 20 years?
One moment. It says here, he claimed Morelli tried to take him for a ride in one of his trucks. He broke away, grabbed Morelli's gun.
Strand must have hired a high-priced magician to make a jury believe that.
Not according to this. The court had appointed a public defender to handle Strand's case.
What?
That's right, Randy. Strand took a pauper's oath. He was dead broke. The case goes back quite a few issues. Shall I look?
No, that's all I want to know. Thanks, Mickey. What kind of a guy had I gotten myself mixed up with? The poor devil was riding a dreamboat loaded with a mixed cargo of rainbows and nightmares. The convoy he needed was a man in a white coat, not me. I walked out of the joint. Strand followed me.
Listen to me. You gotta help me.
All right, Jake. I'll see you home.
No, you don't understand. I can't find it. I've been looking and looking.
For what?
My dough. My $100,000.
Oh, yeah, I know. You told me.
I've been going crazy. Every chance I get, I've been riding the bus looking up and down Lakeshore Drive. It's changed, Randy. Everything's changed.
Well, streets are like opinions, Jake. In 20 years, they're liable to change, too.
Oh, you don't understand. It's disappeared. The houses, the trees, the road, the whole place.
What place? What place, Jake?
Caliban.
Caliban?
Yeah. You know where it is. You know, eh? You know? Now, come on, tell me.
Jake, you're wrinkling the suit. Now, let go my lapel. Relax, will you? Now, come on, let's walk. I never heard of any place called Caliban. There isn't any such place.
You're lying. I went back there. I know I did. After we ditched Morelli's truck, I had the case, a leather briefcase with the $100,000 inside. Caliban, it was there. I know it was there. I went back.
Come on, let's cross the street. Of course, in 20 years, the name could have been changed. What sort of place was it?
Oh, quiet, trees. It was down there mixing the cement.
Cement?
I went there by myself, see. I didn't want the others to know.
To know what? Watch the curb, Jake.
And the smell of peaches.
Peaches? Well, that figures. But just where, I don't know.
Peaches.
No question about it. Jake Strand had spent too many years behind bars. He'd lost his buttons, but completely. I got him to the door of the Midnight Mission and pushed him toward it. Go on in, Jake.
Oh, Randy, please. I don't want it. They're laying for me.
Okay, Jake. Okay, I'll go in first. One side, The place had been a store, now converted into a dingy chapel with a few crude benches and a section of counter used as an altar. A bare bulb hanging from an overhead cord shed a sickly light. I looked around. I was hardly surprised to see what I did see, which was nobody. The chapel was empty. I stepped back into the street to get Jake, and he was gone. And the street was empty, too. And that sound was coming from the alley alongside the mission. Jake! That you? Halfway down the alley, light glimmered dimly from the frosted glass of a side door, but it revealed nothing. I walked into the alley, peering into the darkness. Jake! Where are you, Jake?
Don't joke me.
There were two of them struggling with Jake.
All right, pal. Get him up.
As I raised my hands, it became frighteningly clear that Jake Strand's fear had been based on more than just a sick imagination. These two goons were real enough. And so was that gun pointed at my head.
We return in just a moment to Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. A warm summer evening, a pleasant breeze, you and your friends enjoying yourselves out on the porch with snacks and Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. There's a summer scene played many times, in your home and many homes all over America. Smooth, delicious Pabst Blue Ribbon is your hospitality carried on a tray, your friendliness brimming in a glass. Yes, for summer indoor and outdoor fun, you'll always want to include Pabst Blue Ribbon. And by the way, for some wonderful food ideas to go along with friendly, satisfying Pabst Blue Ribbon, listen to this.
Here's a list of foods to choose for picnics, parties, barbecues.
Campbell's pork and beans. Armour's treat.
Borden's cheese.
Ritz crackers with frankfurters. And, of course, Pabst Blue Ribbon.
You'll find that food tastes better by far if you serve them with foaming PBR.
What'll you have?
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
What'll you have?
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
What'll you have? Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
Smoother, smoother, smoother flavor. Finer beer that millions favor. Taste that smoother, smoother flavor.
Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
Tomorrow, pick up several convenient Pabst Blue Ribbon Handy 6 cartons, packed with 6 space-saving cans. Or get the money-saving case of 24. Any way you enjoy it, it's the same famous Pabst Blue Ribbon flavor. Act 2 of Night Beat will continue after a brief pause for station identification. And now, back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
Experience, they say, is what you have left when everything else is gone. And Shiv's gun staring me in the face was an experience that convinced me that whatever delusions Jake Strand may have had, the 2 Skid Row bums who were after him were certainly real enough. I stood in the alley, my hands raised, while Jake struggled against Gabby's arm around his face. Oh, for the love of Pete, let him go. Can't you see he's smothering?
All right, Gabby, ease up. I want him live, you dope.
Okay. All right, boys, all right. Take the $6 in my wallet and let us go. You needn't waste time on him. He hasn't got a dime, I can tell you that now.
He hasn't, huh? $6.
Honest, Shiv, I told you before, I don't know where the dough is. I don't remember. Honest, I don't. I just don't remember.
Oh, sure, it's just $100,000. You stuck it someplace and forgot about it. Could happen to anybody.
If you mugs believe that pipe dream about $100,000, you're nuttier than he is.
Ah, so you know about it, huh? He told you, huh? Real kibitzer, ain't you, pal?
Shiv, I didn't tell him nothing.
Shut up! All right, kibitzer. Turn around. Yeah, that's it. Just keep those mitts high.
All right. The only deadly weapon I'm carrying is a fountain pen.
I'll take it. And your wallet. All right, you can let him down. Turn around.
Thanks.
$6 lousy bucks.
Well, that's what I said.
What's this? Randy's.
It's my press card. Don't strain your eyes. I'm with the Star.
Reporter?
I didn't know it, Shiv, honest. He just gave me a ride. I didn't know he was...
Keep your mouth shut, big shot. You'll talk when I tell you to, not before. I'm giving the orders now. You ain't nobody. You understand? Shut up! You, newsboy. That's your car out in front.
It's an old model. You can do lots better.
I ain't fussy. All right, both of you, get moving. To the car. And don't try to be no hero.
Jake sat beside me as I followed orders, driving past Lincoln Park and cutting through a wooded section for several miles. Finally wound up near a clearing used as a Boy Scout campsite, now abandoned.
This'll do. Pull up.
What are we going to do here? Get our merit badges?
Real funny boy, ain't you? All right, spill it.
Do you mean to say you believe any old guy who comes along babbling about millions and living on handouts?
No, pal, I don't. But this ain't any old guy. This is Jake Strand.
I bet you told him. I bet you Jake told him.
Will you shut up? Look, newsboy. Maybe you don't know who Jake Strand is. Maybe you're too young, huh? Maybe you wasn't old enough to read. What are you trying to hand me, anyway?
I'm trying to smarten you up, that's all.
Oh, you are?
This stuff about $100,000. I don't care who Jake used to be. But right now he's living in a dream world. That money never existed.
Yeah, it's funny how everybody in stir knew about that dough Jake hijacked off of Morelli. They were talking about it when I was there. I bet they're still talking about it.
I see. You and Jake did time together.
For a little while, pal. A long time ago. How about it, Jake? Did you give any of the boys a tip before you left, huh? I'm your pal, too, Jake. Remember me? I used to keep bar for you. Remember?
Yeah.
You remember, huh? Then you remember where you stashed Morelli's dough.
No, I don't, Shiv. Honest, I don't. I can't.
You sure you can? Try. Think hard.
We'll give him a share, won't we, Shiv?
You bet we will. Fair and square. We'll divvy it 4 ways.
4? Well, thanks for cutting me in.
Why not? We ain't hogs.
Yeah, with all that loot, we won't have to work no more, huh, Shiv? We'll sleep in flop houses.
You bet we won't, Gabby. Nothing but the best. Swell hotels, fancy restaurants. How about it, Jake? Remember them nightclubs you used to own, them $200 suits you used to wear? We can all wear them. Where'd you hide it, Jake, huh? Where, huh? Tell me, go on. Where is it?
I don't know.
There never was any $100,000. He was bankrupt before he went to trial. He didn't have a dime.
So you know about that, huh, newsboy? What else do you know?
That you're wasting your time.
You don't say. Smart operator, this Jake Strand, wasn't he? He knows he can't beat the rep, so he doesn't tell nobody about Morelli's dough. Nobody knows, except all his pals. Look at him. You'd think he'd appreciate having pals, that he'd be willing to share. All right, Jake, out of the car.
What do you want? Shiv, please.
You heard me, didn't you?
I don't know where it is, so help me.
I said get out!
Don't hit me, Shiv. Don't hit me.
Why, don't you move, Stone.
I had to play for time, for that one unguarded moment when I could make a break. I know that if I didn't, I had a shorter life expectancy than a balloon in a baby's hand.
Jake, listen. Listen close. Let's go back. It's 1932. You're waiting for Morelli to come along in his truck. You fix the gate at the railroad track so it's down when he comes around the curve. He stops, you blast him.
Yeah, I know, huh? I know, but I don't know what I did with the money, Shiv. It's no use. I can't remember.
You can, huh?
Wait a minute, will you? You ever hear anything about peach trees growing around here?
Peach trees?
He said something to me once about peaches. A place called Caliban.
Caliban?
Yeah.
What is it, Shiv? Huh? What is it?
The club. Club Caliban.
Club Caliban?
Jake's that where you hid the dough? At the Caliban?
But it ain't there no more, Shiv. The club is gone. I can't find it anymore.
You can't find it. You can't find it.
What is it, Shiv? Huh? What is it?
Jake's old headquarters. He lost it.
Well, it sounds hilarious. I never heard of the place.
No. All right, newsboy. Back in the car. We're taking a little ride up Lakeshore Drive.
I headed northwest, putting the miles behind us. At one point along the way, Shiv made me stop where the road was being repaired while Gabby got out and stole a couple of oil lanterns hanging there. We continued on. Just where is this Club Caliban?
Just shut up and keep driving.
I looked all over for it.
I'll find it, Jake. Don't worry. You see, they moved the road.
Huh?
A couple of years after you were sent up to Joliet, Caliban was on that big curve, remember?
Yeah, I remember.
Curve ain't there no more. They straightened the highway and left your joint a mile out in the woods.
Are you sure we turned off at the right spot? This road doesn't look like it was...
You talk too much, Stone.
There. Over there, between those trees. The Caliban.
Yeah. That's it, Jake. Many a drink I mixed there. Looks good, don't it?
Why ain't there no lights? I never closed. Those new neons I bought. What happened to them? Where's the sign?
All right, Jake. You and the newsboy. Out. Light those lanterns, Gabby. Give me one. We're going in.
We crossed the rickety veranda. The door was gone, the windows broken, the building a shambles. We paused a moment inside while Gabby held his lantern high and we looked around. And suddenly Jake sprang forward, bounding into the darkness of the building. Gabby went after him and I followed down the cellar stairs with Shiv behind me pointing his gun at the middle of my back. Shiv raised his lantern and there, cowering in a corner, was Jake.
Oh, Gabby, please, Dawn, please.
All right. Where is it, Jake? Spill it or so help me.
There. There, over there.
He was pointing at nothing at all. Nothing but a concrete wall.
Where? I'll kill you.
Let him alone. Jake. Jake, the cement. The cement you said you mixed down here. Jake, do you remember?
What is this?
Was it the wall, Jake? Was it the wall?
What?
He means the wall. The cracks, look. You can put your fingers through them.
It's hollow, Gabby. Kick it in.
A small area of the wall disintegrated, revealing an opening about 5 feet square and 2 feet deep. And in it, 4 cases of liquor piled on top of each other. The topmost case had been opened, the broken boards lying across it. And beside them, eaten with decay, was a bulging briefcase. Gabby snatched it, knocking the loose boards out of the way, and handed it to Shiv.
The dough, huh? The dough.
Yeah. Bundles of 20s, 50s, and 100s.
All there, huh, Shiv? 100 grand, huh?
Yeah, more maybe. Yeah, keep your eye on them.
You betcha.
This looks like stuff you added to the Morelli loot, Jake. Yeah, a nice little nest egg, eh, boy? Take a look at it, newsboy. So it was a pipe dream, was it?
Well, it's going to be a little embarrassing when those old-fashioned gold reserve notes start hitting the banks and they ask you where you got so many of them.
I wouldn't worry about it, pal. Because I don't think you're going to be around when that happens.
Shiv, you got a corkscrew, huh? You got a corkscrew?
What?
It's scotch, Shiv. A case of scotch open on top. It says here on this box.
Give me that. You don't need a corkscrew. Just knock off the neck. Just like this.
They drank from the broken bottles, the liquor running down their chins. Jake sidled over to where I stood and squatted down beside the lantern. One of the bottlenecks had fallen near the light. Jake reached out a finger and touched the hard smears of wax that had sealed the cork and ran down the lip of the bottle. I stared at it. The wax was deep blue.
Real smooth, eh, Shiv? Real smooth.
Yeah, it's lousy.
It don't taste too bad.
Can't you smell it?
Yeah. Kind of smells pretty, like peaches.
Peaches. The vague, almost imperceptible fragrance of peaches. That began to add up as I remembered something I'd once read. I stepped backwards, dragging Jake with me. Invisible centipedes crawling up and down my spine.
Don't try it, Stone. Where do you think you're going, pal?
They want a drink. Give him a drink. Here, take my bottle. Go on, take.
What's the matter, Gabby? Look at him. Couple of drinks in the big box.
Jake, stop it.
You see what it can do?
What?
This.
Yes, it was that crude voodoo image, the doll of wax. The same blue wax Jake Strand had used 20 years ago when he'd opened and then resealed every bottle in that top case. I dragged him up the cellar stairs, away from the fragrance of peaches and out into the open air. There's only one poison that smells like the stuff you put in those bottles, Jake. The stuff they use in the gas chamber at San Quentin. Where'd you get it, Jake? Where'd you get it? In an hour or so, the sun will rise, alarm clocks will ring, and dreams will end. But for Jake Strand, life is now one endless dream, a fantasy to be lived to the end of his days in a padded cell. As for Gabby and Shiv, their dreams are over. The $200 suits, the fancy restaurants are canceled out in an endless sleep. Their last testament, a coroner's report, and their final honors, a prison autopsy. Well, life rarely uses rose-colored ribbons to tie up a story about people like Jake and Shiv and Gabby. Too often the loose ends are just left dangling. So let's tie it up. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's transcribed story was written by Irvin Ashkenazi, with music by Frank Worth. The part of Jake was played by Don Diamond. Others featured were Shepard Menken and Raymond Burr. Frank Lovejoy can currently be seen co-starring in Warner Brothers' The Winning Team. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. Every 20 seconds through the year, a fire breaks out in the United States. Fires in the home, your home, can and must be prevented. Remember, don't gamble with fire. The odds are against you. Attend the Democratic Convention on NBC. And now, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents transcribed Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. Chicago's that big town in Illinois, you know, the one with the king-sized hangover. We're doing a pretty good job of putting the hotels back together and airing out the amphitheater and sweeping up the rubble of the disputed delegations. But don't get any ideas about starting a demonstration. We're still a little edgy. Yes, our town is exhausted, maybe even a little disillusioned. The big story's over, and we're long on heat and humidity and short on tempers. I just walked in off the street, leaving my footprints forever seared in the concrete. The sitting room was a full degree cooler and 20% darker. By the time my eyes adjusted, I could see Gil Lovett, the sports editor, reading the final edition at his desk. No one else was around. It figured it was 6 in the evening. The day side of the staff had gone home to a cool drink.
Oh, hi, Randy.
Hi, Gil. How'd the Cubs do?
Split the doubleheader.
The Sox?
Call rain in Boston.
Well, let's go to Boston.
Randy, you didn't happen to read my column today, did you?
You read mine?
Well, no.
Well, it's a standoff. Why? What's with your column?
That's a crazy story I got mixed up in. Wait a minute, I'll read it to you. It's down here at the bottom. Maybe you can figure an angle on it. Beats me. That's funny. The last item of the column, it isn't here.
Well, it's been hot. Maybe you imagine.
No, wait a minute. I saw the proof on it about noon today. It was in then. There's something goofy about it.
Yeah, it sounds like. Hi, Dutch. Through for the day, huh?
All through, Mr. Stone. Good night.
Night, Dutch.
Wait a minute, Dutch. You have anything to do with this?
Good night, Mr. Lovett.
No, I said hold it.
Don't bark your orders at me.
Well, I'll bark plenty. You yanked that story out of my column, didn't you? After I saw the proof, you pulled the item out, didn't you?
I told you not to print it, Mr. Lovett.
And I told you it was none of your business. You stick to your composing room job. I handle the sports side.
Then watch how you handle it, what you print.
Well, you crazy old fool, I'll break your neck.
Take it easy, Gil.
Oh, don't frighten me, you brave young man.
Dutch, put down that paperweight.
I'll put it down on me.
Hey, Dutch!
Mr. Stone.
You stay out of this, Randy. I'll handle it.
No, leave him alone. Now, come on, the both of you. Break it up. I don't know what the beef is, but this won't settle it.
What he brings... It is very wrong.
You're cockeyed.
Innocent people can be hurt by it. You will do no good and very much harm.
Okay. You better go on home, Dutch.
I'll go home, Mr. Stone. But you should not interfere. Sometimes it is very dangerous to interfere.
Yeah. Good night, Dutch.
Don't do it again, Mr. Stone.
Well, okay, Gil. What's it all about?
You know, that guy would have killed me. You know that?
He was pretty sore. I've never seen him like that.
Yeah. Devil of it is, I like old Dutch, but
He's way off base pulling a story of mine out of my column.
What is this story?
Well, there's this kid, see, and I still don't figure Dutch in it anywhere, but...
Point killer.
Yeah.
Whose phone is it?
That's mine. Wait, will you? I want you in on this. Sports desk, Levin. Oh, yeah, Denny. He's there now? Hello? Yeah, you bet I will. Yeah, thanks. I'll be right over. I'll be doggone.
Well, okay, now, so there's this kid. Now, what about him?
That call. I'll do better than tell you about it. I'll show you about it. Come on.
It was Gil's story. I figured I'd let him tell it his way. But I kept thinking about old Dutch Hilbrand. He'd been a mainstay in the composing room for years, a lovable old guy. What made him heave the paperweight at Gil, and how could an item in a sports column drive him to it? Well, 10 minutes later, we'd parked the car and entered the swimming stadium where the regional Olympic trials had been held. The stadium itself was empty, and no one was in the pool except a kid in blue trunks up by the diving board. He looked to be maybe 15 years old, and he was going through some limbering up exercises. Gil motioned me into a first-row seat and shoved a stopwatch into my hand.
Here, you'll want this.
Will I?
When that kid down there starts his swim, start your watch. I'll keep one on him, too.
Sure, why not, if it proves something?
It will.
Who tipped you he was here?
Denny Kahn, swimming coach at the stadium. Yeah, kid's about ready now. Watch it.
What, is this the story?
This is part of it.
I don't know much about championship swimming. I didn't have to see that this kid was cutting that water fast with a powerful stroke. I kept my eyes on him, except to notice that Gil watched only the stopwatch he held.
That's it, clock it. I got 56 seconds flat. How about you, Randy?
56 flat. What distance was that?
100 meters. And that 56 flat is a full second and 4/10 off the 52 Olympic record. Yeah, he's bettered that once, too. He had 54.5 a few weeks back.
Well, who is the kid? If he's so good, why isn't he in Helsinki?
Now, his name's Pete, but that's all I know. No last name. He's never with any kids his age or anyone.
How'd he do in the Olympic trials?
He wouldn't even enter them. He could have beat out the best of them. He was a cinch for the team, but he wouldn't try out.
Well, maybe he doesn't like competition. Maybe he just likes to swim.
No, he's competed in some pickup competitions here. That's how Denny got a line on him in the first place. He showed up for the Olympic trials, too, but all he'd do was sit there in the stadium and watch. Now, Randy, something else kept him from entering the trials. I'm convinced he wanted a spot on the Olympic team more than anything.
And this is the story you printed, the one Dutch pulled from the column?
Yeah, this is it.
Well, I don't get it. What's Dutch's connection with this Pete kid?
I don't know. He won't talk about the kid even. All he says is that printing the story will hurt innocent people.
Ever asked the kid about Dutch?
No, but I've asked him a lot of other things. He won't talk either.
Well, let's ask him about Dutch. See what happens.
Okay.
He's a good-looking kid.
Yeah, he is. I always have a feeling that he'd like to make friends, too, but something keeps him from it.
Think he'll stop swimming long enough to talk?
I don't plan on anything. Hey, Pete.
Oh, Mr. Lovett. Hello.
Hi. I'd like to have you meet a friend of mine, Pete. This is Randy Stone.
Oh.
Hi, Pete. I just watched you swim. You look great.
Oh, thanks. How was the time? Or did you notice?
56 flat.
Oh? Well, that's not bad, I guess.
Nobody at Helsinki touched it.
Well, I'm glad you liked it, Mr. Stone.
Pete, I wonder if you happen to know a friend of mine who works on the Star, Dutch Hilbrand.
I don't know anybody.
Sure you don't know Dutch? He's a fine old guy.
No, I don't know him. Look, leave me alone, will you? Just please leave me alone.
What? Wait a minute. Pete, we want to help you.
Well, you going to leave him alone or swim after him?
The devil with him.
Gil and I headed back to the Star. He was doing a real slow burn act. We were both doing a lot of thinking. I never heard of an American kid, or any other kind of kid for that matter, who'd pass up a chance to go to the Olympics. There has to be a good reason. Whatever the reason was, it had something to do with old Dutch Hilbrand. Why would the old man care? What was it to him?
Randy, I think I'll go up to the office with you and call Farley.
What can Farley do about it?
Hell, he can fire him.
Oh, come on, hold on a minute. You don't want to get old Dutch fired. He's a sweet guy. He's an old...
Yeah, sure, he's great, but he can't go pulling stuff out of my column and get by with it, that's all. You let a thing like this get out of hand...
Yeah, I know. Look, Gil, you're right. Old Dutch hasn't any business doing what he did, and it also isn't like him to do it. Dutch is too good a newspaper man to pull a stunt like that unless he was desperate.
Well, what do you want me to do, forget it?
No, of course not, but why don't I go to Dutch? Maybe he'll talk to me.
He told you to stay out of it.
Yeah, I know, but I don't believe him.
I suppose he won't talk to you.
Well, you can go to Farley or do whatever you want to do about it. I'll call you at home as soon as I know anything. As far as I knew, Dutch Hilbrand had lived at the same address he'd had ever since he came to the Star. I played poker out there a couple of times when Mama Dutch was living. I didn't see him often now, but I knew what kind of a guy Dutch was. He wasn't a violent guy by nature. And if he risked his job and the chance of ever getting another newspaper job, there was something pretty big behind it. I knocked a long time before anyone answered.
Yes? What is it?
I'm looking for Dutch Hilbrand. Is he home?
Why, who are you, may I ask?
I'm Randy Stone. I'm a friend of his. Who are you?
It isn't important who I am. Dutch is not here.
He isn't, huh? You know, you look a lot like a youngster I saw a while ago. Boy, about 15. His name was Pete.
Dutch is not here. I don't know where he is or when to expect him.
Well, he'll probably come home sometime. I think I'll wait for him if you don't mind.
But he may be quite late. I don't know any reason for you to wait for him.
Well, it's a pretty important reason. It's important to Dutch, or I wouldn't wait.
You say you are a friend of his.
I wouldn't be here if I weren't.
This important reason you have for seeing him, waiting for him, you could tell me this?
I could tell Dutch, that's all.
I see. I don't know.
Let him in, Abby.
Papa?
It's all right, Abby. I'll talk to Mr. Stone.
You are sure, Papa?
Don't worry, Abby. Come in, Mr. Stone.
Thanks, Dutch.
You sit down. Make yourself at home. I'll be with you in a moment.
Sure, swell, Dutch.
Come along, Abby.
Dutch and Abby disappeared through the far door. I looked around Dutch's living room. It was ordinary, neat in the Grand Rapids tradition. The only key to Dutch's character were the books on the shelves, row after row of the great books of the world, and Dutch had read them. I knew that. There were other books there, too, just a few of them that didn't seem to belong. Books on swimming, championship swimming. I reached for the nearest one on training and techniques. As I opened it, something metallic fell to the floor. I reached down and picked it up. It was a gold medal. The inscription on it read, 11th Olympiad, 1936, Berlin, Germany. First place, special sprint swim, women's division.
You have found something interesting, have you, Mr. Stone?
Well, yes, Dutch, I guess I have. I had to turn around to see Dutch. His face was white and tense. He himself was trembling, but the gun he held on me was steady.
I would not like to, Mr. Stone. But if I have to, I will kill you.
We return in just a moment to Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Remember a few months back how you used to catch yourself daydreaming about warm, wonderful vacation days ahead? Well, they're here. Yes, it's time to enjoy the outdoors. To lay a tablecloth on a patch of green grass and feast on good foods and good beer, too. Smooth, delicious Pabst Blue Ribbon, of course. Here's one beer that's taking to the outdoors this summer. Out to the country. Fishing, beach parties, barbecues. Wherever you enjoy yourself, you'll want to enjoy tall, foaming glasses of Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. And say, listen to this hint for your summer fun.
Here's a list of foods to choose for picnics, parties, barbecues.
Campbell's Pork and Beans. Armour's Treat.
Borden's Cheese.
Ritz Crackers with Frankfurters. And, of course, Pabst Blue Ribbon.
You'll find that food tastes better by far if you serve them with foaming PBR.
What'll you have?
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
What'll you have?
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
What'll you have? Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
Smoother flavor, finer beer that millions favor. Taste that smoother flavor.
Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
Tomorrow, for sure, pick up several convenient Pabst Blue Ribbon Handy 6 cartons packed with 6 space-saving cans. Or get the money-saving case of 24. Any way you buy it, in bottles or in cans, it's always the same. Smooth, sociable, satisfying Pabst Blue Ribbon. Act 2 of Night Beat will continue after a brief pause for station identification.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
I've looked down the wrong end of an automatic a few times in my life, but I've never made a complete adjustment to it. Dutch's voice was quiet, but everything choked up behind it in a kind of controlled desperation. At that moment, if I made any kind of a move, I was a cinch for a chest full of lead.
You should not have found the medal, Mr. Stone. You should not have come here in the first place. I warned you not to interfere.
Well, everybody makes mistakes.
Yours is a very serious one. You must see that.
I don't see anything except that automatic in my face. I came here for one reason. To tell you better make your peace with Gil about pulling that story from his column. If he goes to Farley about it, it'll probably cost you your job.
And coming here, Mr. Stone, stumbling into the middle of this, will probably cost you your life.
But why, Dutch? Why do you have to kill me? Why do you want to kill Gil?
It's gone too far. I can't be responsible for what happens now.
But, Dutch, this is crazy. What's wrong with me knowing about the Olympic medal? Who is this kid, Pete? What's he to you? And what's wrong with Gil printing a story about a kid who refused to try out for the Olympic Games?
Story can do no good. Only a great harm.
Well, you've said that, but that's all you've said.
That's all I have to say, Mr. Stone.
You know, this kind of thing spreads in the newspaper business, Dutch. No other paper would hire you if Farley fires you.
That is also not important, Mr. Stone.
Well, how about me? I'm not important either?
But don't you see? I can't help what happens to you now. I don't want to. I would not have wished it this way. You are a friend. But some things are bigger than friends.
Yes, and sometimes when you're in trouble, friends can help, Dutch.
There is nothing you can do.
Okay, so I can't help you. I can't help, so you've got to kill me? Dutch, it doesn't make sense.
I don't want to kill you, Mr. Stone.
Well, I don't want you to.
But kill Mr.
No, let me think a while, Dutch. Let me think. I can't promise anything. Just let me think. Let me talk to him.
Just you. Go now, Mr. Stone. Just go and forget all you can.
I called Gil and told him to meet me at the store. I couldn't forget much about old Dutch Hillbrand. I didn't know much, but I couldn't forget that something desperate drove him to threaten to kill me. The woman, Abby, and Pete, and the kid who looked like her were still unknown quantities. I told Gil about the Olympic gold medal.
You sure it was the 36 Olympics?
Yeah, it was in Berlin. The medal was for first place in the special sprint swim, women's division.
Well, we can check all that right now. Olympic section. Swimming. Men's division. Women's division. Here it is. Special sprint swim, first place, Abby Hillbrand, Holland.
That's it. Dutch called her Abby. She must be his daughter. He never mentioned having a daughter.
Could be his wife, I guess.
No, I knew her. She's dead.
Okay, so is his daughter. How about Pete, then?
Well, Abby's son, maybe. They look a lot alike. Come on, let's check the morgue. There ought to be something on her if she won an Olympic title.
Well, it's worth a try.
Let's see, Hillbrand. Here it is. Hillbrand Abbey. Won gold medal in 1936 Olympics in Berlin at the age of 19. Gave up brilliant swimming career to marry Karl Kopek, a Czechoslovakian official at that time attached to the Czech embassy in Amsterdam. June 25th, 1937, gave birth to a son, Peter Kopek. Resides in Prague, Czechoslovakia.
So Pete's his mother's son. No wonder he's a swimming fool. He probably cut his teeth on her Olympic medal.
Carl Kopek. I've heard that name.
Yeah, he's probably in the file, too.
All right, he should be. Let's see. Here he is. Kopek Carl. Official in the Ministry of Information, Prague, Czechoslovakia. Winner of Stalin Medal for promoting Soviet friendship throughout Czechoslovakia.
Nice fellow.
Yeah.
So Pete couldn't compete for the American Olympic team because he isn't an American.
I wish there was to that story.
Now, what do you mean?
Well, Dutch didn't threaten to kill me because Pete's just an alien. He's the son of a red official. The good chance is Pete and Abby are in the country illegally. If it isn't that, it's something close to it. Why all the secrecy? Why the panic at being discovered?
Hey, you're right. What do we do now?
Well, let me see. We got a great choice. We can sit on the information if our insides will stand it. Or we can call Reynolds at the FBI and let him take it from there.
Oh. Well, what about Dutch?
That's the part that hurts. We kicked it around, Gil and I, the pros and the cons, and such facts as we knew against our friendship for Dutch. I guess there aren't any easy decisions in a deal like that. But there is something called duty that's got to go ahead of personal sympathy. Reynolds was a good guy and a smart one. I had to know more than I did. I had to be sure. I called Reynolds.
Sure, we know about her. Abby Hilbrand Kopek. She and her son Peter made an illegal entry into the country several years ago, probably through Mexico. We're not certain on that. She works in bakeries in various places under various names. When we move in, she moves out.
Well, how does she travel?
Last time, she rented a car and abandoned it.
If you caught up with her, have you any beef with her except the illegal entry?
We don't need a lot more than that.
You'll probably deport her, huh? Her and the kid?
Well, that depends. The immigration authorities would have to hear a case. She'd be given a chance to talk. We don't railroad them. Depends on the merit of each individual case.
Yeah. Look, Reynolds, I can give you a line on her, but first I want to fill you in on some things. I filled Reynolds in on the whole story, everything I knew about it, that is. Gil checked out of it and went home. Not long after that, I met Reynolds in front of Dutch's house. I didn't want to be a part of it, and I didn't want not to be.
I've been here a while. There's not a light in the place.
You been up there?
I was waiting for you.
All right, let's try it.
All the shades are drawn.
I could still be here. Dutch! Dutch! It's Randy Stone.
I think they beat it. Even from the outside, you can tell when a house is empty.
I guess you're right. But Dutch doesn't have a car. If they're really running, I doubt they'd trust friends or public transportation. I wonder, you don't suppose she'd try that car rental deal again?
You worked for her last time.
There's a car rental agency a few blocks from here. We can check it.
Okay, let's go.
Reynolds, running away like this doesn't look good for him, does it?
No, Stone, it doesn't look good.
Raven. An old guy, younger dame than the kid. The name they gave me wasn't Hilbrand, though.
Yeah, it wouldn't be.
Oh, here it is. Harris. That's what the old man signed. Talk different, though, you know. Little accent or something.
That's Dutch.
Said his name was Harris.
Yeah. Well, look.
Paid the money, though. Cash. That's what counts, you know.
Yeah, sure. How long have they been gone?
Well, they left the office maybe 5, maybe 10 minutes ago. The garage is in the back. I can check them. Hasn't been long, though.
That's long enough to get lost, man.
They didn't say where they were going by any chance.
No, just wanted to rent a car for the weekend, they said. We don't give them no third degree like that, you know. They pay money, sign the liability papers, they get the car. That's our business.
Yeah, well, when the car doesn't show up on Monday, that'll be your business, too.
Hey, what's that about?
Oh, it's just a feeling I got. Skip it.
Oh, I was skipping nothing. Let me check back in the garage. Hey, they're still there in the car. Len's changing a tire for them.
Let's go, Reynolds. Okay, Dutch. This is it.
Mr. Stone.
This is Mr. Reynolds, Dutch. He's with the FBI.
No. Not now. No. Abby. Peter, you must go quickly. You run.
No one's going to run this time, Dutch. Right, Mrs. Kopek?
He's right, Papa. We don't run this time.
It was a beaten little crew that trooped into Reynolds' office 10 minutes later. A scared kid, a broken old man, and a young woman who'd been running too long, and a reporter who didn't feel much like a hero.
What will happen to my son?
That depends on you, Mrs. Kopek.
I want to tell the truth. I will tell the truth.
That's all I'm looking for. Do you deny that you made an illegal entry into this country?
I do not deny it.
Mm-hmm. You're Karl Kopek's wife, are you not?
I am his wife, yes. You know of Karl?
Well, we know he's a communist official in Czechoslovakia.
Oh, but before that, do you know Karl Kopek? Because before he became devoted to the cause of Stalin, he was as devoted to the cause of Hitler. If you know these things of Karl, you know more than I knew when I married him. More than I dreamed when our son was born.
But you are his wife. You're still married to him.
Legally, I suppose. When I discovered that I had married a Nazi, I took my son, a baby then, and fled. But each time, my Karl and his friends would find me, bring me back. It was not pleasant, the punishment for running away.
So you stayed?
For fear of reprisal against my son, I stayed. Then the war was over, and the fear was gone for a time. But my Karl was not such a dedicated man as he was opportunist. He became a communist.
And you started running again?
Running, walking, crawling. It took time, a very long time. But finally, Peter and I reached America. To identify myself at your ports meant certain recognition. Karl or someone would find us. And I knew, because of Karl, that once your authorities discovered us, we would be deported back to him. Oh, for myself, I am willing to go back.
You want to go back to him?
I said I am willing. Send me back if you will, if you must. But, Peter, will you deport him back to fear and torture, perhaps death? Can he not know your freedom? Must he be lost?
The American approach is different, thank God. Reynolds could assure Abby of that. Her story and Pete's will be given a fair hearing. And once the immigration people have heard it and investigated, Abby has the right of petition. The decision on Abby and Pete finally rests with our Congress. And if their case has the merit it seems to have, she and Pete can one day become American citizens without fear of reprisal. Pete's young. He may make the Olympic swimming team yet. You know, now that I look back on it, maybe those political conventions of ours weren't so bad after all. At least 150 million Americans get the chance to watch the proceedings and judge for themselves. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's transcribed story was written by Kathleen Height with music by Frank Worth. Featured in tonight's cast were Bill Conrad, Herb Butterfield, Jeff Silver, Vivi Janis, and Bill Johnstone. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. This Friday, enjoy music by Mantovani on... And now, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents transcribed Frank Lovejoy in... Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. And like most newspaper men, I hardly ever read a newspaper. A glance at the headlines, a quick look at the box leads, and we've got the roundup. I guess we take the world pretty much for granted. The idea that each day's news isn't really news. It's just a repeat of last week's auto accident or political speech or murder. Only the names are different. It's history. Or what some people think history is. A chronicle of battles and speeches, of victors and vanquished, of winners and losers. And all in black and white. Nothing gray, nothing in between. Tonight's headlines screamed, crazed father kills child and wife. History? Who won and who lost? Who was the victor? The father who killed? Who were the defeated? The mother and child? The noise of our city room sent me into a fighting crouch. A newspaper office is no place to be off guard, especially with Ann Wilton around. Ann was one of those impeccably groomed women who was always dressed to make the world look at her and envy. She was one of our woman's page feature writers, and she used it as a bludgeon against every man on staff, particularly me. She never stopped trying to make me feel like I was personally responsible for keeping her on the woman's page. But tonight, she didn't say anything. She was looking at the front page, the headline, Father Kills Child and Wife. That's why I stopped beside her desk.
Oh. What do you want?
Afraid I'll read your newspaper? I can buy one for a nickel, you know.
Why did you say that?
Well, the way you folded it up when you saw me standing here, there's nothing in that that's secret.
Well, you startled me. What's so strange about doing something quickly when you're startled?
Well, for a woman who rips male reporters apart with her adjectives, you seem awfully tame.
Oh, please, go away and take your cliches with you.
Oh, now that's better. For a minute, I thought you'd sent your claws out for the remainder of the season.
You're so smug, so safe.
What?
So sure you're safe.
What's up, Ann?
Nothing.
No, this is different. What's the deal?
There's no deal. Nothing's up.
What, that headline in tonight's paper?
You wouldn't understand, Randy.
Did you know that woman, her child?
No.
The man?
I told you no. It isn't anything I can't handle.
Now, don't give me that a woman can take care of her problems as well as a man can routine. We all can help each other.
I've no right to ask you.
Oh, you're not asking. I am.
No one has a right to ask it.
Okay, I quit.
Randy, I need it. It wouldn't take very long.
Well, name it.
I need a car to pick up my children. You know I have 2 children.
Little boy, little girl.
I have them in a nursery school all day. Only sometimes, just lately, I don't take them home until after dinner. After they eat dinner at the nursery school.
Well, can't your husband do it?
He's busy. He works late. Tool and die makers put in long hours these days.
So long he hasn't time to pick his children up for dinner?
Well, I didn't really tell you everything. We've separated, Randy. We've been separated for 3 or 4 weeks, and he doesn't even know where the kids are all day. I don't want him to. I'd be afraid to have him know.
Afraid?
Oh, he's a vindictive man, Randy.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Ann. You're taking that headline too personally. That doesn't happen every day or even every month.
Well, it happened, didn't it?
Well, yes, it happened.
Randy, have I impressed you as the hysterical type of woman, the overly emotional?
Ann, I've looked upon you as the Chicago Star's answer to Gibraltar. Solid Gibraltar.
Then why do you question my reactions now?
Well, there's no warning. Usually these things give signs of happening, you know. A black eye on the wife, you know, signs.
I guess I've assumed too much. Just forget it, Randy.
What are you afraid of,
I
Ann?
told you.
I think you're afraid of accepting help, too.
Don't say that.
You're afraid it's weak as much as you're afraid of your husband.
I don't like... Well, maybe you're right.
All right, come on, Ann. Your kids are waiting. While we drove there, Ann Wilton didn't say much. I never questioned it because I didn't expect her to talk. You don't expect a strong-willed woman to talk much when one dreary day she shows up with a whimper in her voice. She was meant for a world of law and order. She could function in that kind of system all right. But the violence she thought was hanging over her head frightened her, like a child is frightened. 3 frightened children. A son, a daughter, and the mother. Anne stepped out of the car and waved a couple of short gestures toward the nursery school building. In a few minutes, her two children came out and walked toward her. Would you have thought that was strange? Would you have thought it was odd that two children who hadn't seen their mother all day would walk to her and not run? I don't think so. The kids did resent her a little. She'd kept them hidden. Anne hustled them into the car, and we drove off while she made up for lost time.
Darlings, did you miss me today? Did you miss Mommy while she was working? Oh, this is Randy Stone, sweethearts. Both of you are my sweethearts. He's a reporter like Mommy. Oh, take off those sweaters, you'll roast. I hate to see my two babies so hot. Mommy hates to see them so hot and uncomfortable. Aren't they beautiful children, Randy? Aren't they worth protecting against anything? I mean it, against anything.
And that's the way it went. Ann Wilton did all the talking, and she didn't stop except to put the kids to bed. When she came back into the living room...
Randy, do you mind waiting just a little while longer?
Well, anything to keep me away from our night editor. What'll you do when I leave?
Oh, I'm beginning to feel better. I was jittery, I guess. That headline made me jitter, I suppose. Made everything seem worse than it was. I was just frightened.
Well, you're terrified, Ann.
I said frightened.
Now, don't evade it. Don't evade it. This is an emotional blockbuster. You better take a long look inside before it tears you apart.
Oh, that's easy to say, Randy. Very easy. But it takes a woman a while to recover from the shock.
You mean that her husband isn't everything Louisa May Alcott said he should be?
That he was capable of such betrayal.
You sure that's the right word, betrayal? You'll have 642,000 more to choose from.
Precisely the right word, betrayal. That's exactly it. He betrayed me, betrayed his children.
How?
Oh, you know what I'm talking about. You've been around, Randy. That's how he betrayed me. Another woman. That's how he got even with me.
And you're making this guy out to be a member of the Black Hand Society. You make it sound like he's been on a vendetta against his own family.
A man killed his wife and child today. Is that vendetta?
Yeah, but look at the man. Don't just set up two situations and say they're the same. Just because the same number of people are involved doesn't make it the same problem. Your husband is different from the man
I'll tell you why he betrayed me. Because of my love for the children. Because he resented the fact that I loved them so much. He envied them. He hated them.
Did he ever say he hated?
Oh, he didn't have to. You don't have to say hate. It's in the eyes and the voice and the way a person moves.
Well, I always wait until they say it. It saves a lot of wear and tear on my irrational thinking.
Every day in a dozen different ways. He was always complaining about the kids interfering with this or the other.
Well, every father does that once in a while.
Randy, he made me make a choice. One night, one evening, I remember, and oh, how I remember it. He made me make a choice. My little girl was upset. I don't know about what. I think I'd argued with her that morning. She was upset, and my husband and I, we were going out in the evening. I said maybe we'd better stay in, and he said we'd planned on going out that night, that he came first. Well, I guess I couldn't stand him from then on.
Well, I still don't see what he did wrong.
I didn't think you'd understand. He made me make a choice. No man should ever force his wife to make a choice between him and the children.
Well, that's not the way it sounded.
Well, I told you I couldn't help but resent him. But that's how it started. Until, finally, he betrayed me, Randy. He betrayed us to get even.
Did he ever actually threaten your life, Anne?
He betrayed us.
Anne.
What?
Did he actually threaten your life?
Oh, it isn't my life I'm worried about. It's the children's.
Well, has he threatened them?
Not exactly.
Well, has he?
Why pretend? Yes, he has. To me, often. He's often said he wishes he was rid of them, finished and rid of them, that we'd never had children. And once he actually threatened them, actually did.
I think you better call the police.
And tell them what? What can I tell them, Randy? Impressions, feelings? Is that any kind of evidence? You've been a police reporter. Does that count?
Well, maybe I can help. Swear out a warrant. Get him examined by a psychiatrist.
No. I won't have my children slapped all over the...
Well, take some kind of action, or leave the city.
Oh, no, not until our divorce comes up. I need his support for them. I mean financially. Not for myself, but for them.
Well, separate residences are expensive.
He does all right. He does well enough to find another woman. There's enough money to amuse her, enough for that.
Where does he work?
The Mason Engineering Company. He works late. That's how it started. He worked too late. Imagine me, of all people, me being fooled by that I'm working late routine. And then he'd say he was going bowling. That's great. Me being made a fool of by that.
I'll see you later, Ann. I'll call you in an hour.
Wait a minute. Where are you going? You're not going to see him, Randy. You're not, are you?
Well, what can you lose? Running and hiding like this isn't going to make your children any healthier or happier.
Well, it's just until the trial, until I sue for divorce.
Oh, that could take months.
Randy, I'm afraid.
Yeah, you told me.
I'm afraid of... when he got off the job. It's a night job. After he got off and you'd talk to him, I'm afraid he'd come here looking for the children.
He won't do anything to you.
Well, not to me, to them. He'd kill them. Don't you realize that?
Oh, Ann, don't beat yourself
Their
for
own
that.
father will murder them. Come back, Randy. Please come back after you see him. Please, Randy.
Okay. Okay, Ann, I'll come back. After I talk to your husband.
We return in just a moment to Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. On a hot summer day, nothing teases like a thirst, that's for sure. It hankers to be satisfied and just won't stop pestering you until a cool, foaming glass of smooth, delicious Pabst Blue Ribbon beer comes along. And then, happy things happen to hot, thirsty throats. For Pabst Blue Ribbon cools, satisfies, refreshes. No wonder we call Pabst Blue Ribbon a sociable beer. It gets on so well with you, with your friends, with your good summer foods like, listen.
Here's a list of foods to choose for picnics, parties, barbecues.
Campbell's pork and beans. Armour's treat.
Borden cheese.
Ritz crackers with frankfurters. And, of course, Pabst Blue Ribbon.
You'll find that food tastes better by far if you serve them with foaming PBR.
What'll you have?
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
What'll you have?
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
What'll you have? Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
Smoother, smoother, smoother flavor. Finer beer that millions favor. Taste that smoother, smoother flavor.
Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
Tomorrow, be sure to pick up several convenient Pabst Blue Ribbon Handy 6 cartons packed with 6 space-saving cans. Or get the money-saving case of 24. Any way you buy it, it's always the same smooth, sociable, satisfying Pabst Blue Ribbon. Act 2 of Night Beat will continue after a brief pause for station identification. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
When an attractive, sharp-witted woman suddenly appears confused, when a strong-willed woman suddenly becomes hesitant and indecisive, and when a silent woman becomes talkative, there is nothing to do but help. Ann Wilton turned to me for help. She fought me in the city room for 1 year, but tonight she turned to me for help. A simple thing. All she wanted was a lift home for herself and her 2 children, except this ride meant we were running from a husband who was capable of killing the children, who could, who might. Ann believed it, and I was almost convinced. I had an idea about how I could help, but before I did, I wanted to know Ed Wilton myself. Maybe it's a habit from newspaper reporting. Verify your facts. I went to see Wilton at his job. When he took time out for a cigarette, I approached him. He was a tall, lean man, rather good-looking. His face was intelligent, if there is any such thing as an intelligent face. But he looked worried, like he had a problem to solve, only he couldn't quite remember what it was. Oh, hello, you're Ed Wilton?
Oh, yes.
You have a few minutes?
Sure. Smoke time.
My name is Stone, Randy Stone.
You write that column on the Star.
Now, that's the one.
Excuse me, I have to get back to work.
You smoke awfully fast.
Nothing personal against you. You write a good column. We just don't have anything to talk about.
Oh, I think we do. But only if you want to.
That's the point, Stone. I don't want to.
Why not?
She sent you over, didn't she?
No. No, it was my idea.
I don't have any reason to think you're lying. But anybody who does something because they've talked to her...
You really don't like her, do you?
Doesn't make any difference now.
Do you like her?
Is it hard to understand? It shouldn't be for you, Mr. Stone. You don't think people have to be one thing or another. At least you don't write that way.
Well, thank you for the tribute, but what does that have to do with you liking your wife?
Like and dislike can go together. You feel very strong about a person. Feel strong against it. With love
and hate.
My wife doesn't have any room in her thinking for both. If there's one, the other goes out. One or the other, but not both.
Well, I don't think she hates you, Wilton, at least not from the way she talks.
She doesn't want me around. That's a hard thing for a man to say, that his wife doesn't want him. She told you anyway, it's no secret.
Well, she told me... She said that you rejected her, Wilton, that you tossed her over for some woman you met when you were working nights.
She told you that? Do I strike you as the kind of a guy who'd run out on his wife and kids?
I don't know what kind of a guy you are, Wilton. I don't know where you came from, what you know, what you want out of life. That's knowing somebody. And you're not telling me anything.
All you have to know for right now is, do I make sense?
Well, that's hard to tell for right now.
Okay. She said I met the girl when I should have been bowling, or when I claimed I was bowling after work.
As she did.
I bowled once a week. The same night every week. Exactly the same time and same place. All she would have had to do was pick up a phone and check. Or come down here and see.
Didn't she?
Never. Not once. She only believes what she wants to believe.
She only believes what she wants to believe. He didn't say it vengefully or with rancor. He didn't say it to hurl a charge against her to make up for the one she'd hurled at him. Only I didn't want to accept it. I didn't want to believe that his logic was sound and reasonable. I didn't want to believe that he lived within reality and that she was only partially there, because if I admitted that, if I'd really accepted it at the moment, the obvious point had to follow. If she spoke of her husband murdering her children, and if her husband was this rational, the imminent threat of death to her children could come from only one other person. From the mind of the mother. It was too grotesque, and I had to be sure. I didn't know what I'd do when I was sure, but I had to have proof. I went back to the apartment.
Would you like a drink, Randy?
No, thanks.
I don't want one either. I'd like a cigarette, though, but I'm all out. I would have gone down to the corner, only I was afraid.
Here.
Well?
Well, what?
Pretty cunning fellow, isn't he? I mean, Eddie. Shrewd.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Oh, no. No, he's too cautious for that. With a man, he wouldn't try to pull any fast ones.
Well, he seemed to talk without much pretense.
Don't let it fool you, Randy. Even that has a motive. Everything in his life does. I have never seen a man like him. A man who did everything for a reason he planned out, figured out ahead of time.
Like his story about the bowling?
Doesn't that prove it, doesn't it?
Did you ever check to see if he was bowling?
I don't remember.
A thing that important you don't remember?
Don't pin me down, Randy. Don't cross-examine me. Don't. That's all. Just don't.
Well, I thought you ought to look at his side.
I did. Once was enough.
Maybe it'd be worth another look if you want to get back together.
I don't want to get back together.
Well, you should have said that in the first place.
Oh, it was a hard decision to make, Randy. You know, a very difficult decision to make. Breaking off with Eddie. It was now or never.
Now or never what?
The chance to be young. Oh, I married much too young. And then I suddenly realized
I'm almost 30.
And when he did what he did, you figured it was time.
Well, it never occurred to me until Eddie and that other woman. And then I realized he hated our children and me, the whole thing.
Well, that doesn't make sense.
Well, I
Ann.
mean, it was obvious. I could go on like that for 10 years, maybe. And then wake up old and unattractive. And who'd want me then? What man would want a woman with 2 children?
Well, they're wonderful children. They'd be an asset.
You think I'm attractive enough, Randy? Still attractive enough to remarry?
You're a very attractive woman, Ann.
Above average, Randy?
Well, you're very attractive.
You're a very sweet person, Randy, but you don't know how it is. You can't imagine how difficult it is being a mother and father to your children, being both parents.
Well, Eddie must have helped out some.
Oh, he did in his fumbling way, but he was always letting them have their own way, and now they're completely undisciplined, completely.
Well, they seem pretty well behaved.
Oh, that's all you see. But believe me, you can give children too much love. Did you know that? Too much love.
Oh, not real love. It's the phony kind that spoils kids, giving them attention and toys and calling it love.
No, you're a bachelor, Randy. You don't know. You can spoil them. They begin to expect too much. They expected too much ever since they were born. All my time, everything, with no time to do anything else, no time for myself.
Did you really try to make any time? I mean, reasonably.
What for? Why should I have? Just to have their father desert us, have it thrown back at me when he deserted us?
Ann, he didn't desert you. He's here now. You talk like he was in another city. He's in this city. You're only separated, not deserted.
Deserted? Don't you think I know what I'm saying? I know what desertion means. I've been deserted all my life.
Well, you can pick up that phone and call him.
Deserted all my life. Like my mother and father deserted me.
They actually abandoned you?
Well, not that way. There are worse ways. They ran my life like I was a machine or something. Everything was done at exactly a certain time and just so much time to play with me. It was almost as if they didn't want me around the other times.
Or at all?
It's funny for me to think of my own childhood when I'm a mother myself. When I have my own kids. I should forget all that. The past is past.
Well, it's past only if you understand it, Ann.
But how can the past be past? And I think about it all the time. How can I forget my childhood when I never really had one? Something always stopped it. Something always kept it from happening. Don't you see, my parents or my children, something always kept me from being young.
Ann, you've got to have help.
The police? Oh, will they listen to what my husband is doing to me, how he threatens me?
No, not him. For yourself, you must.
No one, Randy, no one. I'm alone. You're the only one who can help me, Randy. You're the only one who wants to protect me from...
Have you ever seen a murder being planned? Have you ever seen the potential killer work toward his goal? It isn't with daring do and shadowy doorways. Sometimes it's in a small, neat apartment living room. In an anguished voice, a baffled face of a person who's bewildered by his own hate and sees only one way out. The answer for all irrational people in the world since time began. When something stands in your way, even if you've created that something into being what it isn't, kill it, destroy it, murder it, blow it up. 2 disturbed small children sleeping, safe in their only refuge, their sleep. Who is to stop the mother they trust? Who is to stop her from doing what she doesn't want to do? The police can't act. They can't arrest people for thinking something. Otherwise, we'd all be in jail. As Ann Wilton paced the room, smoking and talking, I knew I didn't have any choice. It would happen tonight, and someone had to be there to stop it, to stop her. She begged me to stay, to sleep on the couch, to protect her from her husband, still saying her husband was the killer. But I don't think she believed it. She went into the bedroom and locked the door. I stretched out on the couch and waited and hoped that I was wrong. I hoped everything I'd heard didn't mean what it meant. Only reality exists. We can't make it what we want it to be. At 3:30, wearing a bathrobe over her nightgown, her feet bare, she glided silently across the floor of the living room into the kitchen. I didn't move. In a minute, she came back, and I saw it glisten. The butcher knife. I saw it glisten in her hand from the light of the street lamp as she came near me. A pause while she made sure I was asleep, and then almost as an absolution, almost as a prayer, she whispered to me,
I'm sorry. You'll understand. I have to. Please, I'm sorry.
And she moved to their bedroom. I leaped up. I had to witness the attempt. It was the only way she could legally be put away, the only way she could be helped. And there, standing over her silently sleeping son, without hearing me, without rush or hurry, as if time didn't exist, as reality no longer did, she raised the butcher knife over his head, and I rushed in. I spun her around. She fought for an instant. She wouldn't let go of the knife, and I had to hit her. And as she fell to the floor, the sound awakened the little boy. And his first words, his only words,
Mommy. Mommy.
That's all. She's getting help. What more can I say? Except for some questions. Did anybody cheat you out of your childhood? Or even steal a corner out of it? Did they? Well, then take a good look. How are you getting even for it? And who are you getting even with? And can you ever get even? Or is revenge just a second-rate substitute for understanding? Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's transcribed story was written by Arthur Ross, with music by Frank Worth. The part of Anne was played by Joan Banks. Harry Bartell was Ed. Listen next week at this time, and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. This Friday, enjoy music by Mantovani on NBC.
And now, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents transcribed Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. The night is like a woman, I always say, revealing only what she thinks advisable and keeping the rest to herself. And sometimes, out of sheer whimsy, she tosses up a story that's as tough for me to tell as it may be for you to believe. And this is one of them. Full of wispy characters, human shadings that range from a delicate gray to a printer's ink black. Like I say, you may not buy it, but if you do, well, it might do you some good. A whole lot of good. It was late afternoon. It was 5:30, to be exact. The pavement was crowded with weary wage earners jockeying for that quick ride home. A traffic light turned red, and along with 15 other pedestrians, I stopped and glared back at it. Another batch came up from behind and started shoving. You know the way they do. The light blinked, and I started to move. That's how it was that I became aware of the hand in my back pocket. I grabbed for it and whipped around.
Oh,
Julie Bronson.
Randy, I didn't know it was you.
So you didn't know it was me, Julie? I mean, otherwise it's okay?
Look, Randy,
Yeah, I know. You can explain everything. You felt yourself slipping on a convenient banana peel, so you grabbed for a pocket with a wallet in it.
If you'll listen to me.
My first and strongest impulse is to let the law listen to it.
It's not for myself I'm asking, Randy. Don't turn me in.
Julie Bronson picking pockets. Or has this been a sideline with you all along?
I promised I'd have it for him by tonight.
For him?
Oh, you wouldn't understand.
Now, let me go, Randy. I'm in a hurry.
No. You started telling me about why you need money badly enough to do this.
I haven't been working, and I'm hungry. Plain hungry.
You said you promised somebody you'd have it for him tonight.
I was lying. I'm hungry, that's all. Let me go, please.
Oh, you're coming with me.
Are you turning me in?
We'll talk about it after you've had something to eat. Feel better?
I never thought anybody could be as hungry as I was.
Now, last time I saw you were making the customers drool at Bernie's Burlicue Club. What happened?
Randy, please, I've got to go. They're waiting for me.
Who's waiting for you? Look, I can't make you out. You're talking to me like you're on cloud nine. Now, what's it all about? What happened to your job at the Burlicue Club?
I quit because of him. Sweating faces looking up at me. Drunken eyes leering at me every time I came out to do a number.
In the entertainment business, I thought that was the goal.
There must be some other way to live. He told me...
He?
I quit. That's all there is to it, Randy.
Is this the same he, the one who's waiting for the money?
I let him down.
Well, this friend of yours, he's quite a paradox. Talks you out of a job, then sends you out to raise $100 picking pockets.
No, Randy. Until last week, I worked in a bakery.
In a bakery? You?
Like he told me.
So what happened with this honest toil of yours?
The boss's wife. She didn't like me.
But the boss did, huh?
Uh-huh.
Even in the bakery.
Randy, I've got to make a phone call.
Oh, your bag.
I'll get it. Oh, let me make my call. I'll come back.
Okay, go ahead.
Randy.
Yeah.
Can I have a dime, please?
I haven't got any change. Here. Get the cashier to break this 10 for me.
I'll make the call, and I'll be right back.
I watched her move toward the cashier's counter, and I wondered what had happened to the hip-swinging, hep little showgirl that I'd known. She'd changed. I was framing a set of questions to be put to her when she came out of the phone booth. She paused at the cashier's counter and looked towards me, and then suddenly made a dash out the street door. I went after her, but the theater goers were out in force, and I lost her. So I went back to the restaurant to pay my bill.
Babe ran out on you, huh?
Yeah.
I made myself a bet when you took after her. I bet you'd get her.
What's my bill?
$2.14. I laughed on her.
Now, here you are. Here's your dough.
You didn't do so bad with her.
Okay. I didn't do so bad.
Well, lots of guys would settle for less.
What are you building, a second-act climax?
I mean, you made money on the deal. The waitress picked this up off the floor when she cleared away your table. Her change purse.
Let's see it.
Go on, open it up.
Holy. 20, 40, 60.
Some change, huh?
72, $73.
You see what I mean? One way or another, you come out on top.
Well, that little chiseler, that wide-eyed baby-faced dip.
You're mad? What for? $63 you clear.
You made yourself a bet on me and lost, huh?
Yeah.
Well, here's your chance to break even.
I'll call you. What is it?
Give yourself 10 to 1 that I find her before midnight. I was sore. A guy doesn't mind being a sucker once in a foolish moment, but it's got to be his own idea. I went campaigning for her. I tried the usual methods first. City directory, telephone books. I even buzzed the police to see if they had anything on her, but there was nothing doing. I went down to Bernie's Burlicue Club, one of those night spots where the words no cover refers strictly to the girls in the chorus. The audience was getting its usual kicks. I swam through the smoke-filled room till I got to the door that took me backstage. The girls were preening for the first show, and I asked for Birdie Blair, one of the club's stellar attractions. The girls pointed to the door that said, "Private, keep out." But knowing Birdie, I knew that sign meant nothing.
Stone, you're a stranger. Sit down.
Well, I was beginning to care too much, Birdie. That's why I stayed away.
Yeah, sure. Oh, yeah.
Now, don't go coining phrases on me, Birdie. I loved you the way you were.
Oh, you're in good shape tonight. There's sweet talk on your lips and a fire in your eyes.
Well, it's a different kind of fire, Bertie. I'm trying to locate Julie Bronson.
Oh, that screwball. What do you want her for?
Anybody here got her address?
What do you want her for, Randy?
Well, it isn't social, believe me.
Well, did you try Hoffman's Delicatessen? Most of the girls use Olmax as kind of a forwarding agent when they leave town.
Well, I happen to know that she didn't leave town.
Hey, wait a minute. Have you, tried her boyfriend?
No. Who's he?
Oh, she was seeing a lot of him before she left here. The girls were giving her the big rib.
Who is he?
That fellow on the corner, you know. Nature Boy. Oh, what's his name?
What, Haddad?
That's the one. Runs the shoe shine stand. They sure were pally.
Oh, you're kidding. Julie and Haddad?
Honest, Randy, it's almost like he hypnotized her. The next thing you know, she quits her job.
Well, perhaps I better go see Svengali.
Well, if you don't find her, I know of a cute little dish who'll be glad to substitute. First name, Birdie.
I'll keep it in mind, Bertie. Thanks. Anybody who knows the loop knows Haddad shoe shine stand. He's been there as long as anyone can remember.
Ah, Mr. Stone, the seeker after truth.
Now, that's close enough. I think you can help me.
We are endowed with strengths, but the bidding is thine. From the Koran, Mr. Stone.
What is this, Haddad? A new pitch?
The book says, pause ye and meditate, and grace shall come to you.
Yeah, I know, the Koran, Haddad. You've been seeing a lot of Julie Bronson. I want to reach her in a hurry.
This is a day when they may not speak.
Look, Haddad the scholar and Haddad the reformed. I want Julie's address.
Julie, I cannot help you.
Well, I'm glad you finally came out from behind that cloud of quotations, Haddad. You know where Julie lives?
You seek in vain. What do you want her for?
The police want her, and with or without you, they'll find her.
The police?
They might want to know if you're the guy who sent her out to pick a few pockets.
Julie, poor child. She was desperate. We all are.
Now, do you help me, or do I call the police?
Wait. It is said, for him who gives alms, we will send him easily to ease.
Oh, so that's it. Well, you were a long time getting it. Here's a buck.
But as for him who is niggardly, we will lead him easily to difficulty. $10, Mr. Stone.
All right. But it's coming out of Julie's bankroll.
The money
Here.
is not for me, Mr. Stone. It is for another. I accept his money.
Yes, I'm sure. Her address.
1726 East Waterloo. You're taking the police there?
I don't know yet.
Perhaps if you knew the full circumstances, if you knew the reason behind her act, perhaps if I told you about it.
Now, some other time, Haddad. It's Julie I want right now. I couldn't figure him out. There was something different about Haddad, something strange. But tonight, nobody was turning out the way they ought to. East Waterloo was clear across town. $3.65 worth on the taxi meter. When I got there, the people told me there was no Julie Bronson at that address and never had been. I'd been taken again twice in one night. I went back to the shoe shine stand looking for Haddad, and he was gone. I had to start all over again. This time, I tried Hoffman's Delicatessen.
Hello, Randy. Nice to see you.
Hi, Max. Hi. You look lonesome. Corned beef not moving today?
I'm not lonesome, Randy. I'm thinking.
What is this tonight? Everybody's meditating.
I have found the reason for existence, Randy. An old man like me, and I've found it.
This all came to you while you were slicing salami?
Why shouldn't it happen to an old man? Is everything for the young?
Oh, don't tell me you've fallen for a young chick, Max. You got to be careful. Maybe she's after you for your recipe for cheesecake.
You're joking, Randy, when you should be happy for me.
Oh, I'm ecstatic. Who is she?
Contentment is neither a man nor a woman.
You've been talking to Haddad.
He's a fine man. It was he who first met him.
Are you by any chance also collecting for Mr. Him?
They have asked you for money, too?
Oh, this guy, whoever he is, has got himself some racket. There's a shakedown artist I'd like to meet.
Oh, no, you cannot.
No, what's his name? This guy with the appetite for money.
This, I don't tell you.
Okay. Well, then tell me, how does Julie Bronson fit into his charmed little circle?
Julie? She, too, has a new concept of life.
Oh, yeah, I've noticed that. It's quite a concept. Includes picking pockets. Julie had it, now you, Max. Everybody with a new concept. This must really be some philosophy. I'm sure the police will want to know more about it.
Police? But you mustn't have her arrested. It was for him.
Do you have her address, Max?
She's blameless. She had to get the money.
Why? Who is this him? What's he got on you people? You've all changed, so I don't recognize any of you.
For him, we need the money.
Oh, brother, I'd like to read some of his copy. Now, for the last time, Max, Julie's address.
Okay, Max, quick. Give me the dough.
Mr. Scarlatti.
Oh, well, comes the dawn.
No cracks, wise guy.
Dickie Scarlatti, so you're the one behind the shakedown.
Shut up, Stone. What'd you tell him, Max?
Nothing, Mr. Scarlatti. Honest, not a thing.
Okay, Max. The money. Make it snappy.
The old protection racket's starting up all over again. Is that it, Scarlatti?
There's no time for conversation, Stone. I said shut up.
We return in just a moment to Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Breezy, easygoing summer days. Oh, they're wonderful. You and your friends barbecuing in a backyard, picnicking at the park, enjoying small, homey gatherings. And always, close at hand, you'll want smooth, sociable, satisfying Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. A tall, cool, foaming glass to refresh your moments of relaxation, to quench your warm weather thirst. Pabst Blue Ribbon to make good foods like these taste better. Listen.
Here's a list of foods to choose for picnics, parties, barbecues.
Campbell's Pork and Beans.
Armour's Treat.
Borden's Cheese.
Ritz Crackers.
Swift's Frankfurters. And, of course, Pabst Blue Ribbon.
You'll find that foods taste better by far if you serve them with foaming PBR.
What'll you have?
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
What'll you have?
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
What do you have? Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
Smoother, smoother, smoother flavor. Finer beer that millions favor. Taste that smoother, smoother flavor.
Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
Tomorrow, be sure to pick up several convenient Pabst Blue Ribbon Handy 6 cartons, packed with 6 space-saving cans. Or get the money-saving case of 24. Any way you buy it, it's always the same smooth, delicious Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. Act 2 of Night Beat will continue after a brief pause for station identification. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
Julie Bronson had gone out to raise some money in a hurry, even if it meant picking pockets. No matter how, she had to have the dough. And now I thought I knew why. Dick Scarlatti, gunman, junior grade, mobster, heister, codman, and past master of the old protection shakedown racket. The payoff. This one, though, this was something original. You know, this is really imaginative, Scarlatti. You seem to have added a touch of poetry to the racket.
What's he want, Max?
He's looking for Julie Bronson.
Well, let him go find her someplace else. Go on, take a walk.
He's Randy Stone of the newspaper.
I know who he is. Take the air.
Max, are you shelling out money to this cheap crook?
Please, Randy, no trouble. Here's Julie now.
Well, the elusive Miss Bronson.
Randy, I'm so glad I found you. The man at the restaurant told me you have my money.
Yeah, that's right. $73.
Give it to me quickly.
Well, there's a little account to settle first.
Give it to her, Randy.
No, a few words first. An extemporaneous statement for the press.
$73. That's all you got, Julie?
No, 83, Scarlatti. She took me for 10.
Hand it over, Julie. Got no time.
You saw him, Dick?
Yeah, I left him with the doc.
Doctor, he said there was a chance.
There's a chance.
He'll live, Max. I just know it.
If I could get a word in here, I'd be extremely grateful. Now, what's the idea of going for my wallet when you had more than $70 of your own, Julie?
The money, Julie.
Randy, please, give me the money. I need it now.
Are you hard of hearing? I asked a question.
There's no time for questions, Stone. How much you got, Max?
$105.
Haddad only dug up 65. Hand yours over, Julie.
Randy has it.
Okay. Give it to me.
Hello.
Come on, Stone. I want Julie's money.
I don't believe it is her money.
Yes, Doctor. Yes?
Do you think something's happened?
I don't know.
Yes, Doctor. Yes.
What kind of a bill of goods you sell these people, Scarlatti?
Right away, Doctor.
You going to hand it over, Stone, or do I have to take it?
Something's wrong, Max.
We should go to the hospital right away.
What's the matter?
He asked for us.
The dough, Stone?
Not until I know what this is all about.
I'll close the store, Julie. We'll go.
Take Julie outside, Max. I want to persuade Mr. Stone to give me the money.
Come, Julie.
Believe me, I don't want to have to argue with you, Stone.
The police get this coin purse, Scarlatti.
I didn't mean it to be this way, Stone. This is one time I really didn't want it to be like this.
Like what?
This.
86 little bells racing through my head woke me up about an hour later. I felt a lump on my head Scarlatti's gun had made. I pulled myself up on my feet, and I felt better. A row of salamis swung crazily overhead, and when they all settled down to a conventional vertical, I dragged myself to the telephone and called a cab. 10 minutes later, the cabbie dropped me off in front of Haddad's shoe shine stand. I was a little surprised to find him, but there he was. I'll take that shine now, Haddad.
Mr. Stone, I did not see you come up.
Yeah, otherwise you'd have taken a fast walk, huh?
I'm not working tonight, Mr. Stone. As you see, I'm all dressed up. I'm going someplace.
Now start talking, Haddad. I'm dying to catch up on a few dozen quotations.
I'm not working. I was merely waiting for a friend. If you will excuse me, I go without
Oh,
him.
Scarlatti, I know where he is.
I go now.
Now stick around a couple of minutes, Haddad. I was just about to call the police.
I have done nothing that concerns the police.
Well, aiding and abetting, they call it. You gave me a phony address for Julie to help her get away. Not to mention $10 you made on me for that quotation.
I gave you what information I had. It is not my fault it was false.
Well, maybe the cops would like to know something about your payoff to Scarlatti.
No. That is a private matter.
I'll give you a chance to beat the rap. Julie, Max, and Scarlatti said something about going to a hospital. Now, which one?
I do not know.
You said it too quickly, Haddad. Try it again.
I do not know.
Okay, let's try it a different way. Julie's in trouble. I want to help her.
She is in no trouble. Of that I can assure you.
Well, I want to talk to her. Now, what hospital did she go to?
I do not know. And if you persist in bothering me, I myself will call the police. I'm a citizen.
Okay, chum, you win.
Someday I give you back your money, Mr. Stone. For money is the...
Yeah, I know. It's the root of all evil. I left him standing there and took a quick walk around the corner, and then I crossed the street and did a stakeout in the doorway of a clothing store. Haddad waited for a few minutes and then hailed a cab. I got out into the street and flagged one for myself. We followed Haddad's cab until it stopped at the Baker Street Hospital. Haddad got out and he went inside. I waited a few minutes, then went up to the information desk. The nurse directed me to the elevator on the 5th floor. From behind a door near the elevator, I heard voices, and one of them I recognized. Old Man Hoffman. I opened the door and went in. Not one of them looked at me when I closed the door. They were like 4 people in a trance.
Randy?
Yeah, Randy.
I'm glad you're not badly hurt, Randy.
Oh, you too, Scarlatti? You're glad that I'm all right?
I didn't want to rough you up, Stone. This is one time I didn't want to.
Yeah, well, it'd be all right with me if you'd like to step out somewhere and see if I can't get even.
Just stay put, Stone.
You followed me here, Mr. Stone. You're clever.
Oh, thank you.
You gotta be quiet in here. The doctor said so. Real quiet.
I'll make no noise, I promise you. In fact, I'm leaving. Come on, Julie, you're going with me.
Oh, no, Randy, I can't leave. Don't you understand?
No, but you are leaving. Now, come on, get up.
I said for you to be quiet. I mean it. See how I mean it?
Well, that's a nice gun, Scarlatti. Goes just right with your personality.
I don't want trouble. You do.
Max, you're the only one I can talk to. How did you come to get mixed up with this gunman?
Oh, no. He's a friend. It was his idea to raise the money for the best doctor in the city.
Raise money for whom? Who's in there?
We have been praying for him. All of us.
I thought I'd forgotten how.
What, Scarlatti? Playing Good Samaritan? Who is it? Who's in there?
His name is Luke.
Luke what?
Just Luke.
What's he got on you people?
The hold of the infinite.
I met him first. One meeting, and my life was changed completely.
It was the same with me.
It sounds like a meeting of the Life Can Be Beautiful Society.
One of my regular customers took out his wallet to pay me. A $10 bill fell on the floor. Naturally, I quickly covered it with my foot. The customer walked away, and I bent down to pick up the money.
Then he looked up, and Luke was there.
He stood watching me. His eyes were sad, but a smile was on his lips. He stood there saying nothing. I said to him, "This is my money. I just dropped it." He said nothing.
That is his way. He says nothing. But in his eyes, you see terrible truth.
It blinds you.
Had it took the 10 spot back to the customer who dropped it. Chased him half a block.
When I came back, he was still there. Then he said to me, "Prosperous is a man who purifies himself." He walked away, that's all.
Oh, brother, I've heard everything now. Your own guilt, your own reactions made you take that money back, had it?
No, it is not true. I never took it back before.
Okay, who'll make the next testimonial?
No cracks, wise guy.
Oh, you must not mock Randy. When I met him, I was on my way from the store. I felt old and alone. I stopped in the park for a minute. Mean and bitter thoughts I had for this world.
And this man, Max, all of a sudden he was at your side?
He smiled at me. It was like seeing the sun rise for the first time.
Max thought he wanted a handout. Didn't you, Max?
His clothes were so poor. He didn't speak to me. He just turned around, and my eyes followed his. They rested on 2 children playing in the grass. They were squealing with delight. Then his eyes led mine to the flight of a bird across the trees.
Then what?
Nothing. He just said, "You're not alone, Max. All this is yours."
He called you by name, and yet you'd never seen him before?
I swear it, Randy. I speak the truth.
Mr. Scarlotti was the one who found about his illness.
No cracks, Stone, and I'll tell you how it was.
No cracks.
It's 4 a.m., see? I'm coming home. I hear steps behind me. I think, this is it. I whip around quick. He's there. I ask him, what does he want? He shakes his head. I ask him, you hungry? He don't answer. All right, I say, here's a couple of bucks anyway. Give it to somebody. He won't take it.
He didn't say anything?
Not a word. Just walks away. I'm sweating. I couldn't sleep that night for thinking. I've been thinking ever since.
When they brought him here, he asked the hospital to notify Mr. Scarlotti.
We had to have dough. Lots of it.
The money you saw in my purse. It was for him.
You should have told me, Julie.
You wouldn't have believed. You don't now.
How about you, Julie? How did you meet him?
A party, Randy. I was going on a party. Sitting in a cab waiting for a friend. He walked up and looked at me. I got scared and wanted to scream, but nothing would come out of my throat.
And all he said to her was, "Go home, young lady."
And I did. I went home, Randy. See why I thought you wouldn't believe?
Well, it's crazy and it's fantastic, but I'd like to meet him.
He is like a church.
A church? Well, what faith is he?
Faith? Mohammedan, of course.
Oh, he's Catholic. I know he is.
But did he say so?
We didn't have to. I could tell.
Oh, no, he's Protestant, just like my folks were.
There was no question in my mind, but he was Jewish.
None of you knows for sure?
I guess not. Funny thing, but we don't know.
And, none of you had ever seen him before or heard of him?
He came to us out of nowhere.
Why are you crying, Julie?
I don't know. I don't know why.
Nurse, he's all right now, nurse?
Is he pulling around?
He's all right now. I can tell by the nurse.
Now, give her a chance to speak. Give her a chance. The worst over, nurse?
He's dead.
And that's it. Well, go ahead, lift your eyebrows and smirk. Some of you may even get a belly laugh out of it, but that's the way it was. His name was Luke, and he lived and died right here in Chicago. 4 people can testify to that. He brushed by them in the crowded city and left them all a little richer for it. I could have used some of it myself, but as is usually the case, I happened on the story a little late and just missed out. Who he really was and where he came from, nobody knows. Well, I don't know what it means to you, but as for me, I'm going to church this Sunday. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's transcribed story was written by Lewis and Rusoff, with music by Frank Worth. The part of Julie was played by Betty Moran. Others featured were Lou Krugman, Fritz Feld, Frank Gerstle, and Joan Banks. Listen next week at this time, and every week, as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. 9 out of 10 forest fires are caused by carelessness. Hundreds of thousands of acres of woodland are damaged or destroyed by fire every year. So be careful with cigarettes and make sure your campfire is out before you leave it. If you want to use your favorite campsite again, be careful with fire. Let's not set fire to America. This Friday, enjoy music by Montevani on NBC.
And now, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents transcribed Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. You know, it's a funny thing, a night off. When they give you a whole night not to care whether the presses turn or not, you're like an old horse that's saddle broke. You don't know any direction but the way back to the barn. A great yawning city, the greenest pasture in the world, and I didn't know where to start. What did people do when they weren't working? It was habit, I guess. It took me to Rush Street with its little nightclubs and cabarets. People always seemed to have fun on Rush Street. And besides, you could feel comfortable sitting alone at a bar in the hazy gloom.
Randy, it's good to see you. What'll it be?
Well, I'll leave it up to you, Gus. Make it something festive.
What's up? You win the Pulitzer Prize?
Oh, no, it's my night off.
Oh, night off, huh?
Yeah.
Well, what are you doing out alone? You ought to get yourself a date. A night off is no good without a girl.
Well, you know how many girls sit by the telephone waiting for a guy that's half owl and half newspaper man to call? The statistics would startle you.
Well, just the same, it seems to me you ought to have some special girl, a nice fellow like you.
Why, Gus.
No, I mean it. Now look at me. I'm no great shakes. I've been tending bar all my life. And that ain't no occupational congenial connubial bliss. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But come September, I've been married 10 years.
Oh, that's good, Gus. That's great. I envy you.
Well, that's what I'm getting at. That's my point. I'm just an ordinary guy, see, and I got a girl. Now, it seems to me that a guy like you in an exciting job that takes him around where he meets a lot of dolls, you know what I'm getting at?
Yeah, I do, and I wish I didn't.
Now, in my business, I meet all kinds. Good Joes, bums, class. You get so you can tell who fits with who.
Yeah, well, that figures.
Well, that's exactly what I said to myself when you walk in. Randy and her. It figures. The same type. Intelligent, mature. And she's good looking.
Look, Gus, it's a little early in the evening to get befuddled, and I'm afraid I don't follow you. Who's good looking?
Why, that girl down there at the end of the bar, sitting all by herself.
Oh, that brunette in the white dress?
Yeah. What do you think? You like to take her out tonight?
Well, I could get used to the idea. You know her?
Well, no, I don't know her, but I...
well, then why bring it up?
Oh, now, Randy, don't get sore. I was only thinking of you.
Well, then mix me a drink. That's all I came in for.
Oh, okay, Randy, you bet. But a drink ain't the answer, no, sir. Can't nothing make a man feel high like when a woman looks at him in a special way. You know what I mean?
It was a pleasing thought and a disturbing one. As Gus worked his magic alchemy back of the bar, I worked on the idea, and from time to time I looked at her in the mirror. She was studying her drink pensively, kind of sad, turning the glass round and round in her hand as though she had something deep on her mind. I was openly staring at her when her eyes met mine in the mirror. Her face became suddenly animated, and she smiled at me.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm superstitious about drinking alone.
Oh, what a coincidence. So am I.
Life's full of coincidences.
Well, believe me, I'm all for it.
Well, mud in your eye?
To you.
No. Tonight it's to you. Just to you. You're wondering about me, aren't you?
How do you mean?
When a girl sits alone at a bar, men get all kinds of impulses about her. Some want to protect her. Well, what did you think when I smiled at you in the mirror?
Well, I guess you summed it up.
You're lonesome, aren't you?
Well...
Lots of people are lonely. Do you mind if I call you John?
Well, it's a good plain American name, but my name happens to be Randy.
I'll call you John. You call me Mary.
Mary, Smith?
How did you know?
Instinct.
Well?
Well, what?
You haven't asked me why I'm alone tonight.
Well, I figured that was your own business.
I was stood up. I had a date, but he didn't come.
Well, he should have his head examined.
That was the right line, John.
Well, I try, Mary, but I don't get much practice.
You mean you don't look at other girls?
Well, just window shopping.
Well, how about all those girls who come in the bank? And what about the girls who work in the bank?
The bank? You wouldn't have me mixed up with some other fellow, would you?
Now, how could I ever mix you up with anybody?
Yeah.
Buy me another drink, John?
Oh, yeah, sure. Gus, refills here. Better make mine a double. This is a friendly town, Chicago. You find them everywhere, these little dolls. But Mary Smith, or whatever her name was, didn't fit into the pattern. She said all the right words, but there was something elusive about her. If I could use a word that's been out of use for a long time, she was a lady. She looked younger than I'd first thought. She was no more than 25. There were no rings on her fingers, and, well, I wasn't going anyplace anyway. Gus put the refills in front of us. I picked mine up, raised it, and turned toward her. But she'd suddenly gone cold on me. She was tense, and she was staring into the mirror as though she'd forgotten that I was there. I followed her gaze. There wasn't anybody else at the bar except a man with red hair. He sat at the other end of the bar nursing a beer, and he wasn't paying any attention to us.
Let's go.
Thought you wanted another drink.
I don't want to stay here anymore. I want to go.
Oh, sure, but I got to pay the tab first.
Hurry, I'll wait outside for you.
Gus, check.
Hey, yeah, Randy. That'll be $3.
Okay.
Come on down here. I want to talk to you.
Gus, I'm in a hurry.
Randy, listen, I think maybe I gave you a bump steer.
What are you talking about?
Well, the minute you sat down with her, a guy starts asking all kinds of questions about you. Who you are, where you come from, what's your racket.
A guy? What guy?
Well, that guy over there, the guy that's... Oh, that's funny. He was there just a minute ago. Didn't you see him? At the end of the bar. A guy with red hair.
I paid Gus, and I hurried out. When I got to the sidewalk, she wasn't in sight. I felt let down, disappointed. Well, that's how it goes. You figure you got a winning ticket, and you get left at the post. I was about to go back in and continue the fat chewing with Gus when a cab pulled up, and she was in it. I thought you'd run out on me.
No, why would I do that? I thought getting a cab would save time.
Save time for what?
Why, we've got a lot of places to go. All right, driver.
Well, I'm probably the biggest jerk in Chicago for asking a question at a time like this, but... your date that didn't show up, will he wear red hair?
What?
Let's give it.
I love riding in a taxi, don't you?
Mm-hmm. I'd like to know where I'm going, though.
I never can remember. What do you call it when you go in and out of bars?
Pub crawling?
That's it. We're going pub crawling.
For a girl who wasn't familiar with the expression, she was very expert at finding upholstered sewers, which was strange because once we got in them, she lost interest and wanted to leave. She ordered drinks, but she only sipped them. She seemed to have a compulsion to be on the move.
Come on, let's go.
Well, what's the next stop?
Why, Riverview, of course.
Riverview? That must be a new joint. I haven't heard of it.
No, Riverview Park.
What, the amusement park?
You know, roller coasters, cotton candy, the whip.
What are you trying to do, see Chicago and die?
Oh, I'm so glad you came into the bar tonight. I'm glad you looked into the mirror.
So we went to Riverview Park. We ate popcorn and hot dogs. The bloated faker with a whiskey breath guessed our weight and fell short of my age by 6 years. I gave him an extra $1. We went on the whip and the roller coaster and the tunnel of love. She sat very close to me in the boat. Yes, I felt tempted to kiss her as we went through the dark, dank tunnel, but the boats were full of teenagers necking, and, it didn't seem the place. But as we came out into the lighted park...
Okay, everybody out. In the boat.
I'm surprised at you, John.
What do you mean?
You didn't kiss me. Didn't you want to?
Bud, 2 more tickets here. We're going through again. As we came out into the lighted park for a second time, I was looking at her, smugly waiting for her reaction.
All right, everybody out. Clear the boat. Clear the boat.
Want to go through again?
No.
All right, this way, folks. Find you up.
Careful. Here, let me help you.
I can get out by myself.
Well, what now? Something to eat? Another ride? Find me a very obliging fellow.
I don't want to do anything. Please, just leave me alone.
Oh, look, I don't like to complain, but I kissed you back there. When you came out, you don't even look at me. What's the matter with me? I read all the ads.
What?
You know, this isn't good for my ego, talking to myself.
All right, take your chance. 3 shots for quarter. Everybody's a winner. Get the little lady a baby doll. Shoot the birdies back. Hit the little lady
A doll. Get me a doll.
3 shots for quarter. A quarter.
The baby doll in the blanket. That's the one I want.
How much is the doll?
Well, you can't buy 'em. You gotta win 'em. 3 shots for a quarter. Knock the birdies down. Knock 'em all down. You win a baby doll. Here you are, Mac. Rifles all loaded. Show what a good shot you are for a quota.
Okay. I never had much luck with these things.
Oh, well, it's too bad you missed. Try again. Here you are. It's all loaded.
As I picked up the rifle again and looked down the sight at the moving birds, I was conscious of a terrible tension in Mary. But my concentration was on pulling the trigger.
Don't. Oh, please don't. Don't. Oh, don't.
I turned around and she was screaming hysterically, running blindly down the midway. Mary! I dropped the gun on the counter, but before I could take after her, a man shoved a doll into my hand.
Your doll, Stone.
Thank you. Mary! Excuse me. Please let me through, will you? I'm sorry. Mary! What's the matter?
Oh, don't. Please don't shoot the gun. Don't shoot the gun. The gun.
Hey, snap out of it, Mary. Stop it. Mary, you wanted the doll? Well, here it is.
What? Oh, you got it. The one I wanted in the blue blanket. You won the doll for me.
Won it? No. No, I hadn't won it. I'd missed every shot, yet the man had handed me the doll. Not the man back of the counter, but another man. He handed me the doll and he called me by name. A man I'd seen once before tonight. A man who'd asked Gus about me. The man with the red hair.
return in just a moment to Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Here's a summertime snapshot of pure eating enjoyment, the good old American way. A nice, tender, juicy hot dog smack in the middle of a fresh toasted roll. And right next to it, ready to refresh and quench your thirst, a tall, cool, foaming glass of smooth, delicious Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. Just put yourself in that picture. Mm-hmm. You'll find Pabst Blue Ribbon has a taste all its own, a more satisfying taste, a more sociable taste no other beer can match. No wonder it makes good foods like these taste better. Listen.
Here's a list of foods to choose for picnics, parties, barbecues.
Campbell's Pork and Beans.
Farmer's Treat.
Borden cheese.
Ritz Crackers with Frankfurters. And, of course, Pabst Blue Ribbon.
You'll find that food tastes better by far if you serve them with foaming PBR.
What'll you have?
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
What'll you have?
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
What'll you have? Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
Smoother, smoother, smoother flavor. Finer beer that millions favor. Taste that smoother, smoother flavor.
Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
Tomorrow, for sure, pick up several convenient Pabst Blue Ribbon Handy 6 cartons, packed with 6 space-saving cans. Or get the money-saving case of 24. Any way you buy it, it's the same famous Pabst Blue Ribbon flavor. Act 2 of Night Beat will continue after a brief pause for station identification. And now, back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
The night had a touch of madness to it. She'd wanted to be called Mary, and she'd called me John. I'd gone along with it. I thought it was just her way of lending dignity to a pickup. But now her hysteria and the man with the red hair shoving the doll into my hands and then disappearing, this had changed the whole picture. We'd walked away from the concessions to the edge of the park where it was quieter. All of her attention was now focused on the doll.
I'll always keep it. Always.
You don't have to woo me anymore.
What do you mean, John?
And you can drop the John stuff. My name is Randy Stone. Well, look, I've gone along with this make-believe because I thought I wanted to. I was in the mood for it. I thought when you smiled at me in the mirror, you just wanted to have some laughs.
I did. Oh, I did.
What about the man with the red hair?
I don't want to talk about it.
Would he be a detective?
Who?
The man with the red hair. I suppose you're married and your husband's old-fashioned. He doesn't like you picking up strangers in bars.
How can you say such a thing to me?
Well, are you married?
No, I'm not. No. Let's not talk about it. I don't want to talk about anything tonight but you and me. Just you and me.
Well, Mary, if you're in some kind of a jam, if you're in some kind of trouble, why don't you tell me? Maybe I can help. Maybe there's something I can do.
There is. Take me dancing.
Dancing?
Uh-huh. At the pavilion. Under the stars.
Our tickets ran out with the mellow music. I left Mary on the sidelines a minute to go buy another yard of tickets, but before I could get back, the band went jitterbug. And a gang of het cats went wild, swarming against the ropes to get to the floor. And they were between Mary and me. Trying to get through them was like trying to swim upstream. By the time all the cats were on the floor, I couldn't find her. She was gone. She disappeared. I looked over every inch of the pavilion, and then I saw him, the man with the red hair. He was standing just outside one of the exits, just standing there, watching. As I started toward him, he left quickly. There was no doubt about it. This was the boy who had the answers, and by now I was in a question-asking mood. Hey, Mac, I want to talk to you.
Not now, Stone.
I felt like I'd been hit with a roller coaster. My knees folded, and I went along with the ride. The sound had changed. I felt the motion before I recognized the new sound. I was dizzy and my head hurt. It was a motor. Yes, it was a motor.
I was in a car. I opened my eyes, blinked a couple of times. I was in the back seat of a taxi. Driver.
You okay now?
Stop the car, will you?
You bet, bud, in a minute.
Stop it now.
We're almost there.
We're almost where?
Right up here in the middle of the block.
What?
Tony's. Here you are, Tony's Pizza Palace.
How did I get in this cab?
Your friend put you in. Hey, you really hung one on. You were feeling no pain, believe me.
Well, that's a matter of opinion. You say my friend put me in?
Yeah. Big guy with red hair. Said to drive you here. Let's see you got inside. Oh, well, you don't have to worry, buddy. Paid me. Hey, you want me to help you?
No, thank you. I've had a little too much help tonight. The cab drove away, and I stood and looked at the cheesy little pizza joint where he dropped me. The sign that badly needed paint still said Tony's Pizza Palace, although Tony had sold it a year ago. It used to be the place to go late at night if you liked sentimental Italian ballads with your pizza. Tony had been a half-baked opera singer, so he furnished entertainment along with being chef, waiter, and mine host. Now the place belonged to a sourpuss who never came out of the kitchen except to take your order. I was curious. I went inside. Yep, she was there.
Hi.
What are you doing here?
What happened to you?
What happened to me?
I lost you. You went to get tickets, and I couldn't find you afterwards. Kids, that crowd.
Why did you come here?
Tony? Oh, I knew you'd come to Tony.
Oh, you did. You didn't have to be quite so forceful with your invitation.
Shh, here he comes. Listen, Tony's going to sing for us.
Well, that's not Tony.
Shh, quiet.
There's no tomorrow when love is new. There's no tomorrow.
There's no tomorrow.
This song meant something to this girl. And what did it mean? The man who wasn't Tony was singing it to her, and she was listening with her heart. She was looking beyond everything into some memory that was rare and special, and I felt like an eavesdropper watching her. Well, would you, like him to sing something else?
Not tomorrow. Not tonight.
You want him to sing something else?
No.
Mary.
I'll be back. How do I know?
No more?
No, thank you.
What's the matter? The lady didn't like it?
Well, she thought it was great. How long you been working here?
Here? Oh, I don't work here. I sing at the Cafe Paloma down the street.
Well, then what are you doing here?
Oh, I don't know. Some fella came into the Paloma tonight and said, "Hey, you know the American words to O Solo Mio?" I said, "Sure." He said, "Good. You want to make some extra money?" I said, "Are you kidding me? With 6 mouths to feed?" He said, "Good. Go on down to Tony's. When the lady comes in the white dress, you sing to her." That's what the man said. That's what I did.
This music lover who hired you, did he have red hair?
That's right. He's a friend of yours? Oh, played a joke on you.
Yeah, yeah, he's a real funny man. Most women who've just had a good cry have swollen faces and powder streaked, but something had happened to Mary. When she came back to the table, her face shone with radiance. She stood beside the table. She didn't sit down. There was no tension in her now and no restlessness.
Let's go.
Well, it's only 3. Sit down.
No, let's walk.
Okay. You're going to think that this is corny, but let's go down to the lake and watch the sun come up, Mary.
Oh, it's not corny. But I can't.
Why not?
I've come to the end of it. I must go home now.
The end of it? The end of what?
You wouldn't understand.
Well, I might. Try me.
Let's just leave it this way.
There's so many things I don't know about you, and there's so much that I want to find out.
I know all about you. Now take me to the L.
Oh, if you want to go home, I'll get your cab.
No. I want to go home on the L.
She carried the doll in one hand, and she tucked the other in mine. Funny, I'm out every night at this hour, but I never noticed what a beautiful city it is. Even the L. I'd always thought of it as just a dirty, rattling noise in the night, and now it was a silhouette in steel. We walked up the steps to the platform, and there was nobody there but us. In the distance, I could hear it, just a vibration at first, and then a sound.
The L's coming. I'll have to say goodnight now.
But I'm going to take you home.
No.
Oh, I just can't leave you here.
Please, Randy.
Or when am I going to see you again?
I don't know.
But you can't just... You called me Randy.
I'm glad it was you, Randy. I'm glad you were the one in the mirror. Goodbye.
Oh, Mary, wait. She darted away from me to board the L. I started after her, but I didn't get far. The man with the red hair materialized out of the shadows and blocked me. The L roared off, taking her with it.
Sorry, Stone, it's the end of the line.
Now, wait a minute. What do you think
Go ahead. Slug me if it'll make you feel any better. Knock my head off. I've got it coming.
Now, save the sympathy. Just give me the answers.
I had to knock you out, Stone. You'd gotten separated. I had to put you back on the track. I couldn't just go up to you and say, Mary's gone to Tony's.
Well, why not? Is that too old-fashioned for you?
Would you have gone? I would have had to explain that this was her first night out in months. That she's been sitting in a sanitarium, staring at the wall, living in a world of fantasy.
What are you trying to hand me?
Didn't you think she acted strangely at the shooting gallery when you shot the rifle? Didn't it bother you when she called you John?
Well, you didn't act exactly normal. And there's something else that bothers me. If she's a mental case, why is she out tonight, and why did you let her go off by herself on the L?
I'm not worried about that. That's the L that will take her home. You see, Stone, the doctor said if she did everything just the way it was that other night, if she relived it, played it out, and then came home, well, she had a chance.
What other night?
Mary met a man in a bar just a year ago tonight. Here, let me read your letter.
No, never mind the letter. What man?
Well, the letter's from him.
Oh, his name is John?
Yeah, John. The letter says, My darling wife...
Wife?
My darling wife, I'd give anything to be with you on our anniversary, but I can't, so that's that. But you go out. Wear your white dress. I won't be with you in person, but I'll be sitting beside you just the same. Go to that little bar on Rush Street where you picked me up. Or was it the other way around? Smile at me in the mirror, and I'll be smiling back.
Oh, I sure can pick him. A night off, and what do I draw? A stand-in for an absent husband.
There's more to the letter.
I can do without the love and kisses, thank you.
But I think it'll interest you. It goes on about reliving a night, about pub crawling in Riverview Park and Tony's.
Oh, I've taken the trip. I know the itinerary. Who are you, her keeper?
No, I'm a brother.
Oh, well, that's a nice touch. The brother goes along as chaperone to keep everything platonic. And where's this elusive husband that I understudy? Where's he locked up?
He's dead.
He's dead?
The letter was written in a foxhole in Korea. He was killed 2 days later on Heartbreak Ridge.
Oh.
So you see now why I couldn't tell you?
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, I'll see you around.
You did great, Stone. Real great.
Yeah, I know. Great. Red.
Yeah?
What's your name?
Sam.
Sam what?
Don't try to find her. Give her time. She may work out of this, and then again... Look, Stone, if she ever asks about you, if she ever wants to see you...
Sure, I know. You'll look me up. Other guys and other jobs on their night off go home after it's over. Me? I've got a story to write about a guy I met on his night off and a lady who evaporated in the mist. In a city the size of Chicago, almost everybody reads the newspapers, so maybe I can reach you this way. So I bat it out. I try to put into words the things the guy wanted to say but didn't. The story is finished. It isn't adequate, but it'll have to do. Because after all, it is my night off. I get one last horrible thought before I turn it in. What if she reads the competition's paper? Well, I'll have to take that chance. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis.
Tonight's transcribed story was written by John and Gwen Bagney, with music by Frank Worth. The part of Mary was played by Betty Moran. Others featured were Peter Lees, Jan Arvin, and Tudor Owen. Frank Lovejoy appeared through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, producers of The Miracle of Our Lady of Fatima. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Starting the 29th, hear your hit parade on NBC. Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. In a newspaper office, the night seems especially reserved for all sorts of screwy crank calls. And if every wild tale that came in over the telephone was tracked down, there wouldn't be enough reporters left around to make up a game of solitaire. This yarn started with one of those calls, but it ended differently. And how differently it ended. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. A heavy rain was falling, and I found an excuse to sit it out by polishing my next day's monumental trivia for the column. I was looking for the capital A on my typewriter when the phone rang. Stone talking.
Mr. Stone, please listen.
I'm listening.
A bomb in the plane to Denver.
A what?
In the Denver-bound plane tonight. A bomb. Don't you understand?
What's your name?
You have no time. The passengers...
If you're on the level, you give me a name.
No, my husband. I've got to go now. My bus is leaving.
You're in a bus depot. Which one?
Mr. Stone, you're wasting time. It's true, I tell you. The Denver plane.
Well, what time does the flight leave?
8:30. I couldn't call till now.
You say 8:30?
Yes. Oh, please.
Well, lady, you phoned exactly 10 minutes too late. It's 20 minutes to 9 right now.
Oh, no.
I repeat, some nights are good for a dozen crank calls, but I couldn't take chances with this one. I called the control tower at the airport.
Control.
This is Randy Stone, Chicago Star.
Yes, Mr. Stone.
You had an 8:30 flight to Denver?
Yes, sir, but
Oh, well, you better contact that pilot immediately and tell him to make an emergency landing wherever he is. Have him load the passengers and let no one near the plane till the police get there.
But the Denver plane hasn't taken off. Fog came in suddenly, and the flight has been grounded till it lifts.
Where is she now?
Far into the strip.
Oh, good. Well, keep her there and warn all personnel to keep clear, and I'll be out there as soon as I can.
Well, listen, Stone.
No, you do as I say. I phoned police headquarters, and they sent a radio car to pick me up. In 5 minutes, I was sitting in the back seat with Sergeant Skalski while the driver ripped up the streets at 70 miles an hour.
If there's anything I can't stand, Randy, it's bombs.
What time you got, Sergeant?
8:55. And me off duty 20 minutes ago. I was getting a ride home when the call came through.
Oh, there she is. You can stop here.
Okay.
Come on.
I don't mind telling you, Randy, I'm scared.
Yeah, me too.
I hope that call was a phony.
It was a bomb, all right, and a big one. The explosion threw me to the ground. When the earth stopped tossing me around, I looked at the burning DC-4, and people were pouring towards her out of the main building. I saw a jeep with a fire crew race for the plane, and I fought my way back to my feet.
You hurt, Randy?
I'm shaken up, that's all. We better get over there, Kowski.
Yeah.
All right, folks. Step back. Now, let's clear the field now. Back inside the waiting room, all of you.
The fire boys already have it licked.
Yeah. It looks like a ghost lying there.
Well, what do we do now, Sergeant?
Poke around a bit. It's safe now. I have to make a report on this. CAB boys will take over in the morning, but I got to make a report anyways.
Well, exactly what are you looking for?
Bomb fragments, maybe. Maybe a hunk of the container the bomb was in. Who knows?
Oh, this is some mess. What's this?
Let's see. Could be a bomb fragment. If you see any more, don't handle them. Prints.
You mean prints that stay on after an explosion like that?
Yeah. Crazy, ain't it? Step aside for a minute.
What?
Another fragment, just like the other.
And this one is embedded in a piece of leather.
Yellow pigskin leather.
Uh-huh.
Figure the bomb was in this bag?
Maybe. Maybe not, but it's something to go on. Now, let's go talk to the passengers.
Why would a passenger put a bomb in his own luggage if he knew he was going to be blown to kingdom come?
Nice guy, whoever did it. All right, folks. All right, settle down. We've got a little talking to do. Everybody here, there was to be a passenger in Flight 63?
Officer, my name is Stephen Bradley.
So?
We're badly shaken up. Some of us need medical care. You have no right to hold us here.
Only the right to find out who tried to murder 40 people.
All right, Randy, I'll handle this.
Well, then it was murder. I knew it.
Now, take it easy, folks, and you'll all be out of here in a few minutes. I said quiet, everyone. Now, we'll call you up one by one. All you have to do is tell us if this piece of yellow leather pigskin was part of your luggage. There's enough of it here to identify. Okay, Bradley, you're in a hurry. We'll start with you.
36 potential corpses lined up and filed past the piece of yellow leather. None of them claimed it. Then Sergeant Kalski checked their addresses and gave them the routine spiel about being available for further questioning, and he let them go.
Well, there's not much more I can do. Tomorrow the Aeronautics Bureau will take over. I'll phone my report in. My watch, right? It's just 9:45.
Yeah, it's right.
You coming back to town with me?
Well, if it's okay with you, I'll stick around here and do a little checking on my own.
Okay. But I tell you what, if anything hot comes up, call me at home. Don't phone it into headquarters. I don't want them to think, you know.
Perish the thought. Kalski gave me his home phone number and left. A little prodding, and the baggage man remembered seeing the yellow pigskin suitcase. And then came the first big break. The baggage man found a delivery slip from the Minerva Messenger Service testifying to the fact that they delivered in good order one pigskin leather suitcase to be checked on the ticket of one of the passengers, Mr. Stephen Bradley. I found Bradley at his hotel. He hadn't checked in yet. Then I called Sergeant Kalski. There was no real welcome in his voice.
So glad you called, Randy. Got the thing all wrapped up?
No, but I found out who owned that yellow bag. Stephen Bradley, one of the passengers.
Yeah, I remember him. I'll go out and pick him up.
No, it's not going to be that easy. He's not at the address he gave us.
I'll get him, all right. So that's who it was, huh? 11 by midnight. What time is it now?
It's 25 to 11.
Where'll you be?
At the Minerva Messenger Company, 24-hour service.
Never heard of it.
You will. The brakes were with us. The Minerva Messenger Company had a complete record of the pickup on the suitcase. They'd found an envelope in the mail slot that evening with $2 bills and a key in it, and a typewritten unsigned note had instructed them to pick up a suitcase in the locker at the Arlington bus depot and take it to the airport to be checked on Stephen Bradley's ticket. It was nearly 11 o'clock when I got to the bus station. And near a row of long, unbooed telephones, there was a candy and cigar stand.
Yes, sir. Something for you?
Those are the only payphones here?
Uh-huh. No closed booths. When it's quiet, you should know some of the conversations I listen to.
I guess you make change for a lot of them, huh?
Yeah, it drives me nuts. My boss don't like me talking to men during working hours.
Well, I'm disqualified. I'm a reporter.
Reporter? No kidding.
No kidding. I'm trying to locate a woman who phoned me from here. She's about 20 to 9. Were you working then?
Yeah. Yeah, what'd she look like?
I don't know. She'd been crying. I'd say she was in her early 30s, kind of a sexy voice.
20 to 9? You say she was crying?
Well, toward the end of the conversation, she started crying.
I think I know who you mean. I talked to her.
Go on.
She came in about 15 minutes after 8, maybe 20 after. She looked scared, like she'd run away from somebody, so I watched her. That's my slow time.
You said you'd talk to her.
She asked me if anyone had left a note for Mrs. Curran or Curran, some name like that. Oh, Mrs. Hal Curran. That's what it was.
You think she was Mrs. Curran?
I know it. She said if anybody asked for her that she'd be back. A few minutes later, she made the call. It must have been to you. She burst out crying and hung up.
What did she look like?
Like I wished I looked. Dark hair, 5'3" or 4. Beautiful figure. No wonder you're looking for her.
She was alone?
Nobody with her that I know of. And she got on the bus all alone.
You wouldn't happen to know what bus?
Sure, the Lake Forest bus. She asked me what time it left, and I told her. Say, that should make it a cinch. Her name is Mrs. Hal Coran, and she lives in Lake Forest.
Well, that's almost too easy. It looks like she loaded you with information knowing that I'd be around.
In a way. Maybe I don't blame her.
Now, what's your name?
Marion. Why?
Well, if this story breaks, I'll share my byline with you.
I don't know exactly what you mean, but I'm all for it.
I was looking for a Mrs. Hal Coran, the girl who'd phoned me from the bus station to so accurately prophesy the bomb explosion on the Denver-bound plane. And she'd left the trail easy enough for a tenderfoot Boy Scout to follow. In less than an hour, I was pounding on her door.
That you, Hal?
Open the door, please.
Who is it?
Let me in.
What do you want?
I want to talk to you.
What do you want?
I'm Randy Stone, Mrs. Coran.
I don't know you. Please, get out of here.
You called me earlier this evening at the Chicago Star, remember?
Oh, you're mistaken.
Mrs. Coran, you warned me that a bomb would explode in the Denver-bound plane. Well, it did.
What plane? I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, let's face it, you're not very good at this sort of thing, Mrs. Coran. You gave yourself away half a dozen times. First, you made your phone call from a bus depot. I found out which one it was by tracing the baggage back to the Arlington. That's where you called from.
You're crazy. I wasn't out of the apartment all day.
Then you walked up to a bright young girl at the candy counter and asked her if there was any messages for a Mrs. Hal Coran. I talked to that girl. She described you to a T. Want some more?
You have no right to talk to me like this.
I'm just trying to refresh your memory. You took the Lake Forest bus, correct?
No.
You could have made it easier if you wanted me to find you, and I think you did.
Oh, I never thought of it. Stupid.
You wanted me to stop that plane and get to the person responsible, didn't you?
I tried to stop him. I begged Hal not to do it, but he was like a crazy man.
Your husband, he engineered this little thing?
Poor Hal. Poor mixed-up Hal.
Well, give me a description of him. We got to have him picked up.
No, it's too late, I tell you. He said he was going to take his own life after the bomb went off.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. This month of September, many thousands of children will be going back to school. 4 times daily, these children will be walking to and from school. You are urged to be careful, to be watchful, to be safe. In 1 year's time, 61,000 children were killed or injured by motor vehicles. Watch for children darting out from that blind spot between parked cars. Watch for them as they get on and off school buses. Watch for children playing on the sidewalks and crossing the streets going to and from school. Remember this: a child may dare, so drive with care. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
I got his description and phoned it into police headquarters. I asked him if Sergeant Kalski had brought in Bradley, and they told me he hadn't. All the while I've been on the phone, Mrs. Coran sat there crying. Sergeant, if you locate Kalski, tell him I'm at, what's the number here, Mrs. Coran?
Evergreen 31074.
It's Evergreen 31074, thank you.
He's dead. It's my fault. It's just like I did it.
Well, there's no point in blaming yourself, Mrs. Coran.
It was the quarrel. Hal and Bradley had started the business together. They were equal partners.
Mrs. Coran, I'm a reporter. Maybe you'd better not say anything.
No, just like I killed him, I've got to talk to someone.
He may not be dead.
About 6 years ago, Hal gambled with company funds. Bradley found out and said he'd prosecute if the money wasn't returned. Where could Hal raise $6,000?
Well, that's quite a mound of greenbacks.
They made a deal. Bradley was to get Hal's interest and agreed to keep Hal on as one of the shop foremen. After that, he lost all his initiative. He stayed a laborer in a business he'd created. I begged him to break away, but he wouldn't. We quarreled about it often. I didn't know it would lead to this.
Maybe you better try and have a rest.
Last night, Hal came home from work. I've never seen him look so old and beaten.
Ellen?
Just a minute.
Hiya, honey.
Hi. How come you brought all your things home from the office?
Well, let's not talk about it now. I'm dead.
Hal, something's wrong.
Not now. After supper, please.
Oh, it's always not now with you, isn't it? Tell me, Hal.
All right. I lost my job. Out of work, canned.
Lost your job? Hal.
I'll get another one.
Bradley fired you? Why?
It wasn't Bradley. It was the new people.
What new people? Why is it you never start from the beginning? What new people?
Bradley sold them the business. They didn't want me, so I'm through.
Bradley sold out? That business is half yours, Hal.
We've been over that before.
Oh, without a fight, you let him sell out without opening your mouth. What kind of a man are you?
What was I supposed to do? Hit him over the head?
No, that takes nerve. He's a dirty, rotten. And he didn't say anything to you till it was all over, huh?
No, he came up this morning and said goodbye. He's going to the coast to live tomorrow night.
To the coast to... with your money. And you just stood there and said, good luck, Bradley. Oh, Hal, this is the last straw. I can't go on living with a man who won't fight back. Spineless, incompetent.
Oh, that's enough of that. Shall I kill him? Is that what you want?
You kill. You coward.
I'm no coward, Ellen. And I'll prove it to you. I'm going out now.
Hal, come back. What are you going to do?
What do you want? Kill Bradley. Kill Steve Bradley.
Oh, who said anything about killing? Just go up to him and demand what's coming to you.
That's not what you really want, is it, Ellen?
Oh, try talking sense, Hal.
I'm talking it for the first time in my life.
Hal, come back, Hal.
And this was last night?
I didn't know he meant it, but this morning he brought it home. He had a gun, too. He said he'd kill me if I tried to interfere. He was crazy.
What did he do with the bomb?
He put it in the suitcase and made me go with him to the bus depot. Put the suitcase in a locker. Later, he had a messenger pick up the key and check the bag through to the plane.
But why a bomb? Why take the lives of 40 people to murder one man?
I told you he lost his mind. He wouldn't talk to me all day. He just watched me every minute.
And after the messenger came?
He said goodbye to me. He said as soon as Bradley was dead, he'd kill himself.
Well, we've got to find him. When he finds out Bradley wasn't killed, he'll go gunning for him.
Bradley isn't dead? But the bomb, you said it went off.
Well, it did, but the plane was still on the ground. Your call was in time after all.
Then nobody was killed.
What's the matter? Don't you understand? Nobody was killed. Nobody.
Al killed himself for nothing. Poor Hal. Even this last thing couldn't come off right for him.
Well, I'm not so sure he's dead, Mrs. Coran. He may have been at the airport when the bomb went off. He may be looking for Bradley now. And with a gun.
He's dead, I tell you. He's killed himself.
The outburst tapered down and Mrs. Coran fell back exhausted on the couch. I called the police again, still no news. Neither Bradley nor Coran had been located. Mrs. Coran had fallen asleep and I sat opposite her and waited. I heard someone opening the door and I turned around. He stood there in the doorway. An old man in his early 30s. His shoulders sagged and there was a look of utter dejection about him. And he blinked stupidly at me and then he walked slowly over to the woman on the couch.
What's the matter with her? Ellen.
No, let her alone. Let her alone. She's exhausted. You're Hal Coran.
I got to talk to her. Ellen. Wake up.
What do you want?
It's me. Hal.
Hal, you didn't...
I couldn't do it. I couldn't go through with it.
He couldn't do it. He couldn't do it.
Ellen, what's the matter with you?
She's hysterical. That's what's the matter with her.
Poor kid. It's my doings. Ellen, baby.
Get away from me. Don't touch me. I hate you.
Ellen, listen.
I'm arresting you, Mr. Coran. A citizen's arrest.
Me? What for?
Well, just to remind you, the bomb in Bradley's suitcase. If that plane hadn't been grounded and your wife hadn't called me...
What are you talking about? I couldn't go through with it, do you understand? I was going to, but like Ellen says, I got no guts. When it comes to a pinch, I got no guts.
Oh, Hal, lying won't do you any good. Haven't you even got the strength to admit what you've done?
I took it out of the locker and brought it home early this afternoon.
But...
You were out, Ellen. I disconnected the fuse and I put it in this drawer. That's the truth. Right in here. Come here, mister. I'll show you.
Well?
It was here. I put it here myself.
Oh, it's funny. Honest, it's funny, the mess he makes of things.
I'm phoning the police to come and get you, Coran.
Put that phone down.
Oh, give me that gun, Coran.
I mean it. I put the bomb in that drawer. Somebody took it out.
The gun, please.
Hal, what's the use?
Ellen, somebody took the bomb out of the drawer.
Coran.
Stay put, mister. I'm leaving.
How long do you think you'll last?
Long enough. And don't try to follow me.
I phoned the cops again and brought them up to date, and then I went looking for him. I figured he might be hiding close by. In a few minutes, the neighborhood was swarming with police, so I went back to stay with Mrs. Coran. I heard some movement behind her door. I was sure it was Coran. I wanted to get in quietly so that I could grab him from behind. A man was standing near Mrs. Coran when I got inside, but it wasn't her husband. Bradley. What?
Oh, Mr. Stone. Oh, did
No, we haven't got him yet. It won't be long, though.
This the newspaper man you told me about, Ellen?
Yes.
Where you been keeping yourself, Bradley? A lot of uniformed men have been looking for you.
Oh, he knew at the airport that Hal had put the bomb there, didn't you, Steve?
Yes, I recognized the letter. I'd given that back to him for a birthday present.
Well, why didn't you tell the sergeant?
I wanted to square it my own way.
I tried to stop it. I tried all I could.
You tried all right.
Hal!
I locked the door. Line up against the wall, all of you.
Give me that gun, Coran.
Get back. I'll shoot you. I mean it.
Well, the cops will be here in a minute.
That's all I need. A minute.
Hal, darling, put the gun down.
We can settle this without guns, Coran?
It came to me all of a sudden. A few minutes ago, I got the total. I did take that bomb home.
Oh, he's lying. He never came home all day.
So I asked myself, who put it back in the suitcase and had it delivered? The answer was so simple, I had to laugh. Ellen. She took it back.
Me?
Coran, you're not on trial here. Save your defense for the right place. I'd suggest that you
don't move. Anybody tries to stop me now gets killed.
Why bring Ellen into this? Why don't you be man enough to take
I asked myself that, too. Why would Ellen...
Isn't anybody going to stop him?
Then it hit me. Ellen been working me up on Bradley. Not because he was running out on me, but on her. Get it?
He's crazy.
When I told her Bradley was leaving, I couldn't understand why she went wild like that. Then I started remembering little things, like useless trips Bradley would send me on, stuff like walking into a room and seeing him laughing about something. You know, that special kind of laugh.
Hal, you're being ridiculous.
Poor Hal.
When he showed he was going to run out on us, she wanted him dead. And she took the bomb out of the drawer, rigged it up again, and sent it to the airport. You see the way it added up?
Lies. Every word of it's lies.
You prove all that in court and you're in good shape, Hal.
I can't wait for the court to straighten my accounts. I just got the total tonight, and I gotta pay it off.
Steve, he's going to kill you.
Hal, look. You're not yourself. What do you want? Money? I'll give you some. Lots.
Steve will make it right with you, Hal. He will.
Tonight, I got the picture. Bradley, Ellen, and Hal. Ellen, Bradley, and Hal. Hal always laughed.
No, that's not true.
You know when it all came to me? After I left you a little while ago, Ellen. I didn't go running through the streets looking for a place to hide. I went to the apartment house next door. I sat down on the fire escape. Open up in there. Keep quiet, all of you. Know what room I could see from the fire escape? This one, Ellen.
I saw Bradley come in.
Hal, you... Oh, Hal, honest. It didn't mean anything.
You ran up to him, and I saw a look on your face, the same look I used to see when we were first married.
Randy, you went out.
Hold it. Kowski, he's got a gun.
Shut up. You took that look away from me and gave it to Bradley. That made it a clean sweep for him, my business, my job, my wife.
Hell, I'll make it right. Just give me a chance.
You, Bradley? You don't owe me anything. It's Ellen. What she's taken from me, there's only one way to square.
Me? Hal, you're going to kill me?
Coran, listen. I believe you. The court will, too.
You love me, Hal. Don't you love me?
Yes, Ellen. I love you.
Then you wouldn't...
Coran.
Goodbye, Ellen. He did it. He killed her.
Yeah. Yes, I was in the middle of that one. Now I've got to write it up for tomorrow morning's eye-opener. Now, whose point of view will I handle it from? Hal's? You couldn't do that. He's a murderer. You wouldn't want to sympathize with him. And Bradley's? What's he done that a million other men haven't? And Ellen? That reminds me of the song, Please Don't Talk About Me When I'm Gone. Now we better leave Ellen out of this, too. How about a nice bit on the grain exhibit at the museum? Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. This transcribed story was a Lewis and Russoff script, with music by Robert Armbruster. The part of Ellen was played by Joan Banks. Others featured were John Stevenson, Paul Frees, Stan Waxman, and Sandra Gould. Frank Lovejoy appeared through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, producers of The Miracle of Our Lady of Fatima. Listen next week at this time, and every week, as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. Protect yourself, your savings, your very way of life by becoming an investor in America. Buy new, improved United States defense bonds regularly. Yes, buying defense bonds is the way you can directly contribute to America's security and your own. And it's so easy to save the defense bond way. Just join your payroll savings plan where you work, or if you're self-employed, sign up for the bond-a-month plan where you bank. This way, you automatically put aside as much money as you want to each month. Before you know it, you have a backlog for emergencies, savings for a trip, the down payment on that new home, as well as having helped Uncle Sam in the all-important job of defense. And defense bonds are now an even better investment than ever, with new improved interest rates and a quicker return on your money. So become an investor in America today. Buy more defense bonds more often, because they're now even... NBC presents, transcribed, Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. Mostly I write about people, a great commodity. All kinds of people. Tall, short, honest, crooked, hopeful, and hopeless. You stand on the corner of State and Lake at noon and they rush by you like an unchecked avalanche. You buy a ticket at Soldiers Field and you see them again. A faceless, nameless mass of humanity. Shouting, shoving, pushing. They all look alike when you see them that way, in the aggregate. But take them one at a time. Watch them when they're worried or scared. Listen to them when they brag or weep. Listen well, don't jump to conclusions, and maybe you get yourself a story. That's my job. It was a brutal, hot night. It was too hot to hang around the city room, but the street wasn't any better. The air stood still, and so did my mind. I was as devoid of inspiration on what to tell my alleged readers as I was on ideas on how to keep cool. The seersucker suit I'd bought in the hopes it would give me a Princeton air only made me look like a wilted bookkeeper. I stood on the corner in front of the paper to take off my coat when a voice called from a parked car.
Hey, Stone, get in the car. Take you for a little ride.
I turned around, and the voice came from the back seat of a conservative job, a robin's egg blue limousine, and it belonged to Mushy Sindel, a dapper little hood who muscled into crime between Repeal and Kefauver. I wouldn't say he's the most powerful racketeer in Chicago, but when he calls for you personally, well, it's not considered polite to refuse. So I got in, and the car nosed its bulk into traffic.
How do you like my new car, Randy?
Real George. Hey, it's cool in here.
Naturally. You think I'm going to sweat my brains out?
How'd you get it so cool, Mushy?
Refrigeration. With a humidity like it is outside, you got to use refrigeration. Got to be careful with refrigeration. You know, too much, you catch cold. You see this gadget over here? What do you think? Thermostat. I even control the temperature.
Hey, that's terrific.
You're darn right. Nothing but the best. If you got the dough, you can buy anything. If it's hot, you cool it off. If it's cold, you heat it up. If you like something, you buy it. If you don't, you pay to get rid of it. Simple as that. Money talks.
With you, it yells murder.
You're a kidder, Randy. A real kidder.
You come a long way, Mushy. In the old days, bulletproof cars. Now, heat-proof.
With me, same difference. I'm a pretty good kidder myself, huh?
Well, that depends. Where are you taking me? I gather you didn't pick me up just to cool me off. I hope.
Ah, you're smart, Randy. Get right to the point. That's what I like about you.
Hey, you're cute, too. Where are we going?
I'm going to give you the break of your life, kid. I'm going to let you scoop every paper in town.
Oh? You're going to let the government look into your safety deposit box?
You're a real ride.
Yeah. And I've enjoyed the ride, and I'm all cooled off now, and I've got a living to make, so if you'll have Handsome up there in the front seat stuff this armored icebox, I'll dig up a story.
Relax, Stone, relax. It's all taken care of. I got you a story. Yeah, we'll get out here.
Here? This is the old Empress Theater.
So what?
Now, don't tell me that you're making book in the lobby.
Now, you know it ain't legal to make book anymore.
Yeah, I know. I just wondered if you knew.
Look, Randy, I laughed at your bum jokes, but this crack ain't funny. It ain't even friendly, see?
I see.
Okay, then. We go inside.
The Empress Theater had been dark for months, and judging from the deserted lobby as I followed Mushy, it was still dark. But as we got inside, I discovered there was a rehearsal going on. The pit was full of musicians. The electricians were experimenting with lighting effects. And on the stage, no less than 50 dancers were doing a chorus number. Mushy sat down on the aisle about midway in the house, and since it was cool there, so did I.
Watch those kids dance, huh? I bought me the best dancers in Chicago. You see those guys in the pit? Real long-hair musicians play in the winter for those symphony things, you know? Like I told you, money can buy anything.
Mushy, are you bankrolling this show?
So what's wrong with that? Baby's got talent. You wanted to die on the vine because she ain't got a showcase for it?
Baby?
The doll. Shh, wait a minute. Here's on it. Wait till you see her. Wait till you see the class she's got. This is going to open your eyes. In one way, Mushy was right in his appraisal of Baby's talent.
When she was on the stage, you weren't likely to close your eyes. She was a big girl, very blonde, and poured into a more off-than-on practice costume. She couldn't dance, that's for sure, but I'll give her this. She was willing to please. Baby didn't need a showcase for her talent. Baby needed a runway.
That's great, baby. That's wonderful. Wonderful, sweetie. Wonderful. Well, Randy, now you've seen her. What do you think, huh?
Oh, that's quite a girl.
Didn't I tell you?
Where's the story you brought me in to get?
Baby. Baby's a story. You're going to plug in your newspaper, see? Everybody in Chicago's going to know about her. When we open next month, she's going to be a smash, and then we go on to New York.
Wait a minute, Mushy, hold it. I don't do that kind of thing. You want George Davis. He handles the drama page.
Him, I don't know. You, I do. What do you want, huh? How much? Name your price.
Well, I'm flattered, Mushy, but...
You can't be bought, huh? Now, don't give me that. Everybody's got a price. Well, come on. Name your price. Well, you shut up there. I'm trying to talk. Hey, Joe. Go on with the rehearsal, huh?
I can't, Mr. Sindel.
What do you mean you can't? You're the stage manager, ain't you? What do you think I pay you for?
Well, I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Sindel, but we've done everything we can without Mr. Jerome.
Jerome? You mean he didn't show up for rehearsal?
Oh, he showed up. They poured him out of a taxi. He's sleeping now in the dressing room.
So I wake him up. Do I have to think of everything? Got a bum on the stage.
Well, I'm afraid we can't. He won't see light of day till tomorrow.
Oh, no. Wait till Mushy Sindel gets through with him.
Mushy charged up toward the dressing rooms, followed by a nervous stage manager, followed by me. I was curious to see him buy his way out of this situation. But he didn't get beyond the stairs to the stage. He was stopped there by one of the chorus boys.
Please, Mr. Sindel, I know the dance.
Out of my way, kid.
But I'm Mr. Jerome's understudy. I know all the routines, all the numbers. If you'd only let me do it just this once, just for tonight.
Understudy, huh? You can do all the numbers, all the routines?
You bet I can.
You can, huh? All right, then what are we waiting for? Hey, Joe!
Oh, no, you don't, Mike.
Oh, now, baby.
I'm not going to dance with no amateur. I'm tired. I want to go home. My feet hurt.
Now, baby, don't forget, we're opening in a month. We got to be good. We got to practice. If this kid can dance with you, it'll be one more rehearsal. You'll be that much better, you see? You don't want that bum Jerome to steal all the notices, do you?
How much?
Now, go on, baby. Dance with a kid, will you? What do you got to lose?
Thank you, Mr. Sindel. You don't know what you've done for me.
Not to mention what he's doing to me.
The orchestra hit it and the lights dimmed. As they came up again, Baby and the understudy were discovered on stage, curled up on a big native drum. And they went into the number. It was painful to watch. Baby was way out of her class. She was way out of her class because the boy was great. How great I didn't realize until he did another number and another, and finally a solo. It was a blues number, low down and melancholy. And it could have been just that, just the dance routine, but he made it more, much more. He made it into a lament for a lost people. And yet, in it you could feel promise and hope. I'm not one to go wild for terpsichore, but the way this boy danced, he made it something intangibly sensitive, yet he gave it guts and virility. He could have made a stevedore understand what he was trying to say. Yes, and even Mushy Sindel. Mushy was watching the boy with a look on his face I'd only seen him wear when one of his nags was out in front. When the last bar was finished, and it was a spontaneous thing. Performers, stagehands, the most hard-boiled audience in the world applauding and cheering. Yes, sir, a real success story. The boy took a bow, and he was grinning from ear to ear, and then he ran into the wings.
What do you think, Randy? Huh? What do you think?
Oh, he's got it, Mushy.
I'm going to make a star out of that kid. Why don't you be the biggest thing on Broadway in the movies? I'll make him so famous he'll even be driving a car like mine. Hey, Joe! Hey, Joe! Oh, where is that stage manager? You can never find anybody. Joe!
You're right, Mr. Sindel.
Hey, Joe, come here. Get that kid. I want to sign him up, exclusive contract.
Oh, I'm afraid you can't.
What do you mean you can't? We'll dump Jerome. We'll start a kid in his place.
But you can't.
Who do you think you're talking to? I can do anything. So Jerome makes a stink. I buy off his contract. I want that kid. I don't care what it costs, what we got to do. I want the kid. Now bring him in here.
But that's what I've been trying to tell you. He's gone.
What?
He quit.
What are you talking about? He can't quit.
But he did. 2 weeks ago, I gave him his notice. Tonight was his last night.
Well, why didn't you tell me before?
Well, I didn't think it was important. He was just a chorus boy.
And you let him get away. Why, you stupid, idiotic, crazy, no-good numbskull.
I decided not to wait for the bloodshed. I walked across the stage and was on my way to the stage door exit when Baby intercepted me.
Look, you.
Oh, me?
Yeah. Don't go making like we're lost and found, huh? Don't get any ideas about bringing that kid back here. He's gone. He's happy. I'm happy. Just leave it late.
Oh, you didn't like his dancing?
You kidding? It was terrific, and you know it.
Oh, I see. It's the competition that bothers you.
Look, newsboy, with Jerome, this turkey will be stuffed. But with that kid, the show'll be a hit, and that means I gotta sweat in the spotlight every night and soak my feet when the show's over and watch my weight. Think that's any way to live?
Well, I don't get it. Mushy said that he was putting on the show for you.
Oh, that mush. He don't have any brains. He thinks I belong in show business. But believe me, I've had my fill of show business and up to here. I've done my time, 5 a day. Now all I want to do is relax, and I want to get fat, and I want to wear my mink coat and cook for Mushy. Maybe that little jerk will marry me. So don't go bringing that kid back here, okay?
It's okay with me, but you better check with Mushy. There was an interesting slant on the theater. A gangster bankrolling a show for a girl who didn't want a career. But if I knew Mushy, she'd have her career no matter what it cost. And it was even money he'd have the understudy's signature in a contract before the night was out. It was a newsworthy little item, but strictly for the drama page, and I still had a story to find. So I waved goodbye to Mushy. I walked out the stage door into the alley where the stage manager was cooling off after his bout with Mushy.
Who's he yelling at now?
The orchestra leader.
You know, this is the last time, believe me, that I'll ever manage a show for anybody like him, that ignorant, illiterate...
Oh, Mushy is all right. He's all right. He'll calm down when the kid comes back.
How did I know a thing like this would happen? Why, I'd never have accepted his notice.
Love to see that kid's face when he finds out they want him to replace the star.
Oh, he knows.
He knows?
Yeah, that's what burns me. The doorman tells me that he stood right there in the wings and heard the whole thing. He heard Sindel say that he'd make him a star. And then he just walks off and leaves me holding the bag.
Who is this boy?
Oh, just a hoofer, nobody. Name's Larry Wilson. Why, he hadn't worked in months until I give him a job.
But didn't he say why he was quitting? Didn't he say anything?
Well, not to me, he didn't. Saved his exit line for the doorman.
What did he say to the doorman?
Well, I'll give it to you verbatim. Not that it makes any sense. He said, and I quote, "Just think, Pop, I could have been a star."
Could have been?
Verbatim, could have been.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. This coming Monday, thousands of children will be going back to school. 4 times a day, these children will be walking to and from school. You are urged to be careful, to be watchful, to be safe. Statistics show that in 1 year's time, 61,000 children were killed or injured by motor vehicles. Watch for children darting out from that blind spot between parked cars. Watch for them as they get on and off school buses. Watch for children playing on the sidewalks and crossing the streets going to and from school. Remember this slogan: a child may dare. Drive with care. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
What started off to be the cliche of the understudy had twisted its way into my line of fire. My curiosity was aroused, to say the least. What was Larry Wilson like, and why had he quit? It was easy to find out where he lived. The doorman had his address, along with the names and addresses of all the kids in the chorus. It was a theatrical boarding house on Gordon Street. A tired, mildewed-looking place with a landlady to match. Her name was Mrs. Digg.
If you've come about a room, I got one, but it ain't ready yet.
I'm not looking for a room. I'm looking for one of your roomers.
Oh, owe you some money, huh? Well, take it from me. It won't do you much good to dun 'em, any of them. They're show people.
Well, I just want to talk to one of them, a boy by the name of Larry Wilson.
Oh, that one. A real creep. Take it from me.
Oh? In what way?
Keeps his room clean. I go in there, there's never anything lying around. Clean like a tomb. And dancing. What sort of a job is that for a man, dancing?
Well, this is all a very interesting character analysis, but I'd like to talk to Mr. Wilson if you'll call him.
You're too late. He's gone.
He's gone?
When he come back here tonight after the rehearsal, all flushed and excited, he danced up the stairs, mind you, whistling, as if the world wasn't gone to pieces and people didn't have trouble all over. I told the people in this house I'm like a quiet, respectable place. You'd think they were a cage full of monkeys the way these show people carry on.
Yeah, about Mr. Wilson.
Well, what about him? He's gone.
Well, where'd he go?
Well, how would I know? I'm the last one who knows what's going on in my own house. I've been like a mother to these kids. I took care of them, fed them when they had the money to pay. And when they get a break, they just walk out on me. I said to him, I don't suppose we'll be hearing from you now that you've got your break. And he said, I won't forget you, Mrs. Diggs. Bless you, Mrs. Diggs. And that way he's got.
What way?
Oh, humble, I guess you'd call it. Well, he's got that humble act down pat.
If I may make an observation, you don't seem to like Larry Wilson.
What good does it do to like any of them? You wait on them hand and foot, and when they get a break, they move out on you.
You keep talking about Larry getting a break. You mean the show he's been rehearsing with?
Oh, not that, no. Well, that ain't good enough for him, apparently. He's leaving town, probably going to Hollywood. Oh, he told me about him offering the lead tonight. Don't take it from me. You can't believe these show people when they shoot off their mouths.
Well, you take it from me, it's on the level. They offered him the lead, and he turned it down.
See? What'd I tell you? He's got something better up his sleeve. He's going someplace grand to live where it'll cost him a lot more than here. And after I treated him like a mother.
Do you have any possible idea where I could find him?
Well, you might ask her.
Her?
Jan Dugan. She was always lollygagging around after him.
Where does Jan Dugan live?
Well, she lives here like all the rest of the unemployed actors in town.
Oh, well, would you call her, please?
I can't. She's not home. She don't get home till after 11.
Well, do you know where I could find her?
Sure, she's on the corner at the Ham and Egg. She slings hash there. Something no decent girl would have done in my day. Take it from me.
Yeah, I take it you've been a mother to Miss Dugan, too.
Just how do you mean that?
Well, if I tried to be explicit, I'm afraid you'd be insulted.
Well...
The mother of Chicago's unemployed thespian slammed the door in my face. The mother vulture, that is. I walked out of the corner where the white enameled ham and egg gleamed in the shabby neighborhood like an elk's tooth on a dark vest. It was 5 minutes of 11. There weren't many customers in the place. A dark-haired waitress was pinning on the cap and apron that was starched as stiff as celluloid, while a fragile blonde about to go off duty gave her a rundown on who had been served and who hadn't. I sat on a stool. The brunette waitress started to serve me. No, the blonde young lady, please.
Me? But I'm going off duty, sir.
Is your name Jan Dugan?
Yes.
I'd like to talk to you, if I could, about Larry Wilson.
Larry? What about Larry?
Well, my name is Randy Stone. I'm with the Chicago Star.
He's hurt. Something's happened to him. Has he had an accident? Is that it?
Oh, no. It's nothing like that. I just want to ask you some general questions about him. I'm a friend of Larry's.
Oh, all right. If you'll wait for me out on the sidewalk, I'll be right out, Mr. Stone.
I sat on the fire hydrant in front and waited for her. It's funny, I'd only exchanged a few words with her, but instinctively I felt this girl who was swinging hash because the theater hadn't found a place for her would one day be a great actress. Not because she was theatrical, she wasn't. She was plain, simple and unaffected. She looked you right in the eye when she talked to you, and you could see it shining there back of her eyes. Sincerity and depth.
I'm sorry I kept you waiting, Mr. Stone, but I'm not allowed to leave until the stroke of 11.
Mrs. Diggs says you're an actress.
Well, I think I'm an actress, but I haven't proven it to anyone else.
I thought we could talk for a minute. Shall we walk back to your boarding house?
Oh, no. It's bad enough to have to sleep there without being there when you don't have to.
Yes, I know. I've met Mother Diggs.
Oh, what about Larry? You said you were a friend of his?
Well, it's not exactly accurate. Let's say I'm a fan. I've never met him, but I saw him dance tonight.
You saw him dance?
Yeah. Didn't you know he went on tonight for Jerome? That they'd offered him the lead in the show?
Did they? Oh, did they really?
He'd have been on his way to being a star, but he turned it down. Mrs. Diggs said he must have had another offer.
Yes, another offer. Oh, I wish I could have seen him. You say he was good, huh?
He was magnificent.
Oh, I knew he would be. I've never seen him dance, but he's talked to me about it, and, well, I've talked to him about being an actress. Well, sometimes you just have to talk about it. It's like you're starving, and if you don't talk about it, you'll die.
Did Larry feel that way? About dancing, I mean?
Oh, no. No, but then, of course, Larry was different than other people. He loved to dance, but he didn't need it, like I need to act. Larry was... Well, I guess you could say Larry knew where he was going, so he was never afraid of failure or success or, well, anything.
Why past tense, Jan? It's like you were saying Larry's gone for good.
I'm trying to get used to it.
Must be a pretty hot deal he's got. Seems he walked out on everything, even you.
He never was in love with me, Mr. Stone. Don't get that idea. And he couldn't help it that I was in love with him. Oh, he talked to me lots of times about it. He tried to get me to go out with other men, but just wasn't any good.
Well, I didn't mean to probe, Jan. I'd like to talk to Larry. Do you know where he went?
Yes, I can take you there. And when you see him, will you give him a message for me?
Why don't you give it to him yourself?
Oh, no. I'd be afraid I'd cry, and I wouldn't want to do that.
All right, Jan. What's the message?
Well, tell him this afternoon when we said goodbye that, well, I said a lot of things I didn't mean. Tell him I'm sorry. Tell him I've thought about it, and I'm trying to get used to it. Tell him I won't ever forget him.
We walked down the street 2 or 3 blocks. She didn't look at me again. My mind was churning with the bits and pieces of the jigsaw that was Larry Wilson. I felt the frustration of a jigsaw addict who's searching for that last piece to complete the puzzle. Yet I couldn't ask Jan Dugan any more questions. I didn't have the heart to.
Here we are, Mr. Stone.
Here?
You'll find him in there.
She ran into the darkness, and I stood and looked at the gray stone building with its stained glass windows and cross. St. Michael's Church. But it wasn't in front of the church we'd stopped, but at the rectory. I went up the sidewalk and knocked at the door. An elderly priest opened it.
Yes?
Oh, excuse me, Father. I'm looking for a young man by the name of Larry Wilson. I was told I could find him here.
Come in. In here, in my study. It's comfortable here.
Thank you.
Larry Wilson, huh? Sit down, young man. Sit down.
Thank you, Father.
And, what did you want to see Larry about?
Oh, is he here?
Yes, he's in the church. No, don't go in. No. Tell me, young man, what do you want to see him about?
I want to give him a message.
A message now?
Yes, from a girl named Jan Dugan.
Jan Dugan. And, what is the message, if you don't mind telling me?
Well, I don't exactly understand it, but I gather that whatever he's going to do is okay with her.
A good girl, Jan. And is that all you came for, young man?
No, not exactly. See, Father, my name is Randy Stone. I'm a newspaper man. I'm afraid I came out of curiosity.
It's a good thing, curiosity, within reason. And what is it you're curious about?
Well, I caught a rehearsal tonight of a show. I saw Larry Wilson dance.
Did you now? And how was the lad?
Well, he was brilliant. That's the only word for it. He could have had the lead in the show. He could have become a star.
Star? You mean famous like the Kelly boy out in Hollywood?
Yeah, or a Stair or Bolger. He's as good as any of them.
It's a great profession, dancing. Brings joy to the heart of the dancer, and it spills joy out over to everybody that watches. And you say Larry was good, and that he had what it takes.
Oh, that and more. But he ran out. That's what I'm curious about. Why does a dancer, one who can dance like he does, quit when success is right there?
No, hold it. Don't go jumping to conclusions, lad. Larry didn't run out. He made a decision tonight, and I might add, a very difficult one.
I don't follow you, Father.
When a man has a talent, it's a gift from God. He should cherish it and develop it and give it to the world. It's a lucky man to have a talent, but Larry had a problem. You see, he had 2 talents, and he couldn't follow them both. He had to give one up. The choice had to be from inside. It had to be right. And tonight, he made that choice.
What, Father? What other talent?
Oh, didn't you know, lad? Why, Larry's gone to school. He's leaving tonight for the seminary.
Seminary?
Yes. Larry's going to become a priest.
For the second time, I had no words. I picked up my hat and said thank you and good night. I walked out of the rectory down the sidewalk, and there, waiting for me at the curb, was the blue armored icebox and the man who could buy anything, Mushy Sindel.
Well, Stone, you took your time coming up.
How'd you know I was here?
I had my boys tell you when you started asking questions about this Larry Wilson. I know you'd track him down. You find him?
Yeah, he's in there.
Ah, right in a church, huh? What'd a bum do? Cross me and sign up with some other show?
Yeah, something like that. I wouldn't go in if I were you, Mushy. I'm afraid he's not available.
What do you mean? Everybody's available. For a price.
Well, I don't know. I'll lay you odds you can't buy off his sponsor. He's signed for a long run.
No, just watch me operate. He stays in there, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. You coming?
No, I got a story to write, but call me later at the paper, will you, Mushy?
Huh?
I'd like to get your reaction. People, the city's big commodity. Trying to figure one of them is like trying to figure the races. You call it one way and they run the other. Mushy Sindel, he was easy to figure. He followed a pattern right down the line. But Baby, now there was a twist. Who'd pick her for a frustrated housefrau? And Larry Wilson? I'll never see anybody dance again without thinking about him. The boy who made the choice between the glamour and the glory. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's transcribed story was written by John and Gwen Bagney, with music by Robert Armbruster. Featured in tonight's cast were Bill Conrad, Gigi Pearson, Shep Menken, Ruth Parrott, and Victor Rodman. Frank Lovejoy appeared through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, producers of The Miracle of Our Lady of Fatima. Listen next week at this time, and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcast. NBC presents Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. I guess it's the unpredictability of night that catches hold of you and takes you with it. You never know what you'll find in the night or who you'll meet and what stories they'll tell. There are as many stories as there are people. All kinds of stories and all kinds of people. Gentle stories sometimes, and where you least expect to find them, brutal stories. Hidden behind as innocent a facade as the one which fronts the Welcome Mission on Skid Row. Spender, the blind man, is both a Skid Row landmark and tradition. For years, he sat cross-legged near the entrance of the Welcome Mission. And for a blind man, he sees an awful lot.
Going into the mission, are you, Randy?
Oh, maybe, Spender. You got a good memory for footsteps, haven't you?
Nothing wrong with my hearing. Everyone walks different, only they just don't know it. You always walk like you're thinking every step, like something was on your mind.
Well, don't let me kid you, Spender. It's just a pose. Is that Brother James?
Yeah. You better go see him, Randy.
Not while he's playing a recital for the faithful.
No one's in there. Never is this time of night. Too early for him. You better go in. He's in trouble.
Mission men don't get into trouble.
Go take a look. Somebody's got to help him. Maybe you can. Tell him something from me. Tell him one blind man on the street's enough.
He'll know what I mean?
Take a look at him. You'll see. A good look, Randy.
Okay, Spender.
You must look bad. Sounded awful.
The welcome mission was row on row of empty chairs. And Brother James, his back to me, was playing the organ. He didn't turn around when I came in, just faced the empty music stand and kept on playing.
Join in the chorus if you know the words, brother.
I'm not in good voice tonight, Brother James.
Randy, it's good to see you again.
Well, how do you know? You haven't seen me yet.
Just the same, it's good. I know it is.
Everything going all right?
Fine, just fine. I hope things go well with you.
Thank you. But you still won't look at me.
To tell you the truth, Randy, I'm doing you a favor. I had a little accident. But I'm afraid I don't look very well.
Spender said to tell you that one blind man on the street is enough.
Spender's a good friend, but he sees too much.
He hears too much. Hey, let me see. Let me take a look at you.
It isn't anything, Randy.
I turned Brother James' face toward me. One eye was partly opened, and the other was swollen shut, a painful mass of purple, blue, and green. And the welts on that side of his head stuck out like baseballs. He didn't look human. He was a beaten pulp. It made me sick.
It's a lot better now. It doesn't hurt at all.
Well, it won't until the feeling comes back. What happened? Don't tell me you bumped into a door.
I wouldn't lie to you, Randy.
And who did it and why?
Sometimes it's best to say nothing. To turn the other cheek and say nothing.
Well, if you'd turn the other cheek, you wouldn't be able to talk.
I don't expect you to understand my ways, Randy. But they are my ways. You must respect them.
Who did it? Spender said it sounded awful.
Sometimes the path of righteousness is difficult. Sometimes it's tortured and hard to understand.
Do you understand?
Yes, I think I do.
Spender says you're in trouble.
I must find some way to set his mind at ease.
Well, okay, Brother James, you know your business.
Go your way in peace, Randy.
Yeah. Thanks.
I finally find them, Brother James. 5 dozen ping-pong balls. Oh, you would not believe the trouble that Oh.
Hello, Mama Rizzo.
Oh, Randy. I did not notice you.
Randy was just leaving, Mama Rizzo.
There is no more trouble, is there? He has not come again.
Who, Mama? What trouble?
Does he know, Brother James?
Everything's all right, Mama.
It's good he has not come again. Next time I will kill him.
Mama, please.
Who, Mama? Who will you kill and why?
Oh, no. I have said too much. I go now. I will come back later, Brother James.
Wait, Mama. Mama Rizzo took off down the street like someone had fired on her. I'd known her as a Skid Row fixture for years. Her and the pizza cart she pushed all over the west side of town. But I'd never heard her threaten to kill anyone. And I had the feeling from the way she said it, she might do it. I caught up with her halfway down the block.
Please, Randy, I'm in a hurry.
Yeah, I can tell. Look, now just hold a minute here. What's this all about?
Oh, I am too much out of breath to talk.
Well, catch your breath.
I have nothing to say.
Well, you had stuff to say back in the mission.
Oh, I should not have said it. I was excited. There was trouble, but I should have said nothing.
Who are you going to kill? The guy who beat up Brother James?
I am excited only. I not mean what I say. You must forget I said it, Randy.
Well, we'll both forget it. Now, what happened to Brother James? Who beat him up?
I do not know.
Oh, Mama.
Randy, already I say too much things to you. I like you. We are old friends. Sometime soon I give you some pizza. But now you must leave me alone. I am very busy.
Yeah, I know. You've got 5 dozen ping pong balls, and you went to a lot of trouble to get them.
Oh, you do not know how much...
What are you going to do with them?
Oh, they are for the mission. Recreation games.
That's a lot of recreation for an empty mission.
They are for recreation.
Who beat him up, Mama?
I do not know.
You sure?
I am sure of this, Randy. Each time you ask me, I will tell you I do not know. Now, this time I go, and you do not follow me.
Spender was wearing a knowing smile when I walked back near the mission. There wasn't any triumph in it. It was just his way of showing me he knew that I wasn't getting anywhere. Like the rest of Skid Row, Spender operated under a well-defined but peculiar set of rules. There was justice in them, but Spender was no informer. He trusted me, and I had to trust him.
Mama Rizzo isn't ready to talk, Randy.
Well, you could have saved me the 50-yard dash. I'm not in condition.
You saw Brother James?
Yeah, and he looks just like it sounded. Awful.
I thought so. It took a long time.
Well, who did it?
I don't know.
Look, Spender, you're the one who told me he was in trouble. Give me a break.
I tell you, Randy, I really don't know. It happened quick, in the alley back of the mission. I was here. No one came this way. Whoever did it went the other way when it was over. It took a long time.
Yeah, you said that. What was Brother James doing in the alley? Instinct keeps me out of all Skid Row alleys.
There's a back entrance to the mission. He went to lock up for the night a couple of nights ago. Someone was waiting for him.
A while back, you said it was too early for anyone to come to the mission. They come later, you said.
About 2 a.m. Everyone comes. The winos, the flops, Mama Rizzo, everybody. They troop by me and go in.
Why? What happens at 2?
I don't know, but they stay a long time. Nobody plays the organ. Nobody sings. I don't hear them after they go in the door.
Well, how long do they stay after they all go in?
Shh. Wait a minute. He'd know the whole thing.
Who?
The guy, the one just got out the car and went to the saloon across the street.
You know him?
Just his walk. He comes around here a lot lately. Once or twice he goes to the mission, but mostly he goes to the saloon across the street. They call him Mino.
Okay, I'll call him Mino, too. The saloon across the street was regulation. Dark, musky, a few tables you could stumble over if you didn't watch your step, and a few winos as conveniently located. The man called Mino sat at a bar side saddle looking across the street toward the welcome mission. He was dressed a little sharp, big, thick-looking, with no expression in his eyes. He wasn't surprised when I sat down beside him.
Another shot, buddy. Are you drinking, buddy?
No, buddy, I'm not.
Just leave the bottle. Buddy, you look like a guy with something on his mind.
Well, good for me. A friend of mine got his head beat in a couple of nights ago, Mino. You look like a guy who might know something about it.
Good for me. Buddy, I'd be willing to suppose a little with you about your friend.
All right, go ahead.
Let's take a real wild shot. Figure your friend is the soothsayer type, huh? Maybe pumps an organ at the mission, say, and saves a soul here and there.
Let's call him Brother James.
Why not? As long as we're supposing. Now, to my way of thinking, a guy don't generally get in trouble if he sticks to his own line. But if he overlaps a little here and there, he can get himself some rough treatment. Believe me, buddy, I've seen it happen.
No kidding.
Yeah. Now, your friend, Brother James, he should stick to soul saving. That's his line. And maybe you got a line, too, buddy, huh, that you ought to stick to?
Yeah, but back to Brother James. He shouldn't get beaten up for saving souls.
Oh, you're right, buddy. Real right.
So is the competition for souls so tough a guy can get hurt in a rush?
Yeah. You know, I'll tell you something, buddy. You seem to have a lot of time on your hands. Why don't you show at the welcome mission along about 2 in the a.m.? Might cop yourself an eyeful.
Well, thanks, buddy. I might do that. This 2 o'clock date. Has it got anything to do with ping pong balls?
Yeah. Everything.
2 o'clock in the morning. Both Spender and Mino called it H hour at the welcome mission. I had a while to wait. Time enough to figure Mino for the set of fists that softened up Brother James. I still didn't know why. But that's before I knew the Skid Row rules for ping pong. At 2 o'clock, I stood across the street and watched the flop houses and the wine parlors empty into the welcome mission. A little bit later, I followed the crowd. The chairs were still empty in the big room where Brother James had played the organ, but a shaft of light and some curious sounds were coming from a back room. I started for it, and suddenly there was someone at my side.
Take me along, Randy. Tell me what you see.
Sure, Spender. Only keep it low.
Big crowd, eh, Randy? Everybody, like I said.
Yeah, well, maybe they won't notice us.
All right, brothers, you've bought your cards. We'll turn the wheel again.
First the ball is number 12.
What is it, Randy?
It's a policy wheel, Spender. Brother James is running a policy wheel. Holy Toledo, in the back of a mission.
Policy wheel? That's like the numbers, right?
It's the same deal. This is a big cylinder. Brother James grinds the handle on it, and when he stops, a ping-pong ball with a number on it drops out the slot in the bottom. Mama Rizzo calls off the number, and the guys check it off on their cards.
Like
Number
bingo.
3.
Just like bingo.
Yeah, that's right, Spender. Only policy wheels are run by the syndicates. A multi-million-dollar racket.
Hold everything, brothers. We seem to have some visitors, Mama Rizzo.
Randy.
Run, Mama Rizzo. Get the book.
Someone heaved a pineapple through the window off the alley. I shoved Spender through the door, and the last thing I saw, with guys climbing over each other trying to get out, was Mama Rizzo clutching a big black book and heading out the alley entrance.
Randy Stone will be back in just a moment. Friends, if you want your child to have the best elementary schooling you can give him, won't you get a pencil and paper to take down the address I'm going to give you at the end of this message? Because of the high increase in our birth rate during and after the last war, it's estimated that by 1956 there will be some 7 million more children in elementary schools than there are now. More equipment will be needed. Textbooks, playgrounds, and above all, more elementary school teachers. For free information about how people in other communities are improving their schools, write to this address: National Citizens Commission for the Public Schools, 2 West 45th Street, New York 19, New York. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
I lost Spender somewhere in the confusion. When the blast was over, I picked myself off the floor in the big main room of the mission. The place was deserted. If any of them were hurt, they took their wounds with them. All except Brother James, who might have run, except that he caught most of the blast. I called the police and went with them to the emergency hospital. After a while, Lieutenant Cass came out of Brother James' room, and I was waiting for him.
It's in pretty bad shape.
Yeah, I thought so.
Check a few things with you. What was going on down there before someone tossed a pineapple in the middle of it?
He was running a policy wheel.
This Brother James?
Yeah, in the back room of the welcome mission.
How about that?
Half of Skid Row was there, 20, 30 guys.
Doc says the brother looked like he got beat up. Blows on the head, bruises.
Oh, that happened a couple of nights ago, before the blast.
You had this thing pretty well cased, didn't you?
Well, I got a tip that Brother James was in trouble, that's all.
You got tipped right. He sure is.
There's a guy named Mino something mixed up in this. He was on Skid Row tonight. Probably beat Brother James up and probably tossed the bomb.
Mino. There's a Mino Victor, a low man with a racket's general punk around, son.
A big, thick guy, black hair, black eyes?
That's Mino. That all you know?
That's all I know now.
Yeah, we'll pick up Mino if we can find him. You, keep in touch, huh?
Sure. Skid Row was quiet when I got back. Spender was the only familiar face in sight. We went back into the welcome mission and picked our way through the rubble of old bricks and splintered wood and ping-pong balls. Brother James' policy wheel had been blown to bits.
Still smells hot and powdery. Looks pretty bad, doesn't it, Randy?
That's pretty bad. It's a wonder some of us weren't killed.
We still might lose him, Brother James.
Yeah. Spender, it's cockeyed. We got a lot of elements here that just don't mix. Brother James and the policy wheel. Homemade bombs and the welcome mission. They just don't go together.
You saw, I heard. They went together all right.
Yeah, I know, but I've known Brother James for 3 years. He always seemed like a right guy, a fellow who was dedicated to his work. He's done a lot of good on Skid Row, and that's not easy.
Well, you saw him running the wheel. You saw his head bashed in.
Yeah, I know, but it still doesn't make sense.
You know, Randy, sometimes I'm glad I'm a blind man. You don't have to see things you don't want to see. You can't take a man at his face value if you can't see his face.
Have you got it all figured, Spender?
No, I don't think so. Brother James is, how old would you say?
Oh, late 40s, I guess, somewhere in there.
Late 40s, and you've known him 3 years. Not very long in years to know a man.
What are you saying, Spender?
Just, how well do you know Brother James? Did you know him well on September 18, 1948?
I didn't know him at all then.
Might help if you knew him then.
September 18th, 1948. What happened then?
Smart newspaper fella like you can find that out, Randy. Maybe it's no good, but you find out for yourself.
I'll find out.
I'll be around if you need me, Randy.
Oh, how about Mama Rizzo? You seen her?
I haven't even heard her.
I'll be at the Star, Spender. If you get a line on her, give me a call.
Sure, Randy. Glad to.
I left word at the Star switchboard that I'd be in the library. Rook, the keeper of the files and back issues of the paper, is a thin, brittle man the color of old newsprint. He's got a card file for a mind and all the natural animation of a dry leaf.
September 18th, 1948. Not much of a day for news.
Yeah. Well, just get the Star for that day, will you? What I'm looking for may not qualify as big news.
Now, if you'd picked the 17th of September 48, I could have given you Count Bernadette's assassination.
No, thank you. The 18th.
18th, eh? Well, you know what you're looking for. Oh, seems to me there was something on the 18th.
Just get the file copy down, will you? I'll look for the story.
Had something to do with Burma. Oh, I know. They declared state of emergency throughout Burma that day after the assassination of U Tin Tut.
Swell.
He was a former foreign minister of Burma, you know.
Oh, Rook, please, get the file copy. Your storehouse of facts impresses me, but I need the paper.
Oh, sure. Just trying to be friendly, you know. Don't get a lot of traffic in here, especially on the overnight. Well, it gets lonely.
Well, next time I'll bring some of the boys. We'll play a little poker.
No, thanks. Casino's my game. Casino or flinch? There you are.
Thanks.
Here we are. September 18, 1948. Well, it isn't on page 1. Oh, yes, it is. Last column on the right.
Where?
Right there. U Tin Tut assassinated. Burma declares state of emergency.
Honest, Rook. That isn't the story I'm looking for.
Huh? Well, okay, it's your problem.
Yeah. Well, there's a familiar face. James Freeland sentenced in numbers racket cleanup. Contact man for syndicate receives light sentence for part in policy wheel racket. Well, that's Brother James, all right.
Oh, is it now? Not much resemblance.
Well, there shouldn't be any.
Well, he couldn't be such a bad chap. Says here he's going to repent, you see? Will spend his confinement repenting And when he gets out, he'll do things differently.
Yeah, he did, too. That's exactly what he did. I'll get it, Rook. I'm expecting a call. Hello.
It's Spender, Randy.
Yeah, Spender.
Something's going on down here. A few minutes ago, Mino's car stopped across the street. He went up in the hotel above the saloon where you saw him.
You better call Lieutenant Cass.
I don't think so, Randy. Just now, Mama Rizzo's cart stopped there, too. She's up there now. You said to let you know.
Well, you keep an ear on him, Spender. I'll be right there.
You found out about Brother James?
Yeah, Spender. Thanks. Mama Rizzo's pizza cart was parked in front of the dingy hotel when I got there. I walked up the stairs from the street. I'd passed for a desk clerk, was sound asleep. He probably wouldn't have been much help anyway. And Mama Rizzo's voice from a room down the hall told me all I needed to know. I leaned against the door, and the knob turned slowly in my hand.
You crazy dame. Put the rod down. Somebody get themselves hurt.
Somebody will get himself killed, Mino. Already you get by with too much.
Look behind you, dame. I got a buddy.
I don't take my eyes from you, Mino.
Come on, Mama. Better give me the gun. I might go off.
Randy, no.
No, give it to me, Mama.
No.
Thanks, buddy. You're a big help.
Randy, no, he's running. He will get away.
Well, let him go. Where did you get this gun, anyway? It's a regular blunderbuss.
Oh, you are the blunderbuss. Why you do this? For hours I'm looking for this Mino. Finally I find him. Then you come. Why you do this?
Don't worry about Mino. The cops will get him. They're all looking for him.
Oh, if he kill Brother James, I will kill him.
Brother James isn't dead yet.
Do you know who is this Mino? He's from the syndicate. They have things all their own way until Brother James took over.
It's a racket. It's illegal. And you and the rest of the poor chumps along Skid Row go for it just because Brother James plays hymns and runs the mission.
Oh, you do not understand.
He was convicted and sent to jail once for being part of the same racket Mino's in. Did you know that?
He is a gentleman. He's do good. Here, in this book, it shows he's do good.
Oh, this is the book you'd die for just before the mission blew up. Let me take a look at that.
No, you will not see the book. No one will see it.
I better have it, Mama. There now, that's all right now. That's better. Now, let's see all the good that's in this book.
Oh, I do not think I like you very much, Randy.
I don't like much about the whole deal, Mama Rizzo. Not much at all. Oh, yes, there's a lot of good here. You know what this is? This is an elaborate record by the day with totals by the week. A Brother James take from every one of the suckers on Skid Row.
Oh, you do not understand.
Nickels, dimes, 20 cents here, 35 cents there. It adds up, Mama.
Oh.
20, 30 guys playing the game a night. That's hundreds of dollars in a week.
Oh, no.
What do you mean I don't understand? Mama Rizzo was crying when I left, and there was nothing to do but let her cry and take Brother James Ledger with me back to the emergency hospital. Lieutenant Cass and I looked it over good. Next to a signed confession, it looked like all he needed to send Brother James up for quite a while.
Well, it's on there. Funny he'd keep a set of books on it, though. Out the last penny this way.
Well, the whole thing's a little funny, Lieutenant, but let's face it, a mission man who runs a policy wheel is apt to do some pretty funny things.
Yeah.
How's he doing?
Better than he should be. Came around a little while ago. Had a few words with him.
Like what?
Well, like he wanted to know if anyone else was hurt, especially asked about this Mama Rizzo character. Said he guessed he'd done wrong, that he was going to repent.
Well, he was going to repent the last time. You think I could talk to him and take the book here and talk to him?
Sure, go ahead. You'll be here a while. I'll get the full story later.